Born and raised in the modern world, a young man was accustomed to staying up late and waking up late. However, the moment this young man opened his eyes, the scene before him was strangely mystical. The first thing Nebula noticed was an ancient ruin. Meanwhile, the outfit he was wearing felt reminiscent of game characters, making him wonder if he was hallucinating from playing too many games, or perhaps it was just a dream. A mysterious voice rang out, as if understanding all of Nebula's thoughts, affirming that this was not a dream. "You are the chosen one, Nebula. Allow me to welcome you, my name is Andon." Nebula stared at the person opposite him, a tall figure wearing a baggy cloak that completely concealed their face. Many other people were also present around Nebula. They all had their faces covered, appearing only as blurred silhouettes just like ghosts. Countless questions suddenly arose in his mind. Andon seemed to perceive all the doubts tearing at Nebula. He said, "I'm sure everyone is feeling curious, so I will get straight to the point." Andon took 2 steps forward and raised his hand high toward the sky. A deep blue planet suddenly appeared in the vast expanse of space before their eyes. "As this Earth, but it looks nothing like it." Nebula's skepticism grew even stronger. He had admired this landscape countless times before. Without giving Nebula a chance to speak, Andon immediately explained, "That's right, this is the Lost World. And now, in this vast Lost World, you have officially become true gods. The Lost World is not merely a virtual world, but a land abandoned by the gods after a great disaster in the ancient past. On this planet, a brilliant civilization had once blossomed and flourished. Many different races once lived together in absolute peace. However, for reasons difficult to explain, the supreme gods decided to abandon this place. A mysterious force is always actively seeking individuals qualified to succeed the gods. This is why the Lost World was created in the form of a game. It was designed to select worthy candidates for the throne of the gods, and that is also why Nebula and the others are standing here. If they can gain the trust and reliance of the masses, gradually, they will rise to the supreme position, becoming the sole god of the Lost World, and be free to do whatever they desire. "So, what if I choose to give up now?" someone asked. "If you decide to stop, you will immediately be returned to reality and lose all memory of this world. However, you cannot simply quit halfway once you have officially begun this journey. What happens then if I am defeated by other gods?" This time it was Nebula's turn to ask. That would be a peaceful end that we all long for. Andon's response naturally could not satisfy Nebula, but he guessed that this was no different from wagering his own life. It was clear they were taking a huge risk. If that was the case, for an adventurer like Nebula, he had all the more reason not to back down. After explaining everything, Andon asked once more if anyone wanted to quit the game. Then he spread a deck of cards on the table. Nebula immediately understood what that implied. Hidden among those cards was the choice of an area on the planet to begin their journey. Around them, several people had decided to withdraw. Initially, there were 32 people, now only 27 remained. Nebula was the first one chosen. It seemed this order was based on their rankings in the game. He stepped forward a few paces and drew a card. After clearly seeing the designated location, Nebula suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Nebula landed in the far eastern region of the continent, in the territory inhabited by insects. This was the place with the lowest probability of winning, yet it also had the fewest initial conflicts. As soon as Nebula appeared, the first species he encountered was the frog species. Executing tactical attacks in this area was very difficult, therefore targeting a species that specialized in eating insects would be a good choice. Although the frog species met those criteria, the number of their tribes made Nebula hesitate. There were up to 500 tribes. With such a large scale, finding the leading tribe was truly difficult. Moreover, in this lost world, power could affect creatures as much as faith, and the frog species' faith stat was only 10. This was such a small number that Nebula would find it hard to control them all. Thus, he began to look for another subject. This time, Nebula set his eyes on the lizardmen. They also ate insects and could survive in arid places. Their population was declining, which was actually good news. Nebula carefully observed a group of lizardmen through a status window. Many individuals in the pack were suffering from diseases. They looked old and weak. One of them was severely injured. With just a glance, Nebula could sense that this individual had certainly been ostracized by the pack after a failed power struggle. He must be feeling rejected by the whole world. If a miracle happened at this moment, it would surely win his complete loyalty. Nebula pondered for a moment and decided, well then, I'll choose this guy as my first target. The group of lizard folk trudged along under the scorching sun of the desolate desert. Unexpectedly, they came across an antelope gasping for breath due to its injuries. Having not tasted meat for a long time, the strongest members of the pack immediately rushed forward to capture it. The injured antelope could hardly escape the large crowd, even though the amount of meat was meager. A few old and weak ones sighed miserably, telling each other that disabled ones like themselves would surely not get a share. In the blink of an eye, the meat was torn to shreds, leaving behind a stark, bare white skeleton. The lizards did not stop there. They even wanted to pry out the remaining bone marrow. That action was immediately halted by the pack leaders shouting, "That is enough eating. We must leave something for those who no longer have the strength to hunt." The antelope skeleton was tossed toward the elderly and the injured. The lizard group gathered together to gnaw and suck on every piece of dry bone. The severely injured lizard that Nebula was watching was also given a small portion. The healthy ones showed their blatant dissatisfaction, questioning John as to why he was wasting food on someone close to death. His wound had actually begun to fester and turn necrotic long ago. Many survived because he risked his life to block the saber-toothed tiger, John replied with a sigh. The others remained defiant, insisting it was useless to share rations with someone on the verge of death. As night fell, the lizard pack huddled together and fell into a deep sleep. Only the severely injured lizard lay curled up alone in a secluded corner. Suddenly, a brilliant blue butterfly appeared in the night, jolting him awake. The butterfly kept fluttering about, causing him to unconsciously stand up and stagger after it. A few other lizards noticed this strange behavior and whispered that Rakrak was finally leaving the pack. Teesk, just ignore him, let's just quietly watch and see what happens. Clutching his aching arm, Rakrak trudged after the butterfly, thinking he was hallucinating. It seemed no one else could see the butterfly, yet Rakrak pressed on, sensing that something was waiting for him. Upon reaching the mountain peak, a sight appeared that filled Rakrak with immense excitement. A swarm of giant beetles was gathered there. For the lizard folk, this was nothing short of a godsend. This quantity seemed enough to feed the entire pack for the next few days. Nebula watched from afar. Rakrak had followed the path correctly. He believed that finding the swarm was a miracle, the beginning of a future devotion. Through the status display, Nebula observed every movement. Rakrak did not hide the discovery but immediately shared the good news with the pack. The whole group burst into joy. It had been so long since they had the chance to feast like this. Rakrak cradled the beetle in his palm. He observed it carefully and couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. At the same time, the system suddenly notified Nebula that Rakrak's swarm was paying their respects to the mysterious beetle god. Nebula stared blankly at the notification. He had clearly sent a butterfly to lead the way, not some beetle god. How had it turned out like this? The title sounded a bit forced, but reflecting on it, no god had a beautiful name in the very beginning. Looking down from above, Nebula's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he watched Rakrak. I believe that from now on, you will become extremely important to me and I to you. A few days later, Nebula continued to control the butterfly to find Rakrak, who was once again alone when he saw it. Thanks to the hearty meal from before, Rakrak had recovered his strength. He followed the butterfly without hesitation, despite not knowing where it led. Hey Rakrak, are you planning to chase that phantom again? A curious swarm mate spoke up. After the great beetle feast, the swarm's attitude of exclusion or estrangement toward Rakrak had completely vanished. Winter is coming, and the butterfly is flying toward the frozen lands. At this rate, we'll all freeze to death. Maybe we should just ignore that illusion and find another way to stay safe. I don't think we should do that. Rakrak thought. Despite some lingering uncertainty, he had no other choice. The entire swarm stood in the middle of a barren desert, where there wasn't a single scrap of food or a drop of water to sustain life. The butterfly had led him to treasure once before, so even if he had to gamble his life, he still wanted to believe in it once more. Nebula understood the hesitation in his heart, for the seeds of faith had only just begun to sprout and were not yet deep enough to be firm. He had only just granted them one meal. Since everything is difficult at the start, Nebula could not ask for anything more. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Rakrak's determination regarding his own decision. Not failing Nebula's trust, Rakrak carried a child of the swarm on his back and took heavy steps following the butterfly. After an endlessly long journey, the place the butterfly led them to was even more astounding, causing Rakrak's eyes to light up. Everyone, listen carefully. The nameless beetle god has graciously led us to a holy land. Before them appeared a lush oasis with thriving greenery and abundant water sources. This sight caused the lizard swarm, already exhausted after days of wandering the desert, to burst with uncontrollable happiness. They cheered and danced, even shedding tears of joy and thanking Rakrak for his faithful guidance that led to their survival. Because of this, the faith the lizard swarm placed in the nameless beetle god also rose to a new height. Simultaneously, the level of Nebula's insect subsector also grew by another step. It was finally time for him to officially unlock the blessing skill for these tiny creatures. Rakrak, do you wish to fully understand what I desire from you? Then accept the position of priest and spread my message to your kind. Nebula thought as he confirmed the activation of the blessing. A magnificent beam of light shone down from the sky, enveloping Rakrak's entire body with an air of majesty. That night, as the lizard pack was sound asleep, a small firefly flew in from out of nowhere. It hovered several times around Rakrak and then whispered a call. Just as he opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in a vast white space along with countless fluttering butterflies. Where am I? Is this a dream? That sound resonated in Rakrak's ears again, and then Nebula slowly emerged from the ethereal mist. Who are you? He didn't bother to heed the question, but instead quietly held out his hand, wordlessly asking if he wanted to take it. Utterly confused, he couldn't figure out the stranger's identity or purpose. Nebula didn't waste time explaining. He simply handed him his familiar buffalo horn mask. At that moment, Rakrak's mind brightened. Are you the nameless beetle god? Without an answer, Rakrak woke up and told the dream to the entire pack. Everyone was certain this was an omen from above, and the meaning in it was indeed all too easy to understand. The mysterious beetle god wanted the tribe to offer a sacrifice, and what he required was a buffalo head. But Alice, catching a buffalo meant venturing into the dangerous deep forest, causing John to fiercely oppose this plan. To take down such a beast, all the strong young males in the group would have to risk their lives in close combat. Then, when the battle begins, who will stand up to protect the elderly and the sick in the rear? It was true. Rakrak nodded in agreement with John, tightened his grip on his spear and firmly declared, I do not want to drag the whole tribe to their deaths. It is enough if I go alone. This decision shocked everyone to the core. John immediately jumped up in fierce protest. Leaving Rockcrack to hunt the buffalo solo was a fantasy, and he could not stand by while his friend committed suicide. I am not being impulsive, for the Supreme Being has bestowed upon me a miraculous gift. You were granted a blessing. That's exactly right. After waking up from his dream last night, Rockcrack's festering wound had miraculously healed. His shoulder now bore only a faint scar like the pattern on a beetle's back. Though a bit strange, Rockcrack was certain it was a life-saving grace from above. Even if that is the case, you are not allowed to act alone like that. John still insisted with unrelenting worry. If you want to know the real reason, then look at this. Rockcrack gripped the stone spear, stepped back for momentum, and used all his strength to hurl the weapon. The spear whistled through the air and lodged deep into a distant coconut tree, leaving the crowd wide-eyed in astonishment. The coconut tree snapped and fell instantly, leaving only the stump. Such power was truly terrifying. The pack of lizards then turned to look at Rockcrack with eyes full of both reverence and a hint of fear. It was truly unexpected that Rockcrack had been hiding such terrible power for so long. That giant tree crashed down from just one throw of Rockcrack's spear, leaving everyone in awe, especially since he was on the brink of death just a few days ago. The entire tribe of lizardmen looked at each other in astonishment, their mouths never ceasing to praise Rockcrack's extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance. Rockcrack quickly looked over, and his face involuntarily showed joy. Everyone, look in that direction quickly! That ground-shaking sound is from a herd of water buffalo moving closer. Joan could not believe her eyes. That's right, it wasn't just a few individuals, but an entire giant herd straying into this arid desert region. This is surely a favor bestowed upon us by the gods. Without a second thought, Rockcrack grabbed his spear and leaped down from above. Let's work together to take down the buffalo and fill these growling, hungry stomachs with meat! The spear in his hand whizzed through the air and instantly pierced the head buffalo's skull. That image threw the entire herd into a state of extreme panic. At this moment, John and the other healthy members also charged after Rockcrack, everyone filled with excitement at the sight of the delicious prey. Charge! Today, the gods have given us not only beetles but also an abundant source of meat. Under Rockcrack's leadership, the entire water buffalo herd was quickly wiped out, after which the lizards chose a clear spot in the oasis to set up an altar. The carcass of the head buffalo was hung highest while warm blood still dripped down, with countless skulls of other buffalo piled up below. Rockcrack knelt in the front row, raising his hands high and offering a prayer with an attitude of both joy and reverence. Dear mysterious beetle god, although the offerings are few, please accept our sincere devotion. Joan and the whole tribe knelt behind, repeating in unison the prayers Rockcrack had just finished, hoping he would accept their offerings. This ritual naturally did not escape Nebula's gaze. Although the ceremony was rudimentary, the lizardman's devotion touched him. As a result, the faith index in the system increased sharply, making Nebula feel extremely satisfied. Especially Rockcrack's enthusiasm. Even though he was newly chosen as an apostle, he went to the effort of preparing such a grand altar. Nebula's arrangements were not in vain, however. There were still some matters that had not gone smoothly. Nebula soon recognized the problem when he saw the lizardmen so hungry that they were eating even the calves. Unable to demand that they have knowledge of farming or husbandry right now, Nebula sighed warily and temporarily accepted reality. This oasis was not large to begin with, and surrounded by the endless desert, its resources were not abundant. If the lizardmen continued their current scavenged eating habits, their food sources would soon be exhausted and they would face extinction. Farming or husbandry skills were too difficult to discover on their own, and Nebula directly intervening would go against the laws of causality, giving him a severe headache. So be it. It's not that there's no solution, it's just that everything needs a bit more time. First, continue to maintain the blessing ritual. Ragrag is still receiving grace from Nebula. The next morning, Joan woke up and saw that Ragrag looked completely different, with a much more majestic bearing than yesterday. You're up so early, Ragrag. Yeah, I want to take a look around the altar. Ragrag tossed and turned all night because of a bizarre dream, which left him feeling anxious and uneasy. In the dream, he witnessed the water holes that were once rich with fish and shrimp now dried up to their bare bottoms. The land in the oasis was also so barren that not a single blade of grass could grow, and the entire lizardman tribe faced the threat of famine once again. Waking up this morning, the altar kept shaking continuously, which panicked Ragrag even more. It's still a long way off, Joan consoled him. Knowing that, Ragrag still couldn't stop worrying. He wondered if last night's dream held any hidden meaning. He worshipped the god, but it was hard to decipher his message. Ragrag began to climb the altar, sitting at the highest spot to observe all directions. If we do not understand the god's will, it is no different from turning our backs and betraying him. That is what terrifies me the most. Mid-sentence, Ragrag suddenly froze, his gaze instantly turning sharp, cold, and vigilant. Ragrag signaled Joan to quickly climb up and observe the situation with him. That thing is rumbling and drawing closer. Well, now I understand why the altar kept shaking. It's those bastards who kicked our asses in the previous clash. The newcomers also belonged to the lizardman species but were from a different tribe. Their distinctive green color helped Ragrag and Joan recognize the enemy from afar. Their leader put on quite a show, riding on the back of a colossal monster that no ordinary lizardman would have the strength to tame. Moreover, looking at that massive army, it seemed they had mobilized their entire tribe to come here. These green skins had once driven Ragrag's tribe out of their old land, which was formerly a lush green marshland rich in food. Seeing them dragging their entire clan along like this, Joan was certain that their old homeland had been completely drained of resources by them. Do they know about the existence of this oasis? Rohan felt that the safety of the tribe was under serious threat. On second thought, with this terrain, it would be difficult for them to detect it unless they climbed high, so they would very likely just pass by without knowing anything. Just as Rakrak finished speaking, a piercing shriek echoed, "Hey, you lot! This is the sacred ground of the nameless beetle god's incarnation. You're from the green-skinned tribe, aren't you? Don't even think about taking another step." Originally, the green-skinned lizardmen had been completely unaware of their presence. Now, the cat was out of the bag. Rakrak and Rohan slapped their foreheads in helplessness. They had forgotten that Du was the guard today. This kid had nothing but thoughtlessness and a big mouth. Well, great. What's done is done. A bloody battle between the two tribes seemed inevitable. Come on, don't worry too much. This must be the god's will. Rakrak, the minister of optimism, patted Rohan on the shoulder a few times to reassure him. Then he grabbed his spear. He viewed this as a small test bestowed by the beetle god. If they couldn't pass it, his entire tribe didn't deserve to stay here anyway. But it wasn't just a test. Rakrak felt this was a noble mission. The leader of the green-skinned tribe was powerful but lacked compassion. He had abandoned all the wounded tribe members after their last battle. For that reason, Rakrak wanted to stand up against them, not only for his own people but also for his oppressed fellow creatures. This reaction was highly aligned with Nebula's wishes. Rakrak had always understood his will. The appearance of the green-skinned tribe was not just for a fight to the death, but because these two tribes had to merge to reach the necessary numbers. Rakrak possessed a sharp mind and a firm stance, making Nebula even more confident in the decision to choose him as his priest. "Hey, you noisy kid, do you plan on staying here?" The blue-skinned tribe leader uttered a sarcastic challenge. "Who are you calling a kid? This is our territory," Du replied immediately without any fear.
Is that so?
"Then what is this land worth?" This time, it was Rakrak who stepped forward to speak with the stranger instead of Du. That guy didn't care what the title of beetle god was, as long as there were enough trees, water sources, and prey, he was satisfied. He quickly issued a threat, telling Rakrak's tribe to get lost if they didn't want to suffer. The beast he rode also joined in with an aggressive growl, clearly showing confidence in its own strength. Not only him, but the massive numbers of the entire blue-skin tribe were also enough to overwhelm Rakrak's people. As a leader, you should probably weigh the pros and cons before taking action, shouldn't you? I understand that well, but I have no desire to go to war with you. The blue-skin lizard thought he had measured and laughed loudly, thinking that Rakrak was truly a fool who didn't know his own limits. Rakrak remained unusually calm, the spear in his hand pointing directly at his opponent. Whoever loses their home can seek the embrace of the god. He will protect you as in his teachings. Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned tribal leader couldn't control himself and roared with laughter, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous story in the world. What on earth is a god? To him, no invisible power existed in this world. Only tangible power determined everything. If Rakrak was stubborn and refused to submit, he wouldn't mind shedding blood in this battle. Rakrak had strong faith and did not tremble. Just because others were unaware of God did not mean he did not exist. Nothing but nonsense. Fine, I will send you to your grave. Not to mention the leader himself, even the beast he was riding looked absolutely terrifying. To say he felt no fear would be a lie. The moment the opponent charged, Rakrak felt his heart tighten with tension. He silently prayed for God to grant him the courage and energy needed to face the danger ahead. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. The spear in Rakrak's hand instantly shattered into many pieces. It was the only weapon he had, the one that had once helped him take down an entire herd of powerful water buffaloes. The leader was triumphant, as if victory was already within his grasp. Stupid fool. His mount raised its front legs, intending to crush Rakrak with its massive body. A single blow would be enough to flatten him. Looking down from above, Nebula kept a close watch on the battle without taking his eyes off for even a second. The balance of power was too unequal. At that very moment, the system suddenly sent a new notification. You have shown special interest in a tribe. They now officially belong to your territory along with a level 1 lizard area, and a new skill has been unlocked. Without any hesitation, Nebula immediately clicked to confirm the activation. Just as the beast's claws were about to descend, a brilliant beam of light from above enveloped Rakrak's body, causing him to change powerfully, just like the previous time he was blessed. The blue-skinned leader thought his mount had crushed his opponent, believing this single blow was enough to finish off all resistance from the hateful enemy. Hey, what do you think you're doing? However, when the dust cloud cleared, he was stunned to see his enemy still standing firm as if completely unharmed. Rakrak even became strangely different. The killing intent emanating from him was many times more intense than before. By observing the status board, Nebula immediately grasped the power dynamic between the two sides. That leader of the green-skinned tribe possessed a strength stat of 24 and an intelligence of only 16. However, his special skill was taming, which was why that mount was so formidable. Even at only level 1, the creature named Manon the Z already had a strength of 87 points. Nebula wanted to help Rakrak subdue this monster, so he activated a new skill called Mighty Incarnation. This technique temporarily added sacred power D to the user, with each unit of D equivalent to 200 times their original strength value. Simply put, Rakrak's original strength, which was 30, had now impressively soared to 630. With just an incredibly fast lunge combined with a whirlwind-like punch, Man the Z was sent flying far away. Everyone around was agape with astonishment at the sight they had just witnessed. This terrifying and absurd disparity in power was truly the first time they had ever witnessed such a thing. Even Joan, who was considered the strongest in the guild, couldn't believe her own eyes. However, the green-skinned chieftain was still unwilling to accept it. He believed that Rakrak had used some despicable trick to turn the situation around. Taking advantage of Rakrak's momentary lack of vigilance, he swung his dagger and charged straight at him with the intention of a sneak attack. But the gap between 24 and 60-30 was indeed an insurmountable chasm. Rakrak didn't even need to exert himself to easily make the other fall to the ground. He looked at the green-skinned tribesman with cold eyes and asked directly who wanted to be next. Seeing their leader humiliated and in pain, all the tribesmen simultaneously threw down their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy, saying they admitted defeat and swore allegiance to him. After the battle ended, Rakrak examined his hands for a long time, as he clearly felt that a deity had just possessed this body. The feeling of a god bestowing abundant energy that flowed throughout his body was truly the most wonderful experience he had ever had. That night, Rakrak's tribe and the new members gathered around a bonfire at the oasis. Sharing common ancestry, the two sides quickly harmonized. The green-skinned lizardmen were greatly surprised to learn that their ancestors were once a single tribe, as their current appearances were vastly different. In response to inquiries about their different skin color, they explained that they were following a mysterious armored deity. Thanks to that deity, we evolved and grew stronger, otherwise we would surely have perished in the wilderness long ago. Initially, the new people were still skeptical, but when they looked at the altar built from water buffalo skulls, and then glanced at Rakrak, who was sitting peacefully in the distance, they began to believe that what they had just heard was not unreasonable at all. The presence of a lizardman possessing exceptional power like Rakrak, if not for divine blessing, would indeed be contrary to the laws of nature. Meanwhile, Joan was confiding in Rakrak because she felt extremely worried about the population increasing sixfold after the merger. With this rate of development, the oasis would soon be depleted, and before long everyone would once again face poverty and starvation. Rakrak had also anticipated this, and the only solution he could think of was to lead his tribesmen away from this place. Joan, still filled with unease, asked again, "Must we wander out there without any clear direction?" However, Rakrak stood his ground. He believed the answer from the Supreme Being through our brother would soon be revealed right here. A few days later, Rakrak's subordinates had quite a headache guarding Man the Z, as this monster was indeed excessively stubborn. Even though its former owner had passed away, it still refused to bow down, even harboring intentions of resisting those who were imprisoning it. Just then, Rakrak approached with some fresh radishes in his hand. As soon as he appeared, Manon immediately became unusually docile. After all, it was an intelligent creature and had not yet forgotten the punch that knocked it unconscious a few days earlier. Rakrak maintained a balanced attitude. He had no intention of mistreating Manon, thinking that since the gods had spared its life, there must be a deeper meaning. Initially, Manon still appeared cautious, but intense hunger made its instincts override everything. The radishes in front of it were so enticing that it couldn't control itself and opened its mouth to snap up a delicious bite. With food in its belly, Manon became much easier to handle. Rakrak took the opportunity to stroke its head a few times. He threw another pile of radishes to it. Manon now looked no different from an obedient pet dog. It lay flat on the ground, its usual ferocious gaze replaced by a gentle expression of submission. Excellent. Rakrak praised. The taming of Manon was nearly complete, and now he had several more important matters to handle. The first matter was equipment. One of Rakrak's tribesmen possessed the secret art of forging sharp weapons that far surpassed current crude stone spears. However, to create them, they needed to burn a lot of good wood. This destruction of nature made Rakrak feel somewhat guilty. "Alright, I will take time to consider it further, and will soon give you an answer by tomorrow morning." After that person withdrew, another person was brought in for an audience, this time an experienced member of the lizard tribe. Before joining Rakrak's tribe, he had been a lone traveler, and it was thanks to those wandering days that he mastered navigation skills. "I can lead everyone to fertile lands to avoid famine. I know several such places, though I cannot be certain of their current status." This was urgent as the oasis gradually dried up, but Joan was still concerned that other tribes might have already occupied those new lands. Rakrak, however, thought that wasn't a major problem. If people were already settled there and they obstructed us, we would simply defeat them and take it over, just as we did with the green-skinned tribe. However, since this lizard navigator was ultimately still a newcomer, Rakrak could not yet fully place his trust in him. Because his tribe was so numerous, if they happened to go in the wrong direction in the middle of a wasteland, starvation would be inevitable. To address Rakrak's doubts, the guide pointed up at the sky, where the bright stars were the most reliable map. He had deduced the movement patterns of the stars and, thanks to that, had never taken a wrong step. "Now I will show you how the stars move. If you watch for a few days, you will see that I am not lying, and then I believe you will trust me." The two of them huddled together and discussed for a long time. Rakrak listened intently to every word. "So in a few days I will come back to check again." "Understood." Rakrak nodded in confirmation. When the guide left, Jill came over to report on the situation. It's no exaggeration to say that Rakrak's schedule was as busy as a pop star's. Jill arrived to update him on Manon's status. Although it still showed some signs of dissatisfaction, thanks to being well fed, it had become much more submissive. Seeing how Rak tamed that eccentric Manun, Joanne suddenly had some bold ideas. Could she tame other species as easily as she dealt with that foolish Manun? Which species? Those other wild beasts. Joanne immediately cast her eyes toward the herd of water buffalo grazing leisurely in the distance. At this moment, it seemed that Nebula's grand scheme had taken another significant step forward. It appeared that Rak's clan was gradually realizing they couldn't remain nomads forever, moving from place to deplete natural resources. Human history records a milestone where the differentiation of labor roles begins to emerge. The first transformation was agriculture combined with animal husbandry, where cultivation brought greater stability as major rivers nurtured massive civilizations. However, the lizard race favored by Nebula possessed bulging muscles, were extremely aggressive, and had incredibly resilient endurance. They were born to be herdsmen rather than suited for farming, making Nebula very pleased to see everything turning exactly as planned. That group of 7 lizardmen had begun to familiarize themselves with a completely new craft. That was the art of metallurgy. After Rak nodded in agreement with the blacksmith from the day before, both sides immediately plunged into the work of crafting weapons. Soon equipment and tools modeled after beginner manuals took shape, although their durability could not yet compare to bronze items. However, compared to the crude stone tools Rak and his fellow tribesmen had used for so long, this was indeed a historic leap forward. Furthermore, an unexpected result appeared that even Sir Pribula himself. That strange guide had sown the first seeds for the field of astronomy there, even though at present it still looked too crude to bear such a fancy name. Even so, Nebula still placed full hope that their future generations would be able to exploit this precious source of knowledge well. Right now, Rak and that guide gathered again to discuss the movement of the stars, and amazingly, all of his predictions were perfectly accurate. Rak was now completely submissive to his wisdom, while at the same time nurturing even more determination to realize his grand ambitions. That evening, he gathered all his subordinates around the large sacrificial platform. It had been a long time since Rak had been so solemn, which made most people feel quite tense. The gods have long guided us to this realm. I have even met my close brothers once again. I am more than capable of driving them away as they once did, or living alone to survive here longer. Naturally, those driven away would perish in the deep forest, but such an action would truly be wrong. The gods want to grant us salvation rather than abandon anyone, only that way can more people survive. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen intently to Rak's every word. Ultimately, he had made up his mind. When dawn breaks tomorrow, Rak will lead all his tribe away from this place. The crowd discussed busily, because they had never once thought of that option. To soothe everyone's worries, Rak invited the guide up, respectfully calling him a true astrologer. For the past few days, the fraudulent astrologer has been explaining the cycles of the constellations to me, and I confirm that what he said is completely accurate. He will become our guide. Next, Rak ordered the guide to present information about the upcoming promised land, and when the dawn breaks, everyone will move simultaneously toward the right side of the sun. For 10 long consecutive days, they continued like that, and then they proceeded to cross the right side of the lake for the next 15 days. The final leg consisted of a 3-day trek along rugged mountain trails and across desolate valleys. Their destination was a dense forest teeming with fierce beasts, which also served as a refuge for countless other species living together. This is truly a peaceful and wonderful land. Rak nodded contentedly in approval. Under the watchful gaze of the entire tribe, he stepped onto the high platform and asked a question that seemed to have little to do with the current situation. Jill, why haven't you slaughtered the water buffalo you caught yesterday yet? The question drew all eyes toward Jill, making him feel extremely awkward. Indeed, Jill had taken down a water buffalo yesterday, but despite being very hungry, the food supply in the oasis was gradually depleting, so he decided to store it away. It's not that I'm not hungry, I just thought about what if we need backup food in the future. Jill stammered an explanation for fear of being punished. Contrary to expectations, Rak did not reprimand him but instead praised Jill, because until now the lizard folk only knew how to eat their fill and never understood the concept of storage. Jill was the first to show such foresight, deserving to be a bright role model for all his kin to follow. To encourage that valuable spirit, Rak granted him a special reward, a brand new gleaming spear. Metal weapons were luxury items, so everyone marveled at Jill with admiration. Even he himself couldn't believe that just for skipping one meal he was generously rewarded by Rak. Not only that, any individual who followed Jill's lead, those who knew how to restrain their common cravings, would be worthy of receiving such a spear. Owning a metal weapon boosted their status within the tribe instantly, leaving the remaining lizardfolk both in admiration and extreme envy. Furthermore, Rak also prepared another ritual by using animal skulls to make masks identical to the one Nebula was using. Rak himself wore one, and those to whom he gave the masks were called bone soldiers. From now on, you will be protected by the gods and become true warriors. The path to the future only opens to those who are as steadfast and persistent as you have demonstrated. This is the will of heaven. Soon after, a unit of bone soldiers was established. Rak personally selected the healthiest individuals with the strongest will to serve as the vanguard in protecting the tribe. He looked back at the sacrificial altar one last time, still determined to lead his clansmen away from the sacred land. The Supreme Being will always be near us, therefore we will no longer need to depend on any fixed place of shelter. Everyone, engrave the image of the nameless beetle god in your minds. Though the journey ahead is arduous, march forward valiantly. As long as we are persistent and resilient, we will surely reap the rewards. It was undeniable that Rak was a brilliant leader, with just a few encouraging words. Tribal morale soared sky high. Although the migration was still long, no one was afraid or hesitant anymore. Nebula watched the entire development from beginning to end and felt immensely satisfied. Rak had not let him down at all, and more promising figures like Jill had emerged within the tribe. Now, instead of just building an ordinary organization, this pack of lizard folk had become a very bright future. Rak, you have excellently completed the task and have not failed my trust. From this moment on, you are the most perfect beginning. The next morning, as soon as the dawn emerged, the pack of lizard folk began their preparations to start the journey. They walked tirelessly for a long distance, until the intensity of the desert completely exhausted the Manhwa. It let out a painful roar and collapsed onto the sand. Seeing that the young beast was this exhausted, Rak guessed that the entire group was also worn out, so he ordered the whole tribe to stop and rest for a while. The crowd began to murmur and whisper everywhere. A short rest wouldn't do much, and they had no idea where this journey would lead while their stomachs were still rumbling loudly. This was indeed an extremely tense time. As they had marched continuously for 3 whole days, their food supplies were dwindling, and it was only natural that Rak's subordinates were discouraged. However, he could only helplessly grit his teeth and pray for a miracle from the Almighty. Suddenly, a subordinate ran over at breakneck speed to report, "Chief, right in front of us, a strange group of scaleless creatures has appeared." The scaleless weirdos he just mentioned were actually from the goblin tribe. Judging by their panicked look, it seemed they had just encountered a giant beast and were fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, not long after they started fleeing, they bumped right into Rak's group. Even without comparing their strength, just a quick glance at their numbers was enough to show a massive disparity between the two sides. Catching sight of them, Rak gasped in surprise and then casually remarked, "Well, they really are some smooth-skinned, scaleless guys." The goblins knew full well they stood no chance against this mighty tribe, so they could only stand frozen in place, trembling in fear. As soon as he regained his composure, the leader fell to his knees and begged, prompting his followers behind him to hurriedly prostrate themselves as well. The goblin leader tremblingly offered Rak a small pouch which, when opened, contained nothing but a few stunted radishes. "Please forgive us," he stammered and trembled as he explained. "It's all a misunderstanding. We are just trying to escape from that terrifying ravin." In truth, this goblin band had been driven to a dead end and had to abandon their homes to seek refuge. Starving after their journey through forests and waterfalls, they had been groping around for food, only to unexpectedly run into Rak's tribe. "So what on earth made you run for your lives like that?" The goblin leader pointed his finger toward the distant hills and tearfully explained their situation. That place used to be their cozy home. Though they weren't wealthy, it at least allowed them to live a comfortable life day by day. But those peaceful days vanished when a brutal beast appeared, completely disrupting the tribe's daily life. A beast. High above, Nebula fell silent in thought upon hearing the word monster, so he tried to look up information about this creature. It turned out to be a level 9 ancient carapace with a strength of 120 and an intelligence of 12. According to information from the game Lost War, this creature was originally a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of the ancient gods. Even though those creators had faded into the past, it still audaciously persisted in the mortal realm. There was no way low-level goblins could match such a beast, so it was only natural that they packed up and fled their homeland forest. Rak was led by the goblin leader all the way to the lair of the ancient carapace. It had to be admitted that its size was horrifyingly massive, like a colossal wall of flesh blocking the entire mountainside. Its body, mottled with alternating orange and black colors, made it look exactly like a giant centipede surrounded by countless dry skeletons, proof of the unfortunate souls who had perished under its cruel venomous fangs. That very deadly venom made this monster an extremely difficult opponent, as that malicious ability had the power to strip away and erase all blessings bestowed by the gods. Nebula sighed. Against such an overpowered enemy, it was inevitable that the goblins would suffer a miserable defeat. Rak intently observed the giant entity for a long time. It was fast asleep, occasionally murmuring and groaning in its delirium like someone talking in their sleep. But even that was more than enough to shake a vast area of land. Rak is considering taking a detour because the difference in strength is so great that it would be hard for him to defeat the ancient armored beast. However, that astronomer warned that the journey would consume another 8 full days for the whole group. 8 days is a long enough time for Nebula to notice the hard-to-hide hesitation on Rak's face. He is caught in a dilemma, especially since taking a detour isn't a bad idea when the tribe is in a state of extreme panic. Unfortunately, his subordinate's stamina has hit rock bottom, not to mention the food problem weighing heavily on his shoulders. Nebula is very curious to see how Rak will manage to escape this ironic situation. Faced with Rak's prolonged silence, Joan finally decided to speak up to break the atmosphere. "Chief, we are forced to face them in battle, because right now the tide is still in our favor." Nebula glanced through Joan's status board. This guy indeed possesses qualities that are not ordinary at all. Though his combat power is only average, it is compensated for by a highly sharp mind. As soon as Joan mentioned the word vantage, the goblins looked at him with extreme skepticism. It turned out that was the result of the days Joan had spent diligently observing and analyzing the surrounding terrain. "Chief, do you remember the secret to helping blacksmiths increase forge heat?" Rak only vaguely remembered him using a strange item. Joan explained that it was a bellows, a magical tool that helps control airflow to save maximum effort. Rak immediately understood Joan's implication. If they applied that principle, the tribe would surely win without much effort. But Joan, the master smith, spent so much time researching to create it, We don't necessarily have to use something that complicated. Joan pointed toward the rocks perched precariously on the cliffside, asserting that a simple mechanism would be enough to crush the monster. But how could those tiny bodies push such massive piles of stones? This was when Joan's ingenuity spoke up. He began crafting rudimentary levers, with one end firmly tucked under the bottom of the boulder. The other end was pressed down collectively by the skeletal soldiers as rhythmic chants of 1, 2, 3 rang out with great spirit. Nebula silently praised Joan's scheme of using stones to crush the ancient armored beast, an extremely clever and effective plan. However, the challenge lay in making all the rocks fall simultaneously. Would they be able to do it? Following Joan's decisive command, the giant boulders were simultaneously flung down into the abyss by the levers. The earth-shattering noise woke the ancient armored beast. As it looked up, it saw a rain of stones crashing down. The rock slammed directly onto its body, making the monster scream in extreme agony. Hearing the roar, Rockrak and his companions quickly peered down into the deep abyss, nervously wondering if they had won yet. Nebula softly muttered that everything was not over yet, right as he finished speaking. The ancient armored beast suddenly surged up from the rubble with a fierce look despite being covered in wounds. The excruciating pain seemed to further stimulate its fighting will and the bloodlust within it to rise powerfully. After clearly identifying its enemies, the monster frantically dug its claws into the cliff and crawled up to pursue them. Joan hurriedly urged his companions to quickly push all the remaining boulders down below. Nebula watched from afar, clicking his tongue and shaking his head in disappointment. This situation forced him to intervene. Rockrak, who was lost and extremely bewildered, suddenly felt his body overflowing with an unusual vitality. Utilizing his last trace of consciousness, he realized the mysterious beetle god was once again merging with him. The lever that originally required 3 or 4 people working together to budge, Rockrak now managed single-handedly as if it were light as a feather. He didn't even bother using tools, simply using his bare hands to push large boulders off the cliff to speed things up. Everyone follow my lead, push hard and do not stop. While straining to push rocks continuously, Rockrak loudly shouted orders to his subordinates. Although he knew the monster was difficult to deal with, standing idly by would only lead them all to their deaths. With that thought, Rockrak, carrying Nebula's soul, gripped his spear tightly and dived straight down into the abyss. Rohan felt his heart skip a beat, secretly thinking the chieftain must have gone mad to allow a strange entity to possess his body like that. On one side, the ancient armored insect was rushing up, and on the other, Rockrak was diving down. It was as if 2 powers were about to collide head-on. When the distance narrowed to about 10 meters, he mustered all his strength to hurl the spear in his hand downward. At that exact moment, a series of large boulders also came cascading down from the summit in rapid succession. The terrifying pressure from the boulders caused the ancient armored insect to lose its orientation completely. Seizing the golden opportunity, Rohan commanded the squad of bone soldiers to push one final giant stone slab, cutting off the monster's escape. Wounded all over and crushed by the stone slab, the monster no longer had any strength left to resist. Nebula, exhausted, left Rockrak's body and slumped into his chair. This time he had pushed himself a bit too far beyond his limits. A notification appeared on the system interface confirming that Rockrak's tribe had successfully defeated the ancient armored insect. Rohan's group cheered loudly on the cliffside. Thanks to this illustrious feat, Nebula's prestige among the lizardmen grew even firmer. Faith points also skyrocketed from that point, and at the same time, Nebula received a special reward from the hunt. This was the reason he was determined to help Rockrak eliminate that entity. The reward was none other than the essence of an abomination. Every god has their own types of resources, although faith can transform into anything. Rare materials are still indispensable items. Possessing this essence, Nebula could create spiritual beasts, entities that help produce resources and convey the god's will to living beings. Furthermore, it also helps increase power. If he trained the spiritual beasts to a higher level, he could fully create apostles or divine incarnations. After some consideration, Nebula noticed that the method of creating spiritual beasts in this land was quite similar to the game Lost World. So what should I create then? The essence in Nebula's hand began to vibrate and emit an enchanting, glowing red aura. Having just finished off the enemy, the first thing Rockrak cared about was whether its meat could be used for food. He used the sharp tip to carve a piece of meat from the monster, and then put it in his mouth to taste. The taste of the meat was fine, however. The smell was so pungent that it would be difficult to eat raw without processing. Joan had an idea to cook the meat over a fire with some fragrant herbs to eliminate the unpleasant smell. Immediately, she set about preparing a leg of meat for Rockra to taste once more. This time the flavor was completely different. Although it was a bit bland, Rockra honestly remarked that it was quite delicious after finishing it. Again, Joan made a great contribution, as the meat initially had an indescribably strong smell that made Rockra wonder whether it should be discarded. Fortunately, Joan came up with an ingenious solution, helping them temporarily solve their immediate food problem. While Rockra was still engrossed in enjoying the meat, Joan suddenly shifted to another topic. It was about the chief of the Bin tribe finding a successor, which Rockra had also heard rumors of. But what Joan really wanted was to urge Rockra to find a wife soon. The piece of meat on its way to his mouth suddenly stopped. Rockra was frozen like a statue at this unexpected suggestion. But Joan persisted in her persuasion, believing that Rockra was no longer young and that this matter was very important for the whole tribe. The prospect of finding a partner made Rockra feel extremely hesitant, as he had never even considered it. If you have never had such intentions, then what do you think of me? Joan asked hesitantly. Joan's words surprised not only Rockra but also me, because I had been certain that Joan was a burly young man. Who would have thought she was a girl? This plot twist was so unexpected it made me feel like I needed to brace myself, and Rakra also appeared flustered by Joan's proposal. Suddenly seeing a glowing object behind her, Rakra hastily diverted the conversation. "Hey Joan, there's something behind you," he said. It was a golden metal plate inscribed with many ancient characters. Seeing the object, the young man Giovasi immediately bit into it. "But folks, this thing is not edible. This type of metal is gold," the wise astrologer quickly explained. Joan had also seen gold before when a blacksmith showed her various metals. This metal emitted a brilliant luster and was durable over time. With her sharp mind, Joan asserted that it was more valuable than any other metal. "Why doesn't it corrode? It's a metal that is both hard and heavy, yet I can't even eat it," said Jill, who still hadn't given up on trying everything in the world, appearing quite annoyed with the golden tablet. To resolve Jill's issue, the astrologer pointed to a nearby deer track. "The meat of this animal is very sweet," and upon hearing about food, Jill's eyes lit up. He returned the golden tablet to Rakrak and ran off. Holding the golden tablet in his hand, Rakrak pondered for a long time. With his immature perception, everything that is born will eventually die, decompose, and vanish. Nothing in the world is eternal and unchanging, yet this golden tablet was not oxidized at all, thus its creator must have wanted to convey a certain message. However, Rakrak could not understand the characters carved on it. What could this mean? While lost in thought, Joan came looking for him again. Rakrak was so absorbed in the tablet that he forgot the time. "It's time to rest. I hid in a corner like this and you still found me." "Yes, because you are the only lizardman wearing a fur coat. But you were the one who told me to wear this. I wanted you to look distinctive. The chief is the symbol of the entire tribe." A symbol. That night, Rakrak did not return to rest. Before him was the carcass of a deer that was gradually decomposing, with flies buzzing around it chaotically. But for some reason, Rakrak felt that their flight patterns seemed to be forming strange characters. Is this a hallucination? Rakrak rubbed his eyes several times. He was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. He picked up a dry branch and began laboriously sketching scribbled lines onto the earth beneath his feet. Early the next morning, Rakrak impatiently dragged Joanne out of the tent. Both huddled together over a patch of empty ground where Rakrak began using a branch to sketch some unfamiliar symbols. "This is Mit." Did he mean Rakrak? Yes, this symbol represents the male lizard species. Rakrak continued drawing another symbol nearby. "And this is you." Did he mean she represented the female sex, the female lizard? Exactly so. Right after that, Rakrak drew two horizontal lines similar to an equal sign connecting them. "This is the affirmation that we are traveling together." At that moment, Rakrak's gaze was no different from that of an infatuated CEO in a romance novel. This was his answer to her. "Rakrak, do you realize what you just said?" Joan still couldn't believe her ears, so she decided to ask again to be certain. In reality, Rakrak had been pondering all night long. Not only had he invented a language, but he had also gained clarity about his own feelings. And so, just as dawn began to break in the distance, Rakrak took Joan's hand, and together they opened a new chapter in their relationship. Thus, Rakrak's tribe had officially birthed its first ever written words. This development left Nebula extremely satisfied, even though there was still a long way to go before the writing system was perfected. Nevertheless, at such an early stage of the game, reaching a milestone like this was already a remarkable achievement. What followed was a period of great leisure for the lizardfolk tribe. They enjoyed the comfort of being free to hunt other species. On the surface, this looked like nothing more than an ordinary hunt. However, taking down large prey was an opportunity to showcase strength to one's partner, which was also the lizardfolk's way of performing courtship rituals. In other words, this was the golden opportunity for Rakrak to demonstrate his superior prowess to his fiancée Joan. A few days later, the lizard tribe decided to return the territory to the Bun tribe. After all, it was their old territory before being occupied by the crustacean faction. Rakrak returned the land so that they could go back to the peaceful life they once knew. This gesture moved the Bun tribe's naturally sentimental chief so deeply that he was reduced to tears and sniffles. He bowed respectfully to Rakrak, ceaselessly expressing his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Next, he introduced Rakrak to his son, who had recently been chosen as the successor chief. Since the Bun tribe was familiar with the local terrain, they wanted to repay the life-saving favor by volunteering to be guides. "In the past, we lived in constant anxiety because we were oppressed by monsters and other large tribes. Thanks to you all, we were able to overcome that obstacle. My tribe will remember this kindness for generations to come." Rakrak. And so, the lizard tribe resumed their migratory journey. After traveling some distance, they suddenly discovered giant footprints deeply embedded in the ground. The learned astrologer immediately recognized them as tracks left by bipedal frogs. "That is the frogfolk tribe." Seeing Rakrak's hesitation, the astrologer began to explain in greater detail. "The frogmen are divided into two factions, good and evil. They have the ability to communicate and think just like the lizardmen. The existing footprints show that they had just been scouting, which proves that this tribe has extensive combat experience. From the number of footprints, it is evident that this scouting party consists of more than 5 people. Rakrak guessed that this tribe would be stronger than us. Continuing to advance without preparation will put the entire tribe in danger, so he ordered everyone to return to the temporary shelter. Rakrak and Joan together oversaw the setting up of the camp. The more and wider the temporary camps, the better. Countless fires were lit brightly, all of which were Joan's idea. She was worried that the surrounding tribes would be more numerous, so expanding the scouting parties and night watch forces was extremely necessary. "Let's distribute the work fairly, because other tribes are surely keeping an eye on us. Don't let fatigue cause anyone to lower their guard." As Rockrak had predicted, the Frogman tribe had detected the presence of the Lizardman tribe, and they were also silently monitoring from a distance. In the days following the relocation of the shelter, fortunately, the entire tribe did not encounter any frogmen, and during that time, they carefully prepared everything to protect the tribe. Rockrak's tribe also mastered livestock breeding and house building to adapt to environmental changes. The writing system also developed at a breakneck speed, faster than Nebula's expectations. These characters were shared within the tribe through a primitive map combining signs from traditional hunting activities and symbols. Rockrak even established a board to track the daily harvest of each person. Through this competition, he inadvertently encouraged the diligence of each tribe member. Nebula was extremely satisfied with these improvements. This was truly a wonderful developmental process. In the following days, the grasshopper swamp at the center of the continent expanded, and many species of insects were also building nests in the south. The territory of the insects quickly rose to level 4, which was something Nebula never thought would be achieved. However, because he was in the remote eastern land, Nebula decided to seize this opportunity, especially when Rockrak's abilities and the stats of the entire tribe had risen above average levels. But Nebula still dared not let down his guard, because the battle for survival had become a reality, no longer like sitting in front of a computer playing games. What he has to go through could be much more dangerous and unpredictable, so every upcoming step needs to be handled with extreme caution. Finally, whatever was meant to happen did happen. On a beautiful day while Rockrak was directing everyone to build houses, a scout rushed over and shouted loudly, "Chief, the situation is critical. The group of frogmen is approaching." Rockrak, Joan, along with Jill and several key members, quickly organized their formation to meet the enemy. Although it was not yet known if they were friend or foe, this group of frogmen really brought a rather overwhelming feeling. However, what caught Rockrak's attention more than anything else was that among that group of frogmen, there was a lizardman. What he was doing there, and whether this group had come to negotiate peace, was what he was wondering. Leading the group of frogmen was one wearing a scarab. Before waiting for Rockrak to speak, he introduced himself. His name is Sunan, son of the great chief of the frogman tribe, Onroy, and he said they have no intention of going to war with the lizardmen. Seeing that the opponent seemed polite, Rockrak signaled the armed squad to lower their weapons and also introduced himself. At the same time, Rockrak affirmed that the Lizardman tribe had no intention of starting a war, and then gently asked the reason Sunan's group had come to this place. This guy seemed quite inexperienced, evidenced by the fact that every word he spoke had to wait for the frogmen behind him to signal with their eyes before he dared to say it. "We have come here to inform you that you are encroaching on our territory." This sounded absurd because when the Lizardman tribe first arrived here, there were no signs that this land belonged to anyone. Furthermore, a small group of frogmen would not be enough to control such a vast area. Nevertheless, Rockrak did not expose them but politely apologized for carelessly failing to research whether this land already had an owner. "However, since we have traveled from very far away and still have no place to stay, I wonder if you could allow us to settle here." Sunan was a bit confused by the question. Before he could respond, Rockrak quickly spoke again. "Sunil, you are the great chieftain's son? You must be the only person here with enough authority to decide on our request, right?" The seemingly simple statement held a deep intention. Rockrak was skillfully stroking Sunil's ego to elevate his status. Sure enough, hearing this made Sunil beam with pride. After all, he was the future chieftain, so in theory, he had full authority to decide this matter. Seeing Sunil smiling so broadly, his eyes squinted. The frogmen behind him began to feel uneasy, but the current situation made it difficult for them to speak up and stop him. Rockrak still had many questions, especially about the lizardman hidden among the frogmen, but the investigation had to be conducted extremely discreetly. So, Rockrak proactively invited Sunil to visit the lizardman village to converse, both to show the tribe's spirit of hospitality. "Our tribe advocates for peace. If you are willing to visit our village, it would be a good opportunity for all of us to share some joy." "I think that is also a good idea," Sunil happily accepted without hesitation. However, after hearing a frogman whisper in his ear, Sunil immediately changed his attitude. He expressed gratitude but stated that there was not yet enough trust between the two sides for that. "Is that so? But I cannot turn away the benefactor who helped our tribe. Perhaps we could share a meal instead." Rockrak persisted, trying to extract information from Sunil. This time, only after receiving a nod from the accompanying frogman did Sunil agree to the proposal. He and Rockrak sat by the roasted deer, eating and drinking quite lively. Sunil seemed like an easygoing person, but the frogmen accompanying him were not simple at all. Rockrak harbored many questions, but what made him most curious was that lizardman's identity and their true purpose. Yet, he absolutely could not show that curiosity on his face, as the enemy could exploit this vulnerability to find an excuse to cause trouble. Therefore, Rockrak decided to start with a harmless social question. "Sunil, what are those large feathers on your neck?" "Oh, these are feathers from the koka. Chiss!" Ka-chiss. "Just as I thought, you know nothing. They are a species of extremely dangerous, large two-legged birds that live in this forest." Sunan began to speak enthusiastically about those birds. They were not only huge but also carried a terrifying poison, and their speed and complex movements forced the frogman tribe to always keep a close watch on this area. Rockrak gave an amazed exclamation, then asked further how Sunan managed to take them down. "Did you use spears?" "What is a spear?" Before Rockrak could explain, Sunan ordered his subordinates to bring a bow and arrow. This was the first time Rockrak had seen this type of weapon in person. The lizardman named Owen gloomily brought over a set of bow and arrows. Sunan called out again, ordering him to set up another target for archery practice. Sunan released the string, letting an arrow fly. The accurate shot struck right in the center of the target. Rak marveled and praised the exceptionally excellent shot, his sincere attitude making Sunan very pleased. I've been trained in archery since childhood, not to brag, but I'm the #1 sharpshooter in my tribe. May I try this bow and arrow? Being in a good mood, Sunan naturally would not refuse Rak's request. Rak picked up the bow to get a feel for the weapon. The first thing he noticed was the tightness of the string. Arrows shot from a bow may not have as much force as a spear, but they hit the target more easily, and the weapon is compact and easier to carry. He shot several arrows in a row, but unfortunately, not a single one hit the target. Seeing this, Sunan burst into laughter and said, "I told you so, this thing isn't easy to use," then ordered Owen to go retrieve the arrows. Rak wanted to study the construction of the arrows more closely himself, so he went forward to help Owen pick them up. While gathering arrows, he took the chance to ask a few questions. "Your name is Owen, right?" Owen jumped in surprise and stammered in reply, "Yes, sir." This extreme fear puzzled Rak greatly. "Why are you a lizardman living within the frog tribe?" After stammering for a long while, Owen was finally able to explain. "We'll live together as multiple tribes in the same village, including both the frog tribe and the lizard tribe." "Why is that?" "It's simply to rely on each other for survival. We have always lived together in peace." Rak found the peaceful coexistence Owen mentioned quite absurd. After pressing for more information, he understood what that peaceful coexistence actually meant. In exchange for protection from the frog tribe, the lizardmen would help them in disadvantageous situations. For example, while frogs cannot stay away from water for long, climbing and gathering are the lizardmen's strength, so they traded food for protection. But we lizardmen are more than capable of protecting ourselves. Why depend on others? Rak still found the exchange ridiculous, but Owen kept reminding him that this forest was extremely dangerous. Realizing he couldn't change the other's mind, Rak didn't bother mentioning the issue any further. "Never mind that. I had one more question. How does one train to become an exceptional archer?" At this point, Sunan was still thoroughly enjoying the barbecue feast with Rak. The dish had been prepared by John with various herbs, so Sunan found it very delicious. Seeing the other happy from the good food, Rak curiously asked Sunan whether he had ever eaten water buffalo meat. Sunan's eyes immediately lit up. He admitted he had tried it before, saying the buffalo meat was delicious, but the frog tribe hadn't been able to hunt one in a very long time. "We've just trapped a live water buffalo. Would you like to trade for it?" Sunan could hardly refuse such an attractive offer, but the price Rak wanted in exchange was a bag of bows and arrows, making him want to agree instantly. But he was given a fierce glare by several frogmen standing behind him, so he cleared his throat. I cannot agree to this." Rak had already anticipated this, so he merely shrugged with a look of regret rather than bothering to haggle further. Seeing Rak look disappointed, Sunan quickly promised that once the two tribes grew closer, they could certainly discuss the matter again later. "Fortunately, none of my tribesmen have shown any attitude of hostility or hatred. Look over there, they are not only close with Owen but are also conversing very openly with your lizard warriors, because in our village, the two species are naturally very close." Immediately after, Sunan called Owen over to explain more to Rak about the close relationship between the two species in the village. Owen happily nodded in agreement. But Rak quickly recognized the potential problem in this relationship. These people seemed to be intentionally showing him harmony between the two tribes, which had clearly been carefully orchestrated. If Rak had not spoken with Owen before and seen through this forced attitude, he might have been deceived by Sunan's group as well. After raising their glasses in farewell, Sunan and his entourage returned. Before they left, Rak also expressed a desire to visit Sunan at his home next time. Sunan intended to agree, but was stopped by the frogmen traveling with him. He thought that would be fine, as this place was spacious enough to see the whole scene clearly. As Sunan left, Rak could clearly see how he put his arm around Owen's shoulder and the somewhat forced expression of that lizardman. Joan also witnessed the scene, and they both agreed that the relationship between Sunan and Owen was not at all equal, therefore that so-called peaceful coexistence certainly did not exist. As expected, upon returning to the frog tribe, Owen was brutally beaten by Sunan's group because they believed he had sneakily spoken to Rak while picking up arrows. "Do they think we don't know what you said to the chief of those lizardmen?" "I didn't tell him anything important, sir. He only asked me how to become a good archer, and I simply answered him." "That's a fine excuse. You couldn't even land a single decent shot with an arrow." "It's the truth, sir. But if I had told him the truth, it would have made him more suspicious, so I pretended that I couldn't reveal it, and that if he wanted to learn, he would have to pay a worthy price." "So what did that guy say?" "He said it was a pity there was nothing he could give me, and then he didn't ask anything further." Sunan and the frogman Gino looked at each other with satisfaction. Owen's answer perfectly matched their expectations. It turned out that Owen had not completely submitted to the frogmen of his own accord. However, Sunan's clan had kidnapped the lizardman children in the village to use as hostages for intimidation. Owen could not let them suffer the fate of sacrifice, so he had to accept Sunan as his master and obey all his orders. That night, Owen sat quietly by the river for a long time, feeling deep regret, wishing he had recognized the frogmen's true nature sooner. Since they had opened their arms to welcome the lizardman tribe despite their racial differences, there were now only 200 lizardmen left in the village. They were completely unable to stand against 500 frogmen. Furthermore, the frog tribe was protected by a powerful two-headed monster. Owen thought back to Rak, although this chief seemed to be a brave warrior. But their tribe only had 600 people, and did not even know about bows and arrows, so Owen did not dare to hope for help from Rakrak's group. Never mind, as long as they are taken for sacrifice, we can also prolong our lives a little longer. Thinking of this, Owen became hardened toward his own kind. Son, wait for me. I will definitely make those lizardmen come here to offer up their lives. A few days later, Rakrak actually brought a live water buffalo to Sunan's village gate as a gift. Seeing the tempting food, Sunan's eyes lit up. But then he heard that Rakrak still wanted to exchange it for a set of bows and arrows. Sunan hesitated a bit. At this moment, Owen was the one who spoke up first, suggesting that both sides should get to know each other better before exchanging weapons, while also inviting Rakrak and the warrior squad to visit the village. That way, we can give you a set of bows and arrows. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to get to know each other. Don't you think so, Chief? During the break between their two encounters, both Rakrak and Tribex were harboring their own secret calculations. Rakrak remembered the shape of the bow to try and fashion the weapon himself, but since it was only a knockoff, after many trials, he still could not match the range and precision of the authentic items from the Sunan tribe. Faced with the prospect of Tribex curiously exploring the lizard god tribe, Rakrak felt quite restless. He always had the feeling that their friendly appearance was just an external facade. It seemed they were setting a trap and waiting for him to fall into it. Ironically, Rakrak knew very little about that tribe, which kept him in a state of extreme mental tension and hyper-vigilance. This time there must be some positive results. Have you found the herbs yet? Yes, an herbalist showed me where to pick them. Wonderful, hopefully that Owen guy will be the universal key that solves everything. Rakrak kept wondering about Owen. The man seemed to understand everything but was stuck with a difficult secret. If only Owen could provide support, surely everything would go smoothly. Then, why don't you try taking a risk and give him a chance to see how it goes? On this side, the Sonin group was also extremely impatient. He kept pressuring Owen to use sweet words to lure Rakrak's gang into the trap at any cost. As the human sacrifice ritual was being expeded, Owen became extremely bewildered and anxious upon hearing this. For if he could not bring Rakrak and the skeleton army back to the Frogman village, his own son would be the one to ascend the sacrificial altar. The reason the ceremony had to be rushed was that the illness of the chief and the elders of the Frogman tribe was showing signs of worsening. Are they having health issues? Could it be that itching disease? Does it really threaten their lives that much? Sunan did not want to leak this information to other species, yet in his mind, this did not seem to be an overly serious issue. His father was struggling with a bizarre itching disease that not only caused physical discomfort, but also produced a white membrane covering the skin. No matter how hard they tried to clean it off, it clung tightly and spread. When that slimy fluid covers long enough, it causes breathing difficulties and leads to death. In fact, just yesterday a priest passed away from this condition. The more Wang heard, the heavier his heart became. This was the first time he knew of the existence of this bizarre disease, and although Sunan downplayed it, he felt it was truly dangerous. The story he told must have an ulterior motive. Wang felt Sunan was testing him, and if he showed even a hint of joy or shock now, he would surely not have a peaceful end. Therefore, he took a deep breath and began acting out a posture of utmost worry and sorrow. This secret must absolutely not be discovered by the Lizard God Society, because among them there would surely be those who look down on the frogmen. But every secret eventually comes to light. Even if the news leaks, we still have a way to force the Lizard God tribe into submission. Just say they are also at risk of being infected like that, and it's done. Wang advised Sunan that there were some types of herbs that could help fake this condition, one that creates white foam when crushed and another that causes an uncomfortable itching sensation. Their combination could completely simulate the symptoms of the disease. He also promised to accidentally leak the information for Rakrak to overhear, as Wang was, after all, the one who visited the frogmen most often. After hearing this, Sunan was extremely delighted. To him, Wang was always the clever deceiver who pleased him most. He even firmly promised that if Wang successfully lured the Rakrak group into the trap, Wang's children would be removed from the sacrificial list immediately. I worry that it will cost many sacrificial offerings this time, so put all your effort into persuading them effectively. But Mr. Sunan, Wang said with some embarrassment, taking a long while before finding the courage to continue his presentation. To increase the credibility of this deceptive mission, I honestly think you should spend a bit and give them a few bows as bait. Although not at all happy, Sunil still prepared a few bows and arrows for exchange, while Joanne directed everyone to gather all the anti-itch herbs in the area to trade for weapons. That abundant amount of medicinal herbs was more than enough for the Frogman tribe, so Sunil happily agreed to transfer the bows and arrows immediately without any hesitation. On the day the two sides met, Rakrak made another proposal, which was to have a private conversation with Owen. Sunan, of course, had no reason to refuse. Currently, he was using Owen to lure Rakrak's group, so this proactive approach was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he had been waiting for. When only Owen and Rakrak were left facing each other, this old fox immediately laid his cards on the table. He requested that Rakrak first share about himself and all the tribe's secrets before promising to reveal some information about the frog people for a fair exchange. I've expressed enough for you to clear all doubts, haven't I? No sooner had he finished speaking than a butterfly flew out of nowhere and landed right on top of Owen's head. Owen waved his hand to shoo the butterfly away, but Rakrak remained pensive and calculating. Indeed, too much suspicion exists between us. Let's cast it aside and I will tell you in detail every corner of our existence, Owen. After their private talk, Owen returned with a fair amount of secret information that made Sunan grin with delight. Not only that, but Rakrak also guaranteed he would bring several elite guards to visit the frog village to strengthen diplomatic ties. These fools are so easy to trick, Sunan laughed with glee. When they invited us to visit the village, I once feared it was a trap, but it turned out they were that knave. Even the strange frog man with a name that sounded like, oh boy, went along with it. The frog people had pinpointed the exact location and scale of Rakrak's tribal village. They even knew their medical history. Previously, a spy had informed Sunan that Rakrak's tribe had 600 people, but after careful investigation, they actually only had about 300 residents and 30 warriors. Sunan was extremely excited by this valuable information and asked Owen if he wanted any reward. However, Owen's only wish was for Sunan to honor their agreement and no longer take his son as a sacrifice. Although sacrifice was a command from the tribal chief, Sunan was not an overly conservative man. He believed his father would understand and go easy on Owen's faction, so that he and his 200 subordinates would see the benefits of submitting to the frog people. Don't worry, Owen, I will certainly keep my promise. Thank you, Lord Sunan. That afternoon, Owen again stood dazed by the riverbank, staring fixedly at the small island in the middle of the stream. That was where the children were being held. He tried to cling to a sliver of hope that they would eventually be set free. However, Rakrak's face flickered in his mind, causing Owen's conscience to be racked with intense torment. During their private conversation, Rakrak had even trusted him enough to share the tribal writing system along with countless private secrets of the tribe with Owen. I cannot believe what you said about the X-people. The truth behind it must be much deeper. My people and I have tasted too much suffering. We understand the pain of those who are isolated and rejected. We are no different from you. I can read the face of someone who is suffering greatly. Owen instinctively covered his face with his hands. Rakrak had hit the nail on the head. But what could he do in such an ironic situation? Owen did not believe at all that Rakrak, along with his 30 warriors and civilians, had enough strength to overthrow the X-people. For his son's safety, he still decided to lean towards the power he considered to be stronger. Despite Rakrak's heartfelt words causing his mind to waver, Owen was ultimately just a seasoned swindler. He sat by the riverbank from dusk until late at night before finally standing up to leave. On the sand filled with the hieroglyphs that Rakrak had just taught him, perhaps deep within Owen's soul, he was enduring an intense ideological struggle. You should not place your trust in someone like me, absolutely not. Why are you so foolish to want to believe in a fraud like me? The next morning, Rakrak appeared exactly as promised. Sunan came out early to welcome him with a very hypocritical smile. Welcome, my close friend. Thank you for your warmth. I hope this visit will help the friendship between our two tribes grow ever stronger. Rakrak also quickly apologized to Sunan for bringing weapons, explaining that he was only concerned about encountering coca cheese on the way. Sunan appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart, he secretly laughed at how foolish Rakrak was. In his mind, there was no way the spear in Rakrak's hand could defeat coca cheese. He planned to get Rakrak dead drunk, then use a poisoned arrow to send his opponent on his way. Oh right, where's Owen? Sunan pointed his hand toward the far distance. Owen was diligently sketching something on the ground, so Rakrak approached him to ask about it. He could not help but be shocked to realize that Owen was carving the symbols he had just learned a few days ago. Have you arrived, Rakrak? The spot I am writing on is also the exact place where you are about to sit. Ironically, the symbols that Owen drew carried the meaning of deceit or deception. Understanding the severity of the situation, Rakrak took only 2 seconds to make a decisive decision. He put on a terrifying skull mask, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. Jill, let's begin. Understood. Jill was originally the most muscular warrior with the most overwhelming strength in Rakrak's tribe. Immediately after his loud response, the spear in his hand ripped through the air, piercing straight into the throat of an unfortunate frogman opposite him. The frogmen standing around could not help but be shocked by the chaotic situation that had just occurred. Receiving the order to sweep through from their leader, the army of skeleton soldiers became increasingly bloodthirsty. In the blink of an eye, the joyful feast turned into a battlefield reeking of blood. Not long after, most of the frog tribe soldiers were defeated, and the weaker ones also sought a way to escape, including Sunan. However, Rakrak's side was not worried in the least, as they had already laid out a backup plan beforehand. And so, Owen, alright, now it is your turn to carry out your mission. On the other side, Sunan and his remaining troops were huddled, hiding in a dark corner, his heart filled with resentment upon realizing that Owen had betrayed him. He hastily ordered the mobilization of all warriors in the village to launch a counterattack against Rakrak's tribe. They also imprisoned all the lizardmen living in the village to hold them as hostages while waiting for reinforcements. While waiting for reinforcements, Sunan ordered his soldiers to rain down arrows on Rakrak's forces. These arrows were all drenched in the frog species toxin. Anyone hit would surely perish in agonizing pain. However, Rakrak had anticipated the situation, so the entire skeleton army was equipped with extremely sturdy armor. The arrow's inability to pierce the solid armor left Sunan gaping in utter shock. Finding himself in a tight spot with no better plan, he could only yell at his soldiers to keep shooting, hoping to halt the advance of the skeleton army. At that critical moment, a dense cloud of black smoke suddenly rose, obscuring their vision. Sunan could not observe the opponent's situation, causing the accuracy of the arrows to drop drastically and leaving him extremely anxious. He was bewildered, not knowing how to manage nor understanding where this cursed smoke had come from. Owen was indeed the one behind that smoke screen. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle, he had followed Rakrak's orders to set fire to the frogmen's villages. For the time being, the other lizardmen still did not understand what Owen's true intentions were. The black, striped lizardman asked me to do this. Just trust me, they will surely crush the frogmen soon. The lizards didn't trust him much anyway, since Owen had a reputation as a deceiver. However, when they met his resolute gaze, their minds began to waver. In the current situation, even if the frog folk won, they would never let them off, so they might as well take a gamble. Thanks to this, Owen gained more allies. The fire spread quickly along with a thick shroud of smoke. By the time Sunil saw his village burn to the ground, he still could hardly believe Owen had betrayed him. However, preserving their lives was the priority, so Sunil had to order his soldiers to retreat immediately. He was the successor, and if anything happened to him, the future of the entire tribe would be ruined. In another corner, Oboy, Sunil's trusted warrior, was busy mapping out a defensive strategy. He calculated that they still had 45 elite warriors, which still guaranteed a victory against the lizards. Oboy barked orders at the soldiers to quickly coat all their arrows with frog poison and get into position, ready for battle. Before long, a rustling sound coming from a nearby bush sent a chill down Oboy's spine. He suddenly felt uneasy, an ominous intuition warning him, just like during his encounter with that bizarre coca cheese bird years ago. Just as the foliage parted, without even knowing who the enemy was, Oboy shouted the order to fire, and a barrage of arrows shot forward like pouring rain. However, once they saw the target clearly, the frogfolk soldiers were so shocked they froze. It was Manhwa, the wild beast tamed by Recrack. It seemed the climate here had helped it grow exponentially. The poisoned arrows didn't scratch it in the slightest, it even casually munched on them. The gluttonous monster roared with excitement the moment it saw the frog folk, seemingly viewing them as a feast. Oboy turned pale upon realizing that the poison was completely useless against the target. His mind was in disarray, leaving him completely lost in this situation. Manhwa moved too agilely, making hitting it almost impossible, and its power far surpassed that bird's. An idea flashed in Oboy's mind. He hastily rummaged through his pouch and threw out a few poisonous frogs. Manhwa, quick as a flash, snapped up the treats. The soldiers followed suit, repeatedly throwing poisonous frogs forward, believing the beast would be poisoned. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Witnessing this, Joan couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. How could that work? Manhwa was no ordinary beast. Its most formidable skill was immunity to toxins. Meanwhile, Recrack's army was still busy sweeping through. Because Sunil had fled deep into the village, the speed of eliminating the frog folk was even faster. Only a moment later, Yazoo finished off the last one. Recrack looked at the village engulfed in a sea of fire, an unusual doubt rising in his heart. With the situation already so critical, how could Onroy, the powerful chief of the frog folk, still be completely unheard from? From above, Nebula smiled triumphantly. All of this was, of course, my masterpiece. The root cause of the terrible disease ravaging the frog tribe was the gift he bestowed, a pathogen designated ACO23731. This strain has an extreme affinity for the mucous membranes of amphibians. Although it manifests slowly, it is highly contagious and has an extremely high mortality rate. From the moment Recrack decided to leave the old sanctuary, Nebula went to great lengths to find this pathogen and silently spread it throughout the entire frog tribe. Because the onset of the disease was quite slow, they did not notice anything unusual at first. Only much later did the great chief Onroy fall ill, not long before Recrack arrived here. He decided to capture many lizardmen as live sacrifices for the two-headed monster revered as their guardian deity. But even if he did, Nebula secretly mocked that stupidity. How could this plague be alleviated so easily? Even now, Onroy had not yet shown himself, because he was busy on the small island in the middle of the river preparing for the solemn sacrifice. Immediately after setting the river on fire, Owen rushed to find Recrack because he could no longer stand by and watch. The lives of the children in the tribe, including his beloved son, were under serious threat. You should have told me this sooner. They have already rowed away, and we can't get to the island anymore. Hearing this, Owen was struck like a bolt from the blue. He frantically suggested that Recrack could swim out there, but this was far too risky. In the water, how could the lizard tribe's combat strength compare to the frog tribe's? Not to mention they wouldn't be able to fend off the enemy's poisoned arrows while swimming. However, Owen instantly plunged into the depths of despair, with tears streaming down his face endlessly. My son is out there. He has been chosen as a sacrifice? Recrack was furious, unable to contain his rage. He immediately swung his hand and gave Owen a painful slap.
How foolish!
You should have told me sooner. You should have trusted me before. Why did you wait until the very last minute to speak a word about this sacrificial plan? I don't believe in the divine powers those frogs worship. I only believe we can use our own strength to crush them. If their god dares to stand in our way, I will show you how to take down a god. Owen could only cover his face and sob. He was probably deeply regretting his hesitation, as he should have made everything clear from the very beginning. But the die was cast at this moment. Summoned by the sacrificial ritual, that terrifying two-headed monster had already revealed itself. Onroy devoutly offered up the children of the lizard tribe, hoping to pray for the guardian deity to heal their illness and punish Ragnarok's lizard tribe. Owen sat dazed on the riverbank, his lifeless eyes staring toward the distant island. His spirit had plunged into the abyss, and extreme despair instantly consumed his entire mind. Ragnarok and Joanne also looked in that direction, a sudden hesitation arising in his heart. Ragnarok wanted to take a gamble and try once more. Even though they had no terrain advantage whatsoever this time, all strategies were useless, and the risk of casualties was extremely high. But just at this moment, Nebula's messenger butterfly appeared once again. Hey Owen, hearing Ragnarok's call, Owen only gave a soft reply, still wallowing in grief. Look over there? When he finally looked up, he suddenly saw a miracle occur. Under the silver moonlight, a giant mantis-like creature suddenly appeared. Ragnarok's tone was suddenly filled with confidence and vigor, completely different from his earlier anxiety. Owen, do you believe in the existence of miracles? That fellow Onroy over there was excited to the point of madness as he witnessed with his own eyes the descent of the two-headed monster they worshipped as a god. The poor little children were forced to be sacrifices. They knew they were about to become a tasty meal for that monster. However, today the monster showed a very strange expression. It kept glancing around and listening with a strangely puzzled face, because normally it always appeared ravenous and would lunge to eat as soon as it appeared. He followed the gaze of the two-headed monster and his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, a giant praying mantis was staring intently at them. Sunung's eyes widened, dazed, thinking to himself that this situation was unbelievable. Even he, the great leader Onroy, felt a flicker of terror. The frog people quickly sank into a state of extreme panic. Heavens, could that be another god? Looking down from above, Nebula seemed very satisfied with the god he had just created. Upon completion, it looked just like a praying mantis. This was the spirit beast he had just fashioned. At the current moment, there are perhaps very few people who can create spirit beasts faster than him. This made Nebula a bit self-important. Then he turned back to look at the frog people. The two-headed monster had barely caught sight of that mantis god before it realized it could hardly resist. It wanted to flee, but before it could even move, it was snatched up. The monster's shrill cry woke the frog people, and they scurried away in chaotic panic. For the mantis's sharp leg had struck it dead. Onroy could not believe his eyes. The god he had devotedly worshipped for so long was now being miserably tormented and likely wouldn't last much longer. The mantis god tightly gripped the monster's head in its claws, then turned to look at Onroy's people with contempt. A voice echoed in space, sounding vague, saying that even a water snake was worshipped as a god. That person needs to realize their own insignificance. I shall exalt you as my creator and help you punish the wicked, as the mantis leg stabbed deep into the snake's body. Then it was torn in two. The scene was so gruesome it was unbearable to watch. Your very ignorance is a sin. You must pay for your sins with blood and flesh. The two-headed monster, the pride of Tribex, finally perished. Meanwhile, the mantis god under the full moon appeared even more prideful. Looking at the attribute tables of both, the power gap was clear. Thus, it is understandable that the serpent could not withstand even a single blow. Rarkroth's tribe, witnessing this scene, began to cheer wildly with joy while Owen raised his hand to cover his face, tears of emotion falling. So his son had returned safely. Nebula quietly observed everything from above. Ever since that level, 4 Python had fallen. He had collected its soul. Honestly, the monster looked quite powerful, but Nebula was a bit dismissive of adding it to his collection of spirit beasts. Besides that, he also obtained a fragment of a strange object. Upon opening it, Nebula was surprised to find only a small sample of seawater, and he let out a short exclamation. As it turned out, that was the reason the two-headed snake's power fell far short of its true potential. That lake water seemed to have washed away most of its magic power. While a monster living on this water source might be fine, Nebula had no desire to own it at the moment. He set it aside for now, waiting for a more appropriate occasion to use it. At this time, Sunan had carefully brought Onroy onto a small boat. The father was still in shock over the death of the two-headed god. Sunan now realized a bitter truth: his father's weakness was not caused by that illness, but by that very two-headed monster. It was the one that had made Onroy confused and act according to its will. Creator, your wish has been fulfilled. The horse god reported to Nebula, his face as happy as a puppy's after completing a task. You did well, now rest until the next summons. Nebula nodded and the horse god gradually dissipated. He let out a soft breath. Everything had finally settled down for the time being. The next step was to see Rakrak's reaction. Would he easily let everything go like that? Of course not. Rakrak saw the remnants of the frog people sailing toward the village above. The monster was dead, and the divine friends were no longer a threat. Therefore, he led his army to swim across, determined to win a resounding victory today. Does anyone volunteer to lead the way to that frog people's village? Owen Sungfong volunteered. After all, he needed to get to that island to see his son again. Furthermore, the divine people who had suffered oppression from the frog people for a long time also wanted to stand by Rakrak's side. However, he did not think highly of them, as they were not warriors and could hardly fight with their weak bodies. I used to be a warrior, and it's not just warriors who can kill frog people, the divine people firmly replied. They still wanted to contribute their strength to destroy the frog tribe. Rakrak's battle had ignited a fire of enthusiasm in their hearts, and everyone wanted to personally end their time as slaves. Are you angry? Rakrak asked. The leader of the divine people could not hold back his tears. Yes, I am very furious. This resentment comes from losing comrades, children, and even grandchildren. We must repay this debt of blood. Rakrak took a deep breath. You have the right to be angry. All who are eager for revenge, follow me. While swimming to the island, Rakrak suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Sunung not long ago. At that time, the frog man was diligently teaching Rakrak the secret to shooting arrows. He also pledged that if the two tribes formed a friendly relationship, he would teach Rakrak bow and arrow crafting techniques. The materials were extremely simple. The lizard men could easily procure them themselves. For some unknown reason, when he imagined that scenario, Rak felt an uneasy discomfort in his heart. To understand the full situation, there was no better way than waiting for Sunan himself to speak. They all swam together to the opposite bank. Owen rushed to embrace his son, and that sight made Rak's heart sink. He immediately ordered Dil to take those who were exhausted onto the ship to rest and recuperate. Dil was also given the crucial responsibility of escorting those brown-scaled lizard men back to the village with the aim of distracting the enemy. Rak was extremely confident in victory in this battle. The frog men's forces had been depleted somewhat. He secretly believed that he himself had also just been granted another valuable blessing by the gods. His black-scaled lizard tribe would put an end to those evil frog men. The mighty army under Rak's command quickly approached the frog men's upper village. The overwhelming and fierce appearance of the lizard warriors caught the enemy completely off guard. Onroy, who was once a powerful and awe-inspiring leader, had now become utterly helpless. He watched Rak's subordinates slaughtering his tribesmen and could only pray, completely forgetting that his god had long been overthrown. "O two-headed deity, please accept this offering and grant me salvation." Rak hurled a spear directly at him, telling him, "Shut that hateful mouth. The god you worship has long ceased to exist." Blood splattered as Rak personally ended the life of the one hailed as the great leader of the frog men. The purge was still ongoing, and all of Rak's subordinates were frantically hunting for Sunan. Sunan had vanished without a trace. Find him quickly. He was at that moment clutching his bow, hiding in a corner and trembling uncontrollably, utterly despairing at the sight of his once mighty army, previously armed with deadly venomous weapons, now being in utter distress. Yet now they were like fish on a chopping block. Onroy had lost the ability to command troops, and the black-scaled lizard tribe was resistant to poison, rendering the enemy's weapons useless. Sunan furtively looked out to assess the situation. He inadvertently noticed that Rak's silhouette had disappeared from his sight at some point. Where could he be? Sunan had no idea that Rak, like a ghost, had silently approached right behind his back. "So this is where you're hiding?" Sunan flinched violently and fell backward. A look of contempt was clearly visible on Rak's face, because a true warrior would never be cowardly enough to hide away like him. Rak ordered Sunan to pick up his weapon so he could die gloriously like a warrior, but he had no desire to die and continuously pleaded with Rak to spare his life. "Rak, does the bond between us truly have no value anymore? I have never made things difficult for you." Upon hearing those words, Rak found it as ridiculous as if he had just been told the funniest joke in the world. Sunal understood that using emotions to negotiate was useless, so he changed his strategy by betting his life on a secret. It was the secret to crafting bows and arrows, because despite his constant tinkering, Rak had not yet achieved optimal performance due to the lack of a key material. Sunal revealed that it was the back tendon of a human, which made Rak's eyes turn strangely dark. "Speak quickly, which creature's back tendon is it?" "The lizard people," Sunal blurted out, then was startled and horrified by his own words. "I'm done for. I've practically dug my own grave," Sunal thought, bowing his head in the knowledge that his life was at an end. "Very well, I understand," Rak said, his gaze now chillingly cold. "There was never any animosity between us, and besides, I have already won decisively. I accept your offer. Go, Sunal!" Sunal stood stunned and bewildered for a few seconds, as if he could not believe his own ears. Immediately after, he scrambled away, running for his life as fast as his legs could carry him. Of course, Rak had no real intention of generously sparing his life. Rak was simply in need of a moving target to practice his archery skills. Sunal's fate was to become a target for Rak's archery practice. He was tied tightly to a giant tree and struck by arrows repeatedly until he breathed his last. Rak's technique grew more skillful, and he even replaced the bowstring with the new material. Indeed, without the human tendon, the power of the bow had decreased somewhat. Nevertheless, Rak did not want to use such cruel methods. After all, Owen had already helped him find the best substitute in the forest. It was precisely for this reason that Rak realized it was time to relocate the tribe to a new home. Winter is knocking at the door. This is when the water dogs go out to forage and migrate. By the way, Owen, are you going hunting today too? Yes, we have finished clearing out the wandering ex-people. The materials for crafting bows should still be enough to last for a while longer. Owen suddenly recalled the situation from back then, when he and his fellow tribesmen stood side by side with Rak to take down Sunan. And so, a tribe that was once mighty had now completely perished. He still could not believe that he and his kind had escaped slavery, and it was then that Owen remembered Rak had once dealt Onroy a fatal blow. But his body had vanished without a trace, and Owen had once thought Rak stayed in the forest only to hunt that man down. "I have no interest in that," Rak shrugged. "If Onroy is still alive, his body must be as withered as a corpse, and he would likely be parasitizing someone else just like the skull you are wearing on your head right now." "Perhaps so." Owen chuckled to himself, and while the two were busy chatting, John approached from behind. She saw a child secretly peeking from behind a tree trunk. As John approached, he was so startled that he dropped the item he was holding. It turned out to be a wooden statue carved in the shape of the mantis god. Rak was also fascinated by this exquisite handicraft. It was truly beautiful. Being praised, the little kid grinned from ear to ear. This was the very item he had diligently carved all night to give to Rak. According to Owen, lately the village children really enjoyed making handicrafts to trade with one another, because they always held deep gratitude toward the guardian deity who protected them. To encourage the children, Rark generously offered to buy all of those items regardless of the price. He and Owen resumed their unfinished conversation from earlier. It turned out that Owen had accidentally found something strange inside the cave where the frogmen lived. He immediately took Rark, John, and a few skeleton soldiers to the spot to verify it. As soon as they stepped inside, Rark was truly astonished. In the middle of the crude stone cave lay a massive stone slab that was extremely elaborately carved. He noticed that the patterns on it bore a resemblance to the markings on the backs of insects. Even Nebula was seeing this for the first time. He speculated that this was an ancient ruin, the kind of place that often contained many versatile items in this world. In some other ruins, people had even found equipment imbued with demonic power. However, the civilization created by Nebula was still too primitive, so even knowing about it did not help much. These ancient ruins were capable of generating special resources or granting blessings, but since they were stationary, Nebula felt they were not worth bothering with for a nomad like Rark. The probability of unique equipment appearing was very low. He only hoped this place was not the ruins of a demon castle. Life is often ironic in that what people fear most is exactly what is most likely to happen. At this moment, Rark was exerting his strength to turn the stone slab, causing it to slowly open and emit light along with a strange aura. The group seemed to faintly hear strange sounds and knew that someone was coming. "Oh stranger, welcome to the demon realm." Beneath that stone slab was a deep, dark staircase leading underground. Rark led everyone down in single file, but there was still no end in sight. Rark was so frustrated that he just wanted to leap all the way down to get it over with. Unexpectedly, he suddenly saw countless flickering spots of light watching him from the dark void. Moving a bit closer, he discovered it was a pack of plump rats. "Why are those sewer rats shrieking so loudly?" "Actually, they are beaver rats. I guarantee you have tasted them a few times." Xian seriously supplemented Rak's knowledge, causing him to look more closely. They were indeed beaver rats, but because their size completely far exceeded that of normal ones, Rak had mistaken them for sewer rats. Not to mention the species usually never traveled in such wild packs, their aggressive behavior also made Rak suspicious. Since even Owen had never witnessed such a bizarre sight, Rak speculated that those rodents were the guardians of the sanctuary. He immediately ordered the skeleton army to ready their weapons and enter a battle-ready state. As soon as the command was given, the rats shrieked piercingly and frantically charged straight at the group. The skeleton troops easily swept through and suppressed the rats' aggression in an instant. Nevertheless, Rak still had to secretly marvel that these creatures possess an extraordinarily unusual level of brutality. Can we eat them? Being someone who always had an empty stomach, and seeing the fresh meat right there, making it a shame to waste it, Rak ordered his subordinates to gut and clean them before taking them along as rations. Witnessing this scene, John had the bold idea of breeding these rats like water buffalo, but Owen immediately dismissed it and suggested another plan. He argued that farming fish instead of rats would be much more practical. Hearing this, someone wondered how fish, which come and go on their own, could be domesticated, making Owen wary of the black-scale lizard folk's backwardness. He calmly explained that fish reproduce by laying eggs. In the past, the frog tribe understood this rule well, which is why they strictly forbade fishing during their spawning season. Owen further suggested that if Rak wanted to establish a fish farm, he simply had to order the construction of dams to pen them in from a very young age. While Rak was deep in thought about this proposal, a sudden scream rang out. "This beast isn't fully dead yet, it just..." The man shrieked while clutching his arm with a look of agonizing pain. Rak initially thought the man had been bitten by a rat, but that was not the case. The lizardman warrior had simply intended to pick up the rat's carcass to process it. However, the moment he touched it, a sense of pain and numbness immediately shot through his entire arm. Rak found this extremely baffling. He also tried touching the rat. Just as expected, a stinging pain and numbness immediately spread through his arm. Seeing this, John rushed over in a panic, while Rak could only grit his teeth and wave his hand, saying he was fine. Thanks to the status board display, Nebula easily grasped all the special attributes of this rat species. This species is called the Devil Beaver Rat, possessing the special ability to discharge powerful electrical currents into anyone who dares touch them. It turned out that this place was exactly the ruins of the demon castle. The rat's ability to store electrical power was truly impressive, but the main question was whether Rak had enough capability to subjugate them. Once Rak can fully conquer these ancient ruins, the chance for him to wield mysterious magical power is extremely high. Acquiring magical power would not turn him into a mage immediately. However, a thorny problem exists here in this lost world. Divine power and magic power are in constant intense conflict, and according to the game's script, magic power originates from demons, not gods. High-ranking priests have the ability to generate infinite power on their own without relying on higher beings. As their faith grows stronger, this energy source increases dramatically. However, possessing powerful magic from the early stages of the game creates too many variables, which is why these great powers have always had many limitations. As the true nature of the demonic ruins is gradually revealed, many are seduced by them. Ragnarok is also finding himself in such a predicament. He suddenly heard a strange sound in his ear. "Hey, stranger traveler, do you crave the possession of that power? If you truly desire it, I am willing to bestow it upon you." Besides Ragnarok, no one else heard that whisper. John, deeply concerned about his arm, advised the group to return to the village quickly and suggested they return only after Ragnarok had fully recovered. Whether a mortal or a deity, fearing one's wife is considered a refined virtue, so Ragnarok could not refuse the suggestion. He instructed the skeleton soldiers to check those giant rats one more time to ensure they were truly dead before touching them. Rakrak looked toward the source of the sound, asserting firmly that he alone could perceive those words. "What are you?" he asked inwardly, not expecting the entity to be able to read his mind. "I am the guardian spirit of this land, and only those who possess great power can see me." "What do you mean by that power?" Because he could communicate with spirits via telepathy, Rakrak felt that this was an extremely dangerous existence. Nebula confirmed that it was a demonic spirit and was hesitating whether or not to warn Rakrak. But then his attribute stat panel appeared. Nebula was taken by surprise yet again, because he did not know when it had happened. Among Rakrak's statistics, a new stat called Cunning had suddenly appeared. Could this be a new ability activated after Rakrak dealt with Sunil's tricks? Things were starting to get more interesting. Nebula decided to stand back and observe for now rather than intervening immediately. The spirit continued its invitation, saying, "The power I am referring to is lightning energy. The ability to incinerate everything with a red flame accompanied by a light as brilliant as the sun. I can grant you that terrifying power. But of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The spirit began to present the conditions for the exchange. The thing it wanted to take was Rakrak's strength. Rakrak felt this deal was not very appealing because the spirit seemed too deceitful and was secretly hiding something. His attitude immediately became firmer than ever. "Hey, if you want to talk business with me, speak clearly from the start. If you want to get something from me, show some sincerity. If you continue to hide things, don't expect any response from this conversation." Rakrak's seriousness radiated an invisible pressure that made the spirit a bit cautious. On the other side, John and the skeleton soldiers were ready to head back to the village. But Rakrak still tried to linger for a moment longer. Seeing this, the spirit hurriedly spoke up, saying it had been trapped in these ruins for too long and could not escape. It needed Rakrak's power to defeat the guardian deity sealing this place. Once he set it free, it would grant him that special ability. "Do you mean that paralysis and light emitting technique used by those monsters?" "That is precisely my overpowering lightning power. You're right, it emits a brilliant light, but the more it's overused, the more terrible the accumulated electrical charge becomes, more than enough to create a horrifying storm." That soul arrogantly declared this ability was so strong it could be weighed against the gods. It also enthusiastically promoted that this ability was extremely common, usable not just by Ragnarok but by anyone in the tribe, unless Ragnarok wanted to monopolize it by performing a special ritual. Ragnarok found it incredibly baffling why someone possessing such earth-shattering power would resign themselves to being imprisoned in this place. "Because I am too powerful." That soul roared with rage. "Aren't threats always carefully sealed? I couldn't resist or escape, so I'm stuck in this god-forsaken place." Ragnarok quickly grasped the key detail. The soul admitted to being a threat, and if it was tightly sealed, then that ability certainly was no small matter. Perhaps its side effects are even worse than its benefits. "Don't lie to deceive me any further. I just need to turn back, walk out, and collapse the cave entrance. At that point, no soul will ever find these ruins again. If you leave, it's the end of me." The soul began to look clearly flustered when Ragnarok intended to depart, forcing it to spill everything about its past. In ancient times, this soul was once one of the world's rulers, carrying the bloodline of an ancient demon who had long been forgotten. It was so ancient that neither the soul nor the gods could remember its evil roots anymore. As for the strange abilities of those mysterious people, not clearly understanding their origins, at that time it thought those powers belonged to it. But in reality, those abilities were actually granted randomly. Contrary to divine power, which is only for the chosen ones, Ragnarok finally understood the issue. Precisely because who possessed these random powers grew stronger over time. Thus, sooner or later, they would choose to turn their backs on the gods. Ragnarok didn't want to follow in those footsteps, but this ability was truly too enticing and useful on the battlefield, so he couldn't bear to let it pass. And then Ragnarok came up with an incredibly naive idea. He wanted that evil soul to submit to his god. Hearing this, the soul burst into loud laughter because it was inherently an evil spirit. My age might even be greater than the god Ragnarok is worshipping. Moreover, the gods always hated evil spirits. Forcing it to be a loyal believer of a god was nothing but a fairy tale. "Don't impose your views on my god. Though my god is nameless, he is very generous and kind, so he will surely accept you." The soul fell into silence, perhaps undergoing a fierce mental struggle. A moment later, it revealed the truth that it had never been imprisoned in these ruins. It was the ruler of this place, and the beaver, rats were just a test to see if Ragnarok had the qualification and strength to strike a deal with it. Finally, the soul accepted the conditions that Ragnarok offered. If his god nodded in approval, that lightning power would completely belong to him. Nebula's screen suddenly displayed a new notification, essentially stating that a demonic soul wished to submit to him, and if he accepted, he would possess both hell and thunderous power. Without any hesitation, Nebula clicked accept and merged the evil spirit with holy power, thereby evading punishment while pocketing the demon's power. Rakrak performed exceptionally well this time. Although his thinking was somewhat naive, his actions were incredibly decisive and he truly far exceeded Nebula's expectations. In the blink of an eye, 9 long years had passed in the game world. The tale of the nameless beetle god granting special powers to Rakrak had now become a distant legend. People now worship that deity under the name Blue Beetle God, combining the original beetle god with the characteristic blue color of lightning. The story of the black-scaled roller god tribe chosen by the deities had also been carefully recorded in the annals of history. Today, right at the altar of the beetle god, a traveler named Oi happened to meet a person hiding their face behind a mysterious cloak. The two shared their perspectives on the faiths they followed. Their pleasant conversation was suddenly interrupted when the mysterious figure noticed several strangers approaching. Are those gnolls? O narrowed his eyes warily as he stared at the group of strangers. Hey, traveler Wai, let me ask you a question. Do they look like scavengers to you? A closely assessed the group for a long moment. This group of beastmen has no guard up at all and lacks awareness of their surroundings. Their weapons are too primitive. I think they look more like wandering gnolls. A very reasonable assessment. I was thinking the same thing. For your information, gnolls are a hybrid species of humans and hyenas notorious for being savage, aggressive, and highly bloodthirsty carnivores. A strong gust of wind blew away the mysterious figure's hood, revealing him to be a roller god tribesman with a very familiar face. Holding an exquisite bow with an arrow crackling with deadly electricity, he said, "It looks like we are about to send these guys packing." The leading gnoll possessed incredibly sharp intuition. Sensing danger, it immediately took 2 steps back. A moment later, an arrow shot down from above and slammed into the ground. "Watch out, enemy attack!" the leader yelled, quickly signaling his companions. However, it was already too late the moment the arrow struck the ground. A high-voltage electrical discharge blasted outward, sending the gnolls flying in all directions. Despite being paralyzed with pain, the gnolls still recognized that their attacker was none other than a member of the roller god tribe. They scattered in a panic. Only then did the roller god tribesman casually turn to introduce himself to Wai. As it turned out, they were old acquaintances. It was Owen. 9 years later, Owen had become such an influential figure that his reputation preceded him. O recognized him instantly. "It has been a long time since I used my power. Let's take a break and talk," Owen said. Owen sat down nearby and lit his pipe. Wei immediately recognized it as a ceremonial tool that the chosen scale roller god tribe typically used after unleashing their power. Wei had a dozen questions he wanted to ask the prominent figure before him, as the roller god tribe had undergone so many upheavals over the past 9 years. Owen had now become a wanderer who no longer belonged to any tribe. Owen decided to leave the Rakrak tribe because his conscience was constantly tormenting him. The days of wrongdoing during his time with the frog people weighed heavily on Owen's mind, forcing him to leave. He viewed using his pen to recount the names of the deity Lam Trung and the Rakrak chieftain as a way to atone for his mistakes. In truth, there was no need for him to do that, as everyone in the surrounding area was already well aware of the black-scaled lizard tribe's reputation. I secretly thought that the tribe was already famous enough, and Rakrak was becoming even more renowned thanks to his title as a priest and his exceptional leadership skills. Through a bit of small talk, Owen learned that O was a wanderer just like himself. He came from Automason, a small town located far away in the distant lands. I was on a missionary journey for the god of his homeland, and was visiting Rakrak's tribe while he was in the area. Well, since a distinguished guest from afar had arrived, he naturally had to be welcomed with great care. Owen placed his hand over his mouth and took a deep breath. From afar, a giant creature was charging toward them. He widened his eyes in amazement, thinking he was witnessing the legendary cockatrice with his own eyes. Owen laughed and said it was not. It was just a hybrid between a cockatrice and a common chicken. Now the lizard tribe treats it as a mount. Owen climbed on first and signaled for him to sit behind, as he was planning to visit Rakrak anyway. "In exchange for me giving you a ride, you must patiently listen to my stories along the way," agreed. "Are you planning to tell stories about the deity Lam Trung or about Chieftain Rakrak?" "Haha, both!" That evening, as Rakrak was leading his legion on a grand march, Ryu rushed over in a panic to report some dire news. The astrologer elder had just sent word that his life was nearing its end. If they did not meet right now, he feared there would be no other chance for the elder to speak with the chieftain. Hearing this, Rakrak immediately turned around without hesitation and ordered the campaign to cease at once. "What is the matter, Rakrak?" John asked, approaching him with concern. Rakrak recounted what Ryu had just reported. The astrologer elder was known for predicting fates with extreme accuracy. Therefore, he told John that it would be wise to begin preparing for the funeral arrangements. John sighed sadly, saying that tonight would surely be a night filled with sorrow. Rakrak strode straight into the tent. The astrologer elder was lying there motionless on the bed. The old man did not have much time left. Seeing Rakrak, he opened his eyes slightly and began to reminisce about the years gone by. Throughout his life, this elder had dedicated himself to accomplishing so many great deeds. Even after losing an arm, he still traveled through countless lands to learn all he could. Ostracized and wandering everywhere, he eventually met Rak. Thanks to that fate, he attained a respectable position within the tribe, and his greatest joy was being taught how to admire the sky. However, as a member of the lizardfolk tribe, there must come a time when one feels exhausted and extremely weary. There is only one way to cure this terrible disease. That is to sink into a sleep that lasts forever. Rak bowed his head beside the sickbed. The astronomer elder, with what little strength he had left, wanted to ask him something. And that question, he believed only Rak was worthy of hearing and answering. For he is the priest closest to the gods, the first and only one so far whom the gods have chosen. Rak, when I pass away, what will happen to all of us? The elder wondered where his soul would drift after he died. How long would that sleep, which people often call eternity, last? And if one does not sleep, will there still be nightmares? Naturally, Rak had never experienced death, so how could he possibly answer that question? The blue beetle god reached out to save us when we were lost in the darkness. Therefore, I believe that when I close my eyes for the last time, he will continue to guide our steps. Could this belief go against the god's will? No, you are quite right. The beetle god always points the way whenever we are lost, thus, after returning to Mother Earth, he will surely continue to guide us. Rak began to imagine the eternity that the astronomer would reach after his final breath. It would surely be a vast meadow, large enough to run and play freely. Every step we take would be as light as a breeze, while our tails would glide over the sprawling lush green grass. The scenery there would have pleasant weather, occasionally dotted with mists and sudden showers, and furthermore, there would be a wide river. The astronomer elder had grown very weak. He only yearned for a home to take refuge in, for he had wandered too much throughout his life. There was only one hope left, that after letting go of this life, he would eternally reside in a sturdy house, where 4 seasons of serenity would shelter his soul. Rak looked up at the sky through a gap in the roof. The sky was shimmering with countless stars. He believed that when the elder departed for the other world, he would still be able to gaze at those stars. The beetle god would let the celestial stars light the way for everyone. Just then, a familiar blue butterfly suddenly appeared and gently landed on Rak's hand. With great emotion, he brought the butterfly before the astronomer elder, but clearly, the elder could not see it. Before his eyes now was only a pitch black darkness. I have brought you a gift. The butterfly left Rak's hand, then fluttered gracefully before the astronomer. His soul had taken on the form of a tiny butterfly. The venerable astrologer had passed away peacefully. But strangely, the butterfly carrying him flew toward Nebula. This time, the system signaled something new. The in-game journey had met the conditions to unlock the afterlife. Nebula now possessed the level, resources, and necessary thresholds for a perfect rebirth. Though the concept was still vague, everyone had begun to envision that moment. And the afterlife was one of the crucial elements of the game Lost World. A well-prepared afterlife would significantly increase the chances of victory. The wicked would be punished, while the virtuous would go to heaven. This was a message emphasizing the importance of morality and ethics. Overall, this so-called afterlife would exert a powerful effect during the late-game stage. Nebula remained unhurried, as countless new things were just beginning. He opened his inventory where countless other butterflies were kept, and Nebula quickly took them all out. Along with those butterflies was the soul of the elder. Nebula released them to fly freely toward a lush green field. The butterflies gently landed on the ground. Then, the form of the astrologer in his youth gradually appeared. A passing breeze made him feel a slight tickle. Upon opening his eyes, the astrologer was both astonished and overjoyed. He realized he had returned to the very place that people often described. However, this place was devoid of stars and familiar houses. All that remained was a vast field stretching under a clear blue sky. As it turned out, this was the final destination after shedding his mortal life. Meanwhile, in the real world, Rak and his loved ones were immersed in grief. They performed the cremation ceremony for the astrologer, unaware that he had reached a wonderful place. After taking delight in admiring the sky and breathing in the air of his new life, the elder finally looked around. He discovered that there were many other divine beings around him. Yet not a single one of them was awake. They were all deceased souls, and it would be impolite to wake them. Then the elder suddenly saw a familiar face. It was the boy he had once taught mathematics, who was also an excellent warrior. He breathed his last during a goblin raid on the village. Those dwarf monsters had teamed up to ambush an area inhabited only by the elderly and children. Those who remained trembled, waiting in vain as they saw no sign of reinforcements. In that dark moment, the elder stargazer was convinced that it was all over. Yet, at the decisive life or death second, that young boy gripped a spear and bravely charged to the front line. His final words were an offer to trade his one life to save 2 others. The old stargazer could not stop the boy in time. He only saw him dart off like a flash toward the bloodthirsty goblins. The chieftain still vividly remembered Rak's thunderous rage back then, though he wasn't angry at the child for daring to disobey him. He was only upset that the boy had chosen to sacrifice himself. His declaration to trade 1 life for 2 suddenly became a motto for all the lizard folk at the time. The boy's brave example of dying to defend the village before reinforcements arrived ignited the spirit of the people. Even the laziest children in the tribe started gathering to practice counting. It was thanks to the inspiration from this child that many people finally started to study. The elder stargazer sat gently beside the child, tears streaming down his face. Finally, we are reunited. I am truly incredibly happy. He scanned his surroundings, but in this lush green valley, there seemed to be no one else besides himself and those fast asleep. Could it be that the Supreme Being does not dwell here? The stargazer wondered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes caught a mischievous tail swaying back and forth behind a tree not far away. Who is there? The elder ran as fast as he could, chasing after the mysterious figure. And then, he stood frozen before a magnificent structure. Looking closely, it turned out to be a private home. The stargazer's eyes misted with tears as he gazed at the sturdy stone house that stood against the test of time before him. The stargazer stepped slowly onto the porch, thinking that if God were here, he would want to ask him many things. For instance, why did you choose us? Or is it because the lizard folk are a race superior to all other creatures? Was it out of the Supreme Being's compassion, or simply because the lizard folk are easier to command? Perhaps those questions will forever remain unanswered. Rak once insisted that the fortune of them being protected by God was merely a coincidence, but the elder firmly believed it was his wisest move at the time. The stargazer walked through the deep, endless corridor, and the sight that opened up before him left him stunned. It was a room with a transparent dome roof. Looking up, one could see the starry sky, and in the center of the room was a high stone pedestal topped with a strange object the elder had never seen before. He slowly climbed the steps to the stone pedestal. Then, he curiously examined the bizarre machine. It was actually an advanced telescope, but in that primitive era the elder naturally lacked the knowledge to understand such an item. He only knew that after peering through the lens, he saw a star magnified 100 million times. Heavens, is this the true form of a star? The stargazer was utterly astonished. He began to tinker with how to operate the telescope. The true beauty of myriad stars successively revealed themselves before his eyes. The elder felt both excited and overwhelmed with indescribable emotions, as if all the years of his life had vanished. What he had known before was merely the surface. He wished he could spread this knowledge to everyone, he thought to himself. Those who called themselves astrologers could not know that the true deity was quietly watching them from behind. Nebula was extremely grateful to the old man because his presence had helped Rack develop rapidly, contributing significantly to the overall progress of the game. Nebula understood that the afterlife played a decisive role in human belief. If a warrior could reach it, his tribe had the right to hope for Valhalla. For those unfamiliar with it, Valhalla is a hall for fallen heroes according to Norse mythology, and if a living being could set foot there, their tribe would dream of a peaceful place. So, what if an intellectual like this elder could reach the afterlife? Certainly they would tirelessly dedicate themselves to scientific achievements. Nebula left with peace of mind, leaving the old man immersed in his own astrological universe, even though he knew full well that a storm was approaching. Utilizing ironware technology superior to that of the lizardfolk tribe, the Hina people began to deploy their troops along with tamed saber-toothed tigers as mounts. This unusual combat style and movement method made Nebula suspect that another player was manipulating things from behind. The day he would have to confront other players directly was not far off, and he needed to prepare thoroughly before the war broke out. Currently in Nebula's civilization, even the afterlife had been fully established, so he was ready to meet any impending battles head-on. The opponents were frantically expanding their territories, forcing Nebula to exert his full strength to keep up with that pace of development. At this moment he controlled 3 species of giant insects, including a ferocious swarm of locusts. Though small, they were extremely formidable thanks to their widespread presence everywhere. Nebula easily outmaneuvered other players in winning over the populace. Even the previous frog-human incident was successful thanks to the virus-spreading beetles. As for the lizardfolk tribe, their fortune was rising. All reptilian tribes in the region had now submitted to Rack, gradually consolidating into a unified entity. Nebula's complete takeover of the entire southern peninsula was only a matter of time. The only concern at this moment was dealing with unfair players. Returning to the in-game events, Owen had now brought him back, and as soon as he arrived, someone was already waiting. After hearing the boy's account, Owen learned that the astrologer had passed away. He felt truly uneasy appearing at such a chaotic time of mourning. But Owen said it was fine. The lizardfolk tribe traditionally did not mind strangers attending funerals. On the contrary, they even considered it a good omen, because having more people share the grief would lighten the burden on the soul somewhat. Owen led him to the pyre. This was the first time he personally saw the great chieftain Rack, who had only been known through rumors. What puzzled him greatly was that behind the mask, Rack was shedding tears. Is it okay for the chieftain to cry? Are people not allowed to cry when they are sad? Owen replied with surprise that people also cry when they are sad, but leaders usually do not do so in front of a crowd to preserve their prestige. I believe that if a general revealed weakness before a crowd, soldiers would consider their superior to be spineless and unfit to lead. Owen was neither angry nor surprised. He merely whispered to Ann not to discuss this matter with the other lizard folk. For in their tribe there were things far more valuable than that so-called fleeting reputation. Just then, Rack approached to greet Owen. He cast a curious glance towards the figure standing next to Owen. "Greetings, sir, I am Mu from the territory of Otto Mason," O said politely, bowing his head. Owen stood on his tiptoes, leaning close to Rack's ear to whisper something mysterious. Rack directed his gaze towards Yoi, accompanied by a meaningful smile that made the latter feel uneasy. He led Oi into a private tent so they could have a discreet conversation. "The journey was long, so you must be tired, but unfortunately we'll have to stay awake all night. I hope you'll forgive us, as this is an ancient custom." O wasn't bothered by this at all. He pulled a gift from his bag and stated that it was an item exclusively for Rack. "This is a tribute personally sent by the lord of the Otto Mason territory." Rack opened the package and found a block of rock salt inside. This was the specialty that the people of the Otto Mason territory always proudly showcased everywhere. This salt block is the beginning of the sincerity that the Lord wholeheartedly offers you. This beginning means there will be more blocks to follow, a second and then a third will arrive soon. And even more than that, I hope you will kindly accept this goodwill. Rack broke into a profound, unpredictable smile. Immediately after, he used his hand to crush the salt block into pieces. The fragments of rock scattered right before his eyes, causing U to freeze in astonishment. Rack nonchalantly dusted off his hands, instructing U to inform his master that the gift had been received, leaving U stunned and unable to comprehend the hidden meaning behind the act. "You probably don't know, since you're not from our tribe, but that's actually just one of our rituals. If we scatter the pieces of salt rock on the ground, the spirits will feel extremely pleased." I felt as though he had just heard the most shameless and ridiculous lie in his entire life. He also vaguely realized that Rack was showing contempt for the Lord and the valuable gift he had brought. For his part, Rack replied without any deference, "I hear the Lord is very wealthy, but sending someone to offer just one salt block is a bit stingy. Next time, bring something more valuable for exchange. I was speechless. It turned out that Rak possessed not only physical strength, but was also a more profound and unpredictable individual than he had imagined. The conversation suddenly reached an impasse. I felt that his opponent was aggressive, yet his manners were not entirely uncouth. Rak fully understood the meaning of the rock. The Automason territory wanted to use salt blocks to gain benefits from the lizard folk, and he had used this method to subtly refuse. We froze for a long while, unsure how to speak properly. It wasn't until Rak subtly ordered him to leave that he finally spoke frankly. You likely understand the meaning of my offer, so why have you refused it? First of all, I never touch items that others have already rejected. I hate picking up leftovers. Since someone has already turned you down once, isn't this deal worthless? Hearing this, we hurried to explain that this transaction was intended exclusively for the Lizardman tribe. However, Rak didn't believe for a second that Owen had just happened to run into him here. Based on the location Owen had just reported, it was easy to deduce that we came from the north, whereas the Automation territory was located far to the west. Coincidentally, the north was where the ear-cutting Senkat tribe ruled. Rak had already guessed that we had brought the salt stones there to pitch them first. But having been flatly rejected by the Senkat tribe, he had traveled all this way to find another alternative. Now, why don't you be a little more honest with me? Why from Automation? Automation was renowned as an ancient ruin from long ago. Within it, Saturn Castle was the brilliant highlight of the land, a masterpiece that could not be found anywhere else, with surrounding walls 5 meters high like an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the mud soldiers there worked tirelessly day and night to restore the ancient citadel. This place deserved to be the foremost wonder of the lost city. No one knew who had created this castle, but currently, countless humans and other tribes lived together in harmony within this territory. Nebula had been quietly monitoring this place for a long time. Besides the sturdiness of Saturn Castle, Automation's entire terrain was also extremely strategic, as the valley where it was located sat right on the vital route leading to the continent. This was the perfect location that anyone wishing to enter the continent would have to pass through. Additionally, the abundant salt source here was extremely useful for livestock farming and food supplies. Returning to the conversation, Rak had now left completely speechless, especially since Rak had just addressed him by his real name instead of Wiv. I would never believe in gifts given without asking for anything in return, especially a gift from someone who constantly tries to hide their true identity, Lord High. Therefore, I cannot accept it. We remained silent and did not dare to deny it upon being exposed. This Lizardman leader was indeed sharper than he had anticipated. To reach such a precise conclusion, Rak had to have considered and observed everything very carefully. We called himself Wi. The two names sounded quite similar, and he was clearly throwing up a smokescreen to see how much information the Lizardman tribe held about Automation. Even within the heart of Automation, only a few people knew his true identity or appearance. It was rumored that only a few members of the 4 great families loyal to the Lord knew this in detail. Those of the same bloodline also had the word Ho in their names. Rak knew the Lord had several children, but they were all still too young. And looking at the deep wrinkles etched into those hands, Rak was certain he was not of the Lord's direct bloodline. That is why I have sufficient grounds to call you by your real name, the City Lord of Automation, the Honorable Lord Weasel. At this point, Weasel could no longer continue the act of hiding his identity. He removed his hood and slowly sat down. Regardless, Rak's sharp deductive reasoning made him feel a sense of profound admiration. However, no matter who I am, my purpose for coming here remains unchanged. I sincerely wish to give you that salt. But the price was too steep. Rak had already guessed what item was being exchanged for that salt. If even the greedy chieftain of the Senkat tribe had refused, it certainly was no ordinary object. Rak suspected that Weasel wanted to use the lizard folk to protect Automation after receiving the salt from him. If that situation were to arise, Rak would be left on edge every time his territory faced a crisis, worrying about the salt mine. Even if the conflict was created by Weasel himself, the lizard folk would still have to rush in to defend the area according to their agreement. This is the deal, my dear Rak. Why would you refuse an offer from which you are the one who benefits the most? You must have heard similar refusals from others before, haven't you? Rak said as he added wood to the hearth. Then he flashed an arrogant smile. Why shouldn't I just seize Automation for myself and be done with it? If we wipe out the humans, the salt mine and the entire Automation territory will be ours for the taking, won't they? Weasel was stunned, for these words were exactly what the chief of the Spirit Orb tribe had warned him about, and anxiety began to rise in his heart. Weasel feared that Rak would mobilize his forces to launch a surprise attack on his lands. But he hadn't calculated that far ahead. For now, Rak was merely weighing his options for a mutually beneficial outcome, though if diplomacy failed, invading Automation would be the optimal solution for the lizard folk. Lord Weasel was not pleased to hear this and told him not to underestimate Automation. Rak was not bragging. He had carefully considered that even if an attack on Automation cost many lives, the lizard folk would certainly still have the strength to take it. Furthermore, they placed absolute faith in the blue deity. As long as the god blessed them, whether it was high walls or Weasel's mud soldiers, everything would crumble into nothingness. Besides, Lord, are you not afraid to have come here all by yourself? Your actions only make it easier for my side to win if we truly wanted to attack your fortress. Weasel was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He was convinced that Rak would not lay a hand on him. Because if he were to die now, how would he know who would succeed him in the Automation territory? Rock found it hard to understand. What did it matter to him who the successor to automation was? Weasel hurriedly drew horizontal and vertical lines on the ground and asked if he knew the game of encirclement. Would take turns placing black and white pieces on the intersections, and whoever encircles the opponent's pieces first wins. But at this moment, the rules of the game no longer hold any meaning. The key point is that I am also just a pawn on this chessboard. Rock felt a bit bewildered, but Weasel insisted that the game had officially begun. This is a game where the gods use tribes as pawns to pit their wits against each other. Whether it is the lizard folk or the humans, we are all just pieces in that match. I don't know when it started, but my children keep talking about an angry skull while others tell stories of a blue butterfly. They have begun to worship these deities. Rock interrupted Weasel's rambling. Although he didn't fully grasp everything the man was saying, he understood that listening further would be of no help at this time. Automation had become the target that all parties craved to possess, regardless of the dangers lurking for those who had already been drawn into this game. 3 weeks ago, Nebula had an unexpected encounter with an uninvited guest. That guest was none other than a player, who was also a familiar face to Nebula. That person was Hegemonia, the one who had faced him in the final game before both of them were sucked into this strange world. As always, Hegemonia sought out Nebula with a single desire to defeat him at all costs. Unfortunately, this would actually be their final clash. This was because one of them would have to bear the consequences of defeat. Nebula knew Hegemonia's fighting style all too well. On the surface, Hegemonia's playstyle seemed simple, but in reality he unleashed powerful attacks like a wild beast while also being incredibly adept at managing multiple situations at once. Nebula well knew that Hegemonia could defeat him right from the early game with a brutal, pressuring playstyle, but he felt he didn't need to force himself to adapt to his opponent's strengths. Nebula also had his own trump cards. He wanted to settle the score through a different method. "Isn't that right, Hegemonia?" Nebula asked. "Yes, it seems both of us are thinking of the same thing," Hegemonia replied. At this moment, the two enemies, who did not belong to the same faction, were working toward a common goal dealing with the automations and humanity. So let's finalize the bet, starting with a conflicting prophecy. Prophecy is a skill that players can activate once they reach divine power level 6 or higher. It is like a challenge players set for themselves, and completing it grants a massive amount of experience points. However, if they fail to fulfill the prophecy, the consequences are severe. First, experience points are deducted due to wasting the invested religious resources, and if fortune does not smile upon them, the player must also face punishments or some unlucky event. And when two players make a prophecy about the same event, it becomes a conflicting prophecy. In the end, one of them would receive the reward while the other would suffer the penalty. Nebula and his arch-nemesis now wanted to use this very conflicting prophecy to settle their score. You know, the Automation Lord is preparing to choose his successor, right? And only the Lord of this land knows how much longer his reign will last. For that reason, Nebula decided that the subject of the prophecy would be who would succeed the Automation Lord. Among the children of Wessel, Nebula and Hegemonia would make two completely opposite choices to answer this question. Thus, their prophecies would definitely conflict with each other. "I have a list of his children. Do you want me to tell you all about them?" Hegemonia asked enthusiastically. "Sure, that would be great." Hegemonia was a man of honor. He wanted to defeat Nebula with sheer skill, not underhanded tricks. Therefore, he honestly shared information about the Lord's children with Nebula. First was the eldest son named Guixan, a man of around 30 years old. Guixan possessed a robust physique and was highly valued by Wessel. Currently, he was the most promising candidate, and also enjoyed the backing of 2 of the 4 major clans under the Lord's command. The Lord's second son was Guixun, who was only a few years younger than Guixan. They were half-brothers, and Guixun was considered to be in a much weaker position. Guixun did not really show himself to the public, leading to rumors that he had no interest in becoming the next lord. Currently, Guixun only had the support of his mother's clan. The third child was Guixin, a young woman in her late 20s. Guixin often concealed her true identity whenever she left the castle, and it seems she got along quite well with eccentric people like hunters. Currently, Guixin received support from another clan. The fourth child was Guixkyung, a young girl who seemed to have lost her mother a long time ago. And Hegemonia felt there was something off about her appearance, as if she were cursed. It is precisely because of this that not only the Lord, but all other members of the clan turned their backs on her. Guimin is the youngest child in the family, a young girl still in the vibrant bloom of her youth. Rumor has it that Guimin possesses transcendent intelligence along with innate talents in many areas. It seems Lord Guisio also gives all his love to his little daughter. "What do you think?" Hegemonia urged excitedly. "Should we finalize it now, or do we both need more time to reconsider the information? Come on, make a decision right here and now." The two set out to establish the contradictory prophecy. First, they recorded their personal judgments to compare results, after which the prophecy was formally established. Finally, Hegemonia placed his faith in Guijun, the Lord's playboy second son who idles his time away. Meanwhile, Nebula chose the second daughter named Guikong. Faced with Nebula's choice, Hegemonia was stunned into silence for a long time. A notification window about the establishment of the contradictory prophecy suddenly appeared before them. Nebula pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. The look of astonishment on Hegemonia's face was exactly as he had calculated. His excessive dazing made Nebula impatient. "Hey, the two choices are already different and I just clicked confirm." "Oh, alright." Hegemonia snapped back to his senses. Full of enthusiasm, he pressed the confirmation button to set the contradictory prophecy. Thus, the clash between the two most prominent players of the Lost World was ignited once again. Returning to the present, Weasel packed his bags to depart as he could not reach any agreement with Ragnar. But before leaving, he lingered to ask one last question. In the end, you are nothing more than a sacrificial pawn on the chessboard. Do you not feel fear or resentment when faced with such a harsh reality? I will answer this question when everything comes to an end. Weasel had no interest in further questioning. He quietly departed in the dead of night. As soon as he stepped outside the lizardman borders, his subordinates were already standing by to receive him. He shaved off his entire beard. Then he spurred his horse and galloped straight forward. For some reason, the subordinate riding closely behind felt droplets of water falling onto his face. What was happening? Could it be that Lord Weasel, the master of automation, was shedding tears? We turned back time again to 3 weeks ago, but no longer to the meeting with Nebula. This time we witness Weekyung firsthand. Unfortunately, her D-book journey seems to be quite a struggle. She accidentally fell into a deep abyss, severely injuring one of her legs. Despite this, Weekyung used every last bit of her strength to find a way out of this bizarre place, wondering, how do I climb up from here? Weekyung gritted her teeth and clung tightly to the cliff face, but her limited physical strength made it extremely difficult to overcome this grueling challenge. No one was unfamiliar with the rumors that Weekyung was cursed, because as soon as she was born, her mother had passed away. Even Weekyung herself felt as if she were haunted, as so many misfortunes had continuously plagued her since childhood. At the age of 13, she once fell flat on her face right at the market entrance. By the age of 14, she was falsely accused of theft, resulting in her being held in custody for 4 full days and nights. At 15, she suffered an accident when a latrine collapsed. It might sound comical, but at the time it was truly a life-threatening danger. Even while walking, she was struck on the head by a kettle out of nowhere, or chased to the point of exhaustion by rabid dogs all night. Not to mention the 2 deer horns that had grown on her head since birth. So, in her current situation, Weekyung still found everything quite mild, with nothing yet too terrible. Being stubborn by nature, she scolded herself for being foolish enough to bring an ox cart through here, only to watch helplessly now as her whole load of silk was lost. Looking around, there was no support to cling to. At the very moment she intended to risk a jump, a dirty black hand suddenly reached out in front of her. Quickly, take my hand. Weekyung looked up. It turned out to be a lizardman. Weekyung was still hesitating, not wanting to accept this assistance. Simply because she didn't have a single penny in her pocket. How could she possibly repay his kindness now? Noticing the small girl was about to fall into the abyss, the lizardman didn't wait any longer and firmly grabbed her hand. Thanks to his superior strength and Weekyung's small stature, he easily lifted her up onto solid ground. The lizardman scanned the surrounding terrain. This path was narrow and steep, with an extremely high risk of rock slides. He wondered where she got the courage to drive a silk cart this way, while Weekyung covered her embarrassment by claiming it was a broken wheel that had caused her trouble. When asked for his name, he replied that he was Saren Muo. I don't know how to repay you other than with my sincere thanks. Thank you very much, Saren. Just as she was about to turn away, Weekyung's path back was blocked by Saren's muscular arm. We're not done yet, Weekyung. Weekyung's face immediately hardened. Although she didn't know how he knew her name, she had secretly readied her dagger. Saren quickly raised both hands to prove he was harmless, then explained that Rakrak himself had told him about her. In fact, Rakrak himself had dispatched him all the way to this automation region specifically to find her. Upon hearing that identity, Weekyung went from being wary to stunned, as the only Rakrak she knew was the leader of the Black Scale tribe. He was the first and only Thunder Lizard warrior chosen by the gods. However, Weekyung found it completely baffling that such a high-profile figure would want to look for her. Saren explained that it might relate to 2 recent rumors, but he hadn't expected Weekyung to be completely in the dark about them. Because she was so engrossed in trekking down the mountain to buy silk, Saren was at a loss for words to see that she didn't care one bit about the news concerning herself. The content of the rumor was that the Lord's 2nd or 4th child would officially succeed the position in automation. Guai King smirked. Her family had marginalized her long ago. Without even a decent roof over my head, how could my father possibly hand over the inheritance? King believed those rumors were just dirty tricks from her siblings. You won't get anything out of me anyway, so you'd better just go find someone else, right? Saren fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, King kept her grip tight on the blade hidden in her sleeve. The identity of the castle lord's child had to be kept strictly secret, an unwritten law of automation, yet this stranger knew everything. Thus, she had no choice but to eliminate him on the spot. Just then, Saren spoke up again. I think there has been a slight misunderstanding. Chief Rakrak has entrusted me with the duty of protecting you at all costs. Kyung paused for a moment, hesitating to strike. Saren explained that even if she believed she had no claim to the inheritance, the rumors still made her a target for her relatives. His duty was to ensure her safety, but Gai Kung immediately dismissed him, confident that she could take care of herself. Unfortunately, Saren was unbelievably stubborn, having received orders from Rakrak, who was determined to carry them out, which she found incredibly annoying. Frustrated, King ruffled her hair and swept it aside, revealing the scars of 2 severed horns. Do you see this? These are horns? Or more precisely, where a pair of horns used to be? This was the curse that had plagued King since birth. People rumored that she had used those very horns to rip open her mother's womb to be born. Her twin sibling had died unborn because of it, not to mention the endless misfortunes that had plagued her since childhood. That was why Gi King had always been shunned by the world. Now get out of my sight, Gi King growled. I truly apologize for the harsh words just now, but whether you are cursed or not does not matter. I am here on behalf of the chief to carry out the tribe's will. For the first time in her life, Gi King had met someone so stubborn. Seiran was so resolute that no matter how many times she chased him away, he refused to take a single step back. Gui Qiang was completely at a loss. She had no idea how to deal with this massive, obstinate lizard of a man. Having a bodyguard made her feel a bit overwhelmed, but returning to the main issue, Wei Qiong wanted to dive down the abyss again, unable to let go of her precious silk. Seiran saw right through her and bluntly called her out. Do you really plan to retrieve the silk with those injured legs? It would be much easier if you just asked me for help. Having her true intentions exposed made Wei Qiong feel incredibly embarrassed. However, reluctant to lose her belongings, she finally swallowed her pride and asked Seiran for help. Without the slightest hesitation, he retrieved all the silk and carried it back up to the shore in a flash. On their way back, Wei Qiong couldn't help but wonder how Seiran had managed to track her down. Who would have thought that with just a few grains of salt, he had managed to make her spill everything, even exposing the alias, Mangzi, that she often used. After they had walked quite a distance, the towering castle finally came into view. This is an exclusive shortcut known only to a few automason merchants, Wei Qiong said, proudly puffing out her chest. As soon as we get back, I'm going to talk to my family about the silk trade. Before Wei Qiong could finish her sentence, an arrow came tearing through the air from behind. Swift as lightning, Seiran swept her into his arm with one hand while reaching out with the other to catch the sharp arrow. Rakrak had been right. The life of the Lord's daughter was indeed being targeted by enemies. If he hadn't been there, Wei Qiong might never have set foot in the castle again. The fierce struggle for power seems to have officially begun. Those three goblins were the troublemakers, but they were no match for Seiran. In just a few minutes, he had taught them a lesson and tied them up tightly with a piece of silk. You look quite like a warrior. This lizardman named Dill is the most famous warrior in the region, Wei Qiong praised. You know Dill too. He is truly the greatest warrior of our tribe. He personally taught me my combat skills. Seiran meticulously bandaged the wounds of those three unfortunate goblins. He was even generous enough to give them a piece of silk. When Wei Qiong couldn't help but wonder, he calmly explained that it was necessary to be a bit lenient in this situation, even with one's opponents. Wei Qiong was also extremely impressed by Seiran's bandaging skills. He told her that he had learned this skill while serving as an attendant to San. Wei Qiong was even more surprised. San was the one in charge of internal affairs for the lizard tribe. She was the chieftain's wife, a female version of a master artisan, and Seiran had served as her attendant, learning many skills from her while also receiving martial arts instruction from Dill himself. He must be a key figure in the lizard tribe. Having such a talented person as a bodyguard is truly a great bargain. After dealing with the mess with the goblins, the two of them set off together on their journey back. But as they approached, they were surprised to find that the gates of automason were tightly shut. Wei Qiong tried asking a passerby, "Are you a silk merchant?" "You can't get in either. They say automason will be temporarily closed, and even if you get in, you won't be able to get out." Wei Qiong was extremely confused. What on earth could have happened in the city to lead to this? Of course, with her status as the Lord's daughter, Wei Qiong was still allowed to enter the city. After returning, she immediately went to the Jiao clan to demand answers from the head of the family. "Hey, the ox cart you lent me broke down and caused me so much trouble," she said. The head of the Jiao clan was caught between laughter and tears. "What kind of timing is this for you to be worrying about an ox cart?" He then turned to ask Wei Qiong if anything strange had happened on her way back. She frankly admitted that she had been targeted for assassination. At the same time, she introduced her life-saving benefactor from the black-scale lizard tribe whom she had just befriended. Seiran politely introduced himself first. The head of the Jiao clan responded courteously as well. The demeanor of a patriarch of the four great families was indeed impeccable. "I have interrogated the goblins who tried to assassinate you, and I am now almost certain that this matter has nothing to do with the Jiao family." "Of course," the head of Jiao said as he calmly poured another cup of tea, firmly asserting that he would never engage in the dirty tricks used by the other families. At this point, Wei Qiong began to ask curiously what exactly had happened in the city. Could they have closed the gates just because the fourth daughter was cursed? The head of Jiao replied that it certainly was not. An even greater incident had occurred while the Lord was away. The castle had been attacked by assassins. And Weizhen, Wei Qiong's eldest brother and the most promising successor of automason at the moment, had mysteriously vanished. Because of this, she and Seiran had to personally go to Weizhen's private room. It had likely been 10 years since Wei Qiong last set foot there. Although she had been quite close to her eldest brother as a child, she had gradually avoided meeting him as she grew up. Seiran meticulously observed the room. He could smell the lingering scent of blood somewhere. Simultaneously, it was discovered that there was a blood stain on the table leg that had been carefully wiped away. Wei Qiong bent down to observe. There were still traces of a large pool of blood left on the floor. With a blood stain of such an alarming size, There was no telling if Weezon had met with a mishap. We have also noticed that, but we just haven't been able to find the body anywhere. The head of the Tokyo household also appeared to be at a complete loss. As soon as the clues were discovered, the city gates were tightly sealed to block the possibility of the culprit disposing of the corpse. With this climate, the body would decompose and smell sooner or later. He believed that catching the villain was only a matter of time. Therefore, Wickham had absolutely no need to get involved, but she still found something incredibly puzzling. The killer must have known this act was fraught with danger, so why be so reckless as to murder someone like that? Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in Wickham's mind. Do you want me to tell it? Don't sit there waiting in vain, shut your mouth now, Wickham replied through gritted teeth. Seeing that her condition was not well, Seiran hurriedly supported her. It was then that Wickham snapped out of her stupor. She felt she couldn't stay on the sidelines. The culprit must have found a jar large enough to hold her brother's body, and who could possess such a bulky item without suspicion? A container. The head of the Zhou clan truly had never considered this possibility. Wickham asserted firmly, I have seen people preserve meat in jars to prevent spoilage. Hunters always carry large amounts of salt to preserve their spoils after a trip. The culprit must be someone with natural access to the palace who could also lead a hunter into the city. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhou clan turned pale because he immediately guessed a name. That's right, the one who met all the conditions Wickham mentioned was Gyojin. She was both a well-connected hunter and the legal heir to the automason territory. Wickham's reasoning was extremely persuasive, although only a few in the city knew. Once Weezon's death was reported, everyone defaulted to her being the prime suspect. And Wickham's judgment was entirely correct. That night, Gyojin and her accomplice carried 2 large sacks out of the city. It was the body of her eldest brother that she wanted to dispose of urgently. She thought her plan was perfect, but who would have expected her to be the one to expose everything? What a bastard, she muttered to herself, cursing her younger sister as she trudged along. You forgot to watch out for one more person, Wickham spoke up. Despite the cover of night, based on that voice, she was certain that the person standing on the cliff was her youngest sister, Hai Min. This girl with an innocent appearance had even brought archers along. How did you get here? Hai Min paid no heed to her sister's question. Instead, the archer beside her immediately fired a fatal arrow at Gyojin's accomplice. Gyojin dodged in shock, but she didn't dare take any reckless action, knowing she was like a fish on a cutting board. Hai Min wore an innocent smile. Why are you angry? Weren't you the one who struck down Brother Weezon first? So no matter what I do now, you have no right to be indignant. Hai Min believed that the smartest of the 5 siblings was the one who deserved to inherit the throne. The archer beside her raised his bow to wait for orders, and then she coldly said goodbye. Let this wretch sisterly bond end right here, sister. Gyojin screamed Hai Min's name once in desperation. Yet all those efforts were in vain. An arrow pierced her throat, causing her to collapse on the spot. Hai Min had intended to spend a brief moment mourning her sister who had just passed away. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she was horrified to realize that a sword had pierced through her chest. Hai Min spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the cold ground. That's right, Hai Min, it is time to put an end to this deep affection, filled with rejection. She may possess the sharpest intellect, but she is certainly not the most malicious. Hai Min could never have dreamed that while she was busy playing the mantis stalking the cicada, Hai Jun was already the sparrow waiting behind. She met her tragic end as quickly as a gust of wind, and after finishing the job, Hai Jun wore a triumphant smile. At this point, among the 5 siblings, he has only one rival remaining in his way. I won't make you wait too long, Hai Kyung. The next morning, the head of the Geo clan came to inform Hai King of the deaths of Hai Jin and Hai Min. They were found lying cold next to the body of their eldest brother, Hai Jung. This incident shows that the culprit had no intention of concealing their identity, Hai Kyung noted with a nod. Even a fool could easily guess that the person behind it was none other than Hai Jun. Her speculation was entirely accurate. Hai Jin was the one who initiated the conflict, while Hai Min was merely waiting for an opportunity. Ultimately, Hai Jun patiently waited for the two to meet and then conveniently purged them both at once. She suddenly remembered the time she was attacked by goblins. If Rak Rak had not sent Seiran in time, she might have been dead long ago, and the villains would have easily turned it into a common robbery, so that Weezol could naturally become the sole successor. Faced with that situation, the head of the Jiao clan had to issue a warning: the real danger has begun, Lady Wei Kai-wung. Wei Kai-wung understood that clearly. She had never been interested in the throne, but if she did not fight now, her life would be in jeopardy. The head of the Jiao clan also hesitantly revealed that their clan had recently held a private internal meeting. Although Weezol currently holds an overwhelming advantage, nevertheless, the Jiao clan still decided to gamble their future on this forsaken daughter. Thank you for placing your trust in me, Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang secretly hoped that his decision was entirely correct. Before Wei Kai-wung took her leave, he did not forget to remind her that she must strive to survive to ascend the throne. Leaving the Jiao manor, Wei Kai-wung had made a firm resolution: she must survive at all costs. For it seemed that this abandoned body still received trust from others. After many sleepless nights of contemplation, the horns on Wei Kai-wung's head seemed to have grown longer. Today, she had an important meeting with those who stood on her side. They believed that constantly hiding from the enemy's pursuit was not the best strategy. Currently, the urgent objective is to capture Wei Zol, but that is not easy when he is receiving support from 2 of the 4 great clans. The only clan still remaining outside the conflict was the Su house. But Wei Kai-wung did not want them to intervene. However, how could she manage when he had 2 clans protecting him while she had only 1, and yet she still refused help from the Su house? While thinking, Wei Kai-wung reached up to scratch her horns, and Saran quickly warned her not to be foolish enough to try and break them off again. The last time he witnessed Wei Kai-wung breaking her horns, the sight of the blood streaming down had terrified him. After many sleepless nights, her horns had grown visibly longer. However, Lord Wei Kai-wung still could not come to terms with the current situation. Just half a month ago, she was still freely traveling around trading fabrics, but now she had to sit in one place, facing the daily fear of being assassinated. Before the meeting had even concluded, someone rushed in breathlessly with urgent news. "My lady, the city lord is on his way back." Everyone looked far from happy. This was because City Lord Wei Sel had no affection whatsoever for his daughter. The spy also emphasized that he had a piece of confidential information he wanted to personally report to Lady Gaishong. Because of this, she let her guard down and inadvertently stepped a bit closer to him. But before she could even hear the news, she felt hot blood splatter onto her face. Saran quickly took down that bastard the moment she saw him slip his hand inside his shirt to draw a dagger. It turned out that this bastard was actually one of Gyoma's people. Gyozong was also shocked by the scene. He understood that this man had been bought off, and now even he could not believe what he had just witnessed. Under these circumstances, Gyozong could only advise Gong to escape quickly. Gai-sun had surely gone all out to eliminate her before the city lord could return. The outside of the estate was already swarming with Gai-sun's troops, and chaos immediately ensued, making it impossible for Gai Shuang to escape. And so, she was forced to use a secret passage that she had never wanted to. It was a sewer pipe leading straight to the latrine. Gai Shuang lifted a wooden plank and jumped right down. Sarah also quickly jumped down after her. She did not expect the city lord's daughter to be so resilient, going down into a place full of waste, garbage, and flies while remaining completely unfazed. "When I was little, I fell down here once while taking a bath," Gai Shong recalled in a helpless voice. "How can you say that so casually? Wasn't it dangerous at all?" "Of course it was dangerous, I almost died." Gai Kyung recalled that horrific moment. She had been stuck tight in a pile of horribly foul-smelling garbage. And yet, she was able to safely make it through the entire sewer without any injuries, even in that pitch-black drain with no light whatsoever. But just when she thought all hope was lost, she saw a flickering speck of light and relied on it to keep going. Only when she finally caught it did she realize it was an insect with a glowing rear, seemingly like a firefly. It was truly strange. After all, fireflies don't live in this area. It was like a miracle gifted by the gods. I believe Nebula must have had a hand in this. Putting her childhood stories aside, the two of them finally reached a door. After investigating, Saren learned that this door led down to the basement of the Hosu family's hunter cabin. He stepped onto the first steps and told Gai Xiong to wait here, warning her to run if he did not return shortly. Run far away in the opposite direction, remember that? After saying this, Saren disappeared behind that door. Wiki Ung stood there alone, her heart suddenly overflowing with gratitude for him this time, for it was thanks to his protection that she had managed to preserve her life until now. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Sairon had rescued her from the jaws of death countless times. For the past 3 weeks, the enemies had clung to her relentlessly, causing him immense hardship. After a long period of waiting, Wiki Ung suddenly caught an unusual sound. Her intuition told her it was the sound of weapons piercing flesh, reminding her of Saren's earlier warnings. She should have fled in the opposite direction, but for some reason Wiki Ung drew the knife from her clothing and recklessly charged straight towards the wooden door. She didn't want anyone else to sacrifice their life for her ever again. And when Saren's figure appeared before her eyes, the worst scenario she had feared had finally come true. He had been pierced through the abdomen by several spears, surrounded by layers upon layers of enemies. Seeing her appear, he couldn't help but feel helpless and stunned. "Why did you come up here? It's too late. This divine individual won't be able to survive this time." Wei Jun's cunning voice spoke up, plunging Wiki Ung further into despair. He ordered his subordinates to bypass Saron and shift their attack to target Wiki Ung. Nevertheless, Saron tried to steady his heavily injured body and prevent them by shouting, "Run." She knew perfectly well that was the wisest choice, yet why had she made such a profound mistake? Saron used his hands to break off the spearheads that were deeply embedded in his body to reduce the hindrance. This heartbreaking sight only strengthened Wiki Ung's resolve to stay. Sometimes, humans make choices even when they know they are wrong. And at that moment, she was in that very situation, regardless of the price she might have to pay, which could be her very own life. "But you're not human." Saron tried to crack a weak joke to lighten the tense atmosphere, even knowing he himself was also making a wrong choice. Commander Rak Rak had only tasked him with protecting Wiki Ung not to risk his life like this, yet here he was, still doing it. Just then, someone approached and whispered something rather suspicious into Hai Jun's ear. Impatient, he immediately offered a chest of valuables as a reward to anyone who could retrieve the heads of both Wiki Ung and Saron. "Hey, is a single injured warrior giving you all this much trouble?" Hai Jun was utterly impatient, but his fighting power was too fierce compared to ordinary people. Could it be that he was favored and chosen by the gods? Jun turned and berated his subordinates with the harshest words. He argued that if Sairan were truly the chosen one, he wouldn't have hidden his abilities until he was pierced through like that. On the other side, Sairan was also secretly devising a plan to find a way to escape. He noticed that the right wall contained many salt crystals. That place must lead out to a large salt mine. Sairan didn't forget to instruct Ung to immediately run with him as soon as he gave the signal. I may not be the chosen one, but I'm no useless person. I am a second-rank warrior of the Thenlan tribe, even if no one bothers to remember this name, Sairan said with a bitter smile. After that, he further emphasized his request that Ung must quickly run to the right side. Just as he had predicted, this wall indeed led straight out to a salt mine. Sairan used all her strength to create a gap in the wall. The two girls immediately rushed through it. Ron and Han's henchmen stared blankly at the scene for a few seconds. Immediately after, they regained their composure and began their pursuit. However, after the spectacular wall breach, Sairan was exhausted and could only rely on to support her. Hang in there, Sairan, just a little further. Sairan was gasping for breath. The two kept walking on until they eventually hit a dead end. Ron bowed her head in helplessness, tears falling. She hated this situation and hated how everyone around her met with disaster. Now, even Sairan's life was being threatened by Han himself, a man she had never even known. Han, she thought to herself, is it all because of the curse? Despite being severely injured, Sairan still tried to encourage over the past 3 weeks, we've faced so much danger, yet you've still overcome everything and survived until now. Anyone would see that as luck, not misfortune. Sairan's final words helped realize the truth. Yes, surviving until now was already a great stroke of luck. She was a lucky person, not a cursed one, Sairan reminded her of when they first met. After the silk-laden ox cart returned, Han realized there was a problem with Wi's cart. Someone had intentionally broken the axle, which was why she had tumbled over. And that cart had been borrowed from Jiuzhong before the power struggle even broke out. Han also wondered about one more thing: why a child could have caused the bathroom floor to collapse. Setting aside the succession issue, perhaps someone had been targeting Wi's life since she was a child. When Sairan reached this part, that strange voice echoed in her head again. That's right, she clearly knew who wanted to kill her. Before Wei could even steady herself, her pursuers appeared before her. Those bastards had caught up. Jun slowly stepped towards them. Your human has lost a lot of blood, haven't they? This place is deep in the mine. They won't be able to break through walls and escape anymore. Then, he decisively ordered his subordinates to charge forward and finish the two of them. Both Sairan and Ung gripped their weapons tightly. Now that they were cornered, she suddenly realized she couldn't keep blaming the curse. If she died, it would be her own fault. And it would drag Sairan down with her too. He had now stepped forward to shield Ung, but Sairan's strength was truly almost gone. I'm still counting on your luck. But just as Jun's subordinates were only a few steps away, they were suddenly blocked. A brilliant aura of light suddenly appeared and then gradually began to transform. This is the evil entity that had encountered Ragnarok 9 years ago. It had long since submitted to Nebula and was given the new name back by him. It rolled its eyes at both of them and slowly spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Sairan Mule, the chosen one. The mercenaries stood looking at each other in total bewilderment. This scene drove Jun mad. He roared that everything was nearly finished and asked why you fools were still hesitating. Here the evil spirit was still conversing with Sairan. It had appeared just in time upon seeing sunrise and adversity, yet still holding firm. However, he was very confused because only 5 people in the lizard tribe had been chosen to inherit the skills. Could it be he was the 6th person or one of the deceased predecessors? The evil spirit hesitated for a moment before turning to respond to Sairan. It determined that Sairan was the 2nd mightiest warrior of the tribe and was therefore fully deserving of this responsibility. From now on, you are the messenger of the gods. Whenever you act in the name of the divine, you have the authority to borrow strength from me. As soon as it finished speaking, the figure of the evil spirit immediately vanished into the void. Seeing the situation change, Jun hurriedly urged his subordinates to charge forward and attack. Sairan had not dared to pull out the spear until now for fear of losing too much blood. But at this moment, he was forced to grit his teeth and draw it out. Next, Sairan used his left hand to press firmly on the wound. Thanks to his new ability, he temporarily stopped the bleeding. The pain remained, but his body felt as if it had just been reborn. He was certain that the mercenaries under Jun could not possibly understand what was happening. Nevertheless, both he and Jun soon realized who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. Sairan lowered his hand from the wound and then decisively raised his palm, filled with accumulated lightning, toward the enemy. So now, I should teach you lot a lesson you won't forget. As soon as Sairan's hand reached out, violent bolts of lightning thundered down. In just a single strike, all of Jun's subordinates collapsed to the ground. Those who remained fled in panic, shouting that he truly was the chosen one. Although Jun was unwilling to miss this opportunity, he was not foolish enough to stay any longer. Once the others had completely withdrawn, Sairan could finally drop his burden and breathe a sigh of relief. The previous display of power had left Jun utterly terrified. However, his face did not look very well, for after being chosen, Sairan now deeply understood why his predecessors could not arbitrarily abuse this power. After using it only once, his spirit was depleted. No wonder Owen had to smoke constantly whenever he used a skill like this. Fortunately, aside from the mental exhaustion, Siren's body could still manage, and the wound had stopped bleeding. He and Guizhen began to grope their way to safety. The entire turn of events was within Hegemonia's sight, and obviously he would never sit idly by and watch Guizhen's path to the succession proceed so smoothly. Therefore, Hegemonia decided to release a saber-toothed tiger to make things difficult. Seiran was still able to manage the situation thanks to the energy borrowed from the evil spirit. Nevertheless, the sudden appearance of a saber-toothed tiger right inside the ore mine was certainly no ordinary occurrence. She was certain someone was pulling the strings, and if Seiran continued to abuse this demonic power, there would soon be unpredictable consequences. After moving for a while, the exit finally appeared before their eyes. Guiqing remained anxious, fearing they would fall into an ambush the moment they emerged. And just as predicted, Guizhen and his henchmen were waiting outside. He spoke in an unreasonable tone that made Guiqing's blood boil as he continued to corner her. In the end, who was the one who ignited this mess? You were the one who brought that poisonous lizard god to the city, while the battle for the inheritance was originally just a private matter among us siblings. Do you think Automation would be at peace if you won by making backroom deals with foreign powers? This man is truly skilled at brainwashing, twisting black into white to shift all the blame onto Wei Qiang. He didn't wait here just to argue. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates rushed forward, intending to ambush Seiran from behind. But his situation now was completely different than before. Seiran performed an extremely skillful dot. Then, he channeled all of his internal energy to launch a counterattack. Seiran's current strength made Weasel hesitate, for not only was he strong but his physical capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary human. While Seiran was engrossed in battle, Wei Qiang was busy arguing for what was right. Although Weasel was her brother, his stupidity and inhumane character made it impossible for her to restrain herself, as he was the one who caused this situation. Wei Qiang didn't hold back, pointing directly at his face and shouting that Automason's economy depends on trade and his desire to isolate it is nothing short of suicide. Did he not realize that other tribes had been eyeing them for invasion for a long time? Although she never craved the throne, she was not conservative like her father or siblings. Now that it had come to this, Wei Qiang didn't just want to take control, but also wanted to revive and bring prosperity to the entire city of Automason. Those heartfelt words went in Guizhen's left ear and out the right. He only smirked mockingly. Not only do you look like one, but you also think exactly like a cursed monster. I have never considered you my sister. Wei Qiang stood frozen for a few seconds, though not because of Guizhen's heartless remark. It was because he suddenly unfurled that peach blossom painted fan to hide his face. This was like a secret signal. Could there be assassins lurking around? Wei Qiang scanned the area. The warehouse over there was the only place someone could hide. The distance from there to here was too far to use hidden weapons. Amidst her panic, a voice suddenly echoed in her head. A metal arrow is about to pierce my heart. Don't blame me when we are both about to lose our lives. At that speed, it would be difficult for both of them to survive. Do you think you can block it? You're too slow. Even if Seiran's reflexes were fast enough, he would still be a beat too late. That voice kept ringing incessantly, as if a stranger was taking over Wei Qiang's mind. It would be better if you could predict when the assassin releases the bowstring. But since your horn has not yet awakened, that is impossible. Find a way to dodge that arrow, at all costs. Wei Qiang was at a loss. She couldn't think of any feasible plan other than calling for a gust of wind. To her surprise, however, as soon as the thought flashed through her mind, a powerful gale actually rose up. The arrow had just flown toward her when it was deflected. Wei Qiang escaped death by a hair's breadth. However, instead of feeling relieved, she involuntarily started to tremble. What kind of existence am I after all? An ill omen or a blessed gift? Wei Qiang thought to herself, no, my nature is much more complex than that. I can infinitely simulate future scenarios and then choose the most optimal option to benefit. I am the controller of destiny. A new turning point has officially begun. Wei Qiang had lived her entire life with her talent buried, but after today she officially unlocked her ability, the genius capacity to manipulate probability. Hegemonia was dazed for a moment. Why was it a talent? Was it not a curse? Why on earth would I choose a cursed entity? Nebula calmly retorted, making Hegemonia feel certain that he had lost this prophecy bet. He screamed in despair that it was impossible. The character profile clearly stated that Wei Qiang was a cursed individual, yet in the end, the author did a complete turnaround to make her a gifted soul, leaving Hegemonia to suspect that Nebula had forged the information. But in reality, everything had been arranged before either of them set foot in this world. In fact, Nebula himself did not even know she possessed a talent. He was only saying so to tease Hegemonia. At first, he also thought this girl had to bear an unlucky curse. The proof was the series of ironic accidents that had constantly surrounded her since childhood. Those were clearly elaborate assassination plots orchestrated by the culprit. Yet, no matter how dire the circumstances, even when stabbed through or buried to the point of suffocation, Wei Qiang still walked away unscathed. After a long time of closely following her, Nebula finally realized that she actually possessed an extraordinary ability to manipulate probability. If properly utilized, this would be the key to obtaining luck far beyond anyone else. Possessing such a gifted card in one's hand is an incredibly massive advantage. On the other side, Hegemonia, after a moment of gloom, suddenly cheered up. Whatever, fortunately I managed to summon the saber-toothed tiger, so I will definitely win. Nebula looked at him like an idiot. How could he be so confident with just a single tiger? The two chosen forces still could not determine who was superior, but at this very moment the true Lord of Automation, Weasel, returned. The Lord's return meant that the family members were forced to cease fire. To settle this mess, he would definitely have to appoint a successor. Hegemonia was confident that Weasel would choose him, as he and his father had completely identical political ideologies. On the other hand, his daughter, Wikiyoung, who had been neglected since childhood, certainly had no hope. Why are you so sure Weasel will choose him instead of Wikiyoung? Nebula calmly retorted. Just as Hegemonia predicted, Weasel decided to announce his heir right then and there. Before he could utter the highly anticipated name, Wikiyoung suddenly interrupted. Father, I have something to ask you. Very well, go ahead and tell me what you need. Why? Wikiyoung hesitated for a long time. Then, she took a deep breath to gather the courage to utter the remaining part. Why do you want to kill me so badly, father? The extremely direct question made Weasel's face turn pale. The surrounding entourage began to whisper incessantly, and even the normally arrogant Weezin couldn't hide his nervous anxiety. Weasel's expression was incredibly complex. He exclaimed in surprise, wondering when the girl had found out. Wikiyoung didn't cry desperately. Instead, she wore a serene smile. In reality, she had known everything for a long time but had deliberately deceived herself, choosing to ignore it all. Because she didn't want to accept the truth that her own biological father was the one with the most malicious heart towards her. Finally, Wikiyoung understood that the reason he acted that way was because her mother had died giving birth to her, and the curse that had haunted her for so many years was actually just a play fabricated by Weasel. The sky outside gradually became gloomy, just like Weasel's expression at that moment as he remembered his beloved wife Reo. He only knew that her health was too fragile to endure childbirth. Immediately after giving birth to Wikiyoung, she developed a fever and took her last breath. The sudden departure of that woman plunged Weasel into a deep abyss of sorrow. To ease his heart, he selfishly chose to unload all his hatred onto his daughter, convinced that the horns on Wikiyoung's head were the curse that took his beloved wife. This position as Lord of the Citadel brings only tiresome burdens, and you are the one who took away the most precious thing in my life, so I absolutely cannot forgive you. Wikiyoung didn't resent Weasel at all. She had received the answer she expected from him. She clearly understood what she needed to do and told him to act as he wished. In contrast to her calm demeanor, Weezin was almost driven mad by fear that Weasel would be swayed and choose Wikiyoung as his successor. He hissed that his father must not let emotions dictate the fate of Automason Castle. Don't worry, Weezin, even though I am old and utterly exhausted. But in this matter, I am still clear-headed enough to make a judgment befitting a true lord, a true master of Automason Castle. Weasel fully understood that his decision was merely a move on the god's chessboard, but he had no idea that this was also the very moment the supreme beings were intently watching. Even Hegemonia began to pray, which Nebula found utterly ridiculous. If one is already a noble deity, who else is there to ask for blessings from? On the contrary, Nebula focused all his attention on Wikiyoung, who didn't seem very happy. Weasel was about to speak, and as soon as he uttered Wikiyoung's name, she would officially become the heir to this castle. However, she sensed that her father was merely trying to deny his own guilt. If she were truly crowned, gossip within the castle would soon erupt. That the lord, tormented by guilt, had only ceded the throne to the daughter he once tried to murder. Weezin's faction would certainly not miss the opportunity to exploit that. And everyone would doubt Wikiyoung's abilities, believing that this position was merely due to her good fortune. The four great clans and the people of the region would never submit to her. Sitting on the lord's throne under such circumstances would mean she was pushing herself into grave danger. Father cannot simply choose me as heir like that. I must be the one to claim that glory myself, Wikiyoung steadfastly declared. Therefore, before Weasel could even speak, Wikiyoung quickly interrupted him. Father, I have carefully considered your intentions, but I still maintain that I am entirely worthy of the position of Lord of the Citadel. Wikiyoung clasped her hands, bowed respectfully, and then clearly and sonorously stated each word. Please, Father, entrust that noble position to me. Weezin was the first to react, unable to believe that Wikiyoung would so boldly and conspicuously declare her ambition. Father, look, she's using her authority to force you to hand over the position of Lord. Weasel immediately signaled him to be silent. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on his daughter standing opposite him. He sternly asked where she got the audacity to threaten him right in front of the large army. Instead of answering immediately, Wikiyoung quietly pointed her hand towards Saren, who was standing nearby. He didn't hesitate to unleash the energy he had just obtained from the evil spirit. Afterwards, she briefly explained to the crowd that Saran was the chosen one of the black-scaled lizard tribe. Even if he couldn't wipe out everyone here in one blow, he still had more than enough power to send Wei Xiu on his way and ensure Wikiyoung's safe departure. And even if Wei Jun had seized the throne at that time, his fate wouldn't have been much better than his father's. Father, don't listen to his lies. That lizard is severely wounded now, Wei Jun sneered with disdain. However, Wei Xiu had personally witnessed the power of the Chosen One when he visited the Rakrak tribe and became aware of their undeniable standing within the clan. Take Rakrak, for example, who possesses formidable abilities ranging from physical strength to sharp intellect. His sending Saren here was certainly not for a casual stroll, but to keep watch in place of his own choice. However, Wikiyoung, you need to understand that our territory has a very specific rule. In the event that the city lord suddenly passes away without leaving a will, the residents of the area will take it upon themselves to elect the most outstanding individual of the clan to assume power. Wikiyoung didn't hope for that to happen, but if that scenario did become a reality, she would have nothing to fear. Because behind her was the protection of the entire lizard tribe, a source of power capable of turning this automason territory into flat land. Just by using the black-scaled army, you would have more than enough power to level this stronghold, and you would certainly be the only one left alive.
You scoundrel! You finally revealed your wicked nature!
How could you utter such treasonous and unfilial words? Before Wisio could even speak, he snarled furiously. However, the old city lord seemed to have made his final decision. As a leader, he didn't want his people to suffer, and as a father, he couldn't bear to see his daughter stain the stronghold with blood. Wisio let out a long sigh and slowly stepped forward. Well, I suppose I'll have to accept it. I, Wisio, the current Lord of Automason, officially declare that I relinquish this throne to Wei Qium, and this decree takes effect immediately. It was just a brief announcement, but for Wei Jun, the sky seemed to have collapsed on his head. He couldn't stomach the fact that he had been completely defeated by his younger sister. Several days passed, and the rhythm of life for the city residents gradually stabilized. The power struggle officially concluded. The Automason territory began to expand its trade more actively, even welcoming visits from other species. Many engineers from other tribes also flocked there seeking work opportunities. This was the innovative policy that Wei Qium implemented. As for Wei Jun, he was completely silent. The people thought he had given up his ambitions and accepted the rules set by his younger sister. But the bitter truth was that not for a single moment did Wei Jun cease to harbor resentment in his heart. Unable to overthrow her, he decided to choose the path of escape. That night, Wei Jun only took his luggage and a horse, intending to find another place to build his fortune. However, he was caught red-handed by Saran right there. Are you planning to go to the ends of the earth? What I do or where I go is none of your damn business. Go right ahead, I won't stop you. Because whether you stay or leave, you won't be able to change the situation. Wei Jun irritably mounted his horse. He was determined to build up his power and then return to seize the throne. But before he could even leave the city gates, Saran's words poured cold water on his plans. The urgent sound of horse hooves echoed through the quiet night. Suddenly, Saran had a thought. He shouldn't let this kind of person continue to linger in Wei Jun's life any longer. He picked up a burning twig from the brazier with his hand and hurled it high into the air as a signal. At that very moment, a primal guard soldier, perfectly timed as Wei Jun slipped out of the city gate, swooped down to attack. Then, a clean strike of the blade ended his life, officially terminating the glorious days of the fourth young master. Although filled with resentment, Hegemonia was forced to swallow his pride and admit that he had been soundly defeated. He had no choice but to concede. Nebula was somewhat surprised by his opponent's attitude. He had become unusually calm today, and after all, how can one achieve great things without knowing how to acknowledge one's mistakes? Even though it was not easy for him to accept, the final victory still belonged to him, Nebula. Of course it did, since you were the one who was defeated, Nebula replied bluntly, without any restraint. Hegemonia's act of letting go and retreating was much smoother than Nebula had anticipated. He decided to lead the Ganon tribe to migrate across the continent in search of development, and at the same time, Hegemonia announced he would head west. The bet on that prophecy had left him penniless, and as a result, the entire tribe had to endure a very difficult period. It seemed that Hegemonia was not completely devastated. The only thing he wanted now was to stay away from Nebula for a while to find some peace. Nebula nodded in agreement. He had no intention of wasting his energy chasing this man, and furthermore, Hegemonia's progress in both technology and combat spirit was truly formidable. If he was willing to leave and leave a void behind, Nebula would be the one to benefit the most, as he would seize the opportunity to expand his influence through the trade routes he had painstakingly built. Nebula carefully reviewed the map of the continent, noting that the northern coastline and the southern part of the peninsula were strategic coordinates that needed to be focused on for exploitation. As for the two-headed serpent that the frog folk worshipped as a deity, Nebula had considered it carefully, but because it was a freshwater creature, it was difficult to utilize its power in the open sea. The more he thought, the more his head ached, so Nebula decided to set everything aside to focus on the new ruler of the Automason fortress. Wei Qium, after ascending to the throne, was so busy she couldn't even catch her breath. At this very moment, she was dozing off at her desk. While she was drifting into a light slumber, a small iron bird suddenly glided down and landed on her palm. Wei Qium jolted awake, shocked to realize she was no longer in her familiar study. Before her was an empty space, where a faceless male figure was standing silently waiting. Could it be the god of Lam Trung? Wei Qium exclaimed in astonishment, then hurriedly offered her greetings with the utmost reverence. She knelt on the ground, expressing her deep gratitude for the immense support received from the followers of the god of Lam Trung. She understood that this was only the beginning, but in reality Wei Qium had yet to achieve anything. Although she had begun to promote the development of automation through expanded trade, she longed to repay him but felt that her current accomplishments were still far too modest. Nebula did not reply, but simply closed the iron bird. The moment it touched Nebula's hand, it immediately transformed into a thin piece of metal. Wei Qium realized right away that it was the iron coin used by the citizens for daily transactions, but she was completely clueless about the hidden message behind it. Before she could ask for an explanation, the sudden appearance of Sairon right beside her made Wei Qium jump in fright. The scenery around her began to spin, and Wei Qium tumbled off her chair, feeling a sharp pain. It turned out it had all been just a fleeting dream. Even though it was just a dream, Wei Qium was certain that it was definitely not a meaningless one. She immediately rushed out to the streets in the hope of finding some answers. She genuinely wanted to assist the god of Lam Trung to create a good impression in his eyes. While walking briskly along the road, Wickham happened to witness a tall Tron clansman showing obvious excitement over the goods of a Than land merchant. This was his first time setting foot in the West. Previously, their journeys had always been fiercely blocked by the non-tribe, and it was only upon reaching this land that he finally witnessed such premium silk. The man from the Tron tribe immediately wanted to sweep up all the remaining silk from the Shenland merchant's stall. The stall owner was overjoyed upon hearing the offer. After both sides had agreed on all the pricing terms, the transaction seemed to have been completed perfectly. However, Wickham shouted and rushed over, telling the man to stop the payment immediately. "Pardon me, my friend from the Tron tribe, but this Shenland fellow already has a prior business agreement with me." As she spoke, Wickham turned and winked repeatedly at the stall owner. The Shenland man looked extremely confused, but upon meeting the city lord's sharp gaze, he nodded feebly. Yes, that is indeed the case. Disappointment was evident on the Tron man's face. Ultimately, he could only buy a roll of silk in exchange for an iron piece before brushing it off and leaving. As soon as he was out of sight, Wickham vented her frustration on the merchant, saying that if he continued to do business this way, he would invite endless trouble upon himself. "How can you sell such precious silk so cheaply? I come from a merchant background myself, so I understand this well. Are you sure you want to trade at this price?" It turned out she was annoyed because the Shenland man was devaluing the market, while he remained completely oblivious to it. When transporting the silk to sell, he had used a wheelbarrow to save a considerable amount of time and effort, which was why he wanted to lower the price to attract more buyers. However, Wickham strongly opposed this business mindset, as she did not agree with the idea that lower costs should dictate lower prices. Easy transportation does not mean the price should be lowered. In fact, for a luxury item like silk, the price should be even higher. Furthermore, the piece of iron that the Tron man gave you is also problematic. Take a close look at it. Wickham then pulled out a scale and meticulously instructed the Shenland man on how to use it. Afterward, she placed the iron piece left by the Tron man on the scale and compared it with a standard iron piece used in the automason castle. The result was that the side of the scale with the man's iron piece lifted significantly. She told him to see for himself that he had been cheated badly. "Next time you trade with iron, remember to check its weight very carefully before agreeing to the deal." Before the Shenland man could reply, bursts of hearty laughter suddenly rang out from behind Wickham. "That tool seems truly useful. Could you help me compare the weight of these iron pieces as well?" Wickham turned around and saw Ra Crack standing there. She took the iron piece from his hand and replied, "Of course, Ra Crack. The scales of our automason city always guarantee absolute accuracy." Upon glancing at the iron piece, Wickham immediately realized that it was distinctly different from ordinary iron. As if sensing her thoughts, Ra Crack spoke up to explain this was the type of iron he had found in ancient ruins. The quality was superb, but its hardness made it extremely difficult to melt, even for the most seasoned blacksmiths of the Shenland tribe, which was why Ra Crack had brought it to Automason to ask Wickham to evaluate whether it could be liquefied to craft weapons. Wickham felt her heart tremble violently. She suddenly realized that this was the very iron piece from her dream about the blue god, and Ra Crack's question was the command the divine wanted to send her. "Do you think you are capable of melting this metal to forge weapons?" Seeing Wickham looking dazed, Ra Crack asked again. "Most certainly," she asserted firmly and unequivocally, although until she brought the iron block back to the castle. Wickham still could not explain why she felt confident enough to make that commitment in front of Ra Crack. After all, as the city lord of Automason, wouldn't it be a great loss of face if she admitted she could not do it? Yet after returning, Wickham summoned the most highly skilled blacksmiths, but even they were completely stumped by the stubborn lump of iron. They forge it at extreme temperatures and hammer it relentlessly, but they still cannot manage to shape a decent spearhead. "Lord, at this rate, I have no peace of mind to attend to anything else. How about you take a little rest?" The blacksmith immediately waved his hand in refusal, saying that if he stopped and let the forge cool down, it would take a huge amount of coal to get it fired up again from scratch. Besides, labor in the forge is already scarce, and it takes several long years to train a skilled worker. Wickham had no choice but to give up, seeing no other option but to let the man return to rest. As soon as he disappeared from sight, Saren appeared, saying that if things were that difficult, she should just be honest and tell the chieftain, Rock, about it. Even though Saran advised her, Wickham remained stubborn and refused to give up, feeling that backing out now after confidently accepting the task would be like smearing dirt on her own face, proving herself a useless partner. However, in Saran's eyes, the chieftain Ra Crack was a very magnanimous person. He believed that even if Wickham were to honestly admit defeat with that lump of iron, he would not blame her at all. Instead, he would gently comfort her, saying it was fine and he hadn't expected too much anyway, adding that they couldn't do it either, and it should just be set aside. Yet, even if Ra Crack reacted that way, Wickham's pride would still be deeply wounded. So, she decided to put aside the unfinished reading lesson for the day. Wickham led Saran along a path down a corridor hidden deep beneath the palace. Here, they easily encountered squads of mud soldiers, an unmistakable specialty of the city of Automason. They were molded from the innermost depths of the inner sanctum and wandered silently around Automason, constantly repairing and reinforcing the structures. However, one nuisance was that neither the lord of the city Wickham nor Wessail before her could command these mud soldiers at will. However, this was not the important thing that Ung wanted to show Sairan at this moment. She pushed open the heavy door at the end of the underground passage. A massive secret chamber buried deep beneath the inner sanctum was revealed, lying far underground. The ceiling connected to the river, creating an artificial waterfall that rumbled incessantly. Sairan could not hide his amazement as he had never before witnessed such a monumental structure. According to Ung, this was the heart of Auto Mason, and because it was hidden deep within the inner sanctum, there was no fear of enemy eyes. And the thing she really wanted Sairan to admire was the wooden wheel lying under the water. Under the force of the water current, it rotated steadily without pause and produced a truly impressive source of energy. Oh, a perpetual motion machine. That's right, although even now we still don't fully understand how Auto Mason harnesses this energy. But I yearn to use it to transform this entire city of Auto Mason. Sairan, would you be willing to support me? Sairan saw through the burning determination in Ung's eyes, of course, even without fully understanding what she was planning. He nodded and agreed to help without the slightest hesitation. After returning to the study, Ung began to map out her plan to bring her idea to life. She not only discussed it with Sairan, but also brought John into the fold, as John was the top technical expert of the Halm tribe. First, she wanted to dig a new water conduit higher than the current water level. This was a way to install more wooden wheels without reducing the existing water flow. John deemed the plan very feasible, but in return, Ung would need to mobilize a massive amount of labor along with extremely high costs. Furthermore, those wheels had to be crafted from a type of sturdy wood that did not grow in this region. The city of Auto Mason can surely afford that money, right? Ung naively replied. No, the problem isn't about how much money you have in your hand. It's that if you spend such a large amount of money without a source of revenue to offset it, it would be a disaster. Your position is already precarious. If you waste the public fund uselessly, you will certainly be heavily criticized. Do you have the mettle to take on that burden? John was truly a seasoned veteran, and with just one question, he hit the fatal flaw, leaving Ung tossing and turning for the rest of the long night. The silent night once again witnessed her monologuing with the sound still echoing in her mind. It asserted that it was no brilliant prophet. What it knew or could influence was limited to a few brief moments ahead. Nevertheless, Ung still yearned to receive some guidance from this mysterious entity. The immediate plan was to complete 10 water wheels and then transfer this legacy to the succeeding lord. The second wheel was connected to a bellows system. If there was an abundant supply of coal, the furnace would always blaze ceaselessly. The third wheel was designed to be connected to a hammer, helping replace human strength to flatten metals that were too stubborn. The final wheel would be utilized to operate a mill, processing enormous quantities of grain without requiring any personal effort. The voice seemed quite indifferent as it replied, "Very good, is that all? Those are scenarios beyond my foresight. I am merely expressing a few thoughts." That brief praise was like a powerful source of motivation, making Ung's spirit incredibly resolute. The young lord seemed to have made her final decision. She told herself that this water wheel construction project was truly worth carrying out. As soon as the decision was finalized, Ung immediately began to implement the project, but things were not as easy as she had imagined. Problems and unexpected incidents constantly arose. In fact, she also had to face considerable sabotage from anonymous individuals who disliked her. However, the failure in new experiments was what troubled Ung the most, especially while struggling to install the fourth water wheel. Even though Jio and Zhang always stood by her side, it seemed they had miscalculated the area. This small secret chamber was completely insufficient for all four wheels. If Ung insisted on sticking to the original plan, they would have no other option but to demolish it and start over from scratch. This made her want to tear her hair out, but after some consideration, Ung remained resolute. If there was no other way, they would just have to start over. Zhou and Zhang quickly became alarmed, because doing so would double the time and also lead to difficult issues regarding labor costs. Ung no longer had the patience to argue. As a city lord, her words now carried more weight than before. She turned to look at Jiao Zhang and the manager with a sharp gaze. "This is a sacred mission entrusted by the god Lam Trung. This was the only ticket to survival," she snarled, asking if they dared to refuse the guiding flame from the god Lam Trung, making both of them only able to look at each other in confusion. The young lord's attitude was extremely firm. She declared that as long as she drew breath, she would uphold her oath to the god, telling them to just wait and see how she successfully operates the fourth wheel. Under that pressure, Jiao and Zhang were forced to concede to Ung's will, while Nebula silently monitored every movement on screen, wondering if he had ever asked her to make 4 wheels, or even asked her to build them in the first place. However, human nature was inherently always ambitious like that. They had to achieve their goals at all costs, unlike the pure straightforwardness of the gods. In this situation, Ung used the name of the god Lam Trung to justify the construction delay that extended beyond the original schedule. This stratagem seemed very effective, as the large clans in the city did not show overly strong opposition. On the contrary, they even promised to greatly benefit from developing trade. When the groups of workers stayed to work and the water wheels began to turn, the prosperity of the commercial district would bring countless abundant sources of wealth. Nebula could not deny that this girl possessed exceptionally keen intelligence and extraordinary courage. It was Ung's tenacity and audacious spirit that laid the groundwork for the greatest architectural project of its time. The quartet of water wheels was officially completed. On the day they became operational, everyone was astonished by the enormous energy it generated. The giant hammer connected to the wheel system now had enough power to flatten iron plates that could not be subdued by ordinary human strength. Wikium believed that before long automation's iron and steel industry would surpass other lands, her eyes filled with pride as she gazed at her water wheels. Lord Then Lam Trang, please forgive me for borrowing your name to assert my authority, but I am sure you will understand when you witness this magnificent achievement. Nebula had just received a notification about a new achievement. His iron crafting skill had officially reached level 2. The residents under his rule now possessed sophisticated steel refining technology, which enabled them to create metal objects far more durable and sturdy than before. The first standardized currency name token had also been introduced. At the same time, the middle gate script had appeared, indicating that the skill development speed of this system was far surpassing that of other players. Nebula greatly enjoyed this achievement, which was also why he chose humanity as the second race to nurture alongside the lizard folk. The intelligence of these residents truly astounded people. Since the water wheels were inaugurated, the streets of automation had become bustling, attracting all races from far and wide to trade. It seemed anyone who passed by was enchanted by the hum emanating from within the inner chambers. Today, a delegation of elves visited the city. As soon as they arrived, their eyes were fixed on the high-quality silk stalls of the lizard folk. However, this merchant had learned to trade more wisely, all thanks to the precision scale that Wikiung had given him earlier. Although the two elves insisted that the iron they brought was of superior quality, when placed on the scale, its weight was much lighter than the standard. This iron is only 4th grade. We cannot accept an exchange if the quality is so poor. You two should go to the Automation Trading Center to exchange for tokens, and then come back here to buy. Being flatly rejected made the two elves indignant, yet they stubbornly lingered, trying to haggle a bit more. This is a rare opportunity for you to trade with us. Don't cling to those cheap silk fabrics any longer. The two words cheap had just been uttered when they touched the limit of the lizardfolk merchant's patience, and he immediately flared up in anger. Do you even know how much sweat and effort it takes to produce this silk?
Buy it or get lost!
This scene caught Wikyung's eye as she stood tucked away in a hidden corner. Not only was she not angry to see the shop owner turn away customers, but she also felt very satisfied. It seemed the lizardfolk merchant had truly matured in his role as a trader. This was the first time elves had appeared in the commercial district, proving that automation was gradually becoming more prosperous than ever. Sensing a favorable opportunity, Wikyung also wanted to take a stroll to see how her people were conducting their trade. However, immediately after, an irritating incident caught her eye. Those two elves were using their beautiful appearance and eloquent words to deceive novice merchants, turning poor quality iron into goods to exchange for good silk. This was clearly an act of unscrupulous profiteering. The more Wikyung watched, the more annoyed she became, wondering where these swindlers had come from. Just then, Nebula also received a strange message. He let out a soft exclamation, secretly guessing that the recent contact had a dubious connection with those elves. In the early stages of the game, conflict was foolish, so when encountering Hegemonia, Nebula chose a peaceful resolution through an enigmatic prophecy, as everyone knew. The elves resided on the distant northern coast, so he originally had little interest in interacting with them. However, upon reconsideration, information about other players was still too scarce. Therefore, this conversation might yield some benefits, and Nebula decided to accept the offer. Suddenly, a beautiful elf with pointy ears appeared on the screen. She proactively greeted, "I am the god of the elf tribe. My name is Elder. You are the god of that tiny human city." Seeing the opponent's haughty appearance, Nebula felt a surge of disgust. It seemed Elder was a true role-playing addict. She was completely immersed in the divine setting of this game, to the point of forgetting that her true nature was just that of a normal player, like everyone else. Although he had little fondness for such a person, Nebula politely replied, "You could say that. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you. You seem even more courteous than the one named Hegemonia." "You know about Hegemonia?" "Of course. After all, I was the one who kicked those manji out of the Northern Sea." Nebula pondered for a few seconds. Could Hegemonia have come here to dispute because another player drove him away? But he was originally a formidable player. Could this elder really have outmaneuvered Hegemonia? "So, how can I help you?" "Help? No need. I want you to offer me tribute items. In return, I will allow you to expand your influence without interference." Elder declared bluntly. These words clearly showed contempt for Nebula and his tribe, no different from demanding protection money for peace. As a result, Nebula immediately blocked communication with Elder without hesitation. What an arrogant and insolent woman, he thought, but he believed she must have some basis for being so confident. However, her territory was located on the perpetually cold northern coast. Nebula had no way to use his swarm to scout, and venturing there himself was too risky. He was completely clueless about the situation of the elf tribe and why Elder was so arrogant. However, after calming down, Nebula realized he wasn't the only one in a predicament. He knew nothing about Eldar, and she, in turn, didn't know much about him. Since the scouts couldn't penetrate the rugged terrain, it was highly probable that Elder had sent an elf squad to Automation City. That was why those two strangers had suddenly appeared here. Nebula felt that trouble was beginning to brew, especially since Elder had mentioned removing obstacles that stood in his way. However, neither side had any trust to cooperate, and in this situation, conflict was inevitable. This would be a real war, not just a theoretical dispute like with Hegemonia. It seemed Nebula had to prepare for his first bloodshed. Let's see what the other players are doing. While Nebula was busy scouting other players within reach, Wikyung was also facing a tangled mess. She hadn't even had time to learn about the elves before they came knocking at her door. A tall, handsome elf introducing himself as Leona, the captain of the merchant group, personally came to greet her. Before Wikyung could speak, he confidently spoke first. "I know exactly why the Lord is showing such an attitude. The transaction yesterday by a member of my group displeased you, didn't it? Precisely, Wikiyoung retorted without the slightest reservation. Leona was not angered by this attitude at all. In fact, he had even prepared a gift box to apologize. Wikiyoung took the box from his hand. Inside was an egg-sized diamond sparkling enchantingly. Leona explained that he had found this item in ancient ruins and was willing to give it for free, only hoping that Wikiyoung would go a little easy on the elf merchant caravan. This item is decent, Wikiyoung nodded, appearing satisfied. Leona, thinking he had successfully bribed her, was incredibly smug. Unexpectedly, just a second later, her expression changed 180 degrees. Wikiyoung slammed the box lid shut, threw it forcefully to the ground, and sneered, "I'm not short on money. You want to bribe me? This thing means nothing to me!" Leona was so terrified by her sudden action that he hurriedly picked up the box and tremblingly opened it to check. The diamond observer remained perfectly unblemished, and only then did he dare to shed his worries. "So, how much do you intend to spend? If you wish to form an alliance, abandon any thought of bribery immediately. Simply adhere to the rules here and don't play tricks on my merchants." Wikiyoung firmly refused to accept even a single penny. The elves have never before left the northern shore, so their sudden desire to trade in automason is truly suspicious. Before understanding their true intentions, she cannot allow them to act freely and manipulate the people of this town. Seeing her so resolute, Leona dared not offer any more bribes. "I understand, and we will obey the commands of the Lord. Furthermore, if you wish to gain my favor, try buying this." Wikiyoung's servant carried over a bundle filled with wooden statues of the lamb-trunk deity. Leona found herself in a predicament. "We originally worshipped the night dance deity, you see. Well then, perhaps worshipping both will double our blessings. Business requires give and take, just buy them," she thought. Even though the statues weren't worth much, Wikiyoung was truly cunning to force the elves to do something against their beliefs. This woman is truly shrewd. Not long after, Sairon came to report that Asadian, the leader of the elf tribe, had sent an envoy to demand an apology from Wikiyoung. The reason was that the elf tribe believed she had insulted their faith and encroached upon their pride. Upon hearing this, Wikiyoung became enraged and sneered, "Those people are only outwardly glamorous but utterly corrupt inside." Sairon retorted, asking if their faces were truly beautiful, which left her speechless. She had to change the subject. "Perhaps we need another move. We must emphasize that it was that group of merchants who tried to bribe Lord Automason to profit from me. That sounds plausible enough. Go and prepare quickly, for I predict they will return to the city during the rainy season, and that time is not far off now." However, Wikiyoung had no mind left to entertain these devious people, nor was she interested in their slippery diplomacy, for the deities had given guidance. At this time, Wikiyoung was pouring all her efforts into preparing manpower and resources to face the impending war. As predicted, not long after, the elf tribe marched their army, and the one personally leading the conquest was Chieftain Asadian. Initially, when the night dance deity commanded the initiation of war, he was somewhat stunned. But Asadian was inherently as arrogant as the deity he worshipped, so he believed that conquering Automason was merely a trivial matter. From atop the city walls, the vigilant soldiers had already detected their approach from afar. They quickly relayed the report of this matter to Wikiyoung. This time, the elf tribe's army comprised a total of 300 soldiers. Elda was still watching from above. She believed that 300 troops were more than enough to crush Automason. For even though those city walls seemed tall, they were only built from mud and earth, not durable brick and stone. Moreover, inside there were only about 150 guards with crude bows and arrows, whereas the elf tribe's bows could hit targets at a distance of over 80 paces. Elda was eagerly anticipating witnessing Nebula taste defeat. That Asadian was no different from Elda. He only wanted to force Wikiyoung to kneel at his feet. This battle had already been within Nebula's calculations, yet he maintained his composure and showed no signs of anxiety. Perhaps he had placed his full trust in that stubborn lady lord who was busy arranging defenses. The elf army had not advanced for long when a scout frantically returned to report to Asadian that an army of about 70 people from Automason was ambushing them in the canyon leading into the city. Asadian immediately panicked upon hearing the number 70. Why only a mere 70 enemies? Before he could regain his composure, his subordinates behind him cried out in terror, "Commander Asadian, we have enemies behind us." The enemy soldiers had blocked their retreat. Asadian, in utter panic, quickly turned his head to look. With just a glance, he realized the army approaching was the Thalan tribe's legion. Furthermore, the leader of the army was none other than the formidable chieftain Ratrak. Now, Asadian was truly panicked. He never expected Nebula to join forces with the Thalan people so quickly. The false god elder above was also trembling incessantly. She had looked down on Nebula, thinking he only had one tribe, never suspecting he had long since subjugated the Thalan tribe as well. As if he had anticipated Elder's move, Nebula had unblocked her communications early on. Just as expected, 5 seconds after Ratrak's troops launched their attack, Elder called him directly. Before Nebula could even speak, Elder shrieked in a fury, asking if the Thalan tribe were his friends, adding that there was another god here too, and that 2 against 1 was cheating. Nebula sighed warily and told her to check the list of players in the region before speaking. It seemed this woman was too shallow, and he couldn't understand how Hegemonia could have lost to her. Across the front lines, Elder suspiciously opened the regional player list to look. Indeed, the display showed no one but herself and the name Nebula. Elder's face shifted from green to white. She could not accept this harsh reality at all. "I am the god of humanity as well as the Thalan people. What is so strange about 2 tribes sharing the same faith?" Eldar was becoming increasingly frantic. She could not believe that he had managed to control 2 races while just starting out. The current tactical situation was extremely disadvantageous for the elves. Ahead, the human military camp was waiting, and behind them, Ratrak was leading his tribesmen in a massive assault. Hasadian knew he had no way out, so he tried to reassure his soldiers that they had superior numbers and nothing to fear. He ordered his vanguard to ready their bows to counter the Thalan tribe. But if life were that easy, I would have won the lottery a long time ago. Commander, the voice of his intelligence officer rang out again. Every word he uttered seemed to shorten Hasadian's life. My future human troops appeared on the mountain peak, leaving Hasadian trembling. This was the most horrific news he had ever heard. Before the elf troops could recover to hear orders from their commander, a rain of arrows poured down from above. Miserable cries echoed everywhere, and Hasadian's army instantly descended into complete chaos. In addition, Ratrak had also approached from the rear. Hasadian was still obstinately trying to turn the situation around, frantically ordering his soldiers to hold their formation. But he did not know that Ratrak possessed the power of the Chosen One. His style of unleashing attacks was exactly like Sauron's. With just a snap of his fingers, lightning struck directly into the elven formation, decimating half their forces in the blink of an eye. Following that, Ratrak's core army fiercely charged into battle, possessing great endurance and equipped with advanced weapons thanks to the water wheel technology from Wickium. Thus, it was beyond dispute that the Thalan tribe would completely overwhelm them in close quarters combat. Instead of continuing to resist, the elf soldiers began to throw down their weapons and flee, despite Hasadian screaming in despair for no one to run. He roared, ordering his troops to return to the fight to fulfill the wishes of the false god. Yet, no one paid any heed to that order. The soldiers now only cared about escaping to save their own lives. Noticing the enemy's morale had crumbled, Rakrak once again summoned power from the evil spirits. This time was a complete sweep, leaving no survivors, while the battlefield below was a scene of intense brutality. Above, two gods in opposing moods were conversing. Elder felt completely crushed and had no choice but to admit defeat. Meanwhile, Nebula was both delighted and satisfied with his army's performance. He teased the opponent for surrendering so quickly and remarked that all resistance was futile given the vast difference in strength. Nebula held up 3 fingers as a symbol for his 3 demands: resources, information, and technology, causing Elda to gasp in shock like a shrew, thinking he intended to strip her of everything. Nebula coolly replied that it wasn't exactly everything, and that besides, she would find it difficult to survive without relying on him at this point. Elda thought about it and realized he had a point, because the most important thing for her right now wasn't what Nebula demanded, but the risk of the elves' extinction. In this battle alone, they had lost nearly 300 soldiers, and the few remaining troops truly couldn't manage to survive on their own. Holding the fate of 2 races in his hands, Nebula could easily push Elda to the brink if she dared to oppose him. Therefore, taking advantage of his willingness to negotiate, even if the method was no different from robbery, Elda had to begrudgingly accept. She even changed her tune in a flash, sparing no words to praise Nebula as the most benevolent god in the land. She vowed to offer all the information, technology, and resources he needed. Elda earnestly begged him to forgive her former arrogance and not hold a grudge. This performance made Nebula wonder if she had been a professional actress before being transported to this world. Seeing Nebula's silence, Elda presumed he had agreed and cut in to reveal what she knew about the northern coast. It turned out she had allies. Specifically 3 players on the northern coast. Elda Solongos and Lim Chun-sik had formed a loose alliance without any actual support mechanism. Player Solongos possessed the rare ability to control a race called centaurs. These were cavalry with great natural advantages, but they struggled with reproduction and consumed a vast amount of resources. Nebula had never been interested in centaurs, but if someone else managed to recruit them, it would be a concern worth considering. As for Lim Chun-sik, he had overcome the fatal weakness of the Oxford species, a race that was very strong but extremely unintelligent with an average IQ of only 10. However, that man Lim had skillfully used zone blessings to elevate the intelligence of those monsters. This ability was not physically limited, and Nebula had also granted many similar blessings to humanity. Regarding Elder's 2 allies, Nebula considered Lim Chun-sik to be slightly superior. He asked if Hegemonia had ever encountered this person and received a negative reply. Before being driven out, Hegemonia's land was situated right next to Elder and Solongos, so he had never dared to venture near Lim Chun-sik's territory. Still, he had been at a disadvantage due to the alliance of those 3, which is why he sought a way south to establish a base there, only to end up encountering him and having to flee in a pathetic state. However, after Hegemonia vanished, Lim Chun-sik began to turn hostile by forcing Eldar to pay excessive tribute, likely because he was strong enough and no longer needed his alliance with her. Exhausted by those unreasonable demands, Elda was forced to go to war with other tribes to compensate. Unfortunately, as soon as she started, she ran straight into Nebula. It seemed Lim Chun-sik was more wary of Solongos because centaurs were a nomadic race, though Elda wondered what that had to do with her being bullied. Both elves and Ashers were indigenous peoples who always viewed territory size as a measure of power, making a fractured relationship between the 2 sides almost inevitable. For the land that would belong to her in the future, did she still hope he would treat her kindly? Elder suddenly understood, because even if Lim Chun-sik hadn't turned first, the 2 sides couldn't have walked together for long. He knew Elder would backstab him sooner or later, so he struck first. On the other hand, nomadic tribes inherently need to show humility, but Nebula wasn't sure what the next development would be. He was simply certain that if a powerful force rose in the north, he would be the one in the most trouble. We need to join hands and support each other now, don't we, Lady Eldar? And she hadn't expected Nebula to take the initiative to make such a proposal. However, immediately after, her mind became cluttered because the previous uneven battle had taken away too much of her power, army, and priests. You still have the blessings from the district, don't you? Aren't you the god of rain-making? I guess you've already reached the pinnacle of artistry. That was true. Elder looked surprised when she saw that Nebula seemed to see through everything. Suddenly, he gestured slightly and Elder cautiously approached him. After Nebula whispered something into her ear, Eldar looked skeptical. She asked if he truly believed in that plan. The scene changed to a frozen land, perhaps the northern coastal strip. There, a group of 3 centaurs was standing with an old man who appeared to be human or an elf. They called the man a prophet, one who had just brought a prophecy that he claimed would soon become a reality. In the near future, a king would set foot on this land to establish a new world order. Those currently in power would be stripped of their positions, and those who freely traveled between territories would disappear without a trace. The leading centaur grew more irritated as he listened. Who was this king that would make everyone bow their heads, even the most powerful tribal leaders? Do you mean that king is a deity? No, gods never appear in the mortal realm, but a king does. And he believed this king was second only to the gods. The centaur let out a cold laugh and beat his chest with pride, deluding himself into believing he was that very sovereign. However, the prophet only slightly shook his head in denial. When he asked if it was the lizard folk group currently gaining fame, the old man continued to shake his head. Although the lizard folk were extremely warlike, they could not cross the natural boundary separating the northern sea area with its extremely harsh climate. According to his description, the future ruler was a giant with a massive body, majestic on a stone throne, stronger than centaurs and wiser than elves. Hearing that, the centaur angrily interrupted. Could he be talking about Kijin, the ogre mage? What on earth was going on? Yes, the prophet calmly gave an affirmative answer. At that moment, the flame of anger in the centaur's heart exploded violently, and he sent the prophet to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. You're wrong, blind old man. I am Tamaraizu, and I will never kneel before anyone except the gods. As expected, the prophet was actually a member of the elf tribe, executing Elder's plan to spread the prophecy throughout the northern coastal region. It was Nebula who had orchestrated everything, but despite his rage, Tamaraizu showed no sign that he believed in the prophecy. Then let us make that prophecy come true. Just wait and see the results. Although Tamaraizu didn't pay much attention to that oracle, it still sowed many worries in his heart. Today he decided to conquer the northern mountain known for its towering height and treacherous terrain. All of Tamaraizu's efforts were in vain. He even nearly lost his life due to an avalanche midway. Just before being crushed by the massive block of snow, Tamaraizu screamed in despair, asking why he could not be king, but there was no answer. He woke up with a start. It turned out that the mountain expedition was just an absurd dream. Notably, this bizarre nightmare has been repeating constantly for several days, leaving his mind restless. Tamaraizu longed for the throne to end his obsession. Although he well understood that in this godforsaken place no one knew his name, he still could not bear to see Kijin crowned. While lost in a mess of calculations, Tamaraizu's subordinate suddenly ran in to report that there were visitors. After sending that fake prophet to the afterlife, Tamaraizu welcomed 2 more strange guests. One was an elf in the same boat as the previous prophet. He said he had heard rumors that Oxford Kijin would be crowned. He repeatedly urged Tamaraizu to proactively seize the throne instead of passively waiting for the prophecy to come true. The other was a human from the city of Automason. He said the people there were buzzing with rumors that the new king was the leader of the centaur tribe. Thus, he had traveled a long way here to present offerings, and so, the rumors about the king spread further every day. Tamaraizu began to feel wavered by prophecies that did not originate from divine will at all. The next day, he continued to receive more guests, this time a member of the lizard tribe. As soon as he arrived, this person appeared extremely friendly. He was Owen, the most eloquent speaker of the tribe. Are you also here to incite me to become king? Tamaraizu asked bluntly after a few social pleasantries. What king? Truthfully, I know nothing of the future, but if someone wants to claim the throne, I am here to prevent it. Tamaraizu was stunned to see Owen have a perspective completely opposite to the previous ones. He began to wonder why Owen opposed him, whether he lacked qualification or still needed recognition from other leaders. Oh, so have you received approval from the other tribes yet? Owen asked indifferently. Elves and humans say I am the worthy one. As for your lizard tribe, I am not sure, though our chieftain will likely agree. Nevertheless, Owen still advised Tamaraizu not to seek the throne for his own sake. This matter is not about qualifications or capability. The most important key is approval from the gods. Owen's words truly pierced deep into Tamaraizu's soul. Yet he still could not understand. His god was always ready to charge into battle. So why would he not want him to be king? This is just my subjective assessment. Owen replied calmly, just as there is a hierarchy among the races of the world, it is the same for the gods. The god of the centaur tribe whom you loyally worship must also bow before countless other powerful deities. Upon hearing this, Tamaraizu flew into a rage and brandished his weapon. He could not accept that someone dared to insult his faith. Despite this, Owen showed no fear because anger blinded his reason. Tamaraizu swung his axe down before Owen could evade. Why must you keep being angry with me? I'm just discussing the hierarchy of power among the gods. Don't target me. You'd better pay attention to the deities who are domineering over you instead. Tamaraizu trembled violently, not from fear but from the rage boiling up inside him. However, after calming down, he saw that Owen's argument was not without foundation. Perhaps his nightly nightmares were dark warnings from his god, who had seen through his heart and issued a decree forbidding him from ascending the throne. Finally, Tamarazu lowered his weapon and asked Owen how he should manage in this chaotic situation. Owen slowly stood up, adjusted his hood, and prepared to leave, confiding that warriors like himself sometimes need to defy orders from superiors if the situation demands it. Perhaps you should also learn how to resist your god. Owen's advice, though sounding like a deterrent, was actually the key to Nebula's scheme. After Owen disappeared, Tamarazu stood rooted to the spot for a long time before he understood the profound hidden meaning in that message. His desire to be king grew even more intense, for he believed that only by holding ultimate power could he help his god escape the clutches of those above. From high above, Nebula watched with satisfaction at the new development, while Elda appeared utterly amazed. She never expected works of art to have such formidable power to manipulate the situation under Nebula's guidance. This was the first time she had freely shaped destiny as she wished. Everything that arises in the human mind can be transformed into art, from murals and sculptures to even obscure prophecies. Elda successfully manipulated Tamarazu's mindset, causing him to turn his back on his god's decree even while in the hands of another player. This Solongos must have quite a headache this time. The rift between the races will surely lead to a ruthless confrontation between the gods. Nebula believed that sooner or later he would be swallowed by Lim Chun Shik, and Solongos himself understood this vision, which was why he was struggling in despair. Regardless, Nebula's goal remained simply to stand aside, watch the show, and reap all the benefits when the time was right. Just as Oi had said, Tamarazu's god was being driven into a corner by Lim Chun Shik from the Oxer race, giving Solongos a major headache because of his followers' stubbornness. He hurriedly sought out Lim Chun Shik and bowed low in apology, stammering that he didn't know why Tamarazu refused to listen to advice. Lim Chun Shik replied with an annoyed attitude, saying, "It was fine, brother. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on those elves. I didn't expect Elda to intervene so deeply." Even Solongos hadn't anticipated this move, as his relationship with Elda had been quite good until now. They had even collaborated to drive back hegemonia. The situation had become extremely tense. Tamarazu was no longer obedient, so a clash with the Kijin would occur sooner or later. If Tamarazu unfortunately lost his life, it would be a severe loss for Solongos, as he would lose a key priest. Suddenly, Solongos changed his attitude. He stood tall with a majestic expression instead of being submissive as before, asserting that he had no reason to apologize. "Because my Tamarazu will surely destroy your Kijin." This reversal was inevitable. If Solongos did not stand up to resist, he would eventually become prey for Lim Chun Shik. But that man named Lim just sneered at such arrogance, for there was no way a nomadic tribe like the Centaurs could subdue the battle-hardened Oxer army. The two still exchanged pleasantries on the outside, but in their hearts they had long since viewed each other as sworn enemies. Only a short time after that, the flames of war truly erupted. Tamarazu led his most elite warriors into the fray from the very first minutes. His path was quickly blocked by goblin slaves, but the power of the Centaur tribe completely overwhelmed these inferior monsters and easily wiped them out. However, Tamarazu didn't expect the Oxa tribe to have anticipated his route and laid an ambush. As soon as the goblins were defeated, their main force began to appear. Facing the giant monsters, the Centaur army suddenly became bewildered. They wanted to retreat, but the path behind them was cut off, leaving them stuck in a dilemma. Soon, the Oxa swarmed in to attack, and with their superior strength, they quickly gained the upper hand. In that situation, Tamarazu's rage suddenly flared up. Were they planning to use the goblins as bait to ambush us? What a bunch of cowards, he thought, swinging his sharp spear high and charging valiantly into the heart of the enemy lines. Tamarazu lived up to his reputation as the leader of the Centaur tribe, taking down two Oxas instantly with just a few swift thrusts of his spear. The enemy's blood splashing onto his face only fueled his bloodlust and fighting spirit, leaving him with only one thought in his mind. That was to defeat Kijin to become king and free his god from the grip of the other gods. Kijin, the leader of the Oxa tribe, clearly possessed strength far superior to ordinary Oxas. It seemed Kijin was extremely furious to see that Tamarazu had betrayed him. He let out a deafening roar, then swung his massive hammer and charged into the attack. Although smaller, Tamarazu was extremely agile and nimble. Unfortunately, that agility was not enough to help him escape Kijin's encirclement. In the blink of an eye, Tamarazu was caught by Kijin with one hand. Then, putting all his strength into his other arm, he squeezed his opponent's body tightly. Poor Tamarazu could not resist such an overwhelming disparity in strength, and in the end, he was the one to face a tragic fate, unable to witness the horrific scene that followed. Watching from above, Elda could only sigh, though it was unclear whether she felt disappointment or pity. "I thought the Centaur tribe would have a fair fight against the Oxas, but who would have expected it to turn out like this?" Afterward, she began to feel anxious. Elda grew even more restless. She worried about Nebula because his core force was the Lizardman tribe, and their health weakened significantly when winter came, so she feared they would not be able to fend off the Oxas. Elda kept pestering Nebula until he became annoyed. What was she talking about? The black-scaled lizardmen would not be clashing with the Oxas. What do you mean?" "Never mind, continue what you were saying. What is your level?" Just as Owen once said, the gods also have different ranks, which was the meaning behind Nebula's question. Elda hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed, and replied that she had previously reached a level of about 3400 in the game. Nebula pondered this. The number wasn't bad, but it wasn't exactly great either. He had assumed that the chosen players were selected based on their levels, so what exactly did the gods' rankings mean? And how were the players chosen? What were the conditions to join the war? Nebula had countless questions but could not find the answers for the moment. He felt more and more that the world of Lost War was incomprehensible, but since he was already here, he had to keep moving forward. Suddenly, Nebula turned to ask Elda, "Hey, do you intend to keep cooperating with me?" "Of course, what are you talking about?" "Forget it, thanks." Nebula's attitude deeply annoyed Elda. If there was one phrase he said to her most often, it was "never mind," or "forget it." However, Elda didn't dare to retort. After all, she was the weaker one. In another development, Lim Chun-sik was enjoying his tribe's victory, but he did not dare to sit still and began researching the other players. The name Nebula caught his attention immensely as his account had previously ranked first in Lost War. There were even rumors that no streamer could compete with him. Lim Chun-sik did not think he would have to face such a legendary figure so soon. However, he believed that in this battle, he was lucky enough to have gained many advantages. Nebula's territory, consisting of the insect race and the lizardmen, would weaken significantly when winter arrived, accompanied by sharp declines in stats that forced him to go all out for a quick victory. Conversely, Lim Chun-sik's snails remained as robust as ever regardless of the weather, and he was busily preparing his troops because the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Nebula's side. Having once been a top 20 player during his prime in Lost War, the prospect of defeating the person currently at the top of the rankings stirred intense excitement within him. After all preparations were complete, Lim Chun-sik sat back and waited for Nebula to make the first move, but the prolonged silence began to make him increasingly restless. Not long after, an unexpected event occurred. It was not Ragnarok's army attacking, but the elf tribe's village engulfed in a towering inferno. As a veteran gamer, Lim Chun-sik immediately realized that Nebula was employing a ruthless scorched earth tactic. The essence of this strategy is to level all defensive structures that the enemy could utilize in order to completely cut off their supply lines. Naturally, before executing this burning plan, Nebula had carefully relocated all the elf villagers to a safe place. Normally, he rarely used this desperate measure so early, as it is difficult to deploy effectively in the initial stages of a war. But the current situation was different as the enemy was holding the northern region, making food supplies extremely difficult to transport. Furthermore, the black-scaled lizard tribes controlling all transactions at Automason City, forcing the Oxfords to choose between raiding or trading items for necessities. Now that Nebula had destroyed the village, even though it made Elda unhappy, he had achieved his strategic goal. The fatal weakness of the Oxfords lies in their excessive consumption, leading to severe food shortages. At this rate, starving to death in winter is inevitable. "Ilda, you are truly a lucky charm for me." While busy analyzing military maneuvers, Nebula suddenly dropped an unrelated remark, causing Elda's cheeks to flush. She thought he was complimenting her, but he continued, "Plans like this are usually only enough to destroy part of the territory. Who would have thought those giants would show up at the elf village at just the right time, causing them to suffer such heavy losses?" Thinking she was being flirted with only to be disappointed, Elda immediately pouted. Nebula was very relaxed at this moment. All that remained for him was to wait, as he was certain that the Oxford army could not survive through the second winter. Sure enough, the food crisis hit quickly, and the Oxfords were so hungry that they had to capture goblins to use as food. This caused the goblins, who were originally loyal slaves to the Oxfords, to begin looking for ways to flee to other lands. Kijin began to harbor doubts about his god, because since the famine had been raging, his deity had remained silent without issuing any decrees. Kijin had always been deeply devout, but now his faith was wavering severely as his people faced the prospect of dying slowly from starvation. In reality, Lim Chun-sik was also extremely anxious because the dire situation no longer allowed him to wait even another moment. So he decided to play a card no one expected, going to great lengths to seek help from Solongos. He intended to ask for military aid, but Solongos was also powerless. More than a year had passed since Tamaraizu was defeated by Kijin. Immediately after that, Nebula's lizard tribe attacked Solongos' land, causing the people in his territory to flee, which caused their trust in the gods to reach an all-time low. However, because Lim Chun-sik and Solongos had severed ties long ago, neither of them knew about that information. Actually, recently Solongos had also been mulling over the idea of contacting Lim Chun-sik. Because not long ago, Elda had proactively reached out and advised Solongos to surrender to Nebula. If he agreed to stop Lim Chun-sik's army, Elda would be willing to share the burden with the Centaur tribe. Although Solongos had pondered for a long time, he still told Lim Chun-sik that he had flatly refused, because looking at Elda's exhausted resource situation, Solongos could guess that surrendering to Nebula was not a wise choice. Lim Chun-sik, even though we've had friction lately, weren't we always brothers fighting side by side before? That sentence moved Lim Chun-sik to the point of tearing up. He claimed he could mobilize several warrior reinforcements for him, as Lim Chun-sik had lost too many soldiers while encountering Nebula's traps. He believed that only by fighting in open terrain would Axer have a hope of victory. Then, a battle between the gods would break out, and he could take advantage of it to eliminate Nebula's main forces. The descent of a deity to join a battle would cause their power to diminish. Lim Chun-sik was certain that after the defeat against Nebula, Elder's holy power had significantly decreased, making further risks impossible. Even if Nebula still had enough holy power to face the battle, Lim Chun-sik still had support from Solongos. That was why he had to lower himself to seek this person out. Afterward, Solongos did indeed dispatch a military unit to reinforce Lim Chun-sik. Their battle took place in an arid valley. As for Nebula, the one standing as commander was none other than Rakrak. Once the target was identified, Lim Chun-sik and Solongos immediately descended to infuse their high priest with more power. Of course, Nebula would not let Rakrak fight the enemy alone. Kijin and the centaur currently being possessed by a god displayed extremely aggressive combat abilities. However, they never expected that Nebula had successfully recruited even the evil spirits from the Sala Sala era. That lightning-imbued power completely overwhelmed them in an instant. I alone am enough to wipe out your battle, hardened army. Do you really think you can defeat me with such meager holy power? Why don't you try using your heads to see why I didn't run away despite being outnumbered 2-1? It's clearly because victory is firmly in my hands, you fools. If a deity descends to participate in a battle and is miserably defeated, they will suffer an extremely large loss of experience. Lim Chun Sik and Salongos were sealed immediately afterward for this very reason. When a deity is sealed, one can destroy their statue to send them on their way and end the game. Naturally, there are still special ways to undo that seal. However, at present, Nebula was not bothered by these two, so he put them aside for now. This battle was too easy for him. Defeating two gods at the same time helped Nebula's level increase significantly. Since his current points were quite plentiful, he decided to further upgrade Recrack. But before that, there was another small benefit. Because he had defeated two opponents, Nebula had the right to seize a portion of their territory and resources. After careful consideration, he decided to seize the swamp territory and the birds belonging to Lim Chun Sik. This unexpected stroke of luck left Nebula extremely satisfied. He could use the birds as scouts instead of his current insects, while the blessing originally meant for insects would be transferred to lizards and humans. Immediately, Nebula applied the insect blessing effect to both of his races. It would take effect for the next generation and might only create small changes, but that would be enough to help his game progress more smoothly. As for Eldar, Nebula did not intend to pursue them to the end. After all, Eldar's holy power was exhausted, and they no longer had any ability to resist. 3 players had been eliminated from the game by Nebula. Now was the right time for him to rearrange the situation. Through news from the Locusts, Nebula learned that there were 3 opposing powers currently in the West. They were originally a group split from the 5 players, but he did not want to show hostility unless they dared to violate his territory. To the east lay the vast ocean. Nebula's immediate goal was to dominate the continent, so he did not need to pay attention there yet. At this time, Nebula needed to unify the northern and southern lands before the NPCs could completely occupy those 2 regions. Unfortunately, Ragnarok couldn't be in 2 places at once, so Nebula planned to use the elf tribe in Eldar to seize this land. As soon as he thought of that, he called Eldar. Nebula's position was now like that of an elder in the family, making her not dare to disobey a single word. Therefore, the elf tribe obediently followed the god's decree and trudged deeper into the distant north. Ever since the Sardians' defeat, Liana had taken over as chief. Nevertheless, many elves expressed discontent at having to constantly migrate like this. They yearned for a stable place to settle, to rebuild their crops and consolidate their forces before the Oxer and Gopin tribes cast their gaze upon them. Why must we torment ourselves in this harsh land? An elf asked, even though the night dance god offered no explanation to Chief Liana. Actually, last night I received a premonition from the night dance god. Leona calmly replied. In fact, yesterday Elder had ordered them to receive a person from the south who was coming to assist the green-eyed elf tribe. No sooner had she finished speaking than a subordinate rushed in to report that a human delegation was approaching. Well, it seems the person from the prophecy has appeared, hasn't he? Several elves in the tent looked at each other with skepticism. Leona immediately instructed everyone to prepare to welcome the other group, and he himself hoped this was indeed the individual the night dance god had mentioned. Despite the howling blizzard, Leona still led her tribespeople to wait outside. Although the leader of the group had his face completely covered, Leona immediately recognized the familiar person. It was Lord Wickiam. He hadn't expected the Lord of Automation to personally go to such lengths to travel to this remote land. While Leona was still taken aback, Wickiam dismounted and approached to make conversation. Are you Leona? You look a bit thinner than the last time we met, don't you? Yes, please come inside, sir. It's freezing cold out here. Wickiam didn't immediately enter the tent. Instead, a burly man dismounted and stepped forward. It was none other than Seiran. I apologize, but I need to thoroughly check if there are any assassins lying in ambush inside the tent. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious at this request, but Leona clearly understood the animosity between the two sides. Because the elf tribe had previously gone all the way to Automation to stir up trouble, he wasn't particularly bothered by that action. After Seiran finished checking the room, Wickiam finally felt at ease entering to sip tea. What brings you here, Lord Wickiam? Honestly, she had no desire to set foot in this land of perpetual snow, but just like Leona, she had also received an oracle. The Azure Bug God had instructed her to extend a helping hand to the weak, specifically the elf tribe, so Wickiam had brought along a considerable number of weapons and support tools. Furthermore, she also brought countless seeds capable of strong growth even in icy weather. Thank you very much, Leona said with obvious joy, but Wickiam added a sentence. I'll only sell them at a friendly price, alright? She truly was a genuine businesswoman, never willing to suffer a loss because the Azure Bug God had only told her to help, not to do charity. Her nonchalant remark left Leona frozen for a few seconds. In any case, being able to buy them at a cheap price was already very fortunate. Unfortunately, the elf tribe was now utterly destitute with nothing left to trade, so Leona had to ask to put it on credit. To his surprise, Wickiam retorted with an attitude. If there's no money, then I'm leaving, making Leona so furious his face turned purple. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Nuff! I know you're here for your own reasons. There must be something you want here, isn't that right? You don't have a single penny in your pocket, so what can we expect from you? Wakehome replied sarcastically. Liana quickly spread a map out right in front of her. Though currently empty-handed, this place possesses precious iron mines, lush greenery, and fertile soil capable of producing bountiful crops. In the near future, we will use it to trade with your city at a friendly price. The firmer Leona's attitude was, the more Wakehome laughed. Are you planning to exchange an uncertain future for immediate gains? Exactly so, I stake Leona's honor on it, he asserted firmly. Wakehome pondered and calculated for a long while. Ultimately, he still nodded in agreement. As is known, a wise merchant never takes a loss, and empty words are worth nothing, so Wakehome required Leona to sign a commitment and place his thumbprint on it. To be honest, Leona wasn't very keen on this deal either, for he knew the value of the forest and iron mine would skyrocket over time, no different from selling his descendants' assets cheaply. But if he didn't let go now, how could he survive until tomorrow to worry about future generations? He believed that God Javu had foreseen this and left the prophecy. For that reason, Leona finally accepted putting his fingerprint on the contract. This agreement officially takes effect, I swear in the name of the god, Leona declared. I like that way of speaking, I will do the same. The deal begins from this moment, I swear in the name of the god. Wakehome's manner made Nebula very pleased. The first profits from trading with the northern coastal region had poured in. He was extremely satisfied to see the territory flourishing and the residents becoming more prosperous. Previously, players in Lost World only huddled within their own tribe, seeing other species as a threat. How could they have enough trust to trade with those of unknown origin? But the situation has now changed. Cities have sprung up, and nomadic tribes have gradually become accustomed to fixed trade routes. They began to know how to sign documents, and Nebula believed that before long, people would be able to trade even intangible values or future results. Like the deal between Wikium and Leona today, this would soon become a common occurrence. His residents had moved past the simple barter stage toward a true economic concept. From now on, Nebula had a solid basis to plan the domination of this vast continent. While Wikium was busy with trading, Rakrak was not idle either. They were both high-ranking priests under his command. This time, Rakrak took on the responsibility of leading troops to conquer the dwarves, and after an arduous battle, he returned in triumph. Standing before the Great Sea for the first time in his life, Rakrak could not help but be amazed. For the first time, he knew where the ultimate boundary of the continent lay. The elite lizard god army had expanded the territory to the southernmost point, just as the blue bug god expected. Now the entire southern region officially belonged to the lizard god tribe in Nebula. Rakrak felt his heart full of mixed emotions. He was now not only the leader of a tribe but also bore the future of many species. The weight of responsibility made him feel somewhat overwhelmed and uncertain of what to do next. Nebula himself was nurturing plans to found a nation, but he did not want to issue orders to Rakrak immediately because every institution has its own intertwined pros and cons. A feudal state is an option, where the king would invest lords and divide the land for them to govern. Although the lords would handle guarding the borders to ease the king's worries, he would find it hard to fully control the complex relationships between them. As a result, civil wars often break out, and though they can drive technological progress, management also becomes extremely complex and easily leads to chaos. A monarchical state is the second option Nebula is considering, in which the king would directly operate a bureaucratic system to manage territories. Honestly, he leans heavily toward this institution. Since the national foundation was not yet truly solid, selecting competent officials was the top priority. Moreover, with absolute power in the king's hands, military mobilization also became much smoother. However, at that time, there were countless tasks that needed preparation, from building road infrastructure and calculating the terrain to selecting the most suitable officials. Which option do you think is more optimal, Elda? Haven't you already made your own choice? It seems you are understanding my thoughts more and more clearly. As expected, that night Rakrak received a message from the divine being through a strange dream. He hurriedly summoned his trusted subordinates to recount his dream of soaring through the sky. His soul separated from his body and rushed away at such a terrifying speed that his reason could not control it. Crossing desolate lands that stretched to the northern coast, Rakrak glided over numerous areas that the Thanlen tribe had meticulously conquered. As he spoke, he used a branch to draw lines on the ground, creating a map. Then Rakrak used his tail to point to their current location. Next, he carefully noted the names of each conquered land, stretching from the Maganan territory of the Dwarf tribe all the way to the Salmon region of the Orp tribe. In this way, the place names gradually filled the crude map, while John quietly observed and meticulously recorded every detail. Until they encountered a land whose name none of them knew, simply because no creatures originally resided there. The terrain of this place was mainly rugged hills and mountains, full of dangerous snake monsters, which led the surrounding tribes to always avoid setting foot there. Could it be that none of us know this land is Zia? Joan asked, but the Thanlan people merely looked at each other in confusion. I know that place well, Rakrak suddenly declared, then began to describe in detail the land he had never visited. A place, though surrounded by high mountains, would have a convenient path if the trees were cleared. Deep within those mountain ranges lay valleys, and a large river flowing straight to the sea. Following its lower course would lead to an incredibly fertile plain. So the divine Lamtrung guided you to this land through that sacred dream, Joan exclaimed in surprise. That's right, that land is named Orizal, meaning the dwelling place of the supreme god whom we worship. According to his will, I will assume the royal role to govern this land of Orizal. The Thanlan people were both astonished and incredibly excited, which was understandable because Rakrak had long since won the full trust of the tribe. His official coronation by divine command was something no one was qualified to dispute. The Thanlan people began to stir, migrating towards Orizal while Nebula quietly observed their every action. He understood that although Rakrak's power was acknowledged by countless creatures in this land, everything still required more time. Dissatisfied individuals would exist everywhere, so uniting the people's hearts was the top priority. All members of the tribe had to understand that Orizal was about to become a nation and prepare themselves to accept Rakrak as king. The next challenge was transportation, as each region required a clear road leading to Orizal. Nebula decided to adopt a monarchy, and Rakrak intended to appoint individuals to manage these territories under the title of chief commander. Most importantly, to connect the regions, he needed to enact a common, unified set of laws across the entire territory. That was what was happening in Rakrak's southern domain. However, with Automason City and the Elf Village, things would require more time because these two places already had feudal lords Gwikyung and Leona, even though their systems were still very rudimentary. Nevertheless, Nebula remained confident that the future would be stable, as there were no difficulties he could not currently control. So, that means you will utilize both tribes? Elder asked, tilting his head in curiosity, and received the answer yes, because when weighing the pros and cons, I see no reason to choose only one of the two. Why did you annex my tribe into your kingdom like that? Because the land where your tribe resides originally belonged to me. It sounds strange, but oh, I suddenly understand now. In the region of Rakrak, time has flowed for quite a long time, the ruler is firmly seated on the throne, and the kingdom has always been peaceful. The Luga territory is located along the southern coast, and this place is placed under the control of a supreme commander named Taka. Taka was once a mighty warrior but is now advanced in age, with a missing ear and a left eye that can no longer see. Today, the sun was scorching, so he and his entourage went to the riverbank to fish, but this peaceful atmosphere made him feel extremely strange. He was far too used to scenes of migration and conquest everywhere, so come on sir, don't be bored. His men said, in your golden age, you were a great warrior, and those glorious achievements are the reason the gods trusted and chose you for this position. The more Taka pondered, the heavier his heart became. The title of a mighty warrior seemed to have faded into the past, and now his body was frail, and things were no longer going smoothly. He began to wonder if the Lam Trung god was trying to force him into a quiet retirement. He understood that the day to bid farewell to this world would eventually come, and he was not sure how much longer he would have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting this place. But whenever he thought about finding a successor, he did not have a single name in mind. Regardless, my territory is extremely fortified, and it is hard for any force to have the strength to invade. If there is any concern, it is perhaps only the threats from across the ocean. Taka had just uttered these vague words when suddenly, some strange ships appeared in the distance on the river. He and his subordinates immediately hid in a secluded spot and silently watched their movements. On the boats were members of the Blue Lobster tribe. It seems they had traveled a very long journey to dock here. Even though he was old, Taka's spirit had not faded, and he decided to personally intercept the stranger's fleet. Which tribe do you people from across the ocean belong to? I am the leader of the Thanlan tribe, who governs this land. State the purpose of your arrival immediately. The lobsters saw Taka's cold gaze and were frightened, hurriedly explaining, we are from the Blue Lobster tribe and indeed come from across the ocean, but our purpose this time is peaceful. We were lost due to a storm and had no intention of invading. Taka's subordinate secretly felt lucky that he did not rush to strike. Over the past few years, despite fighting in many places, his temper had become increasingly ruthless and not at all gentle. He had never been lenient with enemies. As soon as he noticed anything suspicious, he would attack and kill without hesitation. Very well, I will temporarily put my trust in you, Taka said. While the Blue Lobsters were still trembling with fear, Taka suddenly turned and ordered his subordinates to prepare a place to rest and food for the guests, while also sending people to help them repair their boats. Not long after, the Blue Lobster's boat was fixed. Taka loaded it with supplies and personally saw them off to sea. Thank you, Sir Taka, we will remember your kindness forever. The Blue Lobsters thanked him repeatedly and waved goodbye until the boat disappeared from sight. The subordinates were very confused by this. Taka had always been wary of enemies from the ocean, yet now he reached out to help. Normally he would have kicked them out and reported to Rakrak that he had just eliminated an invading force. Perhaps it was my compassion rising, or perhaps I made a mistake by sparing an enemy that needed to be exterminated, and perhaps you do not know why I lost this left eye. No sooner had Taka finished speaking than an attendant quickly replied that he knew. Everyone in the Thanlan tribe was well aware that he had been wounded in the battle against the Tran Tin. That's right, that was the moment I sacrificed myself to fight to protect those miserable people, even though they did not share my blood. Taka recounted that after that battle full of wounds, he had sought out Rakrak in a state of depression because of his heavy scars. At that time, Rakrak had questioned whether he regretted sacrificing himself for those who were not of his own tribe. Taka had then frankly replied to Rakrak that, in the past, it was the Lam Trung god who had reached out to save their tribe without seeking any reward. Rakrak expressed great surprise at his answer. Oh, so you dare to place yourself on equal footing with him? No, I said. I just feel that I should follow the example of the blue insect god to behave correctly. Rakrak let out a long sigh and then smiled with relief. You have performed very accurately. Continue to treat others with such sincerity and everyone will wholeheartedly support you. In the future, feel free to tell of your resounding feats and be proud that I, Rakrak, always stand by you like a true hero of our tribe. Rakrak's advice was always etched in Taka's mind. That was also the reason why he decided to let the swarm of blue lobsters go that day. A few weeks passed, and Taka's subordinates rushed in to report that those blue lobsters had returned. As soon as they saw Taka, those creatures were overjoyed. This time, there was no more hiding offshore, but instead, they came to propose trade. Items like fabric or salt were extremely essential to them because the territory of the blue lobsters was engulfed in the flames of war. They brought a chest full of pearls to serve as items for exchange. This was the first time Taka had seen pearls. Although they were shimmering, he had no idea of their actual value to set a price. Nevertheless, this was a profitable deal, and if he hesitated, the opportunity would vanish, so Taka agreed but set a condition to learn boat building techniques from them. The leader of the group seemed embarrassed. He expressed that boat building was not simple and consumed a lot of time. If you do not agree to pass on those techniques to us, then this transaction ends right here, Taka said firmly. Seeing his attitude as if he were about to devour him whole, the leader hurriedly nodded in agreement and promised to send the best craftsmen to teach them. Only then did Taka smile and allow them to exchange the pearls for essential necessities. Through the monitoring birds, Nebula had witnessed the entire exchange. Although he had heard of the Blue Lobster tribe's reputation for a long time, it wasn't until today that he saw them with his own eyes. They came from the Manhwa archipelago in the far south. The civilization of this tribe is still quite primitive, only having reached the Bronze Age. In return, their shipbuilding ability is extremely superior. Thanks to living on the islands for many years, they are well versed in how to construct warships. Furthermore, pearls are the most valuable items they often use for exchange. Surely Wakeyoung in Auto Mason City will be dazzled when seeing these treasures. Nebula felt extremely satisfied with Taka's demand to learn shipbuilding techniques, as this was precisely what the God Lin people still lacked. If they mastered this technology, they would create a major breakthrough in the journey to conquer the vast ocean. Long-distance voyages will no longer be a dream. This is the perfect stepping stone to expand trade and exploit the abundant resources from the sea. Overall, Taka's decision was very wise. By helping the Blue Lobster tribe once, they now possess the precious secret of shipbuilding, helping to connect both sides of the ocean more conveniently. He predicted that in the future there would be more sea expeditions to seize lands and mysterious resources. By then, civilization would be elevated significantly, and the history of the entire continent will surely turn a new page. However, the ultimate outcome remains to be seen. "Sir, can you hear my voice?" Suddenly an urgent voice rang out. That was Hongo, a special creation made by Nebula's own hands. He had assigned him the responsibility of raising and breeding the locust swarm. Normally, Hongo would never contact him on his own. Today he took the initiative to call because something was surely wrong due to his carelessness. Hongo had allowed gods in other territories to discover the existence of the locust swarm. Nebula conducted a thorough review, and it was true that the population of the locust swarm on the continent had significantly decreased. He had once instructed Hongo to control the locusts to sweep across fields to hinder other players, while also telling him to conceal his troops carefully to avoid detection by fellow gods. However, for civilizations with progressive thinking, identifying the manipulation of the master of the insect realm was not a very difficult task. After all, this fault was not entirely Hongo's, so Nebula lowered his voice to reassure him that he shouldn't worry too much as it was part of the plan, and Hongo breathed a sigh of relief. "Instead of worrying about those insects, pay more attention to yourself. Are you okay?" "Yes, my lord, I have lost quite a few locusts due to the divine arts of our opponents, but it seems they have not yet traced my location." Hearing Hongo's report, Nebula felt somewhat relieved. He instructed him to use the remaining locusts to distract the other gods, and then find a way to survive. Hongo obeyed promptly, and both ended their communication session. Nebula let out a long sigh because he always felt awkward when having to converse with creations, even though they were merely AI entities when he was playing the game. But strangely, since entering the world of Lost War, these creations have been acting as if they have actual souls. Regardless, it didn't matter because his locust swarm had caused significant damage to all 5 Western nations. If those other players knew he was the one behind it, they would surely launch an all-out attack. Geographically speaking, Zan, I'm of the Satai tribe, and Z, Agua of the Luna tribe were the most likely to take action. These 2 countries shared a border with us, and it seemed they have already begun deploying troops. The other 3 nations remained stationary, but Nebula had no desire to confront all 5 powers at once, even though the current situation left him no retreat as everything was already part of his plan. Demirid, the capital of Zanam, was currently the venue for a meeting between the leaders of the 2 countries, Hatti representing the Luna tribe and Pab of the Satai tribe. Both were eager to advance their troops after realizing that the one behind everything was that lizard. Pab didn't trust the other 3 nations much, but if they just stood idly by, the situation would become even more unfavorable. Nebula's act of sending locusts to destroy crops had sowed extreme resentment, plunging those countries into famine, while Rak's country was incredibly prosperous by exploiting minting technology to create high-value coins and reaping massive profits from trade, which made other countries extremely envious. Furthermore, in Pab's view, they could not let the other 3 nations take the initiative because that would allow the enemy to lead troops through the territories of Zan, Im, and Z. Agua. It was a sound argument, and eventually, they had to take action. Satai and Luna would join forces to burn down the capital horizon of the black-scaled lizards. Let us put our faith in the prophecies of the gods. Afterward, they began discussing the marching route, since the only vital trade route was through the human city of automation. The southern coast was also under Nebula's control, but there were no passages there. Hattie suggested that they should take this opportunity to attack Automation directly to sever the connection between that citadel and the black-scaled lizard tribe. Once the plan was finalized, they decided that the Seitai tribe would lead the vanguard to attack Automation, while the Luna tribe would take time to cross the northern wilderness. They planned to gather their forces and deploy after a month. Exactly 1 month later, both sides proceeded exactly as planned. The alliance between the two tribes also meant that their two guardian deities were officially allied. They were Krampus, the god of the Seitai tribe, and Xanda, the guardian deity of the Luna tribe. Krampus seemed to be overwhelmed with logistical and food issues, while Xanda appeared completely at ease. She planned to let her clanspeople receive supplies until they ventured deep into the wilderness. Afterward, they would follow the northern coast, moving while plundering food from villages along the way. In truth, they hadn't originally wanted a war to break out, but Nebula had severed all communication from the 5 Western players for the past year. Not only that, he also brazenly stepped up military training and sent out more scouts, making them as furious as if they'd been kicked by a bull. Now, it was too late to negotiate. In total, the Luna clan's legion set out with 400 warriors, while the Seitai clan contributed 800, marking one of the grandest expeditionary forces in the history of this continent. Xanda harbored a strong hope that by joining forces with Krampus, taking down Nebula would only be a matter of time. Suddenly, Xanda's communication device vibrated with a notification, and Krampus even joked that Nebula had probably deleted their profile. However, the person who proactively sent the message was actually Elder. Since the elves' territory lay directly on the Luna clan's marching route, it was not surprising that she contacted them. Krampus suggested taking this opportunity to win Elder over to their side, as her relationship with Nebula was only a nominal alliance. Nebula always held all the cards, while Elder was just waiting for a chance to betray him. Xanda agreed to connect, urged by Krampus to probe and see what she was plotting, as they might end up landing a great bargain. Elder appeared with the exact same flamboyant style as the first time she had struck up a conversation with Nebula. Skipping the tedious formalities, Elder bluntly asked Xanda for his assistance. Despite the fact that Elder herself had been defeated and forced to submit to Nebula, she still played the victim, claiming she had been pushed into a corner. She lamented that Nebula had crushed Lim Chun-sik and Slongos with overwhelming power and strategic thinking far beyond ordinary men, leaving her with no other choice. Upon hearing this, Xanda expressed skepticism, questioning, "Weren't you also in that battle? How could Nebula take on both of those figures all by himself?" Elder shot back, asking if they had never heard of Nebula, the one who had battled countless gods across multiple worlds and climbed to the highest throne. "You mean the #1 player?" "That is correct." Xanda and Krampus looked at each other with anxiety, because Krampus was only ranked 1-430 while Xanda was lagging far behind at 38-7 or 2. Facing the world's #1 was a terrifying burden, not to mention that having both #1 and #2 on the same continent was a stroke of absolute bad luck. Seeing their silence, Elder continued her tragic performance, claiming she had to humble herself and beg for mercy just to save her worthless life until today. For that reason, she earnestly begged to join the alliance to destroy their common enemy, making Xanda and Krampus look at each other hesitantly once more. To build trust, they demanded that Elder provide confidential information, and she was more than willing to reveal everything to win them over. She exposed a series of classified documents, from burning down the elves' old village to provoke Oxford, to Wickham forcing Leona to sign contracts siphoning profits from the forest and iron mines. Xanda and Krampus were left speechless after reading them. It was as if that guy was bleeding her completely dry. This was no alliance. Being a vassal sounded more prestigious, so to escape Nebula, she needed their help to set her free. Although she spoke of an alliance, Elder had no military forces, only intelligence on Nebula and his upcoming plans, leaving it unclear whether this was true loyalty or just another pawn he had planted. Elder's finger tapped the icon to end the conversation. She let out a helpless sigh. Elder's gaze grew wary. She slowly turned her head and asked, "Does that satisfy you, sir?" Nebula's voice replied as he nodded in satisfaction, praising her for an excellent performance. Nebula sarcastically asked if she was so used to acting that she did it so smoothly, causing a flurry of chaotic thoughts to flash through her mind. Was it not because the information she provided was so incredibly convincing? Elder could only swallow her tears, recalling how that very person had annihilated her main force, burned down the village, and forced the survivors to tribute resources just to have a place to call home. She recalled a few details and quickly reported, "Just as you commanded, I told them that Nebula would open by attacking Demaret, the capital of the Satyr tribe. That's the information I conveyed." Elder unexpectedly questioned, "Will that simple action be enough to turn the tide?" The sudden question left him slightly bewildered. Nebula immediately countered with a question, "For what reason do you think so?" After hearing this, Elder fully concentrated on calculating the battlefield. "Lord Nebula intends to attack the Luna forces first, correct? But what if the Luna forces retreat to Demaret and fortify their defenses?" She continued to analyze. If the Satyros forces seize the opportunity to capture Automatic City, wouldn't the Kirin people pursuing Luna be caught in a pincer movement trapped between two sides? He shook his head, rejecting Elder's deduction. "Not at all. You are mistaken. I will crush the Luna forces in just a few short days." She still harbored some doubt.
I see.
Nebula emphasized further, "And you will also retreat." Elder quickly corrected, "I only want to provide logistical support to ensure the other side surrenders." She wondered, could even the supply effort be part of your scheme? He didn't bother to answer, only smiling mysteriously. The viewpoint pulled down from above to an army neatly arrayed for battle. Suddenly, a resounding shout, "What's going on?" Hattie's eyes widened in surprise as he watched his soldiers clutching their stomachs and writhing in pain. The subordinate stammered, "It seems the provisions have spoiled, sir." He flew into a rage. "Aren't you the one in charge of logistics?" Hattie drew his sword and pointed it straight at the sky, his voice rasping threateningly. "Are you ready to face your punishment?" Just as the sword was about to swing down, Yubi rushed over and embraced Hattie to stop him. "Please, Lord Hattie, calm down." In a fit of rage, he shouted, "What do you want?" Yubi hastily explained, "The food was perfectly fine until yesterday. This is just this morning's ration." Yubi specifically emphasized that these provisions were all supplied by the elf tribe. Hattie looked skeptical and asked again, "Could some of it be spoiled food?" She explained in detail, "They look fresh on the outside, but they contain poison within." Yubi boldly offered her own assessment. Perhaps their god controlled those forces to cause mischief. She didn't hesitate to express her doubt. If so, then information from the elf tribe isn't trustworthy either. He still dismissed it, but the god of creation also once granted boons just like that. Seeing her argument lacked sufficient weight, Yubi continued, "What if the gods are wrong too?" Hattie yelled in a furious rage, "You still stubbornly insist. The elf tribe has always colluded with the Korean people, and these provisions are proof of their deception." At the same time, a soldier ran up to report urgently, "Yubi, Hattie, our forces just detected Kirin forces a few hours ago." Yubi quickly asked, "How many in total?" He replied anxiously, "Around 1,500 troops. They don't look like many more than that." Hattie ground his teeth in fury. "Because we were forced to flee in a panic, we now only have about 900 swordsmen capable of combat." He tried to remain calm and assessed, "Having an equal number of troops is already a physical disadvantage now. We are clearly outnumbered. Fighting this way means certain death." He decided to shout orders, "Retreat immediately. Inform King Saros that we have encountered the enemy and are forced to withdraw." Yubi, realizing the critical situation, spoke up, "A day's journey away, there's a mountainous forest area suitable for guerrilla warfare. At least there we'll have a slight chance to turn the tables." The group began to scatter, the ground trembling with each step.
They fled shouting, "Retreat quickly!"
Hattie's mind was still racing, calculating, "Utilize our small force to prolong the fight with guerrilla tactics. In the meantime, the Satiros forces will capture Automatic City and they will be forced to relieve their comrades." Suddenly, a colossal black shadow enveloped the sky, descending directly into the Lena tribe's field of vision. Not giving the Lena tribe time to escape, it swung its arm, raining down boulders accompanied by a roar, "Pay with your lives, all of you." Noticing the tense situation, Hattie hastily ordered a retreat, abandoning the vehicles and disbanding, while Yubi by his side firmly objected, "No, we must destroy that monster." Hearing that, he quickly explained, "Yubi, that's no ordinary monster. It looks like a giant light bulb. It must be the bodyguard of the wicked Lizaman, which means..." Suddenly, from somewhere, a figure flashed in and out of sight, then darted past. Hattie continued, "Her god, the guardian of fertility, is Nudgy." With eyes emitting mysterious green light, Nudgy unflinchingly charged straight to attack Stratus, and a guardian will also be sent down here. Returning to Xanda, she could monitor all developments through a reflective screen, which made Xanda even more worried. She glued her eyes to the screen, feeling utterly astonished. What's with this absurd stat? Seeing that unexpected situation, Xanda clearly showed confusion. He poured everything into a single stat, even his traits are super strong. How can our Neji possibly deal with that monster alone? She tried to find a solution. "I thought everything was settled. Or should we just run away?" However, Xanda quickly dismissed that thought, because even if they ran after defeating Neji, that creature would still continue to pursue them. "We need to destroy it immediately." She tried to remain calm and began to consider the problem. Although Stratus's level is higher, its divine level is only 4. Xanda constantly calculated the stats in her head. My divine level and Neji's combined is 12. Her eyes became as sharp as daggers and her face showed determination. "We can absolutely win. I will possess Yubi. Quickly destroy Stratus within 30 minutes. At that very moment, Yubi's body suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. Hattie immediately turned to look with a questioning expression. The god of fertility? Vanda, in Yubi's body, issued the command, "I will confront that monster. Order the army to retreat." He bowed his head in obedience. Facing a seemingly unbalanced battle, she still advanced towards Stratus with high determination. Vanda leaped towards it and energy-filled light radiated from her body. Naji whispered in Xanda's ear, "You don't need to act yourself." But she paid no heed and simply ordered, "Silence! I cannot afford to lose any more soldiers to him." Vanda began to question Stratus, "Your troops need more time to get here, and your god has no medium to possess. Are you not afraid of death?" However, it seemed to pay no attention to her words, only replying in a cold tone, "I don't care about that. My mission is to complete the assigned order." From above, she launched herself down to the ground. Vanda put all her strength into holding tightly onto Stratus's leg. Then, she decisively broke it, and Xanda's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light. At the same time, Stratus did not sit still and immediately attacked Naji. Blood ceaselessly flowed from its mouth, making Neji extremely angry.
"This hateful creature!"
Stratus taunted, "Lowly creature, isn't the pain you suffer for your god an honor?" Vanda from below declared spiritedly, "You're insane, I will finish you off in 10 minutes. And then..." Before she could even finish speaking, a beam of light shone directly on her face. From the endless void, a strange streak of light rushed forward, freezing Vanda in her tracks. "Wet girl, what on earth is that?" It was none other than Nebula who stood there. Xanda's mind was suddenly in turmoil. Why had he appeared unbelievably fast like that? His eyes stared intently at her, and only then did Xanda snap out of it, realizing that the original plan had gone completely awry, even though the main force would take 3 hours to arrive. "I should have anticipated the situation where he merged with Ragnarok and came here on his own." Nebula soared into the air surrounded by an incredibly mystical blue glow. Terror was written all over Neji's face as he couldn't help but cry out.
Oh my god!
Terracrack gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and suddenly charged down toward them. A chilling voice echoed from his body. I finally found you. Without wasting a single word, Nebula hurled his spear straight at Xanda's position. Everything went exactly as planned, the spearhead lodged deep into her shoulder. As Vanda saw the bright red blood gushing from the wound, she gritted her teeth to suppress the pain. Naji flew into a rage and rushed to attack him, yelling, You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my god? A hand with sharp claws suddenly swung toward it. Stratus easily snatched Neji without breaking a sweat. Instantly he flung Neji aside like a discarded object. At the same time, Nebula whispered to the entity inside, Bung, lend me some of your energy. It didn't comply immediately and questioned him back, to which he replied in a firm tone, I need to finish off that spirit beast first. Nebula then pointed his hand toward Neji and commanded, burn it to ashes. Bung nodded swiftly and immediately activated the powerful technique. The very next second, a bolt of lightning erupted from its skill and struck straight down onto Neji's body. Fresh blood poured from the corner of Neji's mouth as it roared in anger.
Even if you are a god, don't you dare think you can stop me!
Before the sentence could be finished, a violent surge of light rushed toward it. Lightning bolts struck Neji relentlessly. Seeing its body collapse to the ground, Vanda panicked and screamed in horror. Next, the lightning also targeted her, but luckily Xanda managed to dodge it just in time. She flew into a rage, realizing she couldn't just stand by and let him continue this descent process. Vanda was losing her composure, thinking, damn it, this very hesitation might cost me dearly. The system on the screen indicated that the descent process would be aborted in 9 seconds. Seeing the critical situation, the girl in a panic decided to flee, because if she lost her life while descending, the punishment would be terrible. Vanda hid in the bushes and kept telling herself, I've already lost a level because Neji died, so at all costs, I can't let Yubi die. Just then, she suddenly felt energized upon discovering a fruit emitting light. I've found it. Vanda quickly picked and took a bite. Well, I'll use this fruit to recover my strength first, and if I can just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a swarm of insects whizzed past her. At that moment, the system announced that the descent would self-destruct in the next 5 seconds. Looking at the bizarre creatures rushing towards her, Vanda couldn't hide her extreme bewilderment. Sensing that the situation was dire, she quickly drew her sword to engage. This is not a normal attack, they are trying to obscure my vision. At the same time, Stratus appeared imposingly right before Xanda's eyes, causing her to have to calm herself. I just need to endure a little longer. If I can dodge this slash, I still have a chance. He immediately swung his weapon and lunged at Xanda. She dodged the fatal blow and thought to herself, I can still manage. Just as she was feeling pleased for a moment, Xanda's neck was gripped by a hand. Nebula's voice whispered from behind her, got you, which startled her. Her face instantly turned pale with extreme fear. Immediately after, Xanda and Yubi's body was completely annihilated by him. After her soul returned, Vanda clutched her head, writhing in utter helplessness. She kept lamenting her misfortune inward. Her army was almost wiped out. Xanda's body trembled violently. Her holy power level was even more pathetic, dropping from 9 to 5. If only she had stopped descending earlier, she wouldn't have ended up with only 7. Just then, Krampus's voice rang out, Vanda, can you hear me? She startled and replied. He quickly pressed, what level is Xanda at now? She stammered, I'm still at 7, not as low as you think. However, Krampus was still annoyed, damn it, why did you drop so many levels? Hearing this, Xanda broke into a cold sweat, is it that bad? He continued to scold her, how can you manage internal affairs at that level? Xanda quickly defended, it's okay, I'm still running the church normally. I suppose so. She recalled the recent battle. If the garden maintained by magic was destroyed, the revenue would be cut off, and the people's trust would decrease. Not to mention Archbishop Yubi was dead, so she would definitely be in big trouble. Suddenly, a question popped into Xanda's mind, speaking of which, those monsters were preparing to attack, weren't they? Krampus nodded in confirmation, exactly. He calmly continued, when we learned we were deceived by Elder, we started preparing. If you handle the cavalry well, we'll be there in 2.5 days. Krampus emphasized, Otto Mason Castle is likely empty now, so it will be easy to capture. Hearing this, she became excited, so I just need to hold off the enemy's main force for 2 days. He quickly confirmed. Xanda's mind was constantly calculating. Nebula must have also drained almost all the faith in the recent battle. He will focus on defending Otto Mason Castle with a depleted army, so he won't have time to confront our forces directly. If I use guerrilla tactics with the remaining meager cavalry, I can probably hold out for 2 days. But should I confess that I've dropped levels and lost all my troops? However, Xanda immediately pushed that naive thought aside. Forget it, why would I ever agree to be the only one to lose all military power in this war? The next morning, the sound of Krampus rang out, making Vanda show a look of shock. She was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He began to question Xanda, saying he heard rumors that the reptiles were approaching nearby. I thought you would stand up and block them. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the reality. She no longer had enough Lena cavalry to block those monsters at the bay. Immediately, Xanda came up with another calculation. Wasn't the data elder provided the problem? According to the original plan, I was supposed to battle Hukran on land. Because the battle took place a few days earlier than expected, I was forced to deploy my army to face them without any cover. Krampus ground his teeth and muttered, "The situation is not good at all. We have no fortress to defend. It's best to withdraw the troops and set up camp in treacherous terrain to wait for an opportunity." Her face stiffened, and Xanda's mind began to waver. Does he think that just retreating to a defensive position will control the situation? I only have exactly 800 troops left after the additions, while the enemy has up to 700 reptiles. She remembered the monsters she had once encountered, not to mention the divine beast Stratus, which is like a living siege weapon. Although the alliance between me and Krampus was quite good, I'm afraid we can't hold this ground now. Xanda tilted her head to calculate the most feasible option and thought to herself, it seems Wisdom will be a more reliable partner right now. Although he's a bit difficult, he's extremely talented in management. On the other side, Krampus continued to urge Xanda, "I need you to lend a hand. If they start to surround us, a pincer attack from two sides will be much more effective." Hearing that, Xanda couldn't help but hesitate. Wouldn't it be wiser to prioritize capturing Automation Castle at this time? He hurriedly explained that because time was too tight, that option was probably not feasible. Xanda herself understood that very clearly. She thought he was right, her heart in turmoil. Damn it, if this keeps up, my troops will be finished. Suddenly Krampus changed his tone, "But that idea is quite good. Since Automation Castle is currently empty, how about you send your cavalry there to join forces with my infantry and see?" He began to consider carefully. "Splitting your forces into 200 cavalry and 300 infantry is fine, because here the enemy is overwhelming with 300 men. That way, if we add my 800 monster insects together with your 300 newly reinforced troops, we will regain our balance, even becoming slightly superior, which means the chance of winning is still very bright." Afterward, Krampus added, "Since you said you defeated Nebula's spirit beast, the castle walls will soon be broken by us." However, he didn't pay any attention to Xanda's face. She turned pale with fear. "I have already told too many lies." Regardless of everything, Xanda still ignored it. "Anyway, once the lies are revealed, I won't need to be in an alliance with him anymore, so it doesn't matter." Suddenly his face became contorted, making her ask in surprise, "What's wrong?" He glued his eyes to the system board and replied, "There's a request from Nebula." As soon as that name was uttered, Xanda's calm mind went into extreme panic. She shouted out to stop him. "Wait, don't accept it." But Krampus didn't hear her in time. His hand had already pressed the agree button. 3 characters belonging to Nebula. Krampus and Xanda were standing opposite each other, full of tension. His voice rang out, "It seems you are intending to give up, aren't you?" Hearing those words, he suddenly flew into a rage. "What? I don't understand what nonsense you are babbling at all." Krampus glared at Nebula with murderous intent. "You just won one battle and are already deluded about your power. But the overall situation is still leaning in our favor." After speaking, he glanced in one direction. He caught Xanda's trembling look. Moreover, her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. It seemed Nebula understood her heart. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly with hidden meaning. Witnessing her pale complexion, Nebula suddenly felt unusually excited. Could she really have dared to deceive her allies about the state of the battlefield? This was truly interesting. Krampus gritted his teeth as if they were about to shatter, and he asked in a strained voice if that was all she had to say. An aura of fury rose from his body. Was the one who had been hindering him all this time only capable of uttering a few words? Hearing this, Nebula spoke sincerely. "My apologies, I truly didn't intend to make you feel that bad." Krampus immediately regained his stubborn demeanor. "Regardless, if you intend to tell me to surrender, the answer is never." He chuckled slightly and replied, "Very well, I will consider your proposal and give you a response soon." Seeing that there was nothing left to discuss, Nebula quietly left, while Xanda, who had been watching the conversation, felt filled with dread. Krampus looked clearly annoyed, not understanding what that guy was plotting. Seeing this, she could only give a wry smile. "That is exactly why I told you there was no need to worry about him." Meanwhile, Xanda wondered to herself whether Nebula would be able to figure it out in time. Afterwards, she had to invent an excuse to withdraw. "I need to check on my military forces." Krampus nodded in agreement. "Very well, I must prepare everything as well." Xanda's finger quickly pressed the disconnect button. Her face now revealed extreme irritation. Meanwhile, Nebula was still sitting and relaxing leisurely. The communication screen suddenly lit up, surprising him. Nebula intended to ignore it, but the other side kept calling incessantly. The harsh sound kept ringing, causing the listener a great deal of annoyance. With no other choice, he reluctantly accepted the call. Nebula asked irritably what was wrong, but before he could finish, Xanda interrupted him, scolding him incessantly. "Hey, you jerk, what exactly do you want?" Indifferent to the world, Nebula maintained an unusually calm attitude. "I see no reason for you to lose your temper. I am the one who is actually annoyed from being attacked on 2 fronts. Xanda angrily questioned him, saying that everything was not over yet. His voice dropped to a somber tone, "But in reality, even if it is about to end, it is already too troublesome." Then, Nebula waved his hand as if to say goodbye. "If you intend to make excuses, I'm not listening, I'm busy, goodbye." Hearing this, she hurriedly stopped him. "Wait." Realizing she had been flatly rejected, Xanda gritted her teeth in anger. Her gaze became more determined than ever, and Xanda pressed call again. This time, Nebula still answered and asked what was wrong, and she screamed in fury. "Don't act like we are friends." He replied leisurely. "Is that what you want? Instead of yelling at me, why don't you try talking properly?" Hearing that, Xanda pulled at her hair as if she were about to go insane. Then, she tried to take a deep breath to regain her composure. "All right, why did you end it when Krampus hasn't agreed to surrender yet?" Nebula replied without a moment's hesitation. Usually, I want him to surrender with the agreement of the 5 players that you will not attack. However, even if it is a bit troublesome, I think the plan to destroy and occupy your 2 nations seems more feasible. Xanda felt as if her head were about to explode. She skeptically retorted that their current forces were insufficient to guard the border, let alone protect the front line. Nebula did not beat around the bush and laid out his plan. We could conquer the Satyros region and divide the Lena territory among the other 3, believing they would gladly accept it without any effort. Upon hearing this, Xanda hurriedly questioned, what if Grampus and I simultaneously counterattack, and then while things are in chaos, someone else seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack? At this point, his voice turned icy, and a dark expression appeared on his face. I think you understand what I mean. When did I ever promise to let both you and Grampus survive? As soon as she heard this, cold sweat began to break out all over her face. Even though her heart was filled with fear, Xanda still wanted to get to the bottom of things. Are you threatening me? Nebula replied calmly, I am merely presenting one of the options I could execute. Xanda gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. So, you are harboring other twisted intentions, are you? He just nodded slightly. It is quite possible. Her face suddenly became steely. Xanda spoke up, fine, let's get back to the original issue. What exactly do you want? Nebula did not hesitate to reveal his objective. It is secret information about Lena and Satyros along with data regarding that Chal fellow. She asked skeptically to verify Chal information about wisdom. I fear you are mistaken. I am allied with Krampus, not wisdom. He wagged his index finger to deny it. I think you are the one who is greatly mistaken. The fact that you shook hands with wisdom to extract information from me is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, every hair on Xanda's body stood on end. You want to turn me into a double agent, having to maneuver through both wisdom and Krampus to gather their information. She punched the air angrily. How ridiculous. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think winning 1 round makes you a big deal? Do you want to fight to the death right now? Despite the anger, Nebula firmly reiterated, that is not my concern. Your alliance will collapse sooner or later after this attack. Furthermore, you yourself are deceiving Krampus. Next, he began to use psychological warfare, threatening Xanda that he would expose her deceit to Krampus, causing her alliance to fall apart. You will be kicked out of the alliance with these 4 level 5 players in the middle of this continent. That is the ending you chose for yourself. Her eyes began to sharpen, with a look of madness evident on every feature of her face. Xanda let out a string of angry shouts and decisively cut off the conversation. Do whatever you want, I will never cooperate with you. Nebula intended to stop her, but it was too late. Have you really hung up? After finishing the call, she sat silently looking at the army with a thoughtful and troubled expression. Vanda dug her fingernails into her thigh, struggling to find a way. There must be some solution. There must be. Below her feet was the scene of a village immersed in peace. The children of the Lena tribe were playing innocently. They looked so happy. Just then, Vanda happened to see a resident kneeling and praying sincerely before a statue of the deity. He clasped his hands earnestly. O supreme blossoming God who watches over us, please protect everyone from disaster and grant us a peaceful day. Witnessing that sight, her heart suddenly tightened. Vanda closed her eyes tightly, her inner self torn violently between the choices. Finally, she made up her mind to call Nebula back. He immediately gave a triumphant smile. Nebula asked to confirm everything. Have you thought it through carefully? Vanda replied in a daze. Hearing that, he excitedly set to work on the main task. Let's start with a few details about Satyros and Lena. In the end, the war with the Alliance of Nations has also officially come to a close. Perhaps Krampus found the ceasefire proposal offered by Nebula quite difficult to understand. But Vanda skillfully persuaded the audience, making everything go unusually smoothly. Deep down, she felt a bit guilty, so she didn't dare look Krampus directly in the eye. At the same time, in the city of Otto Mason, a doubtful voice spoke up regarding the formation of the Celestial Alliance. As he stood in the center to explain, yes, creating the 4th wheel requires the cooperation of seasoned merchants. Consider the trade benefits we can profit from. Her face hardened as he emphasized, isn't this meeting essential? Sharing information and exchanging resources will increase value and avoid taxes when members trade together. Another person immediately spoke up, we can trade prohibited items without them knowing, just stockpile supplies and wait for high prices to sell them. The Goblin tribe chimed in, we can acquire everything at cost price and then manipulate market prices at will. However, one tribe member expressed skepticism, we are inherently different in race and territory, how can we trust each other? He calmly replied that there was still a way. Her gaze swept across everyone in the room, worshipping the same God as the foundation of our faith. Upon hearing this, he remained unsatisfied and questioned, that's interesting, but some must abandon their old beliefs while others keep theirs. How do we decide who follows whom? A faint blue light flickered in his eyes. She held the die in her hand and emphasized, just roll the dice to decide. Place your faith in the God who possesses the highest number. Under the leadership of Lord Kyo, the 5th Wheel Merchant Alliance was officially formed, worshipping the blue insect god. Black markets, monopolies, and price regulation, the secret merchant alliance was born to rake in profits without having to pay a single cent in taxes. From another perspective, Nebula had observed the entire sequence of events. Some thoughts occurred to him, though it's a bit early, they are merely a secret society. A merchant alliance had taken shape exactly as planned. Lord Kyo is truly gifted at utilizing all his resources. Immediately after Nebula began recalculating the situation, the war was over, and they needed to return to look after their domains and handle upcoming events. He recognized favorable signals for the upcoming battle, meaning there would be no territorial changes during this time. This was the necessary break. Nebula pursed his lips and constantly reminded himself, we need to prepare even more thoroughly for conflicts with other nations. The scene shifted to a fortress with houses built close together. At a camp where radiant sunlight was blanketing the surroundings. Inside, a pair of hands picked up a sheet of paper and held it up to the light to observe. Rack stared at the unfamiliar item and asked doubtfully, what is this? Joan, standing nearby, quickly replied, it's called paper. Cradling the paper in her hands, she explained, one of those on Lena's side is a paper maker. Thanks to him, we learned how to make it. It is both cheap and lightweight. Hearing that, he asked, is it difficult to make? Joan shook her head. Not really, but it requires a wheel. This paper is produced by utilizing the wheels we created at Horizon. She happily spoke of its applications. Once there is an ample supply of paper, we will send more letters and store a vast amount of records. Within his heart, Rack also felt an equal surge of joy. History that is recorded will never be forgotten. Then he gently placed the paper on the table and spoke up. I also have a few things I need to confide in you, Joan. Rack smoothed out the detailed map on the paper and whispered in a low, somber tone, this paper is of high quality, but once it is destroyed, all our hard work will have been in vain. Rack looked at her thoughtfully and said, I have courageous warriors and wise friends like you by my side. As long as the gods continue to protect us, I believe we have more than enough strength to crush our enemies. He fixed his eyes on the pins stuck in the map and hesitated. But what if the enemy splits into two attack fronts like this time? A sense of unease crept into his mind. Neither he, nor she, nor even the gods could be everywhere at once. Before anyone knew it, Rack already had a pen in his hand, and so, I have just come up with an idea. He firmly drew a long, jagged line on the map and said, let's build a barrier right here. Joan looked at that location with apprehension. Building a defensive line that long will be incredibly time-consuming, not to mention it would have to be taller than the automation city walls to be capable of stopping the enemy. She then pointed out the fatal weaknesses in building such a barrier. We don't have the puppets from automation to assist us, and building it out of stone is too difficult because stone quarries aren't available just everywhere. Joan placed her hands on her hips and sighed warily. Even if we poured our entire treasury and all our manpower into this, it would still take nearly 100 years to finish. Rack looked unusually surprised. I thought it would take 200 years. John looked at him with an incredulous expression, calculated the difficulties over such a long period, and then concluded with a goal. We must complete it within 100 years. Joan asked curiously, how do you intend to do that? He looked into the distance, deep in thought, and muttered, this plan still has many gaps. I need to optimize it further. Suddenly, a light bulb went off for Rack.
That's it!
There is a steep river here, along with a swamp. Joan immediately caught on. Then we will utilize them to create a natural barrier. She meticulously recalculated. Excluding those treacherous areas, it should only take about 70 years at most. Suddenly Joan probed, what if we have to spend our entire lives working on this? Rack replied calmly, it will certainly take a considerable amount of time, but we don't have a better option. Just then Rack began to analyze the role of the barrier more deeply. The main purpose is to slow down the enemy's advance, but let's try thinking in reverse. What if we prioritize informing our allies early instead of stopping the enemy? He suggested a solution. There is a way to transmit information faster than the clumsy monsters everyone usually uses. She stood up abruptly, curious, what on earth is that method? Rack used his pen to draw a symbol on the paper and answered succinctly, fire and smoke. He slowly explained the method. If one of the 5 fire pillars is lit, it is a signal that the situation is still peaceful. In a gentle tone, Rack added, 2 lit pillars mean the enemy has been spotted, and 3 pillars signal that the enemy is closing in. Then if 4 fire pillars ignite simultaneously, it means the beacon has been captured by the enemy. Finally, he stated firmly, 5 glowing red pillars mean the battle has officially begun. Joan listened attentively, her face clearly showing her approval. This really is a way to protect the wilderness without needing to build surrounding walls. Besides, that place isn't exactly an attractive route for invaders anyway. Rack looked toward the mountains and explained, these mountain ranges are also extremely effective natural walls if we set up outposts on them in the valleys between the peaks. He then continued drawing on the map and asserted that the beacon system on the mountain peaks would function similarly to the one in the wilderness. Finishing the final stroke, Rack looked extremely satisfied. That's finished. On the map, there were now smoke pillars stretching along the barrier line he had outlined earlier. Rack turned to look at Joan and asked, how long do you guess it will take to complete this project? She fixed her eyes on the drawing and calculated carefully. Perhaps it will take about 5 years. 3 years passed. Horizon has grown into a city of overwhelming modernity. The magnificent royal quarters are brilliantly lit, though their exterior retains an air of silent antiquity. Inside the study, Rack rests his chin on his hand, his face lost in deep thought. He sighs heavily, his tired eyes appearing deep set with every breath. Rack's mind is filled with many worries. Building a nation is difficult, but maintaining it is even more arduous, and to rule stably, the people's hearts must be as united as when defending against an enemy. The more he reflects, the more exhausted he feels. Although it is easy for his lizard kin to instill fear in other species, ruling through terror only leads to a dead end. Thus, Rack dismisses the idea of using force, for fear is the barrier that prevents true harmony. They would only know how to bow in obedience or rise in rebellion, rather than being forced to sincerely believe in the blue worm deity. Faced with this chaotic situation, he is truly confused. How can he connect these lost hearts? He knows he is a skilled battlefield general, not a suitable monarch. Ragrak's laments and frustration is simply coexisting under the same sky enough for a nation. Suddenly, a voice echoes, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Those words were absolutely correct. The spirit of Chimtinga enters leisurely with butterflies fluttering around him, and he speaks calmly about the matter of living under one sky. He smiles, suggesting that although they share the same land, their eras do not intersect at all. Ragrak leaps from his chair, a surge of joy making him exclaim with excitement. He moves happily toward him but hesitates, asking how this is possible when he has long since passed away. He gently places a finger to his lips, signaling Ragrak to remain silent. Chimtinga looks at him with gentle eyes, and only then does Ragrak understand that his final words were true. Even if the body vanishes, the blue worm deity will always light the way for us. Internal conflict arises within him, but death is an unknown that he cannot question, and even if he wonders, he will never receive an answer. Doubt is evident on Ragrak's face as he asks if he could explain further about them not living in the same era. He suddenly looks off to one side and instinctively Ragrak follows his gaze. Outside the window is a thick, dark night, and Chimtinga asks kindly if he still remembers the story he told years ago. He points toward the infinite void outside. Are the stars in the sky of Horizon and the sky of Maganin that you see truly identical? Ragrak stares upward, then replies in a daze that they are very different, even if the changes are only slight. Chimtinga then asks about the regions of Lena and Sadiros, to which Ragrak firmly asserts that they are as different as night and day. The corners of his mouth twitch with satisfaction. That is exactly right. Just as the sky is different in every place, people live in their own eras, so merely existing side by side is not enough. Chimtinga turns to look directly at him and emphasizes, "And you, young king." Under the silvery moonlight illuminating a face that looks like that of the chosen one, he asserts that a king must live in the same era as his subjects. Chimtinga calmly explains that because everyone harbors their own distinct time, even when standing on the same piece of land, their hearts remain forever apart. He bows his head to look at Ragrak and instructs him to engrave this in his heart when he sits upon the throne. Ragrak wondered if everyone, just like we children who learn to measure time by our own rules, also has their own methods of telling time. Suddenly, he remembered how he had misunderstood the dwarves because they had a different way of calculating days. It was quite difficult, and the astrologer asked him the reason in confusion. Ragrak replied somewhat sadly that it was the burden of teaching, especially beast folk who disliked lizard folk. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "That is why I am here." The astrologer pointed toward the brightest star in the sky. "Can you still see that blue star over there?" He explained that this star was Ragrak himself. If one looks closely at that star, they can see that it is composed of countless tiny stars. It was a constellation depicting him riding on the back of a strange creature. It usually appeared in spring and then gradually vanished when winter arrived. The astrologer pointed at a nearby star again, saying it was a wandering star, so let us call it Owen. He explained that at some point, it would pass you by, carrying with it the new stories you have. Ragrak felt very excited and eagerly asked, "Is there more?" To which the astrologer smiled and replied, "Of course, how much have you already experienced?" Then, he pointed at each star in turn and said, "Over there are the Exonen and the Oloi. Those are the city lords of Atom, Mason, Kikyung, and Saren. And over there are the leaders Oxford, Karen, and Tamarazu." The two of them talked happily together, and after a while, the astrologer suddenly spoke up, "I must leave now." His body became increasingly transparent. "I have lingered too long and been too greedy. I can feel the divine calling me home." Ragrak hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving? Are you not curious about my descendants?" To which the astrologer sadly replied, "That is a matter for those who remain." He wondered again, "Then what is the world beyond like? Can you tell me?" He spoke calmly. "That is a matter for those who have passed." Ragrak asked in anxious haste, "So I won't be told anything? Death is truly frightening." The astrologer turned back to him, agreeing that those who are living must surely fear death. "We can only watch from afar even with divine permission. This is the limit." The astrologer offered his final message. "It is the living who can strive to change things. Do not forget that." Ragrak could only stand and watch as his silhouette slowly dissolved. In the sky, the twinkling stars began to appear more densely. Within seconds, the image of a giant deity appeared, reaching out to welcome the astrologer. He was completely overwhelmed by that magnificent sight. After he had gone, Ragrak sat heartbroken and motionless in his place. A servant with a document folder in hand respectfully announced, "It is time for the meeting. All the vassals have fully assembled." Only then did he realize that everyone was already standing ready in front of him. Ragrak suddenly issued an order, commanding someone to bring a large sheet of paper and some charcoal. The servant blankly asked how large the drawing needed to be. He gazed into the distance with a dignified air, stating that the area should be large enough to depict the vast sky. From that moment, across the 3 continents of Green City Act, the first celestial calendar was officially born. Nebula felt extremely satisfied as he saw the star calendar information clearly displayed on the system interface. After reading it, he pondered, recalling that he had once considered creating this calendar earlier by sending scouting birds to explore. Nebula felt quite discouraged because previously every time the scouting birds brought news, people would drive them away. This had caused his reputation to diminish significantly in everyone's eyes. He remarked that bringing knowledge from afar was not cheap, but it was a mandatory investment. Hearing this, Xanda remained silent. Nebula continued by expressing his joy that the Lenas were using it effectively, but she only gave a perfunctory response. He wondered if she wouldn't be more excited since it was a solar calendar based on leap years, not just the moon. Xanda feigned excitement and replied, "I'm so thrilled, is that enough to satisfy you?" She complained gloomily that they had somehow managed to deceive Krampus and Wisdom, but having borrowed so many resources for the act, it was unpleasant. At this rate, she might become a vassal. Nebula pressed for the reason she had contacted him. Xanda stated bluntly that she sensed a new power was about to appear right at the heart of the continent. Hearing that confession, he slowly contemplated every word she had just spoken. Xanda wasn't entirely certain that it was a player. Nebula asked what she meant and she replied curtly, repeating exactly what she had said. At that moment, the system announced a collision between civilizations. Two separate tribes had encountered each other, and both would receive a massive amount of experience points. The warning message about civilizational conflict indicated that tribes with different beliefs were at risk of an outbreak of war. She analyzed that this announcement implied the opponent was not an ordinary NPC but was controlled by a player. It seems that bloody battles will soon take place in the near future, doesn't it? After reading the information, Nebula found Xanda's reasoning to be quite logical. He calculated that there was no reason for a player to suddenly appear in the middle of the continent. 22 years had passed since the start of the game, and suddenly these strange, incomprehensible changes were occurring. Nebula inquired about the probability of it being a god. She replied irritably that she had spread rumors on the local player channel, but nothing unusual happened, as the rumors had been suppressed. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously where the information came from, whether it was trustworthy or if she was trying to deceive him. Xanda immediately fell silent. Just then, an information channel suddenly appeared on the screen in front of Nebula. The Abyss website player channel began broadcasting several strange images. Clearly, someone leaked that news to you, didn't they? Xanda introduced nickname A726 as the source of information from a German player. This is the land from which that nickname sent the information to me. Usually, she only shares with her allies, but now she has sent it to Wisdom, Krampus, and even me. What do you think of her move? Nebula remained skeptical, believing that this matter must surely hide a specific underlying purpose. You asked quite clearly what the other player's name was. Vanda explained. First is Hanja Zeon, ignoring the other two who aren't worth mentioning. They are Jagubi. Nebula pondered, putting aside the fact that they had such a strange name. Looking at the screen, you can tell this is the Negma vampire race. Provoking them would indeed be big trouble. Vampire venom spreads to others like a zombie virus, turning them into that vampire species. The transformation process lasts from 1 to several days. During the transition, their strength will decrease, but it will gradually recover afterward. Vanda spoke up. This is a species humans have never encountered, right? Nebula agreed. I have never seen any vampires before. She continued. Krampus says we don't know because it is an extremely rare event. He hesitantly replied, how could there be such a thing? Nebula made an unbelievable guess. Must be an expansion pack. Vanda asked in surprise, is it an expansion pack for the game? He felt that was probably the case. You think, isn't this a world just like the ruined world we once experienced? Nebula looked at the things displayed on the screen. There was no longer any graphics options menu or login screen, making it impossible to log out. He deduced, if these things can exist forever, then could things that have never been seen before also appear? Nebula wondered, shouldn't there be an announcement? To find the leader of this species, they look really dangerous. Vanda, however, did not think that much of it. Looking at the pink area, she analyzed, I already went through the zombie apocalypse event in the previous game. Compared to that, this infection is much slower. Both Wisdom and Krampus have decided to keep an eye on them. You analyzed, but compared to the incompetent zombies, these vampires still retain their intelligence. So, you shouldn't take them lightly, right? Vanda explained. From an outsider's perspective, there is my alliance with Krampus, the alliance of A Zhongwan, and the solitary Wisdom. With these three factions currently in conflict, if one of them weakens, we will benefit. Nebula quickly spoke up. All right, let's meet up. Hearing this, she asked back in surprise, are we going to meet again? Goodbye. Right after saying that, Vanda disconnected, immediately leaving him confused. Only the image of the vampire tribe remained on the screen. Nebula felt that this was very strange. The scene shifted to a secluded valley in a remote place. Inside the valley, people were gathering to discuss. Zhongwan, god of the hidden flow, main race kobold, ruling nation Amgun, spoke first. Is his help really necessary? Player Atun 6, god of the invisible source, main race Nick, ruling nation German Dap, asked, but how do we ask Hegemonia for help? Krampus, god of life, offering main race Satyrus, ruling nation Danielum, said dejectedly, to me everyone is the same. Then he turned to ask what everyone thought. She calmly replied, I think so too, but with Hegemonia it is more or less easier to negotiate. Hearing this, Zhongwan contentedly decided, if everyone thinks so. After Wisdom carefully considered, the race along with the hegemon nation Seokmayon had decided on the final plan. Establish the connection immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the system instantly established a transmission to Nebula's location. He smirked arrogantly, so it turns out people are seeking me out. It's quite a surprise that my reputation has spread this far. Wisdom spoke first, saying you likely understand the reason for summoning you here. He indifferently replied that he had guessed part of it, but didn't know if it was correct. That statement made the crowd angry. This thick-skinned man clearly knew all the information they had shared, as everyone understood he had eyes and ears everywhere. Wisdom calmly inquired, you must have recognized the recent signs of instability in the central continent, so do you know about the player named Jagubi appearing with that strange Makadong race? Nebula simply and indifferently dropped a single word, yes. He continued to ask if Nebula knew that the Makadong, starting from Territory A in Zaman, had now expanded into the lands of 5 players and become a formidable force. He again replied with just one word. Seeing him respond that way, Wisdom had no choice but to sigh. It seems you are already well aware of everything. Immediately after, he went straight to the point. Then I'll be clear. Nebula, are you willing to lend us a hand? He didn't rush to agree, but asked in return, what reason do I have to do that? The surrounding space suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. Vanda cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's that attitude again. Wisdom explained that they had just faced a severe food crisis because locusts had completely wiped out the fertile areas. He firmly asserted, we know perfectly well that you are the culprit behind this. Nebula wasn't surprised. No wonder Krampus and Linda tried to attack me. Fortunately, I blocked them all. Isn't the problem already solved? Jiangwan could no longer keep his composure and shouted, you think that's the end of it? Don't even think we'll let you off easily. Witnessing that, he hesitantly replied that if so, I only have this one thing left to say. Nebula pointed directly at the screen defiantly. If you don't like it, then all of you just come at me. Hearing this, Jiangwan's blood boiled as he yelled, are you crazy? Wisdom quickly intervened. Don't be hot-headed because Nebula is just deliberately provoking us. If we lose our cool and give up on asking for help, the situation will only get worse. Jiangwan still couldn't believe it and asked again, he's doing it on purpose. Wisdom nodded firmly in confirmation. Wisdom continued to suggest that if we are lucky, we still have hope of repelling the Makadong ourselves. Nebula asked another question, and what if you fail? He explained in detail, then the power of the Makadong will expand tremendously. By then, we'll be the ones on our knees begging him to intervene. Nebula curled his lip in contempt. You see the situation quite clearly, but I could easily just watch you fail. Why bother helping? Wisdom replied confidently, but if we collapse, won't you also run into big trouble? Hearing that, he immediately questioned the reason. He calmly replied, facing a single unified entity is always far more difficult than 5 separate powers. After hearing those words, Nebula began to ponder deeply. From his sharp, cold gaze, one could clearly see the scheme swirling within. Nebula understood that Wisdom's judgment was correct. He vaguely recalled seeing his name in the top 10 rankings. If it was the same person, then he was the most formidable opponent in their group. Even so, he showed no signs of agreement. He replied indifferently, is that what you think? I, on the other hand, find dealing with the unified much easier to breathe through. He said irritably, so you can't find a single legitimate reason to help, is that it? But Nebula replied that that was not what he meant. He explained leisurely, if you want me to get involved in this, you must offer a worthy price. Hearing that, Wisdom immediately questioned Nebula's intent. What exactly do you want? Nebula began to list them. The monopoly shares on candles, glass, and bricks that you currently hold. Each industry requires 3 people plus 12 carriages filled with solid gold. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group was stunned into silence. Even someone as calm as Wisdom could not avoid showing extreme astonishment. Krampus flew into a rage. This bastard has been eyeing those assets for a long time, hasn't he? Or were you a member of Yogubi's faction all along? Nebula only replied indifferently, as I said, if you don't agree then. But he was interrupted by Wisdom before he could finish. He said sharply, we need to discuss this further and we'll contact you again after the meeting ends. No sooner had he finished the sentence than Wisdom disconnected immediately, leaving him no time to say another word. Witnessing this, Nebula muttered to himself, everything is crystal clear now. He remained calmly seated watching the screen. Only a few minutes passed before Nebula received a video call invitation from Wisdom and 4 other members. He slowly touched the connect button, and as soon as he appeared, Wisdom hurriedly spoke, we accept your terms. He concluded, the craftsmen will arrive tonight and the gold will be transferred gradually. Now, tell us, how do you intend to handle Jagubi and Maka Dragon? Wisdom continued, with such a huge price you must surely have a plan already, right? Nebula smirked and replied, only a plan? His gaze gradually became cold and sharp. They were greatly mistaken. Nebula glanced at the small frame at the bottom of the video call. In it, 7 appeared with a pensive expression calculating something. Nebula stared at him and declared coldly, everything began a long time ago. Instantly the scene shifted to a village engulfed in flames and smoke. Amidst the dark night were flickering, haunting spots of fire. 7's entire body was covered in mud and dirt as he hid behind a tree observing the situation. Due to the sudden invasion by the non-tribe, the chieftain of the Juman tribe, his mother, had lost her life. She fought valiantly until her last breath before falling, forcing the anonymous god to choose a foreign sorcerer as a successor. Now, that new sorcerer was hunting down 7's group to the bitter end. And he openly declared that he would purge every last remnant of the old guard. He resentfully questioned himself whether this was the reward for his devotion and why his race was so cruelly rejected. 7 knelt down and pleaded, we have sacrificed everything. Why do you not care to grant any blessing? Or is our tribe just a disposable toy to you? He looked up into the infinite void, earnestly begging, hidden origin god, please give me an answer. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious entity suddenly appeared before 7. It was a magnificent silhouette that blocked his view, its face unrecognizable. He trembled with fear and wondered to himself whether this figure had come to end his life. Having reached his wit's end, life and death no longer mattered. 7 suppressed his trembling and asked hoarsely, please, give me some water to drink. Right near the ground, something suddenly fell down. He was extremely astonished by the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be food and pure water. To someone who had been abandoned by the gods like Seven, he was choked with emotion. "Thank you. I am willing to sacrifice anything." He was so happy he began to cry, eating ravenously while promising, "Just give the signal, and I will do it no matter how difficult." After Seven finished his meal, the entity held out a cold, sharp sword. Utterly bewildered, he said, "Is this what you want me to do?" But now Seven seemed to lose control of his body, his hand automatically gripped the blade, and he cried out in panic,
Wet! I don't want to kill myself!
At the moment the blade was about to pierce his body, Seven suddenly realized how much he still wanted to live. He frantically called for help, but then felt in shock a terrifying power radiating from the one standing before him. In an instant, Seven woke up to the truth. It was a god. A new god had chosen him, the superior being he would worship for the rest of his life. Seven made a firm vow, "I will do anything you want, Blood Corpse God." The Blood Corpse God had chosen the mage Seven as his henchman. The Maka line began to rise from that milestone. Nebula calculated based on the collected data 6,000 troops in half a year. The Maka line quickly increased their force to 4,000 in less than a year. With that powerful army, they captured and leveled the capital of Germany. The capital was now nothing but ruins submerged in a sea of fire. Standing before the tragic scene, he contemplated deeply. Nebula remarked that player A probably died while concentrating on crafting. She must have been miserably demoted by now. He looked at the people around him. If only someone had supported A to destroy the Maka line while they were still in their infancy. Then the tragedy would not have happened. They were just people who feared taking unnecessary risks. The result was the appearance of the Maka lineage kingdom. Every time Nebula thought about this, he let out a long, heavy sigh. The name of that nation was White Fang, where the leader of the Maka lineage declared himself king. He explained that the generals were primarily outcasts of society, whose goal was to attack the gods who had once abandoned them. Nebula then turned his gaze toward them, implying that they were the targets being discussed. He firmly stated that he would provide instructions on how to take down those monsters. In reality, the Maka lineage had 3 fatal weaknesses. Krampus expressed doubt as to whether there were only 2. Nebula then asked him to list those points for verification. Acting like a know-it-all, he spoke up, saying everyone already knew about its sunlight and silver metal. Krampus predicted the final weakness was that their power decreased through generations. He admitted this was true, but it was also an advantage. Nebula shared his observation that high-ranking individuals of the Maka lineage typically possessed exceptional physical strength. However, they were extremely sensitive to daylight and silver, even though their mobility tended to gradually decrease through subsequent generations. In return, the impact of sunlight and silver on their bodies also became less severe. Wisdom inquired about the actions taken because, according to obtained intel, the Hukran side had not yet made any clear movements. However, he slightly shook his head, saying that it was not actually him, but the White Fang side that had already begun its assault. Nebula further explained that becoming part of the Maka lineage was inherently a weakness, and it seemed he was the only one who had discovered the third flaw. Seeing everyone's confusion, he operated the screen to show the movements of the White Fang army over the past few days. Nebula noted that they had a force of about 4,000 troops, splitting into 4 directions to expand their territory. Compared to the current situation, it seemed easy to handle at a glance, but because each country only had about 1,000 troops, things remained in a stalemate. Vanda suddenly realized that the 4 maps looked exactly identical. He explained that they were observed on different days, meaning the enemy had not moved at all. Vanda questioned if that was a weakness. Perhaps they were just pausing to reorganize their formation, but Nebula believed the enemy would not halt all 4 army wings just to do that. He was certain there must be a reason, and it was likely related to the third weakness of the Maka lineage. Unable to hide his curiosity, Wisdom whispered to find out more information. Nebula slowly explained that initially people viewed the Maka lineage like the undead, but there was a vast intelligence gap between the 2 species. The undead were infected beings with repetitive behaviors, while the Maka lineage was a completely different story. The Maka lineage had a clear hierarchy. Some were forced to join, and obedience would decrease significantly among low-ranking individuals. After listening to Nebula's analysis for a while, Vanda became even more confused and asked him a question in return. Without waiting for him to answer, Wisdom spoke up first, suggesting that they lacked the motivation to fight. The only thread maintaining their cohesion was obedience. Initially, they had to fight for survival or to force others to surrender. But once the White Fang Nation had stabilized, they lived in an environment where they no longer needed to carry out killings. With no more valid reason to fight, only forced obedience remained, meaning the generals did not want to suffer any losses. Wisdom's words perfectly aligned with Nebula's thoughts. He continued, saying that once they were satisfied, new schemes would emerge. Now was the time for a battle of wits to see which general would be the first to mobilize their troops. The setting shifted to a small, incredibly peaceful village. Duenra sat quietly, his eyes fixed on the map on the table. The more he pondered, the more confused he became, unable to understand the situation. He told himself that he had to conquer the nations on the continent while the opportunity still allowed. But he couldn't understand why the generals remained inactive, preventing him from acting as he wished. At that moment, Duenra suddenly heard strange sounds echoing from afar. He stood up abruptly, slowly approached the door, and asked who it was, wondering if it was Sang or Huan. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dazzling stream of light shining in from outside. The harsh sunlight shone directly on Duenri, severely burning his arm. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately throwing his dagger at the target. The dagger's blade plunged straight into the head of the newcomer. Only after the opponent had completely collapsed did Bun cautiously step forward to investigate. He discovered a shattered mirror nearby and thought to himself, they must know that sunlight is my fatal weakness, which is why they use this trick. Sang and Huan stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and said, "My apologies, General Bun. It seems the prey escaped and troubled your sleep." He retorted, "No, that person came in before I went to sleep." Then he turned and asked with concern, "Didn't you manage to sleep?" After that, Bun returned and whispered, "I don't understand what those generals are planning at all." "Do you know why?" Sang and Huan pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps it's because not everyone wholeheartedly worships the blood god." He understood this well because the Sadiros tribe originally worshipped only the god of life. He bowed and replied, "Even within our own ranks there are such individuals." Bun, surprised, retorted, "How can such people exist?" He roared in anger, "We resent the gods who abandoned us. Only the blood god saved me, and yet there are still those who dare to betray him." Sang and Huan quickly explained, "Because not everyone is willing to become Makadong. Of course, I believe King Makadong was extremely cautious when choosing people to transform into subordinates. However, the generals and those they transformed into Makadong might not have been screened so carefully. Even among the generals themselves there are those with deviant ideologies, which is why they are no longer keen on mobilizing troops." After hearing this, Bun narrowed his eyes sternly, "But you must understand that we have no other choice but to obey." He emphasized each word, "Whoever has been bitten must submit to control." However, Sang and Huan maintained a calm demeanor. Obedience does not mean blindly following every unreasonable command. Ever since Bikuchao was founded, we have always had to contend with other generals to seize fertile territories. It is precisely because they want to preserve their forces that they delay mobilizing troops to avoid suffering heavy losses. He pondered for a moment before deciding, "Your words have clarified everything. Inform the soldiers that we will depart when the sun sets." Bun commanded, "We will begin our march. I want King Makadong to know that there is still one general who is nothing like the others." The lens turned toward Nebula while he was discussing. A troop was about to set off, and there still seemed to be some general who remained very loyal. Krampus pondered whether that weakness would still be valid if they changed their travel route. Wisdom calmly explained that as long as one grasps the laws of operation, we are fully capable of using magic to manipulate the direction to delay time. By simply cutting off supplies, we can disintegrate that army. There are still countless trump cards to manage with. Krampus heard this and turned his eyes toward him, thanking him for enlightening him about the star. As soon as he finished speaking, Wisdom's head suddenly shook slightly. He helplessly waved his hand, denying that this was a star. Nebula was extremely surprised and hurriedly questioned what it was after all. Wisdom leisurely replied that it was a regular dodecahedron, one of the 4 special Kepler points at polyhedra. Just as he finished speaking, the space around them suddenly fell into an indescribable silence. The young man awkwardly apologized, telling himself that he shouldn't have joked about his head. Wisdom's head moved slightly again, and he stammered as if about to say something. Then he frankly questioned Nebula, asking if he really intended to divide and disintegrate that vampire army as they had discussed. He replied that such a plan was feasible but too time-consuming. If they were allowed to disintegrate, the damage would spread everywhere. Nebula intended to gather them all in one place. Jiang Quan curiously asked what method he intended to use to assemble that pack. He lowered his voice, saying that they were so arrogant they thought they could easily finish all of us off. So they were walking around as if the place belonged to them. Then we will teach them a lesson they will never forget to focus all their attention on us. Nebula said firmly, slamming his hand on the table to show his resolve. The scene shifts to the residence of Ju En and Ri. As he was resting, a hurried voice reached him. Master Sang Huan entered Ju En and Ri hurriedly asked about the situation, and he reported in a panic that the enemy was attacking. As he stepped off the bed, he asked about the matter, wondering if they could be the Sadiros. But Sang Huan corrected him, saying that it was the vampire army under Hukran. Ju stood at a high vantage point, observing the entire scene of the village below. He suddenly asked if they had ever heard of Tada, and a subordinate immediately replied that, of course, they had. Ju continued, saying that wasn't he the legendary warrior who once defeated 10 wild beasts? It was said that he was now holding an important position in the southern islands. He had always made constant efforts, but there were always people more outstanding who kept him from ever having a chance to shine. Then Ju pointed to the crowd, causing a commotion, and said that since those monsters appeared again today, perhaps I will steal Tada's fame. The underling laughed, saying that you are a famous general and a top-tier warrior, so why would you care about such trivial fame? Hearing this, Ju twirled the spear in his hand and asked if he understood what it took to become a true beast warrior. His gaze became sharp and full of authority, stating that such a person must possess ambition. Finishing his words, Ju led his army straight forward to sweep through every vampire. His face lit up with extreme excitement. Only then did Ju manage to rush over to intervene. With bloodshot eyes, he screamed while charging forward for the blood corpse god. Hearing that, Ju became even more excited. I like your spirit, but our side has a god as well. Han gripped a spear tightly, preparing for battle, then shouted loudly for the blue insect god. Ju didn't put much effort into finishing off Ju Enrer. This was already the 9th person he had dealt with. The man beside him exclaimed in surprise, "You've already cleared out 9 of them." Ju replied warily, "They were so bloodthirsty that I've only managed to take out that many so far." Han asked thoughtfully, "Doesn't this general count as 2 lives?" Hearing that, the other man burst out laughing. How can he count as 2 when he only has 1 head? After all, they are dragon lynx, not dogs. Oh, forget it, Ju said, becoming so irritated that he started swearing. Han quickly gave the order, reorganize the camp and check your weapons. We are going to advance even further. Just then, the sound of a conversation echoed from inside a tall tower. 7 could not believe it and forced his subordinate to report in detail. Hetty respectfully reported that General Duerner and 400 soldiers had fallen in battle at the hands of Hukrin's 300 monstrous cavalry. He still could not believe his ears. Are you saying only 300 troops? You mean 1,000 men were wiped out by just those 300? Hetty explained that they were all monstrous cavalry and their troops were ambushed while setting up camp, but 7 shouted and cut him off in anger. He told himself that they were a truly elite army, but to achieve a swift victory, they would have to cut back on rations, which meant they would have to pillage locally. However, the fact that they brazenly crossed through the territory of other nations was quite strange. He couldn't help but wonder if Hukrin and Danyam had already formed an alliance with the remaining countries. As night gradually fell, the lights began to flicker on inside the tower. 7 kept his eyes glued to the map, engrossed in studying Hukrin's mysterious army. Backed by the Satyros, they were sweeping through the White Fang territory, even though this land did not belong to them. Most of the soldiers were concentrated at the base, with only a few dragon lynx guarding the villages, so there was no way to stop them. Furthermore, the 3 remaining generals were still holding their positions and taking no action. In this situation, 7 had only 2 options. One was to pit Yuanri's 600 soldiers against the 300 lizards, and the other was to launch a direct attack on Hukrin's territory with 3 600 troops. The first option wasn't necessarily a disadvantage thanks to the support of the Blood Corpse god, but the problem was that their main force consisted of cavalry. They could easily continue to ravage the territory without having to engage in direct combat. As for attacking Hukrin, it was too risky to move the army while the situation here was still unstable. He could not make a reckless decision based on personal speculation. Despite carefully considering his tactical options, 7 remained troubled. By now the moon was hanging high overhead. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as if he had just realized something. 7 looked up at the moon hanging outside the window. A few minutes passed, and he suddenly called for all commanders and soldiers to assemble. Under the stark red moonlight, 7 loudly declared that the entire army would advance eastward. His voice echoed throughout the tower, announcing an attack to seize Hukrin territory with a force of 46,000 troops. At Nebula's location, Wisdom nodded in agreement with the assessment he had just made. He pointed at the screen and asserted that he had successfully cornered the enemy. Wisdom still had some apprehension about the timing of the attack, but he calmly replied that what mattered was whether the opponent had sufficient numbers. He analyzed the situation as Nick forces had suffered heavy losses, the capital had fallen, Xanda's Linus was no better off, only the other 3 nations were temporarily stable. Jangwon offered support because his army was intact, but Nebula refused, stating the distance was too great for timely reinforcement. He stated plainly that only Wisdom and Krampus were closest, then asked how many troops the 2 of them could gather, 300 and 500 respectively. Nebula considered that sufficient. If the Macedong wanted to attack Hukrin, they would have to either cross the desert or attack Otto Mason City in the southeast. He was brimming with confidence in his prediction that they would surely choose Otto Mason City. From their perspective, crossing the desert region was extremely difficult due to the scorching sun. Conversely, the mountain path offered shade, and they could also raid villages to recover their stamina. Nebula pointed at the map, ordering his 300 cavalry along with Wisdom's and Krampus's forces to follow the Macedong closely without revealing their presence. Wisdom confidently stated that it wouldn't be difficult, but expressed concern about shadowing the White Fang's main army. He pointed at the map and asked if Hukrin's mountain fortress could withstand the first siege by over 3,000 White Fang troops. Nebula scoffed, an inscrutable coldness appearing on his face as he retorted, "Do you think we can't do it?" Hearing that, Wisdom calmly replied that if he was so confident, there would be no problem. He began coordinating, instructing the rest to focus on eradicating the Macedong in their own territories, while Jangwon was to reclaim A's land. Nebula believed that by merely eliminating some of the Macedong beyond the front lines, his prestige score would be severely impacted. However, he was still worried that Yogubi had not yet expended too many resources, except for the time he used divine power to besiege the capital. Currently, the White Fang's territory occupied the largest area on the 3rd continent, and their troop numbers, along with the Macedong, were growing daily. Many believed Macedong was merely a species, but in reality he was a player with incredibly impressive abilities. Therefore, Yogubi's divine level could be very high at this rate. He had likely reached level 17. If that were true, Nebula worried that the divine skill he received at level 16 would be a thorny problem. Looking at the city gate displayed on the screen, he maintained his confident demeanor, believing he always had a solution. 7 was utterly stunned as he witnessed the scene before his eyes. Below was a bottomless abyss, where a single misstep meant certain death. Above were winding, treacherous slopes covered in jagged rock. His subordinate, who accompanied him, was very cautious and couldn't find any hiding place before reaching the fortress. 7 immediately questioned the route, and the other person revealed that only a few giant ferrets were strong enough to transport them there, but unfortunately, their numbers were too few. After hearing this, he showed indifference, ordering them to use the Lena group and the dogs to advance close to the base of the city wall. Make them carry sledgehammers to smash the fortification. 7's subordinates hesitated for a moment because doing so would undoubtedly result in many casualties. He didn't seem to care at all, believing that with many corpses to provide cover, the advance would be easier. Suddenly, an idea popped into Seven's head, causing him to immediately stop. He flashed an extremely cunning smile, then calmly presented his sinister plan for making ladders. Why should our entire clan have to do that ourselves? An eerie voice echoed through the space. The subordinate quickly understood. You want to use the slaves as bait? If so, we can save food. Seven's face clearly showed cunning calculation. I've heard rumors about the slaves. That all the gods have abandoned them. But one god has not yet given up on them. Then, in the middle of the night, a group of soldiers suddenly arrived at the village, shouting, "Come out now! Don't waste our time!" The vulnerable tribes could do nothing but obey their orders. They sat closely together in the darkness, all looking dejected. A person from the Chet tribe suddenly cried bitterly. He trembled with fear because it was his second time being captured. The person from the Chet tribe knew clearly that it would be his turn to die next. The boy sitting next to the person from the Chet tribe spoke with despair. In the end, we are nothing more than their slaves and food. The supreme beings we have always revered have finally abandoned us completely. If that weren't the case, there would be no reason for the gods to abandon us like this. The tribe scurried about frantically searching for a hiding place. Thousands of spears flew incessantly towards the innocent people. The boy paused and then continued, the blood god does not accept the prayers of those considered food. However, there are rumors that the lizard folk tribe in Hukran is fiercely resisting in vampire territory. That rumor has brought a glimmer of hope to slaves like us. The blue worm god we believe in, that god whose identity is unknown. The boy concluded that this is the savior, our last hope. The rude elf soldier shouted, calling for the remaining people inside to come out. The person from the Chet tribe panicked, unconsciously repeating, I don't want to die. The youth stood up beside the patriarch with a determined look, though he knew the outcome could not be changed. This was the sole reason I put my trust in him. The escorting soldiers surrounded them closely, ensuring no one had a chance to escape. In the boy's mind, a solid pillar of support suddenly appeared amidst the fragile boundary between life and death. Because he is my very last hope. The elf soldiers announced that your task is very simple, just run toward the gates of the lizard folk. If they want to save people, they will naturally open the gates. Don't you think so too? The crowd of young and old gathered here all thoroughly understood their dirty schemes. The Zern people seemed to know the terrain well. The road leading to the city had 3 turns, but no one had ever survived past the second turn. The boy lowered his head, witnessing a horrific sight that made his face turn deathly pale. There lay corpses with unclosed eyes, surrounded by spreading pools of bright red blood on the ground. The boy gradually understood the malicious intent of those people. Were they killing this person to warn the rest of us? The Zern people trembled with fear now that their retreat was completely cut off. The boy grit his teeth and tried to charge forward, a faint glimmer of hope still flickering in his heart. Those who did not start running at their count all suffered brutal slashes. All along the road there were only corpses lying scattered everywhere. Everyone fled in panic, not caring if they trampled on the corpses beneath their feet. In a bloody massacre, the brave boy ran while constantly praying. Soldiers kept lunging at him one after another, but fortunately he managed to evade them all. Currently, the boy was leading the life or death race with immense pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Seven looked annoyed. No glimmer of hope could be allowed for the slaves, and if there was any, it had to be extinguished immediately. This method boosted morale while saving costs, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The subordinate looked hesitant, but what if they opened the gates to welcome the slaves? He barked, can't you see they are raining arrows down on the slaves?
Why ask such a foolish question?
Seven stared at the gate and continued, there is no way they will open the city gates unless their commander is insane. But if they do decide to open them and pretend to offer help, then it is even more to our advantage. We will attack at that exact moment. He smirked disdainfully. The gods have abandoned their lives. Even the most loyal is nothing but a pawn in the eyes of the gods. Only the blood and corpse god is our savior, and anyone who does not believe in him will be eliminated. I will prove that truth clearly to everyone here. He cast his gaze toward the one leading the escape. Panting heavily, the boy looked around and saw no corpses in this area. I must have run much further than everyone else. His blood-stained legs suddenly slowed, as if he were troubled by a difficult thought. The soldiers witnessing this looked annoyed. Why did that kid stop running like that? The lizard folk have stopped firing arrows. The boy sank into deep despair despite the urging of the people behind him, knowing there was no way they would ever open the door for him. He was lost in his own deductions, fully aware that no one would open the door, as doing so would only invite a preemptive strike. The elf soldiers had their bows drawn, just waiting for the command to send the boy to his death. Obsessed with the thought of death, he told himself that even if he ran to the ends of the earth, the outcome would still be 0. We have truly been forsaken by the gods. Is there any point in running away like this anymore? The frustration he had suppressed for so long suddenly burst into tears that rolled down his young face. He looked up at the sky and screamed, asking why the gods created them to suffer like this, if they didn't care about them at all. The door remained shut, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the boy's heart. Amidst the dark night, a butterfly glowing with a shimmering light suddenly flew past. He stopped crying, blankly following the butterfly with an expression of pure astonishment. The tiny creature flew around him, as if trying to ignite a spark of life in his wilting soul. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. when a blinding light suddenly swept across his field of vision. The city gate, which he had so desperately longed to enter to save his life, began to creak open. Outside the city, it was dead silent, and even the sound of the wind could be heard clearly. The soldiers of the god race were closely observing every movement below. One soldier spoke in confusion. "They are driving unarmed people toward us again. What on earth are they planning?" The guard didn't know either, suggesting perhaps they wanted to use slaves as shields to make their climb up the slope easier. Ragrax suddenly appeared, dismissing the idea that it was cruel, suggesting they likely wanted to get rid of extra mouths to feed to prepare for a blitzkrieg. Ragrax let out a cold, ambiguous snort, appearing still suspicious of some hidden motive. "Our vanguard has fought through many terrains and encountered all kinds of vampires. That news must have traveled far and wide." People rumored that the god race was gradually wiping out those terrifying vampires. The guard immediately understood the implication. They wanted to force them to slaughter the poor souls who viewed them as their only hope. He laughed smugly, adding that they weren't planning to open the gate anyway. The enemy just wanted those slaves to realize that all hope was fleeting. Looking down, he praised the enemy commander's cleverness, noting that it made the slaves easier to control. Ragrax denied this upon hearing it, leaving his subordinate stunned and confused. He turned and walked away, ordering them to be ready to open the gate upon his command. Kazel hurriedly intervened, asking, "Do you intend to save them? What if they are vampires in disguise trying to scout us?" Ragrax replied calmly, noting that they had already shot them down twice before to verify, and he provided several more valid reasons. "But even if we open the gate, we can only save a few dozen people. The price to pay is too high for such a risk." Upon hearing this, he maintained his stance, showing no intention of changing his mind. Ragrax turned his head and smiled at the one who had fought side by side with him on this island, a talented commander. "But do you understand why you were defeated by my hand? Open your eyes and observe Kazel. O wise one, you calculate very thoroughly, but you lack creativity, which is why your vision is so narrow." Next, Kazel stared blankly up at the butterflies fluttering high above. Ragrax maintained a firm attitude and then relayed the command that he had given his permission. "Quickly open the city gates. Continue to accept all unarmed people inside, and wait until the last person has passed through the gate to immediately close it tight." The boy ran as fast as his legs could carry him, dashing desperately through the city gates. Ragrax brushed past him while he was still trying to steady his rapid breathing. He didn't forget to instruct them to use silver to check their skin. If there were signs of damage, then it was a makadong, and they had to be especially wary of them. Otherwise, they were just useless makadongs or slaves who were placing all their trust in us. He did not forget to remind the archers to listen clearly. They were absolutely forbidden from aiming at the slaves. The scene became extremely chaotic. The soldier frantically reported that enemy cavalry were charging upon seeing the gates open, skillfully blending in among the crowd of slaves. He still calmly proceeded outside the fortress, giving stern commands as he walked despite the soldiers' repeated attempts to stop him. "When I return inside, you must immediately close the gates." A girl who was running frantically was suddenly pushed hard from behind. Ragrax put all his effort into bringing the last slaves inside the city walls. Just as the Lena tribe cavalry were about to descend and attack. Frustrated because their objective failed, they immediately brandished their swords intending to kill. He countered calmly, and a powerful blue light suddenly emanated from his body. Immediately after, the entire space in front of the city gate lit up brilliantly in the middle of the dark night. Witnessing that situation, Seven also tacitly understood that the outcome was not very good. The subordinate following behind him bowed in apology, saying he hadn't expected them to open the gates and had thus missed a golden opportunity. As the gates slowly closed, Seven didn't even bother to utter words of reproach to him. He turned around and told his attendant to begin executing the next attack plan. He listened and then issued deployment orders. Seven frowned, considering that the advantage of the Maka Dragon army lay in its racial diversity. He reviewed the entire formation. The Lena cavalry flexibly used many types of weapons, while the small kobolds easily dodged flying arrows. Chao was so strong that he could charge despite being attacked, while Nick and Satoros were balanced in ability. Utilizing each race's characteristics was the key to White Fang's victory. Combined with the strength of Mark Kadong, a third-generation Nick, acting as a captain of 10, he could be as strong as Chao. That fortress holds about 2,000 troops. We once won a siege with a similar number, but currently we have 3,400 soldiers in hand. Seven's gaze toward the city gate was full of resolve, certain in his heart that victory this time could not slip from his grasp. Nebula, standing on the other side, was intently observing his every move. His mood was currently quite relaxed. As expected, Seven had no idea how to capture a hill fortress. It was not surprising. This generation had almost never captured this type of fortress, mistakenly believing it was just like a regular siege. Only Ragrak and Johan were capable of designing and launching such an attack. Capturing a hill fortress and besieging a stronghold are two completely different concepts. Obeying the order, Seven's soldiers charged forward en masse to engage in battle. Nebula realized a fatal weakness. Despite having skilled archers, their bows were still far inferior to the weapons of the lizard folk. Moreover, holding the high ground, the lizard folk drew their bows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Seven's troops clung to the fortress walls, struggling to climb up, but it was all in vain. High above, the lizard folk were already one step ahead in dealing with the enemy. The clansmen hurriedly urged each other forward, determined not to miss any opportunity. Nebula silently observed these were indeed the second and third generation beings whose power had been enhanced. However, no matter how enhanced their bodies were, they still blindly rushed to their deaths. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion that echoed through the air. The entire army was then burnt to a crisp, lying scattered across the ground, drawing their final breaths. Ragrak stood from high above, leisurely taking a relaxed puff of his pipe. He slowly blew smoke into the air with a smug smile on his lips. A smile appeared on Nebula's face, carrying a hint of admiration for the Thunder Lizard. Ragrak looked at the battlefield piled high with corpses and said, "A hill fortress is never a good choice for a short battle." The subordinate respectfully reported the battle situation to 7. "We have just lost 600 troops in that last charge." Furious and unwilling to accept the current outcome, he ordered the attack to continue. 7 gritted his teeth and spat out every word, "We must capture this fortress at all costs." The pungent stench of blood filled the air, with bodies covered in deep gashes lying strewn before the gates. The road leading to the gates was littered with corpses, and the foul stench of death rose heavily in the air. One soldier, still trying to charge forward, was struck by an arrow and shrieked for help. A few seconds later, a lizardfolk archer swiftly ended his life. He shouted to urge his comrades, "Do not retreat, we must take the stronghold at all costs." Nebula watched in silence, thinking to himself, now they have no choice but to charge forward desperately. By the time they reached the foot of the wall, their casualties had already exceeded the breaking point. The mounting pile of corpses inadvertently turned the path of advance into a flight of stairs. He quietly assessed the opponent's strength, realizing that retreating now would mean throwing away all his efforts so far. If 7 were truly a commander of high caliber, he would have realized long ago that the quick strike, quick victory tactic was completely hopeless and should have chosen to withdraw his troops. He thought to himself that 7's extreme personality had perhaps clouded his inherent wisdom. Yogubi remained indifferent and showed no sign of joining the fray. The reason was unclear, but perhaps he was waiting for the perfect opportunity to intervene. If that was indeed the case, they likely had not yet grasped the dire situation unfolding in the rear. Fierce flames erupted from the foundries, casting a bright red glow that enveloped the small village. 7 stared at the map in frustration, cursing the terrible situation. At this rate, the army would suffer extremely heavy losses. A soldier from the Lena tribe rushed in, looking panicked and fearful. The bad news from the guard stunned 7. In just one day, the Cho army, the Satyros, and the lizard god warriors had joined forces and were relentlessly hunting them down. His heart burned with anxiety, wondering whether or not to withdraw his troops now that the situation had become so precarious. Retreating at this moment would only increase casualties because they were already too deeply mired in the quagmire of battle. If they retreated, the army would be caught in the enemy's pincer movement. The only way out was to capture the fortress and then defend from within. Streaks of bright red blood suddenly dripped onto the ground, making 7 feel extremely strange. Warm blood continuously flowed from his nose, leaving 7 stunned and fearful. He wiped the blood from his hand and wondered why he had been having nosebleeds since becoming a vampire, as this bizarre occurrence had never happened before. Could this be an ill omen? If so, what could it be? A sense of unease began to consume his mind. Den, his most trusted subordinate, rushed into the room with a hurried expression. 7's pupils dilated as he held his breath, waiting for urgent information from his subordinate. The minds of the imprisoned tribespeople were blank, completely consumed by overwhelming. They whispered among themselves about the developments outside, the counter-attacking forces, and the people being herded toward the city gates. Someone who seemed well-informed reported that the vampires had forced them to form long lines and then drove them toward the Hukrin fortress. And he also firmly asserted that those people had all lost their lives. Upon hearing this, the Lena people quickly denied it, leaving the other person looking quite confused. A young man standing in the corner suddenly spoke up. That fellow was captured 4 times but still returned alive, didn't he? Faced with everyone's curious gazes, he suddenly looked down in embarrassment. Then the young man gathered his courage to recount what he had seen: blue butterflies fluttering around the fortress and the gates being opened. The lizard god people have generously opened the way for us. A few people have already begun to step inside the city. A long silence filled the space now. Perhaps everyone shared the same thought. There were also those who were skeptical, questioning the true motives behind the lizard god tribe's actions. The young man stood up and spoke in a firm tone, as if he had some sort of plan. "I don't understand the reason, but..." The crowd looked at him in a panic, hearts filled with anxiety for the young man's fate before the soldiers' blades. A look of determination ignited in his eyes. He resolved to rise up and fight rather than submit. The lizard folk are confronting the dragon Maka, and their god is also saving us. We cannot continue to live in this miserable state if we do not want everyone to perish. Regardless of what the rumors say, I do not care about dying, but we certainly cannot sacrifice ourselves in vain. It was his clear and sharp way of thinking that completely swayed everyone's minds. They stood up in unison, demonstrating a spirit of solidarity and an inseparable will to act as one. The soldiers outside noticed the abnormality and entered to interrogate them harshly. They rushed to attack the soldiers one by one, determined to fight to the death to win their freedom. A spark ignited in the middle of the night, marking a turning point for the uprising of the tribes. 7, wiping blood from his nose, asked about the progress of the rebellion, and his subordinate replied respectfully that this was no longer an isolated incident, as all the slaves had risen up simultaneously. Stunned as if by a lightning bolt, 7 turned to look at the man with a grave expression, asking if it were true that all Fun's 200 slaves had participated. The subordinate tremblingly confirmed that all the guards had been defeated and the uprising was spreading alarmingly fast. Despite attempts to stop them, their numbers were too thin. Seven wondered how the slaves, empty-handed, could have defeated the guards. The subordinate hurriedly replied that it was because their numbers were overwhelming and they were acting with a strange recklessness. Despite being brutally slaughtered, they still charged ahead to seize weapons without showing any fear. Powerful rallying cries echoed. The city gates were open and they were waiting, fight like warriors. For it is better to die in glory than to live a life of humiliation. At that moment, the name Ragrag suddenly flashed through Seven's mind, filled with hatred. He wondered suspiciously if the slaves had planned this beforehand when the gates were opened. He had once considered them a weak tribe from a corner of the peninsula, never suspecting they were so cunning. As the subordinate was speaking, he panicked and begged for reinforcements to quell the rebellion immediately, seeing that Seven was bleeding. Fresh blood stained the man's face, which combined with his scheming eyes made his appearance truly terrifying. Seven reassured himself that the gods could not be punishing him. If they had chosen him as their representative, why would they turn their backs on him now? With great ambition, he was determined to seize the city before dawn at any cost, and his subordinate anxiously asked about the fate of the slaves who would escape. The man tried to convince Seven that even if they captured the city, they would still need to keep the slaves to provide food and labor in case they were besieged. His face darkened and he immediately rejected those opinions, leaving his subordinate stunned. Without hesitation, Seven lunged forward and bit hard into the subordinate's neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The others witnessed the horrific scene, and no one dared to utter a single word. After killing the man, he said softly that he was now calm again, perhaps because he had been lacking blood earlier. Seven turned away with a savage air, wondering if any soldier was capable of stopping this uprising without reinforcements. If the Lena tribe quickly joins the battle, I will deploy the troops in the camp to put an end to this riot. He pointed to a person of the Satyros tribe and instructed that from now on, you are my lieutenant. Seven ordered, bring weapons here, I myself will go out to battle and confront them. Outside the gate, countless corpses of Seven's troops were piled high, creating an extremely mournful scene. The village now contains nothing but heaps of ashes, the result of an outburst of rage from the oppressed slaves. The stone road leading to the city gates was filled with corpses lying in tangled heaps. The morale of the tribes is at an all-time high. They are ready to fight to the death against the cruel Makadong. Rakrak looked down from above with composure. The rebellion had begun, and Kezel, standing beside him, pensively remarked that the situation seemed quite intense as reinforcements had appeared. He chuckled lightly and replied that their side was fully prepared. Since the Makadong were afraid of light, the slaves certainly held the advantage. Seeing the scene unfold exactly as predicted, he felt self-satisfied watching them rise up together in resistance. Kezel turned to Rakrak with a look of confusion, wondering why they had chosen this moment to resist. He explained calmly that they perhaps simply wanted to escape from the Makadong. Kezel realized that the enemy would be busy dealing with the slave uprising. Rakrak immediately countered, arguing that it was not that simple. Since the slaves had revolted, they needed to be more careful and defensive. Being cornered, the Makadong would likely utilize their entire military force to attack us since they have no other choice. Kezel was so absorbed in listening that he didn't notice his surroundings, so Rakrak had to remind him to look down. Just as he predicted, Seven was aggressively charging straight toward the city gate with overwhelming murderous intent. He displayed extreme arrogance, pointing his sword at the opponent to provoke an epic duel. Seven screamed directly at Rakrak with deep hatred, "If you aren't afraid, then come down here and face me?" Kezel appeared worried about that gun while Rakrak turned his back to walk away and calmly replied, "All right, it seems I am forced to step forward, otherwise that guy will just keep causing trouble indefinitely." Rakrak tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and added, "At this point, he has no other choice. The slaves are revolting and he cannot retreat when the opportunity comes. Look for the enemy's openings to strike the decisive blow and destroy them." Seven looked like a madman, his eyes gleaming with flashes of crazed hatred. He had already devised a cunning plan for his battle the moment Rakrak stepped out of the city gate. "I will release countless giant rats to cause chaos throughout the entire battlefield. With the support of the rat swarm, my entire army will face less pressure as they confront fewer enemies. As long as we create chaos, they will lose their ability to defend the city. That is when I will seize the stronghold and end the war." While lost in thought, a massive object suddenly swept over Seven's head, leaving him stunned. Under the clear moonlight, the image of Rakrak mounted on a giant bird appeared truly impressive. He began to hurl insults, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Looking down from above at Seven's bewilderment, Rakrak sarcastically remarked that as long as one has enough power, owning a mount is only natural. Sensing its master's intent, the mount opened its mouth and grinned as if mocking the opponent. Seconds later, it dove straight down toward Seven with an extremely aggressive and terrifying demeanor. The young man stood frozen in place, unable to cope with this dire situation. Ragrax delivered a decisive slash without the slightest hint of restraint or mercy. Seven was extremely lucky to be able to block his opponent's powerful blade swing in time. His mind was briefly rippled with strange doubts about the source of Ragrax's power. Not stopping there, he and his spirit beast hurriedly took off, not even bothering to turn back to finish Seven off. Suddenly, the beast circled back and Ragrax raised his blade high, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to finish him. A treacherous strike descended upon Seven's head, shaking the very ground and sky. He looked up at Ragrax, his expression beginning to reveal extreme panic. The current situation left Seven completely desperate, wondering if he still had any chance to face him. He watched as Ragrax gripped his blade tightly and stepped forward, wondering why he was being so thoroughly overwhelmed. Nebula silently hid in a secluded corner watching the dramatic duel unfold. He seemed to understand everything, silently assessing that Ragrax was truly a highly skilled general. Being an experienced hero, and knowing that the spirit beast was a Koka, cheese type that would require an entire team of hunters to subdue, Ragrax seemed to have victory in his grasp, which significantly boosted the morale of the Nole army. The outcome of the battle seemed decided. The Black Scale and Nole armies would soon form an alliance to wipe out the remaining vampires. An unexpected notification appeared on the screen, leaving Nebula stunned. The name Jogobi lit up the interface, requesting to establish a connection with him. Nebula felt it was extremely illogical for Ragrax to reach out to him at this moment. He remained on high alert before accepting, wondering who this person was, as both his name and race were strangely mysterious. On any other day, he surely would have declined this call. He stared at the screen for a long time, his mind tangled with a dozen overlapping thoughts. Finally, Nebula decided to set aside his hesitation and reached out to press the button to accept the call from Jogobi. The other party's image still had not appeared, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. When Jogobi finally revealed himself, Ragrax's face showed clear signs of bitter, murderous intent. Jogobi remained silent, staring intently at Nebula, which left him feeling quite puzzled. Nebula carefully scrutinized every detail of Ragrax's body before silently weighing his options. Not wanting to waste time, he spoke first. "What should I call you?" "I will just call you Jogobi for now." Still seeing that Ragrax would not open his mouth, Nebula felt restless. "You were the one who initiated this contact, yet you won't say a single word." Jogobi's voice rang out with a mocking and disdainful tone. "Do you truly think you are capable of winning this battle?" Upon hearing this, Nebula remained indifferent without the slightest expression, his state of mind remaining incredibly calm. He still stubbornly insisted that sooner or later he would have to taste a humiliating defeat. Undeterred, Nebula firmly replied to Jogobi that they would win because the advantage was entirely in their hands. He quickly interrupted him, saying he wasn't referring to those lowly creatures who only walk on 2 legs. Nebula gradually figured it out. "Do you mean the confrontation between Rakok and Seven? I'm confident I'll win, and if you use divine power, I won't be outmatched either." Jogobi completely denied his words, and his secretive attitude was truly infuriating. He asserted firmly, "You are in this world, and you will never be able to change the situation." Hearing that, Nebula was still unclear about what Jogobi was ultimately trying to imply. He thought to himself, could this guy be from another continent? He says he has the ability to win that battle. But what does he mean by saying nothing can be changed? Let me provoke him to see if he'll reveal anything else. Nebula immediately probed him. "I will win and change everything. I will build a modern civilization with bustling cities and an extensive trade network." Jogobi flew into a rage. "Stop it! That power never belonged to you, it belongs to us," he asked bluntly, determined to track down the man's origins at all costs. In return, he only received a disdainful silence from Jogobi. Through their brief exchange, Nebula realized a few important details. It turned out his accomplices were still hiding nearby, so he continued to find ways to extract information from him. Jogobi spoke slowly, the wrinkles on his face shifting to create a grotesque expression. Without bothering to explain the details, he simply insisted, "We will reclaim our former glory." Then Jogobi vanished, leaving behind a brief and bizarre encounter. Now, his warnings left Nebula grappling with 1,000 questions. He decided to push those thoughts aside and focus entirely on the battle between Seven and Ragnarok. A blinding light suddenly appeared right in front of Nebula. A blood-red light suddenly flared up, as if trying to destroy his observation system. The horrifying scene caused Nebula's pupils to dilate and contract uncontrollably. His voice also began to stammer, rendering him speechless. A torrent of bright red blood gushed out, splattering in every direction. Seven collapsed to his knees, clutching his agonizing wound with both hands. Intense hatred welled up in Hanta's eyes. The tide of battle had now completely turned in Ragnarok's favor. He spoke coldly, looking at Seven, determined to finish off his opponent right now. The mount rushed forward to attack him immediately. Mounted on its back, Ragnarok only waited for the moment to plunge his blade through Seven's heart. A horrifying sight met his eyes, making him freeze mid-action. Even his mount panicked so much that it screeched to an immediate halt. A massive beam of light poured down from above, illuminating the dark night. Ragnarok stood frozen, his mouth agape and speechless with shock. A massive blade 10,000 times larger than Ragnarok's broadsword stabbed deep into the ground. Jogobi appeared with a terrifying form, looking just like a bloodthirsty monster. He looked up, silently guessing that the entity before him was the god of the vampires. Jogobi turned to look at him, his eyes burning with absolute fury. Nebula calmly thought to himself, as expected, everything was happening just as he predicted. He had reached the level to activate the incarnation skill. Even so, he felt a brief pang of regret, still wishing that the man hadn't been able to use this skill yet. Incarnation is a skill obtained at Divine Level 16, completely different from Descent, which allows the gods to descend to the mortal world themselves. Players can freely alter their appearance when incarnating, with their power depending on the territory they own. Nebula broke into a cold sweat witnessing this terror, as even the summoned divine beast only reached the giant's ankles. Ultimately, Crack also ordered a retreat, while escaping right now was the best course of action. At his current level, the incarnation skill would consume a far greater amount of faith than Descent. To maintain this form, he needed sacrifices immediately, but a large ritual could not be conducted at this time. The lizardmen, who were already small, now appeared microscopic before Jogobi's giant feet, making the massive gap in strength painfully obvious. Nebula quietly evaluated his actions. He was likely desperately seeking fresh sacrifices in this place. Under Jogobi's terrifying and soul-crushing power, Everyone fled in a panic of fear, desperately praying to escape the clutches of death, with some even bursting into tears from utter terror. Countless weak creatures became easy prey for him, a brutal sight that made Seven begin to understand. Is this the god I chose? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a bizarre smile crept onto his face. Thoughts of fanatical worship flooded Seven's mind. He needed neither friends nor enemies, only a mad craving for flesh and blood. Just like me, even as he sat in the middle of a bloody battlefield, he burst into a fit of hearty laughter. Nebula observed from afar and calculated sacrificing a few lizardmen didn't matter. The priority was to exploit an opening to escape, minimize losses, and then wait for him to run out of faith and abandon that city. Once Yogubi's origin city was completely drained and they could no longer use it, he would leave a small group to guard it while the rest scattered across the continent to rebuild their forces. One day when he weakens, Nebula concluded, I will personally end this once and for all. Looking at the pile of corpses stacked high below, he thought indifferently that even if this caused losses for other players, it had nothing to do with him. Below, Ragrak was desperately urging his subordinates, hurry up, there's no telling when that evil god will descend upon us. Seeing how critical the situation was, Kazel stepped forward and suggested, leave this to me, Ragrak, you should retreat first. Hearing this, Ragrak's expression hardened. What kind of leader runs away and abandons their own army? Hearing that, he immediately fired back firmly that he was not only a leader, but also a noble monarch. Seeing that stern attitude, Ragrak chuckled dryly, in your opinion, what is a king? Is he merely a weakling? Kazel hurriedly lowered his voice to reconcile. No, you are the role model, the beacon that lights the path, and the priceless treasure of the nation. Ragrak's wrath had not yet subsided. He shot back a question asking if his life was more important than those of his subjects, leaving Kazel completely bewildered by his intentions. A horrific explosion suddenly tore through the sky, successfully drawing all of Ragrak's focus away from the conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Kazel earnestly advised that if anything happened to him, the entire country would fall into chaos. Since the young successors were still too immature, he had to take care of himself. Faced with that precarious situation, he suddenly confessed pensively, perhaps I have never been worthy of this throne. The food reserves had decreased by more than half, while most of the military forces had not yet had time to withdraw from the city. Kazel spoke up to warn him, but to no avail. He calmly assessed that while the god's power was great, it could not last forever. At this rate, Denmark would seize the stronghold and then withdraw to the mainland, leading to a war that would drag on for many years. Kazel could not stand that pessimistic look and interrupted, no matter what, we will win in the end. The image of piled-up corpses appeared, mingling with his trembling voice. It could very well be a victory full of blood and tears. Kazel bowed before Ragrak but maintained a resolute tone. At all costs, victory will definitely name us. Ragrak was unmoved by Kezel's words. He even advised him in return that he needed to learn more, leaving Kezel stunned and uncomprehending. He was suddenly lifted off the ground easily. The speed was so fast that Kezel did not have time to resist, only able to stare wide-eyed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown backward by Ragrak with just one hand. Unable to keep up with that terrifying speed, Kazel only had time to scream the king's name before Ragrak left his position. From afar, Ragrak dashed toward Jagubi, a move that immediately caught his attention. Everything turning out contrary to expectations made Nebula exclaim in shock,
Impossible! What on earth are you planning to do?
Ragrak rushing into combat in this situation was judged by Nebula as an act of absolute madness. He slowly opened the control panel with the intention of using the Descent of God skill to intervene in Ragrak's actions. Suddenly, a notification on the screen caused Nebula to freeze in shock. The system reported that the Descent of God skill was blocked by the subject's spiritual body, which surprised Nebula even more than the previous incident. A toolbar appeared requesting forced confirmation. Faced with two choices, Nebula still could not make a final decision. Finally, he seemed to have given up, exclaiming in frustration that he could not do so. If he forced it, he would be frozen or die immediately due to an outburst of magic power. Ragrak was now standing across from Yogubi. He showed no fear of that grotesque appearance but instead seemed unusually calm. This was the true form of the Type A auxiliary god Maka, possessing a power so horrific it was hard to believe. As soon as the words were spoken, Yogubi immediately swung the sledgehammer, aiming directly at the small creature below. The blow, carrying terrifying power, luckily missed Ragrak, but he remained unfazed, standing tall and staring at the giant monster. Ragrak's baffling actions left Nebula even more confused. What on earth was he doing, and why didn't he run away quickly? In the distance, Ragrak suddenly encountered familiar swarms of butterflies, except that now they were clad in a brilliant red, completely covering the space before him. Ragrak was stunned by this strange sight, as he had never seen any butterflies transform in such a way before. Ragrak could not hide his curiosity, wondering if this was a warning message or some kind of forbidden command. However, the butterflies could not hold him back for long. Ragrak immediately charged forward, tearing through that brilliant red curtain to advance. He raised his bow, his eyes burning with the determination to claim glory. That decisive action made Nebula fly into a rage. Why did you do this, Ragrak? Arrows were fired one after another from his side, but that damage seemed only enough to brush the dust off Jogubi. A thought flashed in the other's mind, who understood well that if they remained still, the ultimate victory would still be ours. Go back to the palace to converse with your comrades, enjoy your time with John, and watch the children grow up. Facing the furious counterattack from Jagubi, Ragrak did not flinch at all. He bravely charged straight at his target. That person's voice echoed again. You do not need to risk doing such meaningless things. For the next decade, no one will be strong enough to challenge your authority. In another corner, Nebula was staring thoughtfully at the control screen, seemingly struggling with an inner conflict. Faced with the question of whether to use faith resources to assist in the battle, Nebula silently nodded in confirmation. He had just made his decision. Below, Jogubi suddenly took the full brunt of a terrifying power that tore him apart, leaving him both terrified and wondering how things had come to this state. Lightning danced around Jogubi's body, his patched-up face showing clear anger, and the entire space suddenly went dead silent after Ragnarok's powerful strike. A notification showing that his descent skill had been blocked suddenly appeared on the screen. Nebula pressed it once more when the system asked if the user wanted to force execute the command. He was amazed by Ragnarok's proud spirit of self-reliance. Nebula silently assessed that some warriors of the Hackland tribe never hesitated to oppose the chief's orders if they deemed it necessary, and now, he was in that very position. A question suddenly arose in Nebula's mind: did he also choose to confront the gods to walk a solitary path alone? Trading one life for 2 lives? What kind of crazy arithmetic are you performing? Did you think this action would shorten his manifestation time? Do you not see that victory is the most important thing? While Nebula was still lost in thought, the roar of Kukachis from below echoed, shaking heaven and earth. In the midst of the fiery battlefield, the deathmatch between Jogubi and Ragnarok was at its peak. Ragnarok spurred his horse forward, sharp spear in hand. Determination was clearly shown in Ragnarok's eyes. He softly muttered a prayer for the gods to grant him strength. On the opposite side, Nebula softly replied, "I understand." Finally, he understood the reason why he had chosen this path. Ragnarok focused all his mind to summon the power, each bolt of lightning discharging with majesty and power. Immediately after, he threw his spear toward Jogubi, the weapon carrying a massive source of energy that tore through the air. The spear pierced through the target, creating an earth-shattering collision. The dust and rocks all around were obscured by a thick layer of black smoke after the horrific collision just now. From within the thick smoke, a few sparks suddenly flickered. Jogubi's bloodshot eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. It seemed Jogubi had officially begun his counterattack. The tyrant's giant hammer lunged straight at Ragnarok like the scythe of death claiming a life. Another aftershock struck, but this time the one who collapsed on the ground was Ragnarok himself. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It seemed his last ounce of strength was completely exhausted. The events happened as fast as a blink, leaving Nebula so stunned that he was speechless. The battle seemed to have officially come to an end. The system immediately sent him a notification regarding Ragnarok's defeat and the resulting loss of experience. The violent power from Jogubi's strike caused Ragnarok to collapse onto the ground. On the other side, he let out a roar and swung his hammer high, intending to deliver a brutal finishing blow. The hammer struck forcefully where Ragnarok lay, creating a terrifyingly deep crater and leaving the surroundings in ruins. Witnessing that cruel scene, Nebula could only stand by in silent helplessness. When the hammer was lifted, fresh blood was splattered everywhere, and even Ragnarok's spear was shattered into many pieces. Jogubi was delighted with the victory he had just won, wearing a bizarre smile as he looked at his bloody handiwork. Everything that had just happened was fully within Nebula's sight, making him grit his teeth in rage. A series of fragmented images from the recent battle kept flooding back into his mind. Most prominent of all was the notification that Ragnarok had fallen in battle. He watched silently, his heart filled with emptiness. After a moment, Nebula reassured himself that the priest's death was something he had anticipated for a long time. On the battlefield where the dust had settled, Jogubi continued to frantically pound his hammer repeatedly onto the spot where Ragnarok had just fallen. A girl suddenly appeared on the screen. Nebula thought he had prepared Quickium as a replacement, but the loss of experience was something beyond his expectations. As long as Ragnarok's soul could find a sanctuary on the other side, there was still hope. He might even be reborn if accepted by that realm. Notifications of Ragnarok's death appeared continuously. Nebula wondered who was truly pulling the strings of fate at this moment. Before the old notifications could disappear, new information came flooding in, leaving Nebula utterly stunned. The piling message boards obscured his vision. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment at what was happening. The system reported again that Ragnarok had attained the status of an apostle and had even reached the threshold of a god. These unthinkable things caused Nebula's eyes to widen, and he blurted out in extreme confusion. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind that the apostle Ragnarok had just been promoted to the rank of divinity. Apostles are essentially entities created by deities or ancient legendary creatures. If integrated into a belief system, they are entirely capable of stepping across the threshold of the divine. However, sometimes a few ordinary entities would rise powerfully and ascend to become apostles. Once transformed, they would not only achieve unique divine powers but could also carry out missions beyond the god's will. Nebula mused, objecting that this was impossible because the necessary conditions for him to advance to an apostle were still incomplete. There were quite a few strict requirements to become an apostle that Ragnarok had not yet met, which was why he was bewildered when he witnessed him suddenly become an apostle. A series of questions enveloped Nebula's mind, making him ponder in confusion. Although the first condition was met, the remaining criteria were still unknown. How should the widespread dissemination of the story be measured? He himself could not comprehend the inner workings of that entity, especially the final condition of 1,000,000 faiths, which was inherently impossible. With his current 11th divine rank, the faith ceiling he could control was only a mere 100,000. To possess 1,000,000, he would have to reach at least rank 21, but his current abilities did not allow it. The sudden appearance of the notification left Nebula utterly astonished. On the interface, a warning displayed that the amount of faith was exceeding the allowed limit. Nebula's faith source was increasing at a dizzying, uncontrollable speed. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, he dazedly wondered where this massive influx of faith, continuously depleting and then being replenished, came from. Elsewhere, Yogubi was wreaking havoc across the region with fierce magical power, as if wanting to level everything. A violent explosion erupted with dazzling light, tearing through the air, sending debris scattering and shaking the ground violently. That terrifying energy flow swept away everything in its path, leaving the ground cracked open and flames erupting to incinerate everything. Observing from above, seeing people sincerely praying, Nebula vaguely speculated that this energy source might come from them. Not only ordinary citizens but even the most elite warriors like Kazel were also praying earnestly. He guessed whether those devotees were praying for Ragnarok. Just a moment later, Nebula rejected that thought because this was surely only a small part. However, relying only on them was not enough because the loyalty of the vampires, though formidable, was not at that level. Furthermore, their number was completely insufficient to create a faith source of such terrifying magnitude. Seeing people praying, Nebula hesitated to comment on the nature of this game. His face suddenly became rigid, as if he had just uttered a shocking truth. Nebula dazedly completed his sentence, saying that everything was no longer a game. The previously lost world was just a pure game, but this reality was completely different. The system created a false impression that everything was still operating according to pre-programmed rules. Everything could no longer be confined to dry numbers, because this moment had far surpassed all limits that the system could define. Nebula firmly asserted that everything he was witnessing with his own eyes, the surging faith and explosive power, had all broken free from the programmed framework. Another notification suddenly appeared right before his. When the system reported that Rak wanted to reappear in the human world, he doubtfully wondered if he had just left not long ago and already wanted to return to fight as an apostle. This was beyond his expectations, but when he looked at his stats, something was amiss. While pondering various thoughts, Nebula suddenly received shocking news, making him exclaim in utter astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Nebula understood everything. He gave a knowing smile and wondered about what was to come. This is truly a formidable power, isn't it? Stepping into the ranks of the apostles isn't just about gaining an empty title. In reality, it is an apotheosis to a legendary level. All the glory and status of Rak from the past are now fully crystallized in this power. Under the deep night sky, Nebula wore a starlit outfit and smiled confidently, saying, "Go ahead and rampage as you please, Rak." Down below, the evacuation of the last remaining residents had been completed. One person in the group stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with unease, as Yuzun hoarsely called out Rak's name. Kazel also couldn't help but direct his gaze towards that strange light. A clear look of sorrow was revealed in his eyes. In the desolate space at this moment, he pondered absently, "It was thanks to your sacrifice that all the city's inhabitants had their lives saved." Thinking of this, Kazel's heart tightened with sharp, painful throbs. But now, how should I begin to inform Sir John that Sir Rak has passed away? Everywhere across the territory, humanity once fought over every scrap of food and clothing. But now I believe that Sir Rak's noble act will become a guiding torch for noble ideals. He stood motionless, letting vague thoughts drift by. Just as Yogubi was frantically sweeping through everything, his voice suddenly echoed over that evil god has not been completely eliminated yet. Noticing something unusual, Kazel quickly looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. A breathless sound suddenly came from the crowd. "What strange noise is that? But the sky is clearly still blue, isn't it?" From above, a giant bolt of lightning struck down, causing the ground to shake violently, its brilliant light incinerating everything around. Everyone panicked at the sudden phenomenon and anxious whispers rose incessantly. The giant lightning bolt shot out in all directions, and the ground was still shaking powerfully with no sign of stopping. Yogubi, who was engrossed in destroying everything, also had to pause at this situation. Feeling that this was not a good omen for him, he intended to swing his hammer down to destroy everything else. But at the very moment the hammer touched the ground, that light burst forth in a terrifying manner. Immediately following that, the hammer, which was neatly in Yogubi's hand, was knocked far away. Someone was holding a mysterious spear. His whole body emitted brilliant, authoritative golden lightning bolts, as if ready to crush any opponent at any moment. It seemed that this unannounced appearance had caught Yogubi off guard. He furiously roared, "You bastard!" Countless lightning bolts wrapped around Rak as he advanced proudly with great stability and power. Rak reappeared in a completely new capacity. He had now become a majestic and formidable apostle. Rak's seemingly impossible ignited overwhelming happiness in the hearts of all residents. They enthusiastically chanted Rak's name in unison. Not far away, Macedon's army was equally stunned, and countless questions arose in their minds. Back in the battle, Yogubi saw that he had recovered and flew into a rage. He was about to swing his blade to finish off Rak once more, yelling defiantly, "How dare you do that to me!" Faced with his opponent's loss of control, Rak calmly lowered his center of gravity, patiently waiting for the opportunity to break the enemy's offensive. The moment Yogubi's blade struck down, the space seemed to split in two, and the ground shook violently. A surge of power suddenly erupted right beneath the tip of his blade. In a flash, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged forth, leaving him no time to react but only to stare in shock. The lightning bolts, like sword blades, tore through his defenses. Yogubi took a full upward strike that sent him flying far away, fresh blood splattering through the air. Struck directly in the face with excruciating pain, the humiliation made it impossible for Yogubi to accept the reality that this could happen. While he was still bewildered by the current situation, Ragnarok had already begun his counterattack. This time Ragnarok launched his attack as an apostle with extremely formidable stats, and Yogubi seemed unlikely to escape the clutches of death. Nebula looked at Ragnarok's stat board and sighed helplessly, realizing there was truly nothing left to do. All levels of the High Priest had been converted to apostles. Since apostles all possessed divine power, that stat was appended with the character D. Of course, that was still not enough to contend with Yogubi's level 16 incarnation, as the giant still possessed fictive D power 3D more than Ragnarok. However, numbers were only a small part of an apostle's power. Their true strength lay in the unique skills they possessed. All of Ragnarok's titles and prestige from his lifetime were now recreated through his apostle skills. Initially, he could easily block many moves from the giant hunter. Furthermore, on the extremely fierce battlefield, Yogubi used all sorts of weapons from bows to spears to attack him. Ragnarok was not to be outdone. He raised his hand to summon power, and lightning bolts immediately gathered in his palm. A colossal bow formed from lightning bolts gradually materialized beside Ragnarok. His hands gently controlled the bow. This was an extremely skillful weapon creation ability. Each arrow launched by Yogubi carried his murderous deadly curse. Conversely, Ragnarok's lightning bow was also ready to fire at any moment. Nebula glued his eyes to the screen watching the magnificent battle, so mesmerized that he was speechless. The moment Ragnarok launched his attack, he confirmed it was undoubtedly the lightning divine arrow skill, a move that required the consumption of faith. The arrow tore through the wind directly towards Yogubi with terrifying power capable of sweeping away all obstacles in its path. He was extremely astonished to face such a terrifying might. Ragnarok's attack quickly struck down upon Yogubi's massive body brutally. His deep, muffled voice, like a devil from hell, resounded, saying, "Do you think you can defeat me with a puny apostle? Did you just gain a bit of that divine power?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ragnarok charging forward with a spear at an astonishing speed. Ragnarok's eyes calmly observed his opponent's every movement meticulously, waiting for the opportune moment as lightning bolts enveloped him like a protective armor. Ragnarok lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, gripping his weapon tightly to unleash all his power. Swirling thunder enveloped his body, making the atmosphere of the battlefield incredibly intense. Yogubi had sensed his opponent's attack early on, but the speed was so astonishing that he could not react in time. As the distance between the two gradually narrowed, Ragnarok also began to take his stance to launch a decisive blow. The soldiers below were glued to his every move, shouting Ragnarok's name in unison as if to boost his fighting spirit. At that very moment, the notification board on the screen showed his social interaction metrics skyrocketing incessantly. It was not just the army, but the crowd of civilians as well who were cheering wholeheartedly for Ragnarok. It was this wave of enthusiastic support that caused his interaction metrics to rise to an astonishing level. By this time, Ragnarok had won the faith of the apostles through his personal charisma and widespread support, and as he officially became the first chosen one, all of his stats increased in direct proportion to the newfound source of faith-based power. Finally, Ragnarok officially launched the finishing move on his opponent. Blinding streaks of yellow lightning darted straight toward Yogubi. For some unknown reason, he just stood there motionless as if accepting the blow. Nebula's calm voice echoed again, conveying the message that the more people praying for Ragnarok, the better. He concluded the sentence, meaning that the more powerful he became, with thousands of soldiers behind Kizio kneeling and praying sincerely. Kizio watched the tense battle so intently that he gritted his teeth. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he shouted, hoping Ragnarok would quickly wipe out the evil force. On the opposite side, Ragnarok's attack had reached Yogubi in a split second. A earth-shattering explosion erupted, with a blinding light like the sun forcing everyone to cover their eyes. A few brave souls looked up, as if they had discovered an incredibly shocking truth. The scene revealed that Yogubi's head had been severed from his body. The warm rays of the sun quietly shone through his mangled torso. Witnessing Yogubi being sent to his end by Ragnarok, everyone could not help but be stunned. He clenched his fist and raised it high into the air, as a way to affirm his absolute victory. Cheers erupted across the sky and everyone rejoiced at this result. They danced with excitement and some even burst into tears to express their overwhelming happiness. After directly ending the battle, Ragnarok stood high above, looking down thoughtfully. At the same time, Kizio rushed toward Ragnarok, shouting proudly as he moved that Ragnarok was the king of his life. Even though his heart was full of excitement, he still followed the proper ritual by kneeling down as a gesture of respectful greeting. Ragnarok absently uttered his name. Kezel immediately responded, "I am ready to listen to your command, sir." Ragnarok gazed distantly at the clear blue sky and announced, "It is time for me to depart." Hearing him, Kezel wondered, "But you just won the battle. What exactly are you talking about, sir?" Ragnarok realized Kezel hadn't fully grasped it and patiently explained, "One thing is certain, my time is over. Heaven has already decreed the day of my departure." Victory was not enough reason to keep him. Kezel tried to salvage the situation. "Regardless, sir, you should at least return to the capital for a final farewell." Ragnarok saw through him. He smiled and retorted, "Kezel, do you think heaven is a place for jokes?" Hearing these words, Kezel's eyes began to well up, signaling an imminent outburst of tears. Having no other choice, Ragnarok offered his spear as a compromise. "Instead of making a fuss, take this weapon." After speaking, he placed the spear in Kezel's hand. "I entrust you with this weapon, which once defeated the evil god in Hukrin. It is a holy relic, so you must guard it carefully," Ragnarok said. Kezel reverently cherished the spear. Ragnarok, enveloped in a gentle radiance, uncharacteristically offered a soft reassurance, "Do not worry. Even if I am no longer here, I will always protect Hukrin as a devotee of the gods." Kezel knelt and swore, "I vow that Ragnarok's name will never fade from this land." Ragnarok's dismissive attitude was the response to the oath. "That is not so important," he said casually, which greatly confused Kezel. "What else?" Ragnarok gently patted Kezel's shoulder encouragingly. "You know what I mean, don't you? Besides, I am entrusting all remaining burdens to you." Kezel could not hide his sorrow at their parting. He sobbed, burst into tears, and bowed his head, replying, "Yes. Of course I will follow your teachings," he said, and as he finished speaking, tears streamed down his cheeks. Recrac officially ascended to the heavens. He dissolved into tiny specks of light and soared into the sky with the wind, and everything gradually returned to its natural order. Finally, the evil god had been annihilated, and the sky had cleared again. Some dragonic beasts surrendered while the rest became scattered remnant. High Priest 7, who had lost his god, was eliminated by his subordinates. From then on, Hukran experienced countless ups and downs throughout time. 37 years later, Hukran had made remarkable strides in development. In the 23rd year of King Enpion's reign in Hukran's capital, Orazon, in the splendidly decorated royal library, a hesitant voice code so that, "Your intention is to remove the crown prince from the succession list, isn't that right?" The tall Hmong slowly finished her sentence and accept the third prince as crown prince. Diender, facing her, remained unfazed by her sharp demeanor. He frankly admitted, "Yes, that is indeed my intention." Hmong clasped her head, utterly perplexed. "Why would you utter such an absurd thing? The crown prince inheriting the throne is a law that has existed for hundreds of years. Are you trying to break it?" Diender, the leader of the hunting party, calmly replied, "Hukran's history is not without precedent. Is it truly forbidden even to mention it this time?" She frowned upon hearing this. Of course, the crown prince is somewhat lazy and fond of leisure, but that is not sufficient reason to strip him of his position as heir. He said that ever since the eldest prince learned to hunt, he had always loitered in the mountains with a gang of thugs in Oran. If a ruler is so engrossed in play that he ignores state affairs, how can his subjects trust and serve him? These words left Hyman deep in thought. She replied, "You know very well that His Majesty has been ill for a long time. He is naturally very sensitive, and if he hears baseless rumors, he will surely fly into a rage. So, let's just keep things quiet for now." Dienen turned his face away and said in a calm voice, "I did not take this into account. So, to prevent His Majesty from being shocked or uneasy, it would be best if Lord Hyman could present this idea on my behalf." Hearing this, she became extremely anxious and asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" He casually suggested, "Tomorrow during the afternoon break in front of His Majesty, I will add a few remarks about the eldest prince. Just by pushing for the third prince to be appointed as the crown prince and presenting it to His Majesty, the imperial palace will surely be thrown into an uproar." Seeing that he turned on his heel as soon as he finished speaking, Hyman hurriedly tried to hold him back, saying, "Wait, Dienen." But she could not stop him. She bit her lip, her mind filled with irritation and unease. She thought to herself, how many lives does he think he has to dare act so recklessly? Or does he want to show that he doesn't care at all about the nobility? The legendary Black Scale King Recrac passed away more than a century ago. Although there were outstanding monarchs among the descendants who inherited the Black Scale royal lineage, few were of a high enough caliber to match his past glory. Quite a few emperors were criticized, and even the current His Majesty Enpang, though recognized for bringing peace to the nation, has not achieved any particularly outstanding merits over the past 10 years. The issue of who would succeed Enpang kept the royal family in turmoil. Just then, a gentle voice sounded, "Very well, Prince, this time I will ask a few questions." The response was calm and respectful. "Please feel free to ask." Rabban K, the dedicated tutor of the princes, spoke up, "Your Highness, since you have finished studying all the books in the first archive, I would like to ask a few questions to guide your upcoming study path." Directing his gaze toward the third prince, Kajak Oran, he inquired gently, "Which book did you appreciate the most, Prince?" He calmly replied, "There are so many great works that it is difficult for me to make a choice. Must I choose only one?" Rabban suggested, "Please state your favorite ones along with a brief explanation of the reason." The prince nodded, "I understand. First of all, Lord Owen's travel journal is truly fascinating, as it contains stories of exotic lands and countless unique races. The diary was the work of the traveler Owen, a figure believed to have lived in the same era as the Great Recrac. Owen traveled far and wide, leaving behind 9 volumes of travel journals, and it is said that in his old age, he headed west to live in seclusion. Since no records exist after that, the 10th volume remains a legendary and mysterious book. Rabban thought to himself, that is a work that any child would adore. It turns out the prince also has personality traits appropriate for his age. Kajak continued, "There is also Lord John's treatise on algebra and Oran architecture." Hearing this, Rabban could not help but be surprised. Kajak continued, "The pages written by Lord John bring excitement through precise logical thinking, and moreover, they contain a warm affection for humanity." John was indeed the most brilliant mathematician and architect of his time. He was the one who systematized knowledge of hydraulics and directly supervised the installation of 4 water wheels. As the brilliant architect who designed the capital of Oran, those structures are the testament to all his achievements. Rabban pondered, but the architectural blueprints of Oran were actually full of nothing but dry numbers and tangled drawings. This is a book that even the most erudite scholars would be wary of at first glance. Kai confided that he was very fond of the book on ethics by Lord Kezel, Master Robin's ancestor, then bowed respectfully, saying it was a great honor that the master's ancestors had the opportunity to serve Lord Ragrax, the noble messenger of the gods. He nodded slightly. Yes, the content mostly revolves around moral principles and repeatedly reiterates the teachings of Lord Ragrax, but it is still a treasure trove of knowledge that invites readers to contemplate deeply. Robin smiled, thinking to himself how astonishing it was for a child to value morality so highly, a quality that was inherently even more important than talent for a monarch. Kai excitedly continued, I also really like The Steppe Battlefield by Lord Ju, The Sacred Wilds Collection by Lord Saren Mio, and The Secret Art of Observing the Heavens by Lord Ragrax. Those works are truly wonderful. Thus, throughout that afternoon, the young student passionately spoke about his favorite books to his teacher. The master admired him in silence. To possess such a wealth of knowledge and profound thinking at such a young age, he was indeed a rare prodigy. This wealth of knowledge would surely benefit the world in many ways in the future, but due to his status as a prince, he would probably never be utilized to his full potential. Just then Kai spoke softly, Master Robin, may I ask you something I am curious about? He smiled and nodded, please, speak freely. He looked embarrassed, this doesn't quite relate to the lesson. Or perhaps it does, but I lack confidence because my understanding is still too limited. Robin gently reassured him, please, feel free to ask your question. Kai's eyes widened, as clear as a calm lake in autumn. He asked innocently, could I become king in the future? Upon hearing this, he was so stunned that he froze completely. Then he choked and coughed violently, almost spitting out the mouthful of tea he was drinking. Robin quickly asked, my prince, have you ever spoken of this to anyone else? He immediately replied, I have never breathed a word of this to anyone. He instructed in a solemn tone, you must be extremely cautious about this. Kay nodded obediently, I understand that very well, Master Robin. He asked timidly, so, what about the answer to my question? Extremely worried, he pondered deeply on how to respond appropriately. The succession to the throne had already been designated for the first prince, Jack Oran. Kai becoming the heir would mean overthrowing the first prince, an intention that alone could be prosecuted as treason. A single slip of the tongue could put his life in immediate danger. He cautiously asked, you know very well that this is an extremely sensitive matter, right? Does your highness truly wish to shoulder the responsibilities of a king? The question left him slightly embarrassed. Kai bowed his head in contemplation and replied, whether I want to or not, I am not even sure myself. I just always believed that my becoming king would bring good things to everyone. Robin asked back in surprise, ultimately whom would that benefit? He passionately placed his small hand on the table and declared firmly, of course for the common people. At the mention of the people, his face, though still youthful and innocent, briefly showed the bearing of a future monarch. Atop the soaring peak of Mount Chauffard, the sunlight painted the entire landscape in gold. A go-board was suddenly sent flying, accompanied by a loud shout,
Hey, you bastard!
Vanda appeared through magic, poking his head out to shout, just let them handle it themselves, you'd better get over here with me. Elda quickly rushed to block Nebula and reminded Xanda that she needed to accept reality, making her ask in shock why he kept showing up everywhere. She smiled brightly, boasting that she was busy playing chess, leaving Xanda heavily shocked to realize her opponent was casually playing Go with her at the same time. Irritated, she said it was humiliating to lose to someone multitasking despite detailed reports. He refused to reveal any information, to which Elda blankly replied that it had only been running for the past 100 years, so nothing had changed significantly. Nebula smiled faintly and said to just wait and see, as a major turning point was highly likely about to occur. Hearing that, both of them stared at him in astonishment and asked about that change in unison. He nodded, confirming that things were indeed heading in that direction. Annoyed by Nebula's continuous secrecy, Vanda had to press for an answer. So, in short, what exactly is that change? Can't you explain it properly? Nebula smiled calmly and set a condition. If you win the next game, I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, she immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the go-board flew into the air along with a frustrated scream. This is so irritating. Vanda pointed her finger and yelled in anger, you are deliberately making things difficult to humiliate my pride, aren't you? Right then, the video call signal of player Vanda disconnected, and Elda's voice rang out hesitantly. By the way, I'm so curious, what on earth is that shift? I wonder if I, not being a double agent like Vanda, am eligible to know. This time, he did not bother hiding it anymore and nodded in response. Sure, it's not that difficult. Come over and take a look. He pointed toward the screen displaying Robin and his disciple talking. She observed and then asked in surprise about the third prince of the Black Scales, wondering what was so interesting about him, to which he retorted. Have you never even glanced at his stats? Curiously, Elda accessed Kyle's status board and saw that he was rather ordinary, except his thinking ability was top tier. What is noteworthy here is that his intelligence stat has reached 107. To be this terrifying right from the initial level, this is the first time I've seen it, this must be an unprecedented case, right? These days, anyone who reaches 60 is hailed as a genius, yet he far exceeds 100. Nebula explained, perhaps on this continent, it will be difficult to find another like him for decades to come. Since the Black Scales and the White Fangs put an end to the war, the past 100 years can be considered a bleak lull. Aside from excavating some ancient ruins or eliminating monsters, there has been no significant development along the borders. After expanding the territory, consolidating internal strength is the top priority. Periods of lull are unavoidable in Lost War. The core races have taken the lead in pioneering, and now is the time to use appeasement policies to win over the remaining groups. With different races coexisting, the Black Scales face countless troubles, having to suppress underground rebellions even though history books did not record them. He silently calculated the most worrying prospect was still the scenario of coexisting with the Maka clan. At the very moment the evil god was defeated by Ragnarok, all the slaves of White Fang and the Maka dragons joined Black Scale one after another. However, living together with the Maka dragons was impossible because their only food was human blood. The second and third generation Maka dragons could not survive if they only used animal blood as a substitute. Right at that moment, a bold decision from the Maka dragons astonished everyone. One Maka dragon made up its mind to follow the will of the blue sky god. After witnessing the sacred passing of Apostle Recrack, it swore never to kill anyone again. Immediately after, 1,000 Maka dragons also agreed to starve themselves to show their determination. Although some who could not resist the temptation fled, 600 individuals still endured the torment of hunger until their death. Joan was the living witness who recorded this entire event. She knelt on the ground, sobbing, begging for mercy and forgiveness for their mistakes. She was extremely grief-stricken with tears streaming down her cheeks when an echoing voice reached her saying, "I have already shown them mercy." Sitting Buddha Valley was the name used for that land from then on, becoming a holy land for the night sky religion. This place was seen as a symbol of repentance and atonement, proving that even if they were not of the Shenlin race, as long as they had sincere devotion, the blue sky god would always accept them. Since then, the blue sky god was revered as the night sky, causing many other species to begin turning to the night sky faith. Nebula secretly assessed that these changes were probably all related to that prince. Technological reform along with modern industry would drive civilizational progress, requiring even stronger development. With his superior intellect, he would surely create many breakthrough achievements, and his expanding influence would serve as a solid springboard for him to ascend the throne. Furthermore, the current ruling apparatus of Blackscale harbored many serious issues caused by the left-hand administrator. The position of Internal Affairs Administrator was no different from a eunuch on Earth, and it would open wide the door for many other races to participate. Positions holding real power such as administrative officials and the right-hand administrator were monopolized by the Shenlin people. Nebula was convinced that stagnant water would sooner or later give off a foul stench. This was precisely the time to completely resolve the issue of peaceful coexistence among different ethnic groups, and a wise king was the optimal solution. Elder then asked, "But he is not the eldest son," and Nebula nodded slightly as if to silently confirm that fact. Although the eldest son was playful and idle, that was not enough of a reason to depose him from the throne. Once his position was secure, seizing the crown would be extremely difficult. Using divine power to interfere in state affairs is easy, but this is a sensitive time for royal power, so the involvement of deities is not ideal. They must cleverly create an opportunity. Hearing this, Elder became even more curious and questioned further. "Then what plan do you have in mind?" Seeing this, Nebula leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Eldar, seeing that the plan seemed unstable, frowned and asked, "Will this way work? Are you perhaps putting too much faith in Kai's wisdom?" He smiled gently and said, "I believe everything will go smoothly. Do you want to participate?" At this moment, in the majestic and vast Imperial Palace grounds, the Imperial Garden was covered by lush, cool green canopies. A graceful black butterfly was gently dancing with the wind. The elves in the palace were huddling and gossiping excitedly about a strange story. They hurriedly left immediately to avoid being detected. That place was Oran's protected territory named Manon. This was the very drake that had been tamed by great King Ragrak himself. Word has it that drakes never die of old age, so Manon just kept growing into a giant creature. It stretched to a length of 25 meters, being nearly 150 years old. The imperial court considered Manon a thorn in their side, because it consumed too much food and also posed a risk of wrecking the palace whenever it lost its temper. They were planning to take it to a deserted place or sacrifice it alive to be done with it. But since Manon was the embodiment of the sovereignty of the great Thunder God King, they had to bite the bullet and raise it for the rest of its life. Up until now, Manon was still very gentle and had not caused any trouble. However, at this very moment, that beautiful butterfly flew across its line of sight. It leaped up in excitement to chase after that fluttering target. At that moment, the flock of butterflies gathered around someone who was gently smiling. Ragrak stood there and spoke, "Do you still remember me, Manon? You must be doing very well." It was overjoyed to meet its former master again and let out a roaring laugh. Lately, Manon had been feeling restless, but it did not know why or how to relieve it. It leaped up and pounced on the butterfly hovering in front of it. It was as joyful as if it were playing with its next master. By then, the flock of butterflies had fluttered beyond the boundary of the fence. Manon intently watched the bright sunshine shining down. It knew full well that it could never step outside of that wall, because its previous escape had caused mass chaos and it had been dragged back. And yet, suddenly it noticed something strange outside the wall. A figure appeared out there and lamented, "I wonder what kind of trouble you want to drag me into this time." Ragrak was standing there smiling with the swarm of butterflies surrounding him. He cheerfully said, "Thanks to that, I get to see a familiar face. It's been a long time, Manon. Come here, let me see how much your skills have improved." Manon's face was full of excitement, his eyes sparkling with trust. Thinking that it would finally escape its confinement, it smashed the wall and strode outside. The next morning, urgent cries echoed throughout the palace to report, "Your Highness!" Upon hearing this, Dainin looked up to observe. The subordinate spoke softly. "Are you aware of the earth-shattering explosion early this morning?" He replied, "I heard it, but I don't think it's anything to worry about." He immediately related the whole story. "Actually, that's not it at all. This morning, while the Imperial Guard was on patrol, they discovered that Manon had already sneaked up the sacred mountain." Dainin sighed. "That sounds a bit troublesome." The subordinate looked astonished. "Why are you so nonchalant as if it's none of your business, Your Highness? You are the god of hunting, after all." He replied,
"So what of it?
He explained, the emperor plans to capture Manon before today's royal court session. Since this involves wild beasts, naturally as the head of the hunting department you must shoulder this heavy responsibility. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the bewildered Dai Nin trying to call after him. He said to himself, hunting is supposed to be a pastime for the nobility. Why dump the task of catching Manon on me? He held his head in frustration. What bad luck getting dragged into pointless matters like this again. That morning at the imperial palace, the cool, clear blue sky was incredibly peaceful. Dai Nin quickened his pace up the long staircase, his mind filled with endless thoughts. What is the intention behind deploying the imperial guard when the hunting team couldn't handle the job? This is utterly absurd. Even if all the imperial guards in the palace were mobilized, just one rampage by Manon would be enough to scatter them all. Oh well, after all, Manon is just an animal. It will behave obediently as long as there is food. One way or another, there will be a way to capture it. He pondered, the problem is, how much blood will have to be shed throughout that process. There are many civilian hunters who frequent that mountain. If Manon injures them, it will cause total chaos. I am not of noble descent myself, but just someone with a white birthmark on my body. It is already extremely lucky of me to hold this official position. If this incident results in casualties, all responsibility will fall on someone like me who is already disliked by the high officials. Oh no, my official career is as good as over. But Manon is usually very obedient. Why did it suddenly escape? Could someone be pulling the strings behind the scenes? Dai Nin speculated on all sorts of reasons for its escape, as if someone had deliberately made the fence weak so it could easily break through. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from right behind Dining. A beast darted past his field of vision. By the time he regained his composure, the beasts had already run far away.
Dining hurriedly shouted, "Stop right there! Stop immediately!"
Seeing that the person riding on the back of the beasts was Prince Basun, he quickly asked, Prince Basun, where are you planning to go? Crown Prince Basun sneered, what a pointless question. Of course I am going to find Manon. This left Dai-Nin utterly astonished. What did you say? Basun calmly replied, that's right. I heard that hunting on the sacred mountain requires permission from the god of hunting. So, does a crown prince like me need to go through that procedure? He looked puzzled. Normally, indeed you don't. But this time I have been given full authority to handle Manon. That order was just issued this morning. Hearing that, Basun remained nonchalant. What, is the court session already over? In that case, it's even better. Dai-Nin asked back suspiciously, what do you mean by that? He looked up at the sky. I only heard that the creature ran out to play, so I intended to wander around there with some friends, hoping we might stumble upon it. On second thought, now I want to capture it even more. Dai-Nin said anxiously, are you joking? He remained stubborn, not at all, I am extremely serious.
What do you guys think?
Seeing that things were going south, Dai-Nin wondered in confusion. Are these people drunk and talking nonsense? No matter how I try to stop them, they won't listen anyway. Rumor has it that first Prince Basun's tracking skills are superb, but given Manon's size, it would be hard to catch up even on a herring. It will surely escape. He suggested that we should mobilize a team of hunters to track down Manon. If anyone discovers its whereabouts, they must report immediately to the nearest mountain outpost. Basun sighed and said it wasn't a matter of searching but of capturing. Very well. Let's just do as you wish and see what happens. Then they sped away on their herrings, leaving Dai-Nin standing there with a look of utter helplessness. Frustrated, he returned to the area where Manon had destroyed the fence. It was at this moment that he happened to discover a few strange details. Prince Kai was sitting there in silence, intently observing the rubble of the fallen wall. He explained that upon hearing Manon had escaped, he stopped by the scene to investigate, noting that even Hong Haiyan and Basun were present. Dai-Nin replied cautiously that it was indeed so, although hope was very slim. Kai continued, saying that no matter how skilled a marksman Hong Haiyan was, controlling Manon had never been a simple task. At this point, Dai-Nin suddenly remembered his main purpose and asked what he was focusing on. He honestly shared that these wooden beams were puzzling. Breaking them so cleanly would not be easy, as they should have been splintered at the very least. Dai-Nin looked closely and surmised it was due to termites. Kai immediately questioned, termites? Then pointed at the fence, explaining that if termites hadn't eaten them, that stone pillar would have collapsed, and with such a loud noise, Manon would have certainly been spotted. This is difficult to explain as a natural phenomenon. Getting termites to concentrate on eating that exact spot is not easy, and even with honey, it would take several days. Kai then asked if the Lord knew what the night god was called 100 years ago. He asked back in confusion, what was it? He frowned and shared his thought that it was the god of insects. Dai-Nin asked in astonishment, the god of insects, startled and unable to believe it. Kai continued, saying that even further back, the night god was once known as the nameless beetle god. In those days, our clansmen wandered the wilderness in hunger and misery. It was the swarms of insects that showed the way and helped them survive. Dai-Nin tilted his head and thought, so you mean the night god is behind this? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? He looked over and replied that it was only a hypothesis. It could be verified by checking if the remaining wooden beams had been hollowed out by insects. Dai-Nin asked in surprise if the night god of the dark truly was behind this, and if so, what the motive was. Kai replied immediately that he himself could not guess yet. Although there is a team of hunters and rangers on Ancestor Mountain to observe from a distance, helping us guard against surprise attacks to minimize losses of military forces and clansmen. However, there will still be those who take advantage of that opportunity to incite and fuel many rebellions. Don't you think that person is the target of this incident? Dainin suddenly realized it was Crown Prince Badan. It seems the night god wants the territories to fall into dispute to serve his personal schemes. Perhaps he is hoping the third prince will be the one to inherit the most powerful throne. To achieve that ambition, the night god is entirely capable of harming Crown Prince Badan. Dainin hurriedly reminded him, Prince, you must absolutely not reveal those words to anyone else. Kai nodded in agreement but asked me to do a favor. He immediately asked back. What is it? He spoke up. Are you looking for Badan? Let me go with you. Han was utterly surprised by the suggestion and wanted to confirm if he had misheard. What was that? Dianin thought to himself, he seems quite perceptive. If this deduction is correct, having an ally by Basan's side would be much safer. To make such a wise decision at a moment like this, it seems he has grown more mature than before. At that time, Prince Basan's party was still riding their beasts around the sacred mountains. Han signaled to his subordinates, go this way, the tracks are still clear in this direction. Observing the remaining traces, Han guessed to himself, so it hasn't gone very far yet. Then the group discovered it curled up, sleeping peacefully in a thicket. One of the men remarked, tracking it was too easy because it kept leaving traces all along the way. Basan also nodded slightly in agreement. Han thought to himself, it must have felt so stifled wandering only within the garden for over 100 years. I really admire how it just endured it all and slept away the time for so long. Someone nearby, confused about what to do, asked, what should we do now, Prince? Should we wake it up and escort it back to the palace? Suddenly, the whole group heard a strange noise ringing out. One man suggested, perhaps there is another way, it must be exhausted after all that running, but strangely no animal carcasses were found hunted along the way. Or should we lure it with a type of deer that is its favorite food? Basan nodded. That's a good idea. Go hunt something for bait quickly. I will stay here to keep watch and ensure Menon doesn't wake up or move. The men obeyed immediately. At that moment, the subordinates quickly dispersed and headed away. Basan watched the group leave and made a calculation in his mind. If only it would stay still instead of running away. Regardless, I must try to buy time until the hunting party or the guards arrive. He didn't expect much from his entourage, but now he had to stall for time while waiting for reinforcements. However, if I have to rely on others, even if Manon is brought back, I won't get any credit. At this thought, his eyebrows furrowed with pride. Looking at Manon lying calmly on the ground, Basan suddenly reminisced. Since childhood, he had always been praised to the skies whenever he accomplished something, but Basan soon realized one thing. The more he was praised by the world, the heavier the burden on his shoulders became. Sincere recognition from people was what he truly longed for. Memories flooded back. At that time, Basan asked his master. After he finished responding, the boy asked further, Master, aren't the gods omnipotent and all good? He nodded in confirmation. Of course they are, Prince. The boy continued. Then there is something I want to ask. If the gods are truly like that, why do they allow war, suffering, and misfortune to exist in this world? I am curious about different perspectives on this matter. Robin was stunned after hearing this, unable to find an answer to that question. I bow my head in apology to you, Prince. As I am not a cleric of the night god, my knowledge of religion is indeed very limited. I will look into it carefully and report back to you next time, Robin replied while his mind was still lost in distant thoughts. Badan gradually recalled that on that day, teacher Robin kept staring pensively out the window and then hurriedly ended the class early. When we do something that surprises others, it is also a way to affirm our abilities and completely change their perspective on work or an existing issue. In terms of genuine recognition, since the moment I was born until now, I have not received any acknowledgement commensurate with that. Badan understood well enough that in the hearts of many people, he was not worthy of the throne. However, fate was set from birth, so what can I do? I am not a brilliant and outstanding person like my younger brother. If I could personally bring Manun back, I would surely receive respect thanks to this tangible result. So let us see whether I am qualified to sit on the throne or not. Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed from behind. It turned out that Bainan had arrived in time. He hurriedly shouted to stop Badan. He jumped from the back of the beast right in front of Badan, as quick as a flash. However, it seemed the overzealous jump caused him to stumble and tumble onto the ground. Seeing that, Badan anxiously hurried to call out his younger brother's name. Bainan also looked flustered, immediately jumping down to ask if the prince had any problems. Kai replied that he was fine, just that he had sprained his ankle a little. Badan inquired kindly and then turned to look at Bainan, wondering why he had brought this child here. Bainan hesitated before he could say anything more. Badan quickly interrupted, saying that there was a ranger's hut on top of that hill containing medicine. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly nodded. Bainan immediately left afterward to search for medicine for Kai. Badan gently helped his brother up and reminded the boy that he should have been more careful. At that moment, Kai stood straight up and explained that he had only pretended to be injured to prevent Bainan from hearing their conversation, leaving Badan utterly astonished. He questioned why Kai had come to this place while knowing full well that the presence of the Manol was extremely dangerous. After a few hops to prove he was still okay, he confessed that it was for that very reason he had come here. Then Kai began to recount all the considerations in his heart. After listening to everything, Badan hesitantly said, The insects have made everything rot. What do you mean by that? Do you think the night god truly wants to kill me? He asked, his eyes clearly showing doubt about the story. Looking back with large round eyes, he replied that it was just his own interpretation, and he thought Bainan also agreed with this perspective. Confused, Badan asked again, do you think you need to be nearby to protect me? Why do you go to such trouble? It's so confusing. If that's the case, you only needed to stand still and wait for everything to happen to naturally ascend the throne. After all, you are a priest of the night god sect. If I die, the throne would surely belong to you. Badan concluded with a question, asking whether it was true that in his heart, he had no desire to become the next king. He only smiled gently and said, Brother Badan, I have a favor to ask of you. Please hand over the position of crown prince to me, a request made lightly yet carrying weight like 1,000 pounds. Hearing those words, Badan was so stunned that he was speechless. He continued, according to history, the night god rarely tastes failure. Whatever he has decided will inevitably come to pass. Other gods might stumble in their plans, but never the night god. This proves that he always prepares dozens of options to achieve his ultimate goal. Simply put, the night god will create other opportunities. My vision may be limited, but I will inform you immediately if I detect anything, so that you can always keep yourself safe. Kai's eyes were still clear and innocent like those of a 15-year-old boy, but his inner wisdom was not immature at all. Badan felt extremely awkward, but wouldn't doing so go against the will of the gods? Are you not afraid of the night god? Kai stated firmly and confidently, because I understand the night god's mind, I am not afraid of him. At least I am confident I will be at peace. However, the night god's arrangements will cause you harm, and I cannot stand by and watch things happen this way. Looking into the distance, he firmly asserted that he had chosen a separate path. I will reject everything the god has ordained, so please transfer the position of crown prince to me. The space between the two of them suddenly fell into a dead silence. Unexpectedly, Badan could not help but burst into loud laughter. He clutched his stomach, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the space. Kai watched the reaction with great anxiety. What are you laughing at so intensely? Then, he slowly placed his hand on the other's shoulder. Badan smiled gently. It seems I have just cast off a burden. I trust your talent, so go ahead and do it. But you also know that yielding the throne of the crown prince isn't something that happens just by wanting it. To which he quickly replied, I already have a plan. Badan steered the conversation back to the main topic while gesturing toward Manhwa. So how should we handle that one now? He suggested leaving him there, but Badan shook his head. The high officials will protest fiercely. How do you plan to convince them? Wait for the hunter to return and I will explain. And just then Dinin returned and called out, Your Highness. At that moment, from inside Manhwa's cocoon, a voice asked if the hunting party had arrived. Dinin awkwardly scratched his head. I could find no reason to refuse. I will simply follow Prince Kai's orders. He extended his hand. Then I look forward to your help from now on, hunter. And he immediately nodded in agreement. Watching the silhouettes of the two princes as they gradually walked away from that place, Dinin stood silently at attention and gave a military salute. He reflected silently, starting from now, I wonder if those words were referring to that matter. High above, Nebula and Elder were watching the actions of the two of them. Elder probed about their safety, but Nebula only replied cryptically that she was worrying too much again. She analyzed that while the third prince was indeed intelligent and devout, whether arbitrarily decoding the omen and acting as he did was truly wise. This time could be considered a success, but no one could be sure of the future. It was hard to feel at ease with a future king who just did as he pleased. Nebula immediately interrupted, saying he never cared much about that in the first place, leaving her shocked to ask why he was so unconcerned. Back in the game, they were just virtual characters, and it was frustrating when they didn't follow his will, but he reassured her that everything was currently under control, so Elder could only nod and drop the matter. With a distant, calculating look in his eyes, Nebula softly continued, but now it is different. I know full well that the people below are real humans, not pre-programmed entities. Even if their way of thinking is different, as long as they deliver the results I need, that is fine. Elder countered, but wouldn't that make controlling them more complicated? Independent individuals can easily derail the original plan. Nebula patiently explained that very unpredictability might create unexpected advantages. If deviation is a concern, I will simply build backup plans to flexibly adapt to any situation that arises. She gasped in astonishment. Do you really calculate that far ahead? He smiled confidently at his arrangements. Isn't everything progressing very favorably right now? The supreme position is meant for only one person, so I must choose carefully, but they are all valuable chess pieces that cannot be wasted. The fact that Bashan gave up his throne yet kept his life holds deep meaning. Let's put our faith in Kai's moves and see what happens. In the middle of the palace, a voice rang out in questioning. I have yet to hear you report on the capture of Manhwa, hunter? Administrator Saluzan narrowed his eyes and demanded, if it harms the subjects, what do you intend to do? Dinin reported that Manhwa's hiding place had been located and that it was sleeping peacefully without posing any danger, causing the crowd to sigh in relief. Saluzan continued, but His Majesty is still deeply worried. A relapse of his old illness kept him from attending last night's meeting. If you have found Manhwa's tracks, why did you not mobilize the Imperial Guard to capture it immediately instead of delaying? Dinin bowed his head to explain, I wanted to do so as well, but there were some anomalies that forced me to stop, to which the other immediately pressed. Is there something suspicious going on? Dynan explained, this morning, while pursuing Manon to the garden, I discovered that the iron frame had been severely damaged, eaten away by termites. Saluzan dismissed it as a coincidence, saying that Manon had escaped anyway, to which Dynan replied, I thought so too, but the third prince has a different perspective. The night god has performed miracles using termites in the past, so the prince believes that he intervened to let Manon escape. The proof is that only that specific iron frame was eaten by termites. Heman asked skeptically, could it be? To which Dynan confirmed, yes, the night god himself had a hand in this. This afternoon, I went to the church to discuss it with the priests, and they have also visited the scene in person to verify. A priest walked in, interrupting everyone's skepticism to announce the results. It is indeed a miracle from the night god. The entire room was stunned when they realized that the priest was none other than the second prince, Sun. Dynan continued, according to the priests, Manon's freedom is the will of the night god. I dare not disobey his command by imprisoning it again. The entire hall was instantly shaken and excited whispers erupted everywhere. Salad shook his head in frustration and said that if the priests had decreed it was the will of heaven, then they must accept it, but they absolutely could not stand idly by, nor could they let Manon go hungry or face any mishap. Taking this opportunity, Din proposed, that is why I believe we need to expand and reorganize the hunting party. Relying solely on the royal guards to watch the palace like this is not sustainable. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in utter amazement. Salusi scowled in annoyance and pressed for an answer, asking if simply recruiting a few more people would resolve the matter. Dynan immediately explained, it's not that easy. We also have to provide food supplies for Manon, which requires ox carts, not to mention that the rugged mountain paths cost a fortune in regular maintenance. Manon could easily wander down to the commoners' villages, so we need more men and actual authority to manage the situation. In emergencies, we must be allowed to mobilize the royal guards. In short, the hunting party now requires far more manpower, budget, and authority than before. Otherwise, we can just defy the night god's miracle and personally drag Manon back by the scruff of his neck. Is there anyone here brave enough to take on this heavy responsibility in my place? Please feel free to speak up. After all, I cannot guarantee whether Manon will cause trouble or not. The night sky was serene, and all things were shrouded in deep silence. Dynan stood alone, quietly pondering Prince Ka's desire to become king. He gazed fixedly into the distance, his face revealing none of his inner thoughts. He was determined to use this opportunity to expand the hunting party's influence and pave the way for Prince Ka to ascend the throne. Dynan glanced around with a look that was far from cheerful. Even if he had to make enemies of the other courtiers, he had to devote his full strength to supporting the prince at all costs. Step by step, Dynan increased the hunting party's power, throwing the royal court into a whirlpool of chaos. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. King Anpang issued a decree to depose Basun Jiak Oran and appoint Ka as the crown prince. 3 years later, after a long period of serious illness, King Anpang finally passed away. Kajiak Oran successfully succeeded the throne, becoming the 11th king of the country of Hoklan. But at the time of his coronation, Ka's youthful face was only 15 years old. Basun knelt respectfully to pay his respects before him. But everyone understood that most of the high-ranking officials belonged to the pro-nobility faction and were always covering for each other. They used the excuse of consolidating royal power to exile Hong Haiyan, but in reality they wanted to intimidate the new king with their own influence. Cha helplessly asked for advice, what do you think I should do, brother? Basun remained indifferent, replying, just follow the wishes of the ministers. Seeing his younger brother's anxiety, he only offered reassurance, I am fine, on the contrary, I only fear that my presence will hinder your majesty. Basun reflected on his fate. A deposed former crown prince could not hold any position in the palace. I intend to go hunting, but there are only wild boars around here. But taking this opportunity, I want to go on a long hunting trip to secure a larger harvest. Hearing about the hunting trip, an idea suddenly occurred to Ka. He asked for Basun's opinion. Since you have already helped me, could you do one more thing for me? After all, it is not something you dislike. Afterward, Sa sat down to discuss a scheme with Basun for a long time. When the dawn of the next day began to brighten over the palace, Kai, seated on his noble throne, spoke, expressing his desire that the ministers would wholeheartedly support him in his role as the new king. Currently, there are no urgent matters. If you, my ministers, have anything to report, please speak up. Saluzan then boldly stepped forward into the silent atmosphere of the royal court. Keeping the third prince, San, in the royal palace indefinitely like this is truly not good at all. The third prince, San, was once the crown prince. Although the relationship between him and your majesty is very good, evil doers will exploit his presence to incite rebellion. Before he could even finish his sentence, Kai immediately nodded in agreement. Saluzan, who was about to go on, was suddenly frozen in shock. Kai then added that he completely supported the point the minister had just raised. The crowd began to whisper and murmur. They did not expect the king to approve that request so quickly. Seeing that Kai was so open, Saluzan no longer felt the need to be hesitant. He straightforwardly proposed banishing the third prince, San, from the capital Oran, but Kai shook his head, rejecting this request. Saluzan was astonished and wondered. His majesty responded, how can you understand my feelings when I too am extremely worried about my royal brother? Hearing this, Saluzan could only humbly ask what his majesty's intentions were. Kai excitedly shifted to a new topic, mentioning that their country still had wild lands that had never been explored by humans. Saluzan recognized the place being mentioned. Your Majesty is talking about the Eastern Mountain Range. Kai continued, generations of kings have sent expeditions there, but most gave up halfway because the terrain is too treacherous. Until now, the Eastern Mountain Range has not been given much attention, while the Western nation is posing a threat. Therefore, we must not miss the opportunity to expand our territory. It is time to reclaim it, is it not? Saluzan immediately panicked. Does your Majesty intend to send the third Prince San to the Eastern Mountain Range? Kai calmly replied. The elder brother I know has always been an excellent hunter and a brave warrior. Wasn't it he himself who went out alone to search for Manu? The ministers gossiped and discussed even more, while Saluzan also gradually went along with his opinion. After observing the attitude of everyone below, Kai decisively ordered, then prepare a fleet of ships immediately. Saluzan was once again stunned by his unbelievable request. He had to double-check to be sure. Your Majesty wants to send ships by water. Kai nodded and explained, the previous reclamation failures were because the land route was too arduous. Traveling by ship to the other side of the mountain range will certainly be more effective. Saluzan was still apprehensive. But your Majesty knows full well there is no sea route. It is still best to go by land. Kai ignored that stubbornness. As long as we send people, we will be able to open up a sea route. Do you, my ministers, not want to expand our national territory? Saluzan still refused to comply, but Kai ignored him and asserted, as long as there is someone with enough capability and control, everything will be fine. Witnessing his stubbornness, he could not help but sigh. Are you planning to go back on your word before I have even finished my cup of tea? Kai calmly analyzed, the reclamation efforts will certainly encounter wild beasts and monsters. If they run into fierce beasts, the hunting will be handled by the minister. San did not care about the gossip of the ministers, and only bowed his head to obey the order. Kai did not want to prolong this topic anymore, so he moved on to the next matter, mentioning that someone was waiting for an audience. He directly spoke up to invite the guest, who had been waiting outside the door all this time, to enter. The man named Dam respectfully bowed his head low right in front of the entrance to the main hall. The entire court suddenly fell into an uproar, filled with indignation when the figure of the dwarf appeared. Saluzan looked at Kai in confusion, but Kai did not hesitate to introduce him directly as Dam from the technical team. There was no need to bother trying to remember that face, for not long ago, he had been a slave. Kai boldly asked if there were any vacancies in the technical department, as he believed the man was capable of handling a fitting position. Hearing these words, the high officials felt as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and everyone's mouth hung open in shock. They vied with each other to vehemently protest against allowing a dwarf to set foot in the Great Hall, pleading with Kai to reconsider thoroughly. The sounds of protest echoed incessantly as one person after another stubbornly tried to change Kai's decision. Witnessing this scene, Kai could only sigh in weariness. It was exactly as Hong Hai had predicted. Saluzan stepped forward and spoke out in protest, stating that since the founding of the nation, the position of technical minister had always been reserved for the Thanlan tribe, so why was it now being given to a former slave? His voice grew increasingly harsh, questioning if the appointment was based on race, whereas this was a place for those who possessed outstanding mechanical talent. Before Saluzan could continue, Kai cut him off, asserting that this position had never been an exclusive privilege of the Thanlan tribe. Although most skilled craftsmen used to belong to the Thanlan tribe, the situation has now completely changed. I have personally verified Dam's ability now. Can any of you here answer what the northernmost latitude of Oran is? An official from the Thanlan tribe quickly replied that the northernmost latitude of Oran was exactly 32.5 degrees. Kai followed up with difficult questions about the latitudes of Jaren and Maganan, rendering those who were just boasting suddenly speechless. Dam confidently stepped forward and calmly answered that the northernmost latitude of Jaren was 37.5 degrees while Maganan was at 30 degrees. For every 250 miles toward the north, the latitude increases by 1 degree. Since Maganan is 625 miles to the south, the figure must be reduced by 2.5 degrees. Kai praised him lavishly, noting that he had fluently answered the questions that none of those present could. Saluzan remained defiant, arguing that making a major decision based on a single correct answer was too reckless, as it did not reveal a person's true character. Your Majesty is of the noble bloodline of the great King Lai Long, and the officials here are all descendants of the warriors who once fought alongside him. This dwarf was originally a slave. It is no coincidence that our ancestors once viewed dwarves as dangerous enemies in the Hulan region, and even after the nation was founded, they secretly harbored rebellious intentions. Kai began to lose patience. Do you not understand compassion for the people? Remember, years ago I fought to protect the troops, and the great King Lai Long once opened the city gates to rescue countless oppressed slaves. If this man truly has talent and all the necessary qualities, then why can I not make an exception for him? Saluzan suppressed his anger, arguing that if this were done, the court's order would be overturned, if the position of minister were no longer an exclusive privilege of the Thanlan people, who would remain loyal to your Majesty in the future. Kai felt irritated thinking about how these people only knew how to discriminate against those who were not of their own race. All the officials of the Thanlan tribe bowed in unison, pleading with His Majesty to reconsider the matter carefully. Kai reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I will consider it further, but for now I have decided to appoint Dam to the technical department. Do any of you have further objections?" Only then did Saluzan fall silent, admitting that if the man truly possessed superior ability, then there would be nothing to dispute. Kai also gradually calmed down and signaled for Dam to step back. He continued the morning audience, the content of which revolved around the upcoming solar eclipse ritual. A solar eclipse is a fascinating astronomical phenomenon where the sun is obscured, traditionally viewed by the ancients as an omen or a sacred message from the gods. Therefore, accurately predicting the time of the eclipse is a vital national task. The date and time are fixed based on 3 indices provided by the calendar mages of the Holy Night Church. This is combined with a final value approved by the king himself. Saluzin looked astonished and stood up immediately. He questioned whether these calculations were truly accurate as Zedap, the Minister of Astronomy, asserted that he had checked them thoroughly using traditional methods so they could not be wrong. Saluzin was still puzzled as to why the time set by His Majesty was 4 hours later than the forecasts of the mages and astronomical officials. He warned sternly that there must be no negligence, urging them to remember the examples of those wise men of the past. If they failed this time, they would lose all chance of persuading the king. The king usually applied only a single calculation method. The Minister of Astronomy expressed doubt, wondering if His Majesty had made a mistake in the calculations. With a face burning with rage, Saluzin decided he had to act quickly. He rebelled inwardly, thinking that no matter how talented His Majesty was, he could not be right alone while the scholars were completely wrong. He would use the day of the eclipse to expose the king's autocracy. However, everyone was stunned into silence when the predicted time passed and the sky remained bright. The eclipse did not occur as the scholars had calculated. At that moment, no one could believe their own eyes. Standing on high, Kai solemnly declared that the mages and astronomical officials relied only on outdated calculations. Vam had recognized this and shared it with him, which was why his calculation was different. The crowd hurriedly prostrated themselves to beg for mercy, arguing that the books of Great King Thunder Dragon recorded that the sky never changed. Kai snapped back, asserting that this was precisely why those books were outdated. Why did they not dare to admit the authors could be wrong? Those authors had lacked access to ancient documents, but had done their best to record knowledge. Currently, we have the opportunity to explore works from other cultures, so why bind ourselves to old things? Is this what you want to leave for future generations? You have been studying calendar books from Mangocho, but as time passes, the laws of the sky are always shifting. I suggested this in the previous audience. Kai ordered those involved to be dealt with according to national law, while demanding the ritual mages prepare for the event occurring in 4 hours. And everything happened exactly as Kai had predicted. The solar eclipse actually began 4 hours later. The scene shifts to the vast sea where billowing sails propel a ship forward. Firm footsteps stride across the deck of the ship. 3-horned spirits soared amidst the blustery winds. He silently bid farewell to Kai, thinking it was time to set off. 3 horns stretched refreshingly. The region east of the mountains needed exploring, and leaving the royal palace was for the nation's growth. He hadn't expected this journey to be so exciting. The ship, named the Pirate's Shame, was the vessel he would be traveling on. Additionally, there were 3 warships and 150 escort soldiers. Despite being the leader of the Eastern expedition, he was not allowed to set foot on the warships. They also insisted a supervisor would accompany him to ensure no misconduct, though he was completely ignorant of that person's identity. Perhaps the first person will be. Just as 3 Horns was reading the documents, he saw a silhouette glide past. She came from an old merchant lineage that inherently had close ties to the royal family. T.O. Nightymore hurried toward Boss Sun and generously extended her hand, expressing her pleasure at the meeting. He politely replied that he was very pleased to know her. I am Boss Sun Jack Oran, so it turns out you are of the elf race. T.O. Nightymore unhesitatingly grasped his hand. You are the first to recognize it immediately. My kin often say humans, elves, or Nix are no different. Boss Sun skillfully replied that they would surely meet again and hoped she could support him. But then T.O. Nightymore had something more to say. He also quietly listened to hear what it was. She firmly announced that no matter how high his status, once he stepped on this ship, he had to follow the rules. If he wasn't satisfied, he was free to choose another ship. Basun didn't find anything wrong with that. As long as she didn't make unreasonable demands, he was ready to comply. T.O. Nightymore seemed quite surprised to see that he was so flexible and agreeable. She added, moreover, you are the leader of the expedition and an honored guest on this ship, so I will do my best to welcome you. Basun thanked her and asked about his luggage. T.O. Nightymore assured him that Heza would bring his luggage up, so he could rest easy. Upon hearing the name Heza, Basun wondered who that was. However, T.O. Nightymore replied that she hadn't said it was the name of a person. But since everyone calls it that, it can also be considered a name, right? Just as she finished speaking, a giant figure 10 times larger than he appeared. Heza blocked the sun from the 2 of them and spoke up. Who just called for this premier navigator? T.O. Nightymore smiled cheerfully and introduced him to the dazed Basun. He is the finest navigator on our ship, because he often says Hessa. We call him that. T.O. Nightymore asked curiously. It seems this isn't the first time you've met a goblin. Those seeing one for the first time are usually terrified. Basun, slightly sweating, replied that he had seen them a few times in the palace. Then he looked up and introduced himself. I am Basun Jack Oran, very honored to meet you, Mr. Goblin. Heza also politely returned the greeting. He stammered as he introduced himself as the first-class navigator, and then Basun wondered if he didn't have a real name. Heza replied in a puzzling way, I once had one, but the first-class navigator, didn't like that name, so I threw it away. Basun exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen a goblin working on a ship with limited food on board. Species that eat less would be more beneficial, wouldn't they? But Heza denied it. Not at all. I have many little friends. But the first-class navigator, eat a great deal. She just smiled happily and added, he looks like that, but Heisa is actually from the North Sea. Basun suddenly understood the situation. If he was from the North Sea, it made sense since ancient times. Goblins there have possessed extremely high intelligence, seemingly a legacy from the age of the gods. Currently, the bloodlines have been mixed, so they aren't as smart as they used to be, but the Hoklun clan has always considered clothed goblins to be an extremely valuable labor resource. Working on a ship or becoming a first-class navigator surprised him greatly. It was a scene that would never exist in the royal palace. Heisa declared firmly, I, the first-class navigator, have left the mainland. The mainland no longer makes me the first-class navigator afraid. It is pathetic that land creatures cannot be stronger than me, so I have boarded this ship to conquer the sea. Basun heard this and could only wish him a speedy victory over the ocean. By the time Heisa left, he turned his suspicion back to him, wondering if that goblin had been sent to monitor him. Just as he was about to think further, his stream of memories was suddenly interrupted by Tyanatamo. Hearing her call him Prince, he corrected her, saying she should call him Badan to be more intimate. However, Tyanatamo felt hesitant because it would be awkward to address someone of such high status like that. He then came up with another way, saying, well then, just call me the delegation leader for convenience. She quickly agreed to this form of address and then asked, do you know where our group's next destination is? Badan replied, aren't we heading south past Maganan and then following the eastern coast? Tyanatamo explained, that is only the official route. The actual stop on this trip is Babrin. Aside from Orizon, it is the busiest port city in the Muidan region. Badan was slightly puzzled. That is foreign territory. Why are we stopping there? Tyanatamo explained that their ships were originally merchant vessels. He then realized, so you are all out here trading goods. Tyanatamo set the matter aside for a moment, saying, now, I will take you to your resting quarters. The ship is about to weigh anchor. Please follow me. The ships followed one after another, cutting through the waves across the water. Badan leaned against the side of the boat, gazing intently at the distant sky. After searching for a while, Tyanatamo finally found him. When she ran to his side, he asked, you are a merchant, so why take on troublesome jobs like exploration? Tyanatamo replied without hesitation, because the pay is so generous, of course. The Haklan royal family always pays very well for tasks. The deposit alone this time was enough for us to acquire a collection of artistic glassware. Badan thought it sounded familiar. When I was a child, I think I made a few pieces of artistic glassware. Hearing this, she felt helpless. The leader is a prince, so he doesn't understand their value. Haklan artistic glassware is extremely exquisite and sells for staggering prices abroad. That's why we're going to Babrin to pitch our products, she said. He guessed. So after that, you'll buy something in Babrin to bring back, right? Tyanatamo admitted, of course, it's all about money. How could we let the ship's hold be empty on the way back? The royal palace also reached out to ask us to collect a few things. Badan wondered, I wonder what they want to buy. Her answer made him even more curious. But Tyanatamo decided to reveal it anyway. They want to import limestone. Rumor has it that the Amgun region has plenty. Although I don't know the details, they seem to be very good for soil improvement. Badan was skeptical. Are they planning large-scale cultivation like using lightning to stimulate soil quality improvement? Hearing that, she exclaimed, are you referring to the lightning stimulant? I saw it when I was a child. It truly is miraculous. However, he still wondered to himself, if purchasing limestone was Kai's order, why did it have to be done in such secrecy? At the royal palace, after the solar eclipse ceremony concluded, Kai had officially secured and consolidated internal political power. Those who could potentially threaten the throne quickly resigned, while the courtiers loyal to Badan were called in privately to be reassured. A high-ranking official bowed respectfully. I thought your majesty would force me to resign. Being treated so kindly makes me feel extremely honored. Kai was somewhat puzzled. Why did you think that? The official expressed his reasoning, because I thought your majesty would certainly want to replace all the old officials. I come from a background without a family to back me up, so I am easily purged. But Kai asserted that having no lineage or relatives was not an issue at all. The official expressed honestly, my family has not contributed much to Haklan since the founding of the country, so I feel deeply ashamed. Kai continuously encouraged him, saying, you have personally strived to achieve your position today. Doesn't that prove your extraordinary capability? I hope you will treat me kindly in the future. The minister immediately felt grateful for his sincere words. He bowed his head in confusion, expressed his gratitude, and firmly declared that he would devote all his heart and effort to assist him. Immediately after that, Kai also did not forget to offer a polite greeting to the minister. He gave a friendly smile and cheerfully waved to the person opposite him. However, just 1 second later, that smile suddenly vanished without a trace. Kai turned to Dainin, who was hiding behind him, and asked, it seems this finance minister doesn't know how to hide his emotions. He nodded in agreement, but Kai continued, saying, don't be quick to suspect others just because you don't feel compatible with them. Dainin felt a brief moment of embarrassment upon hearing his remark. Kai's eyes hardened with a warning, asking, do you realize you are personally igniting a dangerous game? It's time to stop chasing the ghosts of the past. Witnessing that scene, his hands unconsciously clenched. Dainin immediately knelt before him and exclaimed, your majesty, wise and sagacious, I humbly request to reflect upon my own mistakes. Hearing that, Kai didn't want to discuss the matter any further. He quickly changed the subject, asking where the alchemist from the Kai family who has horns currently was. Dainin understood and confirmed for certainty, are you referring to Kai Labinamo? He reported to Kai, The individual has likely arrived at the palace a long time ago. At this moment, as she was leisurely strolling through the enveloping darkness, she felt puzzled, not knowing the true purpose of His Majesty in summoning Kwai Labina Mo here. The Kwai clan were originally the lords who governed the city of Automation and for generations held the title of Count, guarding the border regions. They were also a tremendously powerful merchant force, though not yet the most prestigious human noble family among the powerful houses. However, behind their dazzling glory, the Kai family also concealed a dark secret: the cursed horns. Long ago in Automation, there was a circulating legend about a lord with strange horns, but nowadays people only regard it as a symbol or a distant myth. However, key figures within the Kai family all clearly understood that this was not a fiction, but in reality, children were still born with those deformed horns. Those children all became deranged, often monologuing with the void or manifesting incomprehensible abilities, gradually losing their sanity. For that reason, all horns were cut off and ground smooth, so that they could live a normal life. Legend has it that the Kwai patriarch rose to prominence through the power of the horns, but his end was extremely tragic. Moreover, because that person once had a lover from the land god clan named Sepa Mo, folk rumors spread that children with horns were hybrids, which is why they were called Muo. If only things had stopped simply at that point, how wonderful it would have been. Kwai Labina Mu was precisely someone carrying a destiny of destruction within him. As soon as Labina encountered her, he greeted her in a gentle voice. Since she was born and grew up, Labina had spent almost all her time in the Auto region of Mason. Because of her unusual horns, she was branded as someone cursed, so when she turned 9, Labina decided to run away, sneaking onto a cargo caravan, leaving the continent without a second thought. Before long, the family's mercenaries caught up with Labina. They were stunned by the sight unfolding before their eyes. She had found her way into the alchemy tower in Seof Mayan, where mages and priests secretly studied forbidden doctrines. This was a sanctuary for many labeled as cursed. Like Labina, perhaps it was the inevitable destination for her life. Seeing Hyman silently watching her, Labina spoke up. "You are staring at my horns, aren't you? Everyone I meet has always looked at me that way." Realizing she had been somewhat impolite, the woman quickly explained, "I am not merely curious, surely you understand why I have summoned you here?" Labina surmised that it seemed His Majesty was going to great lengths to find an alchemist. The rank of alchemist belongs to those who reject faith in the gods, considering their own knowledge to be the absolute truth. Hyman thought to herself, a blasphemous presence standing at the center of this storm of sin. Why would His Majesty want to betray the gods? Even though he owes his throne to the world's support, would he truly do such a thing? She showed clear annoyance and remarked, "Someone who turned their back on the family to crawl into the alchemy tower, even if summoned, why show your face only now?" Labina calmly replied, "It was all due to an order from His Majesty. That ruler is truly a frightening person." Hyman hinted, "How could you know about this all the way in Seof Mayan? Do you believe that if you hadn't come to Oran yourself, His Majesty would have gone to the trouble of sending troops to capture you?" Labina denied it. "That is not it. If it were His Majesty, he would indeed do that, but if he found me absent, he would simply find a way to infiltrate the tower himself. It is precisely because I did not want to see that scenario play out that I accepted the summons to the palace." Hyman became even angrier upon hearing this. "How much do you really know about His Majesty to be so confident?" Labina remained unruffled. "You do not seem very well versed in those forbidden theories, and you have silently admitted as much yourself." Hearing this, the soldier gave a faint smile. If His Majesty were to hear these words directly, he would surely be saddened. Labina placed a thick folder of documents in front of Hyman. For many long years, these letters were continuously sent to the alchemy tower. They contained countless questions about ancient knowledge with extremely advanced requirements, and since the return addresses changed constantly, the tower was convinced they were from reclusive alchemists. Only recently did we track down their true origin. Even though the sender's address changed rapidly, everything originated from Oran. No one could deceive the Black Scales mail monitoring system except for one person. Upon hearing this, Hyman slammed the table and warned, "You had better watch your mouth." Despite facing the woman's fury, Labina felt compelled to tell the truth. Everything is closely related to the third prince Kajak Oran. His Majesty is the greatest master of alchemy in the Black Scale territory. Labina firmly asserted that no one could rival Kaja's talent. At this point, Hyman no longer wanted to receive any more information.
She shouted angrily, "Guardians, come in here and seize her!"
But immediately someone else stepped in to stop them. Kaja's sudden appearance left Hyman completely shocked. "Your Majesty, do you truly believe the words of that alchemist?" Kai calmly reassured her that this was nothing to worry about, for his life would not be in danger because of a few nonsensical alchemy books. Himang intended to object further, but he cut her off, signaling her to calm down and just stay seated. Hearing this, she complied, and the three of them sat in silence facing one another in the room. Himang thought to herself that in other nations, such infidelity would be a capital offense, but in Black Scale it was merely prohibited and punishable by fines. Even if your Majesty has a reputation for infidelity, no one would dare touch you, but this will surely shake your political standing. At this moment, Kai took the initiative to ask Labina a question. Then he turned to Himang, expressing his apology for keeping it a secret, but added that because she is so principled, he did not want to burden her. She still insisted that it was alchemy in the end, and wondered how their ancestors would view this. Those doctrines are nothing more than the delusional daydreams of madmen wanting to forge gold and elixirs of immortality. Kai did not deny that such absurdity required caution, but he argued that there were still extremely useful things within that body of knowledge. Simply dabbling in alchemy is already illegal. Is that pile of knowledge really worth risking yourself for? At this point, Kai decided to leave the detailed explanation to Labina. She began to speak about an alchemist living in seclusion deep in the northern mountains, whom the tower had painstakingly established ties with and learned knowledge from. One day, all contact from him suddenly ceased, forcing the tower to send someone to verify the situation in person. The tower's messenger was forced to break down the door of the tightly locked house to enter and investigate. The horrifying, bloody scene inside that house was something no one could ever forget. Himong speculated whether he had committed some taboo that led to such a fate, and Labina confirmed that it was so. She sighed heavily at the person who sold his soul to sin, but Labina immediately countered that the alchemist died only because of an accident. Fortunately, before he passed away, he had carefully recorded every experiment and the materials used, which is how we came to understand the cause. He had mixed various impurities to forge gold, and while heating the mixture, it unexpectedly caused a terrifying explosion. Himong was startled and asked if that wasn't a failed experiment. Labina replied firmly that for an alchemist, there is only research, never failure. What was discovered after that explosion was an existence greater than any material known before. Even a tiny amount used in the experiment was enough to trigger an explosion that would tear everything apart upon contact with fire. Although he had tried to increase safety by placing it in a lead box, the explosion shattered the box, causing the fragments to embed themselves directly into his neck. Himong exclaimed in shock, so didn't he inadvertently create a deadly weapon? Kai slowly nodded in confirmation. That is correct, an entirely new type of weapon. He did not give Himong another chance to raise any objections. He continued, saying that the unfortunate thing is that this knowledge is no longer a secret, and I am not the first to know about it. The alchemists at the Alchemy Tower and dozens of cursed people everywhere have already grasped it, Labina. The influence from the old nation still remains, and they do not want these people to return with that knowledge. Other countries are also not keen on the knowledge of alchemy spreading to their lands. I had to face more than 10 attacks on the way here. The land of Akhmian is the location of the Alchemy Tower. That place must have already fallen into the hands of that army. Throughout this time, Hyman just listened silently. She explained that although he still thinks this era is peaceful, in reality, it is not at all. The prices of some raw materials are skyrocketing and every country is secretly preparing for something. At this point, he summarized everything, stating that the goal is to create weapons from something called gunpowder. Hearing Hyman cautiously mention war, Kai immediately dismissed it, saying it was not necessarily the case. She posed another question, for instance, what if this type of weapon were extremely powerful? What if it allowed even those who do not know how to use bows and arrows to take on the role of soldiers on the battlefield? By being able to use it to level city walls. Kai firmly replied, if such a thing existed, does she not think she could win in a war? The answer made Hyman ponder for a moment. Afterward, she sighed with relief as she realized the reasoning. I cannot admit that, but I clearly understand your righteous intent. If you need any help with this, please let me know. He replied cryptically, I am in great need of that assistance. This project already has financial backing from the hunting adventurer party, but now that you know, the person across from him immediately guessed his thoughts. You want to use the royal treasury. It is true that I am overseeing that fund, but since it is your fund, I will guarantee your use of it. Have you decided what you will use it for yet? Immediately, a notification appeared on the screen stating that the requirements for producing black powder had been met. Nebula Sith read every line of the notification over and over again, and then finished. The processes of metallurgy or advancements in alchemy skills are extremely complex. The stronger a society's religious beliefs, the more scientific development tends to be overlooked. The Alchemy Tower in Seokmine is the farthest from Hukrin among the known countries. If things go wrong, there is a possibility that one might not be able to access this knowledge. Kwai Labina Mayo, who possesses a special talent, might have a higher chance of survival, but there is no guarantee she will learn this skill accurately. Perhaps I have been lucky this time. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out, cutting through his train of thought, but while discussing alchemy and gunpowder, they did not mention that knowledge at all. Nebula repeated the last few words in surprise. That knowledge. He gradually understood what was being referred to. She meant magic. Alchemy and the creation of elixirs are essentially a form of science. Alchemists are scientists and their experiments are scientific experiments. However, there is a secret that alchemists try even harder to hide. The thing that must be hidden is, in fact, magical talent. According to the game's lore, innate magic is an ancient type of magical power, revealed only through heirlooms passed down through bloodlines. Innate magic forms such as lightning, fire, probability, or gravity are all tied to the power of their individual attributes. The source of energy inherited from demonic spirits is essentially a type of superpower. When superpowers are combined with knowledge of legendary artifacts, we get a more sophisticated method of creating power, known as magic. Nebula pondered, magic isn't like science, reserved only for a small group, and it doesn't help technology advance, so it's no wonder they didn't bother with it. Moreover, at this point in time, not a single mage has appeared yet. Elder agreed, saying that was indeed the case. They usually only show up after the game has been running for about a century. Nebula surmised that although magic is incredibly powerful, gamers prefer safety, so they might temporarily avoid this type of talent. Elder continued, the Alchemy Tower is located in northern Mayan, and I suspect the Wisdom Guild will recruit a mage. Suddenly, Nebula moved the mouse to change the scene on the screen, noting that the rate of mages being born there is extremely high, but I think otherwise. Wisdom surely wouldn't welcome the presence of a mage right on their territory. Seeing the sails approaching the shore, a man loudly ordered the sailors to drop anchor. Once the warship was securely anchored, the man continued to direct his subordinates to quickly unload the cargo. The scene at the port in Bavin was extremely bustling at this moment, with a constant flow of people moving back and forth. Ba Dan excitedly looked around, amazed by how crowded the boats were, and a kind person spoke up to explain that this is the closest trading port to Horizon. The voyage from this port heads straight west, crossing Amgun before docking at Danri, with some ships going even further. Seeing his confused expression, she laughed and said, "Beyond the western continent, where else could you possibly go?" Ba Dan asked skeptically if the land Owen mentioned had vanished truly existed, and Tyanatamo replied thoughtfully that although many ships sailing that way never returned, the place definitely exists. Curious, he asked another question. "Then why don't merchants cross that continent to trade? Danger always goes hand in hand with huge profits, yet I've never heard anyone mention it." She suddenly gave a very strange answer. "Merchants are willing to take risks if the benefits are worth it, but there are pirates there. Not to mention the hidden reefs scattered in the calm waters, giant sea monsters, and violent storms." A moment later, Tyanatamo reminded Ba Dan, "I have to go ashore to trade some goods. Feel free to rest on the ship or walk around the port, as long as you return by the scheduled time." He stretched his limbs and said, "Instead of staying cooped up on this cramped ship, I'd rather walk around." And so, Ba Dan and his pair of bodyguards strode down to the pier. The young man stood still for a moment, overwhelmed by the busy, bustling scene before him. Immediately after, Ba Dan strode toward a small roadside grocery stall. He glanced around and muttered, "There's no sign of anyone tailing me right now, but it would be strange if I could spot them so easily." These items suddenly reminded him of a place. All the products were sourced from Hukran. The small merchant enthusiastically replied, "I import countless unique items from that land." "You are the ones who just stepped off that ship that just docked, aren't you? You're here to trade and will be heading back to Hukran soon, right? If that is indeed the case, you should quickly pray to the gods for protection so you don't run into any pirates." But Dan looked bewildered and put down the half-eaten apple. "Pirates, you say?" The merchant leaned in close and whispered, "A band of pirates is wreaking havoc in the Bafrin region. They specialize in ambushing ships that have just set sail, and they go by the nickname." Tio repeated the name in astonishment. "The Shadow Pirates. I've never heard of them before. Could they just be some up-and-coming pirates that the merchants are blowing out of proportion? The royal palace ordered us to collect a large quantity of goods, but the rest won't arrive until tomorrow," but Dan calculated. "It seems we are forced to wait." She turned her back and replied, "No, we will leave first. Other warships will take care of the remaining cargo." Han worried, "If that's the case, we won't have protection from the warships anymore." She only focused on the list in her hand. There is still too much cargo to unload and supplies to restock at Sashuyan. When calculating drinking water and food for the crew, time spent at sea is money. But Dan was worried sick about the rumors of pirates, while she still appeared extremely calm and reassured Han, "Don't worry too much. We have always had a safe journey at sea. We have never encountered any pirates at all." Yet that very afternoon, Tio shouted out loud, "Parrots!" Seeing the fleet with its threatening appearance approaching, she immediately shouted in alarm, "Parrots!" Ba Dan could only sigh in frustration because it was sheer overconfidence that had put everyone in such a dire situation. Tio nimbly climbed up and ordered, "Lighten the load to increase speed. Throw all the sandbags, food, and fresh water into the sea. Everyone quickly equip yourselves with the necessary item." But Dan suddenly interrupted, "Tio, do we have any chance of escaping them?" She turned her gaze toward the distant ship. Pirates often disguise themselves as merchant vessels, but in reality they use specialized boats built from lighter wood. They have large sails that catch the wind more effectively. These pirates build their ships in the old style and usually carry very little cargo, so it won't be easy to shake them off. Looking at the fleet behind closing in more and more, a panicked voice screamed, "They are about to catch up with us!" Ba Dan pondered and said to her, "It's not right to just throw everything away to run. If we want the ship to go faster, we have to throw away all that valuable cargo." Tio brushed it off, "Absolutely not. If I throw all that away, I'll be ruined. They are tailing us closely now. Hurry and use the time to prepare for battle. I recruited quite a few sailors this morning. If we're lucky, we might be able to use their strength to sail a bit further." Tio walked over to check the sail. "We just need a stronger gust of wind to blow." Her dark expression showed that everything was not going as she had hoped. Tio two hands immediately clenched tightly in tension. She collapsed onto the deck, closed her eyes tightly, and began to pray. Ba Dan looked at her curiously. "What are you doing?" This annoyed Tio, who replied, "I'm praying for the sea breeze to blow harder, what else?" From the boat chasing behind, sounds of triumphant, arrogant laughter rang out. The pirates were extremely excited. They're carrying too much cargo, so their ship is crawling. We're going to strike it rich this time. It was not in vain that we waited patiently and prayed for the white god Chichu to bless us. At that moment, the opposite ship also received urgent orders to quickly open fire and prevent them from boarding. Ba Dan, hiding in a corner, overheard everything. The name Bak Chichu sounded so familiar, it seemed he had heard it somewhere before. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed those idle thoughts and turned to focus on defense. The pirates became furious, shouting orders to return fire fiercely. But Dan retreated to his old spot. The pirates seemed to have overwhelming numbers. This battle would likely end badly. Seeing the pirates start throwing iron grappling hooks over, everyone frantically signaled, "They're climbing onto our ship." Tangled ropes with hooks attached clung tightly to the side of the ship. Each pirate began to swing over, yelling and urging their comrades to quickly seize the ship. "There's no escaping this time." The pirate leader had set foot on the ship's rail and triumphantly declared, "Today, all of you are doomed." Unexpectedly, a powerful punch landed, sending him flying straight into the air, and he immediately coughed up blood. A giant, dark figure loomed over, obscuring all the pirates who were struggling to climb up. Hisa roared angrily, "As the first Harmony Protector, I hate pirates the most. I will send them to their graves." In the blink of an eye, the whole group was simultaneously thrown into the depths of the ocean. He grumbled after smoothly dealing with the villains. On the pirate warship, seeing the situation turn, they panicked and yelled,
There's the giant! Brothers, be careful!
"Their ship only has a few sailors. Besides that giant, there's no one else." Badan anxiously watched Heza's back, thinking that as long as he could stand firm, there was still hope. A barrage of arrows flew over. Although they didn't cause serious injury, they still caused him a sharp pain. Heza unexpectedly pouted, sobbing exactly like a child who had just been hurt. Badan was bewildered. Even the first Harmony Protector is afraid of pain to this extent. He looked at Naitomo in confusion. "What's wrong with him?" She grit her teeth and replied, "It would be strange if getting hit by an arrow didn't hurt." Badan was still stunned. "But he's a giant," she irritably replied. "Even a giant is still a human of flesh and blood." Hesa is completely overacting. If that muscular physique were paired with wisdom and a heroic spirit, he would surely have been a general ages ago, not stuck on this merchant ship. An urgent matter is unfolding, but we can't let the pirates overrun us. We must first soothe Heza and calm him down, then plan later. Naitomo suddenly looked at him seriously. "If anything happens to the captain, I'm dead." Basin replied, "If the pirates swarm us, who will ensure everyone's safety?" Naitomo objected. "Do you think if you tell them you are the black-scaled prince, they will let us go? What if they're a bunch of blockheads?" Basin calmly analyzed. "I myself am fine, but we must ensure everyone's safety first. If their ship catches up, the pirates will attack again from the opposite side. No matter how strong the giant is, it's difficult for him to fight against a crowd, not to mention he's such a coward. We need to eliminate their small formation before they combine forces." Naitomo wanted to argue further, but he immediately cut him off. "If you don't want me to be a target for arrows, then tell Heza to act quickly and earn his keep." She immediately gathered all her strength and the courage within her to act. Then, Naitomo turned to snap at Heza, asking if he hadn't boarded the ship, because he was so eager to clash with the enemy, to which the young man mumbled in defense that the arrows hurt too much, so Heza had to give in. She then raised her voice to scold that idiot, saying he should have known to choose a long-range attack method. Basan was still hiding well in a dark corner to discreetly monitor the state of the battle. He pondered deeply, knowing that all eyes were currently focused on Heza. The noise of jumping down would cause trouble, so he wondered what trick Heza was playing over there. A large, rough hand lifted the wooden barrel high into the air. Heza mustered his strength to lift the wooden barrel a bit higher. His bizarre behavior made Basan feel extremely annoyed. Heza used all his might to fling the wooden barrel down. Taking advantage of that moment, he quickly leaped from his ship toward the enemy's warship. The moment the wooden barrel hit the side of the ship, it shattered instantly. The pirates dismissively thought it was just a barrel of water, so they only needed to dodge it slightly. However, the real danger was silently closing in behind him. Heza continued to throw more wooden barrels down onto the other ship. The pirates irritably dodged and shouted, asking how many more he intended to throw, saying that even if they shot arrows, they would all just hide. The shattered wooden barrel caused the water inside to splash everywhere, causing a commotion. The shrimp monster was immediately informed that the side of the ship was gradually being breached. After that, he turned away and muttered that he would climb up himself, using a rope. A voice suddenly rang out, asking if he was the captain. Basan, covered in blood, walked forward carrying his subordinate. A mocking, arrogant laugh rang out, declaring that the entire crew was finished. Basan smiled sinisterly and asked what he planned to do, surrender or what? He quickly calculated in his mind that he had thought this was just an ordinary merchant ship. But who would have thought there was an expert? Attacking from behind was indeed crafty, but in a one-on-one duel, it was hard to say who would win. If there was no time to draw a sword, he would just fight barehanded? This guy had surely never clashed with his race before. He immediately leaped high to deliver a preemptive strike, harshly demanding the opponent's life. Seeing that Basan couldn't dodge the blow, he looked triumphant because the opponent dared to face him head-on. He sneered that, as expected, his opponent was just a coward accustomed to stabbing people in the back. Just like that, the large wooden barrel landed a devastating blow on the pirate's shrimp head. The one who launched that surprise attack was none other than Heza. After defeating the enemy, he cheered with excitement. Heza has conquered the open sea. Murmurs echoed in the cockroach man's ears as he was half awake, half asleep, saying that to live that long, he must truly be a crayfish. "Hey, Captain," he wondered aloud, "I have a quick question." Baisan calmly turned and asked, "What is it?" Tianachimo then put on a serious face and asked a truly awkward question. If the lizard folk consider the Astaxidia people to be crayfish, then what would real lobsters look like? In fact, Jacko had already planned everything, surely convinced that type of crayfish was delicious, right? Tianachimo firmly asserted, if they knew you judge people solely based on whether they could be eaten, they would bitterly hate the lizard folk. Basan simply responded nonchalantly, "Oh really?" At that very moment he suddenly fully woke up and shouted loudly, "Of course!" On the contrary, the other side of the battle line received this with extreme calm.
Oh, look, he's awake.
As soon as he opened his eyes, the cockroach man immediately demanded, "Where is my ship?" Tionachimo calmly and quickly replied, "Your ship, my subordinates are currently sailing it, tailing right behind us." He froze, stunned by the terrible news. How could that be? Seeing the sails trailing behind, she boldly declared, "It's simply because we've stolen your ship." He still tried to cling to a last shred of hope, asking, "And where are the other 2 ships?" Tionachimo's reply was like a bucket of cold water poured directly onto his pride. They've vanished without a trace. The cockroach man whined and dismissed it.
Impossible! No way that happened!
She calmly explained the reality to him. After being thoroughly beaten by us, they wisely retreated immediately, especially when our Navy's warships just happened to arrive. He trembled to the point of tears, unable to accept this cruel truth. Could my comrades really be so heartless as to abandon me?
Unbelievable!
However, just a second later, the cockroach man immediately changed his tune faster than a rice paper roll, adopting an utterly flattering tone. "Please, Your Excellency, spare my life this one time. From now on, this humble one promises to mend his ways and become a good person." Unfortunately, people aren't so easily swayed, especially Tionachimo. You should consider yourself lucky that we haven't thrown you straight into the sea as fish bait. Prepare yourself to be punished according to Hukrin law. Upon hearing that, the man's face immediately turned to Shen, completely drained of blood. Punished by Hukrin law.
Then this time I'm utterly doomed.
Nevertheless, Basan took pity and offered him a way out. "It's a pity for you, but if you're sensible and answer my questions truthfully, I will consider mitigating your charges." The cockroach man, both joyful and fearful, pressed, "What questions?" Basan even appeared very generous, allowing the opponent to choose for himself. "Well, it's your right to confess or not." However, that only made the cockroach man break out in a cold sweat and fall silent. Hesitantly nodded in agreement. "All right." Basan's face suddenly became extremely dangerous. "Here's the first question." The question, as soon as it was uttered, struck his heart like a rapid war drum. If you asked Axidia, people are perfectly capable of swimming and roaming freely across the entire ocean. Then why bother acquiring ships? Upon hearing the question, the other 2 people also froze, their faces blank with bewilderment. Basan even turned to seek empathy from Tionachimo. "Aren't you even a little curious? I've been wondering about this for ages." After hearing this, she could only sigh wearily. "I thought it was something important, but it's just that. This proves you know absolutely nothing about other races." The man froze for a moment, then hesitantly replied, "Well, of course, traveling by ship is both faster and less strenuous than swimming or wading. Not to mention, people can carry so much bulky cargo, and that's the biggest benefit." But Basan wasn't about to let the cockroach man off so easily. That was just an appetizer. Now for the next question. And this is the core of today's interrogation. Where did the cult that worships the white spider god originate? And what kind of deity is that white spider god anyway? At this point, he replied with much more confidence. "That is the indigenous belief of the place where I was born. The Astaxidia tribe settled on an island far to the south. Just follow the direction of the ships sailing from Hukrin and you'll reach it." The man enthusiastically explained in more detail. "In our homeland, each island has its own unique name, but you people from Hukrin just group them all together and call them the Southern Archipelago for convenience." Basan nodded, stroking his chin, showing interest. "So that's the place. Now, tell me more about that white spider god." The cockroach man began to delve into history to explain. That white spider god manifested in the form of a gigantic white spider over a century ago. At that time, this deity rescued the tribal chief from the clutches of a 3-tailed snake. The white spider god appeared like a manifested savior, bringing an abundant supply of food while the entire tribe was facing famine. His reputation spread further and further thanks to the miracles performed across the islands, with each place honoring him with a different title, such as Gojian asserted in a solemn tone that on the northernmost island right next to Hukri, many people reverently called him the blue insect god. Hearing that, Basan burst out laughing. Seeing this, Tionachimo wondered, "Why are you laughing so happily?" He stroked his chin with delight and explained, Because the blue insect god was actually an ancient title for the night god, our god." Thanks to that, his attitude also softened, proving that he was also worshipping the same god as us. She found this hard to believe and exclaimed, "How could that be?" He slowly explained, "Because of the vast distance separating us, we have never connected under the name of religion." Then he suddenly paused and flashed an enigmatic smile, however. But in the very next moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze with a cold threat. "To go plundering and still dare to call the night god by another name, I can never tolerate you." Basan immediately released a towering murderous intent. "As your entire tribe nothing but pirates." Gojian hurriedly waved his hands in denial.
"No, that's not it!"
Then he stammered as he recounted everything, only he had been kidnapped as a child. The rest of the Astar Sitter people still lived in the southern archipelago, and the pirates who had kidnapped him had been wiped out by the Black Knight pirates long ago. As the pressure from Basan grew heavier, so the name Black Knight pirates did not originate from the southern archipelago.
He hurriedly confirmed, "Please."
Gojian also took the opportunity to add an important detail. Yes, he actually came from a completely different continent. Basan turned to ask Tionachimo, "Another continent?" A place name suddenly flashed in her mind. Could it be the Western continent? He hurriedly chimed in, "That hypothesis sounds the most reasonable." Then he stated firmly, "We only know of that land. I once heard he came from the southern continent. If you continue further past the southern archipelago, you will see it." Before he could finish his advice, he was interrupted by both of them. The southern continent. The scenery of the southern archipelago appeared magnificent, boasting wild, pristine, and refreshing natural beauty. Nearby was a mysterious cave entrance with a gloomy atmosphere, looking as if no human footstep had ever explored it. Inside the dark bunker, Nebula was staring intently at the system screen to process his work. He was busy establishing connections with all of his trusted allies. All the key figures were fully present on the communication interface. Wisdom's calm voice rang out, "This is the first time your side has actively made an emergency call from Hukran's southern island. It is indeed quite an interesting location." Nebula did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "The reason why I had to make this emergency call." The shocking news was quickly announced: a fourth continent has just been discovered. Vanda was so stunned that she was left speechless. Even Wisdom and Zhongwan could not maintain their composure. Looking at their attitude, he immediately guessed. "It seems you already knew about this." Krampus nodded his head vigorously in agreement. Then he recounted what he had found. A pirate gang called Black Knight is emerging from the south. They definitely do not originate from the eastern or western continents, but from the far south. He pressed Nebula for his viewpoint, but due to a lack of concrete evidence, it could not be confirmed as a new continent. Nebula replied indifferently that he himself was not sure of anything. Then he clearly explained the reason. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately came here, a place that was originally the territory of the mud lobsters. Yet, in just a few short years without supervision, that land has been completely annexed by those Black Knight pirates. He also emphasized the gravity of the situation. Although the damage is not yet catastrophic, they are regularly paying tribute to those bastards. Wisdom argued back that Nebula and the Astar Sidir people might be exaggerating the issue. Perhaps they had mistaken a large southern island for a continent. Nebula nodded in agreement that it was indeed possible. Then he raised a doubt: the islands in the southern archipelago are not small, so if a fleet is capable of dominating everything, their scale must be extraordinary. Nebula added that pirates from small islands would find it very difficult to build a large fleet due to population and technical limits. Wisdom agreed somewhat but gave a subtle reminder that emergency calls should not be used casually, according to their agreement after the last battle. Before the other could even finish speaking, he immediately confirmed, "Yes, we agreed to only use it when it relates to flickering accounts. I have not forgotten." Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked back, "Wait, are you implying that behind the Black Knight pirates is a large continent backing them, and there are players with flickering accounts there?" Nebula maintained a solemn attitude and replied firmly, "I am not just speculating but can say for certain." He easily identified this as the sign of an evil god. This shocking deduction is no different from when the dragon god Maka appeared during the previous siege. Nebula continued to chair the post-war meeting with dragon god Maka. A new treaty had just been established between the gods of the third continent, and the key point lay with those carrying the buggy green nicknames. He provided clear evidence: Orbis Wamsik, also known as Jagubi, along with the new races, are causing a horrifying upheaval for all players on the continent. To ensure the accuracy of what was seen, we must wait for Hegemonia, who has traveled all over the western continent, to provide further information. Nebula slowly recounted that according to him, on the first continent, meaning the west, there exists a species called werewolves, and a player with a buggy green nickname has appeared there too. It is known that these werewolves are quite similar to dragon Maka. They spread disease but only target humans, elves, the Lun people, and the Nyx species. He further explained that species similar to humans are easily turned into werewolves, and their fatal weakness is the element silver. However, they have stronger shape-shifting abilities and are not afraid of sunlight, so they prove to be far superior to dragon Maka. Speaking of this, Nebula reassured everyone that fortunately they are not highly concentrated in the west, so they can be eradicated without concern for a widespread outbreak. Wisdom suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "Oh right, according to the game's settings, we can confirm they are related to ancient demons." He quickly confirmed, "Yeah, and I also found an earlier study that is just as important." Nebula had seen through the core issue. Instead of counting those who quit at the start, by sending queries to players on other continents, we obtained the result that, looking at the map system, he announced loudly, "The first continent, Ebong, has 10 people. The second continent, Sanaf, has 8 people. The third continent, Grand CDX, has 11 people." He intently observed the information being displayed on the screen. Then he summarized it all and reached a conclusion: there are only 29 people in total. This number has not increased at all. Using a country map as an example, Nebula showed that here at Grand CDX, where we are standing, the recorded number of players is 11. He speculated on the reason for the increase and the hidden factor, noting that the total of 29 individuals included both Joel El Gubi and the werewolf. This meant that these players were added after the game had already begun. A bit confused, I quickly asked, "So Nebula, do you think that person is the mastermind behind the Black Knight pirates? And is he the one nicknamed System Error, who was inserted into the game after it had already started?" But a moment later, she dismissed her own deduction. "But if that's the case, wouldn't Krampus have discovered it long ago? If you had encountered other players, the system log should have recorded it." Hearing his name, Krampus waved his hands. "The ones I clashed with were just a pirate crew associated with the Black Knight pirates. It seems their leader was an Astar Sidir, but I never actually faced them directly." Decisively tapping her fan against her palm, she said, "Well then, Nebula, you need to present more concrete evidence." Without hesitation, he replied decisively, "Yes, when we started interacting with that new continent." He projected the content onto the system for everyone to see as the message about the war between civilizations appeared. The opposing tribe had established strict measures, and he asserted that this was proof that the opponent was indeed a player. Nebula typed a few keys on the keyboard and pointed to guide them. These are the names saved in the local log of the player system Chuck and Mukip. Wisdom began to decode them. The character after the first question mark belongs to the Cyrillic alphabet and is transliterated as Sa, so from now on, let's call them Sacha. Zhang Quan curiously chimed in, that name sounds like the title of an evil god, doesn't it? Could it be a strange species we've never heard of? Suddenly, a bright red light resembling a laser beam appeared behind him. Unaware of it, Nebula continued his presentation enthusiastically. Exactly, I will show everyone clearly now. Suddenly, Vanda screamed in panic, Nebula, look behind you. But he remained calm and spoke to reassure Vanda. Showing no fear, he calmly explained, if you are referring to the giant white spider behind me, there's no need to worry. Upon receiving a clear answer, she felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, so it's your pet? You really had me worried for a second. Nebula publicly praised him in front of the group. Well done, Helab. This was Nebula's creation. It replied humbly, it's nothing. Being of help to you is my honor. Vanda widened her eyes in amazement. Oh, is that the species you mentioned? Even the picky Krampus couldn't help but say, wonderful. An image of a grotesque merman caught in a net appeared. Someone immediately questioned. It's not a mermaid, but a merman. Its head is a fish, so what should we call it? Hun seriously explained this creature is called a deep one. Eldar covered her mouth in shock. A deep one? Then what is the next entity? Nebula switched to an image of another ferocious beast, a dragon or some kind of Cthulhu. What on earth is it? She eagerly replied, don't you know about Lovecraft's works? Let me explain. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I don't think that information is necessary. Refusing to back down, Eldar chimed in to object, but I think that could be very important data. The traits of vampires are very common and familiar, much like how the werewolves on the first continent are quite similar to the legends of Earth. Nebula expressed her skepticism after hearing this, asking if she meant that the names of those creatures weren't random, but that their species identity was a clue to their characteristics. Eldar's face showed a hint of obviousness as she replied, exactly, don't you think so? Looking at the image of the Deep One, she began to deduce whether this world was a game influenced by Earth's civilization. Wisdom also offered his own perspective, or perhaps it was Earth itself that was influenced by this land. Nebula pondered for a moment before praising her. That's an interesting hypothesis. Seeing that the other party was quite knowledgeable about this issue, he asked for her help. Eldar, I trust you understand the Deep Ones well. Can you explain specifically? Eldar nodded in agreement immediately. Of course, this forum originated in the US. Eldar went on to ramble about a lot of side information, noting that the Deep One creatures first appeared in H.P. Lovecraft's short story titled Dagon. Their abilities were first mentioned in the work The Shadow over Innsmouth. Nebula interrupted decisively. Get straight to the main point. Having her emotional flow interrupted, Eldar sulked and concluded they live underwater. He retorted coldly, is that really all there is to it? At this, Eldar rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously, if you are infected or mutated by a Deep One, you will be transformed into one of their kind. Upon hearing this, Vanda asked curiously, does simply interacting with them lead to that outcome? Even Krampus couldn't help but chime in, is their infection like that of a werewolf or a vampire? She looked up, pondered for a moment, and replied, well, not exactly, your blood must be mixed first. Eldar began to speculate, perhaps through a process of cellular regeneration they serve ancient gods like Dagon or Polo and hide in caves to conceal their tracks. In the story, a missionary visited a village that seemed normal but turned out to be a den of Deep Ones disguised as humans. Nebula quickly summarized the core point. In other words, they can disguise themselves as humans. If what you say is true, they may have taken over the village and lived as local inhabitants, to the extent that players wouldn't even notice, and the system wouldn't send out notifications about wars between civilizations. As if remembering something, Eldar added, oh, an important characteristic is that they cannot survive too far from the water. He concluded, they must settle near the sea. Wisdom suddenly raised his hand to offer an opinion. Nebula cautiously offered a reminder. There is one thing I think everyone should consider regarding the player capacity limit in the game. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered, that's right, the player limit for this world is only 32. According to the system setup, there were 27 people from Earth, 2 new players appeared but were soon eliminated, and now a third has emerged. He suddenly realized the anomaly, so that means besides Sasha, 2 more individuals will appear. Wisdom offered a different assumption, or perhaps they have been here for a long time, who knows. In the distance was a strange space with vast clouds, sky and water. That was the 4th continent that had just been revealed. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. If it was truly a continent, its scale was definitely not small, so we cannot say anything for sure right now. He continued to state his view. We cannot rule out the possibility that the continent harbors formidable power, or perhaps they have allied with each other. Wouldn't it be better if we could get these allies even if only temporarily? Nebula had a different train of thought, so he immediately retorted, I don't think so. Afterward, he cautiously raised his finger to emphasize, even though we haven't determined the location of the southern continent, it must be the closest one. Who knows what dangers are lurking there? If we rush into an alliance, the ones who will suffer in the end will be us. Krampus looked suspicious and skeptical. Are you sure it's not because you want to defeat Sasha that you've fabricated a continent and are trying to manage it for your own purposes? Nebula admitted quite frankly, I cannot deny that it has influenced my decision. Zhang Wan spoke up to conclude as if he didn't care too much. Well, if you want to go through with it, then go ahead. If you want to play a big game, then feel free to proceed. He didn't want to argue any further, so he immediately agreed. I agree, but if the situation becomes critical, don't forget that I can provide support at any time. Krampus felt uneasy and did not hesitate to plead. I am closest to them, so the damage from the pirates will be very significant. I want to get help from everyone, what do you think? The other party quickly replied, no problem. The last person to voice an opinion was Wisdom. Well, Nebula, your acting alone is not a bad idea. Ending the meeting, Nebula entrusted, since Hegemonia is in an all-out war with another continent and Jiangwan is the person closest to him, please inform him about this meeting. He replied indifferently, got it. Then, not wanting to linger, he left immediately. In that case, I'll take my leave. Meanwhile, the others also cut off contact. Looking around and seeing no one left, he sighed deeply, wondering why they were so fast. After the meeting, Jiangwan only made a brief remark, do it. Besides that, there was a promise from I am always willing to help. Meanwhile, Krampus went around calling out, I need support. Even Wisdom, the most promising one, only remarked, acting on your own is not a bad idea. Thinking of this, Nebula felt a bit disheartened. In the end, no one said they wanted to join. Perhaps they already wanted to head to the new continent first. Vanda didn't seem to grasp the implication of those words and asked innocently, oh, so everyone wants to go to that new continent? She saw a blind spot in this matter, wondering, but saying that continent has a lot of resources, isn't that an exaggeration, and won't many forces interfere in this? Nebula pointed and analyzed for her to understand. It's not necessarily an exaggeration. It is true that new continents often have many things to explore. He even further explained the intentions of the others, noting that A's offer of mutual help meant they would intervene whether we wanted them to or not. And Krampus's call for help implied that he might ally with others to intervene in this matter. Having said that, he concluded, so they have also made preparations in advance. The others are probably making their own calculations as well. Relating this to Nebula's recent actions, he predicted, perhaps Krampus has already contacted other players to form their alliance. Elda showed a regretful look, saying, learning from the past, we need to unite against new forces whose strength is completely unknown. Just look at the fate of the Macedong to understand. She did not equate them completely, but seriously analyzed her own changes. This time is also a bit different from Yoji's time. The other players have also made preparations, so they likely won't be easily defeated. Furthermore, our current strength is only on par with the Pirate Legion. At this point, Elder understood to some extent and softly wondered, so is this the enemy we will be dealing with? Since the answer was obvious, he didn't rush to reply but simply reminded his companion, although there are still many unknowns, we need to prepare more thoroughly. Seeing the two in front of him looking thoughtful, Nebula somehow dropped a piece of surprising news. We can take some comfort in knowing that we have extra help from 2 new weapons. Now is the time we can use them. Hearing this, Elder raised his eyebrows with interest and prob mages. Vanda shared the same thought and added, and gunpowder. Holding the top secret weapon firmly in hand, he confidently imagined a near absolute victory. If we have gunpowder and our opponents don't, defeat is already guaranteed for them. That is why I say we will be much more confident in this battle than before. Knowing both sides, Nebula analyzed the obstacles from the other players. The southern peninsula of the Hokeland tribe is the stepping stone to reach the 4th continent. To do that, they must deal with the pirates Sasha and Ibun. They won't give us the chance to monopolize it. These words made Vanda grimace. Will the other players attack us too? This would be an unprovoked aggression. He frankly exposed the truth behind the war. They can easily make up a reason. A simple example would be attacking under the pretext of reclaiming the southern archipelago occupied by the Pirate Legion. Elder frowned and joined the discussion. If so, we will face many dangers. Both attacking and defending will be much more difficult. Nebula agreed and did not forget to comfort his companion. That's right. We are used to fighting many battles on land, so fighting at sea this time is quite new, but with gunpowder, things will be a little simpler. He mapped out the opposing factions of the upcoming war and warned them in advance. Ultimately, this major offensive will be a war between us, Krampus and Sasha. This can be considered a clash between the 3 strongest forces at present. He looked at the 2 of them seriously and declared, with an inevitable situation like this, a great naval battle will surely break out soon. At the same time at the royal palace, Sun hurriedly ran into the study room with a letter in hand. Kyo heard a report from outside the door, so he looked up in that direction. When he asked who it was, the person hurriedly offered a respectful bow and replied that it was the priest. Gasping for breath, he bowed his head and offered the item, saying, My lord, I have brought the letter sent by the priest's revelation. He says there is an urgent matter that must be conveyed to your majesty immediately. Hearing this, he started in surprise, stood up abruptly and asked, Could it be that the gods have sensed our plight and answered our prayers? Kyo hurriedly read the letter and was suddenly struck by the realization. He immediately issued a command, summoning the chief official in charge of administration to meet him at once. Upon receiving the order, Saluzan quickly appeared in the study with a respectful demeanor, asking, What matter do you need me for, my lord? He went straight to the point, saying, I have a decree that needs to be transmitted. Kyo clenched his fists, set the imperial decree down and said, Notify the officials in the coastal regions immediately. He sternly ordered that absolutely no one was to intervene, forbidding any strangers there from making contact with merfolk or pirates, adding that anyone who disobeyed would be arrested immediately. As soon as the decree was finished, the room fell into silence. Xuan sighed as he accepted the order, lamenting, I never expected war to arrive so quickly. His face and eyes were filled with sorrow, and he noted that this war would surely be brutal, thinking that peace had arrived when in reality it had not. Kyo nodded and smiled slightly to reassure his subject. This is indeed a worrying matter, but since we have received the news in advance, we can still prepare in time. Unexpectedly, Xuan frankly reminded his superior as if lecturing a child, everything at this moment is extremely critical, so every word your majesty speaks must be cautious, which forced him to reply reluctantly, no. He sat down to calmly analyze the military situation on each side, noting that the soldiers of the H-Land tribe were no longer as battle-hardened as they once were, as living in long-standing peace had caused them to lose many skills. He looked at the steaming cup of tea and remarked with empathy, prolonged peace has caused the combat capability of our soldiers to be no longer what it once was. Kyo raised his teacup according to royal etiquette and said half-jokingly, perhaps not everyone is that weak. He possessed the profound insight of a monarch regarding the national situation. Even though the rising power in the south was a major threat, the essence of the war had been brewing for a long time. The leader's wisdom allowed him to see the positive side of adversity, adding, this is also a valuable wake-up call. Without that threat, I would have lost my vigilance. Now all my concerns are clear. However, Xuan remained anxious and restless about the coming prospect, saying, we are facing a war in the north, and now that a problem in the south has erupted, it is truly difficult to manage. Xuan cautiously offered his point of view, but in terms of shipbuilding technology, the H-Land tribe still far surpasses many other tribes. He frankly offered a conflicting perspective. They may not necessarily be better than the Donli tribe. It is just fortunate that they are currently tied up with the war in the west, so they likely cannot intervene here anytime soon. The image of the enemy out there gradually appeared in his mind, and he warned in a low voice, there are still many other forces lurking. I must guard against a surprise attack while we are busy fighting. Thinking of the prospect of civil war and foreign invasion, Xuan anxiously asked, so have you thought of any strategies to deal with this, my lord? By now Go Lambina must have reached Saisi. Hearing this, the subordinate quickly asked, you mean that female alchemist? He pondered the emperor's intent and probed, what do you think her knowledge can contribute to this war? Kyo keenly noticed the subordinate's skepticism, remarking, it seems you are not fond of alchemy. Unexpectedly, Xuan slowly shook his head. That is not so. All things are the will of the heavens, and if an alchemist appears, it is also his arrangement. He smiled and explained thoroughly. Simply put, Lambina is one of the people who possesses abilities closest to those of a mage on this continent. The image of a person leaving in the middle of the night made him more confident in the young mage's abilities, adding that her surviving and escaping from that eerie alchemy tower was the clearest proof of her true strength. Kyo blew lightly on his hot tea and made a prediction. Other forces will possess gunpowder technology sooner or later, but as for the power of mages, it is their participation that will change the course of the war. At the same time, in the mountains and forests covered in white snow and drizzle, another situation was beginning to unfold. Amidst a tranquil space that seemed to be frozen in time, a pair of feet stepped lightly onto the thin layer of snow covering the ground. Madari slowly moved forward, his wary demeanor and exhaustion clearly etched onto his frame. Masma hid behind his dark left arm and spoke in a mocking tone. Oh my, what a pathetic fate for someone whose end is already near. The biting cold left him in a sour mood, so he snapped back, shut your mouth. The lake spirit, feeling insulted, was forced to manifest itself to retort, I am not a demonic entity, Masma, I am a noble spirit. As he walked, he muttered sarcastically, from what I know, you are nothing but a lackey to an ancient archdemon. There is no difference between a spirit and a demon. Rendered speechless, Masma switched to ridicule. Think what you want, but even you know it is hard to escape the pursuers behind you, don't you? He pressed on, mocking the entire Madari lineage. You Garuda people pride yourselves on your physical prowess, yet you cannot even outrun the patrols on this snowy expanse. Masma really knew how to twist the knife. To make matters worse, a winged species like yours can no longer even take flight. He declared arrogantly, like one who understands the turn of events. Surely it is because of that incompetence that the gods chose your race as tools of war to facilitate their rule. He spewed bitter words to provoke Madari. You keep charging into battle and dying off, and when you are no longer useful, you are discarded without a second thought. Seeing the man's hands clench as his resolve wavered, Masma became even more smug. You know that well enough. If only another god had chosen your race, your destiny would have already changed. The villain's voice echoed in his ears, making him so frustrated that he shouted, silence. Madari clenched his fists with a determined look. From now on, we will never put our faith in any god again. This resolute vow was rooted in the ancient legends of the Garuda tribe, back in an era when their kind were the masters of the sky. It was a glorious golden age even back then. The Garuda were always at the vanguard of every war, fierce in battle and leading the opposition against the aristocracy. But the good days were short-lived. When brutal wars weakened other tribes and the gods turned their backs, they suddenly lost the ability to spread their wings in the air. This remains a great sorrow for the clan, including Madari, and that bitter rejection made him swear once more, past or present, we will absolutely never believe in gods. He looked up at the sky as if seeing the hope of his entire tribe. We will master our own destiny and believe only in ourselves. This sky will be governed by us without needing to rely on anyone. In the snow-covered forest, gusts of freezing wind howled through the bare, gaunt branches. Madari looked at the sky and told himself, once I get out of this forest, I will reach the river. It is not much further now. After walking for a while, exactly as anticipated, a river appeared before them, leaving Masma astonished. A frozen river. Even a demonic knight could easily cross this. Without paying any mind to the taunts, Only one thought occupied Madari's mind at that moment: I will melt that layer of ice. However, the other whispered a contemptuous remark that made him clench his fists in anger. You know well that your strength alone is not enough. Sooner or later, you will need my help. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of someone approaching from a distance. A majestic massive elk was slowly drawing near. Damon, riding upon it, saw Madari and shouted,
Look, there is one of the Garuda tribe! Stop right there!
He stopped his mount, observed him from head to toe, and snorted with disdain. The person accompanying him quickly reported, Sir Knight, it is indeed that Garuda. His left wing has already rotted away, to which Damon replied calmly and unmoved.
Oh, is that so?
He glanced at him coldly and contemptuously, asking, So your name is Madari the Rotten Hand, is it? At that very moment, Mazma's faint voice suddenly echoed, reminding him, They aren't just behind you, there are some in front as well. He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied to himself in his thoughts, But they don't seem to be the ones hunting me. A slow, mocking tone spoke up, Well then, they wouldn't know what's in that small vial hanging from your belt, would they? Immediately, he pretended to be confused and frantically waved his hands in protest. Madari.
Oh my god, that's not my name at all!
Madari immediately invented another name with a smooth, convincing tone, saying, I am Ihuron, raised in the Garuda settlement. This left arm has been scarred since childhood, so it just looks this way, it's not rotting. That excuse failed to extinguish Damon's suspicion when he remarked that it didn't look like a burn at all, so he quickly retorted that since the Chan and Garuda tribes have different physical traits, their scars heal differently. Before the man could retort further, he quickly interrupted, asking if they were looking for a Garuda tribesman named Madari, which made the man unconsciously blurt out, That's right. The man scanned him with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, Even if you're a fool, you must have heard of the alchemist's tower, right? Madari laughed as if it had nothing to do with him. Oh yes, the tower hidden behind the mountains up there, right? The gathering place for those weirdos who call themselves alchemists. Damon didn't bother to hide it and directly admitted, That is correct. Our knights have completely taken control of that tower, though a few cunning alchemists there managed to escape. He continued calmly, That is why the two of us are under orders from His Majesty to hunt down those fugitives and prevent them from spreading evil knowledge. At this point, he excitedly chimed in, The Garuda tribe is small, so you will easily catch them. I promise to report immediately if I encounter anyone with that name. However, Damon just coldly stated a sentence that silenced him. Forget it, come closer and let me check you now. Madari hurriedly protested.
What? I'm not an alchemist!
The man then grew impatient and growled an order. I'll let you go as soon as I confirm you're not involved.
Hurry up!
Seeing Damon being so aggressive, he had to give in and raise both hands in surrender. I understand. The man glared at Madari and imperiously ordered, Now hand over your bag. But before he could finish his sentence, a chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In a split second, he quickly spread his wings wide. The loose cloak was also thrown up, obscuring his vision, causing the man to furiously brush it away and curse, You bastard. Just as the edge of the cloak was pushed aside, it revealed Madari clutching several medicine vials hanging from his belt. Without a second of hesitation, he threw them forcefully straight at Damon. The man's miserable screams rang out, blending with a gruesome sizzling sound as something was being corroded by strong acid, like skin melting away. What the hell is this? Damon's face was now completely ruined. He writhed in pain and wailed, My face is burning off. Just as Damon groaned and collapsed, a shrill, alarming scream echoed through the air, That is the alchemist. While Madari was still dazed and confused, the chaotic shouting around him grew more intense as they closed in. The rotten-handed one is over there. He whipped around, and immediately Mazma's icy voice sounded in his ear. There are 5 pursuers. How many vials do we have left? He immediately replied in his thoughts, 1 bottle of sulfuric acid, 1 smoke bomb, and 2 oil flasks. Hearing this, he laughed confidently, saying, So it's finally time for you to rely on my power, isn't it? You were going to use it to break the ice on the river anyway. He tightened his grip on the vials and regretfully accepted, Damn it, there's no other way now. Immediately, he threw them all at the group of people charging aggressively toward him. Arender raised his eyebrows and looked at the slimy substance on his shield in confusion. What was this? Cooking oil? Before he could regain his composure, Madari quickly gathered heat into his palm. At that moment, Mazma and his subconscious also cheered excitedly. Well done. Without any hesitation, he launched a blazing stream of fire directly at him. The moment the fire touched the oil, it flared up violently, engulfing Arender in a towering sea of flames. His screams of agony rang out, making Gareth scream in panic, Retreat quickly! Witnessing this, Madari gnashed his teeth in resentment. Damn it, they escaped. We must wipe them all out. Mazma watched with regret. It seems my flames couldn't reach them, and relying too much on this is dangerous for us. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from behind.
You clumsy fool!
Basang stepped forward with an overwhelming presence, throwing every sharp word directly at his opponent. Madari, I finally caught you. Drop your weapons and baggage immediately. Seeing this, Mazma could not hide his excitement. Why don't we just fight? If any arrows fly our way, we'll just burn them to ashes. Madari immediately stopped him in his thoughts. No, they outnumber us. Moreover, if that pattern is what I think it is, surrendering is our best option right now. Without hesitating for another second, he knelt down and raised his hands high. I surrender. Then, he decisively followed his orders and threw his weapons to the ground. Even when pinned down by 2 Amiangs, Madari maintained his calm demeanor, but was this really the right move? He glared at Puza with eyes as sharp as knives. Even without those things in my hands, I am still as dangerous as ever. Yet he stood still with an expressionless face, his voice casual and light. No one is safer than those who claim to be dangerous. He removed his mask to reveal his true face. I am the king of the Amiang tribe. Dermalin Pusa is the one chosen by the Thuktoyan god. He looked at him with contempt. Alchemists always like to compare themselves to the gods, don't they? An arrogant challenge was issued. Will your power burn me faster, or will my god punish you faster? Do you want to try and see? Masma immediately showed interest.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Do you want to try?
However, Madari snapped in disapproval of that idea. Fool, the gods are definitely watching this place. If we draw their attention, disaster will strike immediately. He explained thoroughly to Masma in a stern tone. If you are punished by the Thuktoyan pantheon, you will be torn into dozens of pieces in an instant. He did not argue either, simply replying with a brief,
yeah.
At this, Madari could not hide his sarcastic look as he spoke. I don't understand why a king would lower himself to capture an ordinary alchemist. Haven't you abandoned our tower long ago? Hearing this, Busang sneered with contempt. Alchemists do not want their knowledge to be lost, but you understand that better than anyone. He paused for a moment and then continued, abandoning the tower was only so we wouldn't hinder your research. The god is just waiting for the knowledge within it to reach full maturity. His eyes swept across Madari's face like someone who held all the cards. Even an atheist wouldn't be foolish enough to reject the useful achievements you create. Grasping the situation, he spoke up with a proposal. I can teach you the formula for making gunpowder. So, will you spare my life? But he shook his head. That is not what we are looking for. Busang did not even bother to hide the secret and poured it all out. You just don't know it. But someone in the tower has long since colluded with our side. So we have known about gunpowder for a long time. And even more than that. His eyes were cold and sharp as steel blades. What on earth were they plotting? Or did they simply need a lackey to hunt down those of different faiths? He flatly denied it once more, saying that was not the reason either. Suddenly, Bus's voice dropped hauntingly like a ghost slipping through a door crack. My gods and I are craving magic. Madari's face showed clear confusion. Dazed, he asked back magic. Faced with this bizarre request, he quickly explained, I don't even know how to possess it myself, so how can I give it to you? But the man nonchalantly replied, I don't care about how it is obtained, nor do I care about your identity. Bus's voice echoed among the snowy mountains. We only need power. He began to paint a vision of magic power, something that could allow a tiny elf to manipulate the entire world. According to our subordinates, magic is the key to changing the human order like a god. Hearing this, Madari immediately brushed it aside, his voice firm. That is just a far-fetched myth. Buza looked at the man tied up on the cold ground and calmly asked, You don't believe it? His relaxed demeanor made him pause for a moment, and then he hesitantly asked, Are you telling the truth? Suspicion surging, Madari spoke up to expose the plot of the man looming in front of him. You don't want magic, you are just looking for a mage to change the order of this world. His face darkened, and then he sneered mockingly as expected of a Garuda. You are very sharp. The previous alchemists weren't nearly as smart. Pusa recalled the tragic ends of the former alchemists. Perhaps because their bodies were too weak, they dropped dead after just a few questions. Recalling the desperate faces of the many deceased souls, he smirked, but fortunately, before they died, they all opened their mouths. The distance closed in the blink of an eye, and the killing intent exhaled from Pusa onto his neck made his hair stand on end. The best alchemist is Madari. His eyes briefly showed wariness as he silently observed the other to probe. Do you want me to become your mage? Seeing that Madari understood the situation, Pusa immediately regained his composure and made an offer. I will share all the magical knowledge we have gathered with you. Under his stunned gaze, the man expressed his ultimate goal. You can become a great mage and make the glory of our warrior tribe renowned far and wide. As soon as the request was made, Madari withdrew his expression, bowing his head in deep thought as if weighing a momentous matter. He recalled the journeys he had taken in the past. Although no one had forced him, he had still resolved to acquire more knowledge from master alchemists across the continent to reach the pinnacle of magic. Madari had painstakingly searched for countless artifacts containing valuable experience and was about to achieve his life goal. All his actions were part of a well-thought-out plan. The puzzle pieces were perfectly fitting together, with only the final piece missing. Hesitation was clear on his face, like a knot in his heart holding Madari back, even if it was knowledge paid for with blood. A faint sound echoed from the depths of his mind, making his hands clench in conflict, despite the fact that it was merely knowledge they had stolen by torturing the alchemists. Seeing him still hesitate, Busa continued to play psychological games. Of course you will be treated well. I heard your Garuda tribe once made great contributions to building this nation. He targeted Madari's pain to entice him. Even though you are currently shunned by your own kind due to a curse, wouldn't it be highly satisfying to restore your clan's honor? Those tempting conditions made him gradually waver. I need time to think it over, he urged calmly yet in a threatening tone. Hurry up, because another mage candidate like you is about to leave the country. This statement immediately left Madari speechless in astonishment. Another mage candidate. Just as his mind was wandering, a canvas bag suddenly dropped over his head. Who was the alchemist who had escaped this encirclement? Languishing in prison, his head spun with speculation about that person's identity. Was it Ian, Talay, or Quillabinamul himself in hiding? Masma's voice echoed in his ear again, as if prompting Matt Derry, if you are curious, just go find the wizard and ask, or quickly find a way to escape. He turned his gaze toward the door and proposed a plan. Though the door's gap is narrow, we can use heat to melt that hard iron. Those words could not lower his guard. I will observe a bit longer, because who knows, the gods might still be looking down on this place. The voice showed no impatience, only asking casually, either way is fine, but why do you keep hesitating? Matt Derry closed his eyes tightly, trying to recall his previous choices and thoughts. Pondering for a long time, he finally spoke in reply. I don't really know either. I thought I was ready to trade everything to become a wizard, but Matt Derry suddenly imagined the prospect of becoming a puppet pulled by others' strings once he achieved his goal. Even if I have to become a slave to a god, I will accept it, as long as I can step onto the path of magic. Hearing these extreme words, Masmer could only sigh and advise him, perhaps because you've been imprisoned for too long, you've become muddled. Look there. He kept rambling endlessly, prompting Matt Derry to interrupt in frustration. I am considering an important matter. Be quiet and let me think. Masmar frantically reminded him, that's not it, you fool.
Look out the window.
He turned to look straight toward the window, where a bizarre figure was quietly waiting. Facing the strange entity behind the glass, Matt Derry lowered his voice, each word uttered with doubt and a sense of unease. Is that a grasshopper? Hongo stared at him and said, so it's Matt Derry, no wonder it is hard to converse. Then he reassured him and vanished into the teleportation light. I will go inside right now. Leaving the prisoner with a look of astonishment, what on earth is this? How could that giant grasshopper squeeze in here? As soon as Hongo materialized, Matt Derry immediately drew back into a defensive stance to protect himself. Noticing his confusion, he calmly reassured him, do not be afraid, for I am the messenger of the gods. Doubt still lingered in his eyes. Seeing that pitiful state, he slowly explained, yes, I am Hongo, a creation born from the night sky. Hearing this, Matt Derry suddenly understood. Do you mean the god worshipped by the Hukrin lizard tribe? What do you want from me? He continued to speak reverently as he looked up at the bizarre black spider on the ceiling. He sees through all things in the world. He slowly stood up, a question ready on his lips. The gods still connect with me through my thoughts. Could the night sky have sent a guardian? But this is not an area under the control of the night sky. Are you not afraid of being punished? Still maintaining his composure, Hongo skillfully closed the distance between them. Currently, everything is in the palm of my hand. Matt Derry immediately fired back. Why are you so confident? He spoke in a low voice, intensely loyal to Nebula, who was quietly observing the cosmos. I believe so because the night sky has decreed it so. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he continued. So what is your real purpose in coming here? I am listening. Hongo solemnly declared the command he was given. I will pass on the prophecy from the night sky to you, Matt Derry. You. Even though he showed no enthusiasm, he still continued. Will become the wizard of Coc Mayan. Hearing that, he sneered contemptuously. Can this nonsense even be considered a prophecy? With an indifferent look, he flatly rejected Hongo's words. If I intentionally run away now, the prophecy is as good as ruined. Do you call that destiny? Hongo expressed his intention in a soft, non-threatening tone. I have come here by the power of the gods, but you cannot escape, and the prophecy still has a part yet to be fulfilled. Hearing this, he was stunned, looking at him with wary eyes. So, what about the rest? Each word he spoke was crisp and clear, repeating the prophecy exactly, causing the atmosphere to suddenly thicken. You, the one who will set foot on the path of a mage and betray the Siokman tribe, that is the prophecy. Faced with this grim message, Madari sank into an inescapable silence. A moment later, he spoke slowly. Is this an order from the night sky? To say that I will betray the Siokman tribe? He replied calmly, his composed demeanor seemingly intended to dispel all of his doubts. No, this is merely a prophecy. Having conveyed the prophecy, Hongo withdrew his hands as if his duty were complete. My mission ends here, you may act however you please. The shock still lingered, and he gritted his teeth as if trying to keep his composure in the eye of the storm. What the hell is going on? A guardian of the gods has come here just to deliver this news to me. Madari began to envision chaotic future scenarios. If he became a mage with the resources he currently possessed, he would surely reach the pinnacle of power. At that point, the Siokman tribe would certainly become an incredibly formidable force. His brilliant mind reconstructed the entire map of the continent in his head, each move carefully considered. In terms of sheer scale alone, the Siokman were already masters, and with a mage added to the mix, they might even surpass the Hukrin. No wonder the night sky had to be wary. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and cautiously inquired. I still don't understand, can't you command me just as the other gods do? Hongo's voice resonated slowly, lingering in the space. The night sky does not issue directives so easily, he always respects the free will of those under his command. This statement made Madari laugh sarcastically, respecting free will. Why would he do that? He maintained his composure, unconcerned by the quiet resistance. The reason is clear. Each word spoken caused the look in his eyes to flash with suspicion mixed with shock. It is because he will still achieve his goal even if he does so. The harsh truth left Madari feeling deeply disappointed. It's hard to understand. Yet, he quickly shifted to a skeptical attitude and asked further. If I go against the prophecy, the night sky won't be pleased, right? Hongo could only shake his head. I do not know. I doubt the god of the night sky would feel joy or sorrow over whether a prophecy comes true or not. After a while, he hurriedly gave a parting instruction. My mission is finished. The prophecy has been delivered. The rest is up to you. In the pitch-black prison, Hongo's voice rang out, each word distinct. Keep what you have heard in your heart. They have the ability to read your thoughts. He muttered incessantly, the words escaping as if he didn't need an interlocutor. So, even if I wanted to betray them, I couldn't. It is indeed like that. In the blink of an eye, his figure dissolved into a strange light, leaving not even a trace behind. The demon eye began to seduce Madari. That guy looks obnoxious, but now that the god of fortune isn't watching us, this is a golden opportunity to escape. He glanced around as if silently calculating something. I've changed my mind. That statement made the other uneasy and he demanded, what was that? You hate the gods so much, yet in the end, you still want to do as they wish. Madari stared deep into the void. Perhaps so, it's just that after hearing that prophecy, in the blink of an eye, his once calm face showed extreme excitement. I want to deal a painful blow to those who imprisoned and tortured the alchemists to death. The demon eye, having heard this, seemed extremely amused. Well said. Oh, are you planning to betray them? Honestly, it would be quite interesting if you turned your back on them after becoming a mage. Madari's mind was churning with calculations about Nebula. Had Dathian foreseen that he would think this way when delivering the prophecy? He briefly fell into a contemplative state with mixed emotions. If things were truly as they seemed, he wouldn't be bothered by it at all. This sparked a hard-to-hide sense of excitement in him, with his eyes revealing clear yearning. Was this the power of the god Dathian? Once his thoughts were clear, Madari decisively jumped up. Guards, send word to Dermalin that the decision has been made. He declared in a firm tone, I, Madari, will officially serve your Mayan Sioxi faction. In the heart of the vast ocean, a solitary ship was still persistently following an ancient tide. Amidst the quiet wind, Lapina calmly observed the movements around her as if it were a leisurely pastime. Seeing buildings looming in the distance, she curiously asked if this was Sashin. He looked ahead contemplatively and replied, so they say. Before them lay the home of a large number of people, Sassian. A small port nestled between Oran and the Blackscales Maganin, a region quite prosperous compared to the surrounding territories. The residents here were hardworking people trying to survive. Despite owning fertile land and vast plains, it was just an ordinary port village, so no one paid it any mind. The land appearing before them made Labina wonder, isn't that where the Blackscales hide their secret weaponry, built near the sea to facilitate the transport of materials everywhere? GM's eyes remained fixed on the distance as he explained in a gentle tone, well, what you say is true, but I hear it's not merely an arms factory. Upon finishing her sentence, she silently rested her chin on her hand, her mind whirling with ideas, and continued, so is this the storehouse of knowledge for the infidels, like the thing we are carrying? He softly reminded her with a subtle hint that Dathian could hear them. She was surprised by his attitude, asking, this was created by Dathian's own command, so why would you say that? Not letting her curiosity linger, GM sighed and reluctantly began to explain. In reality, it is a disrespectful object, and I don't want to run into bad luck before confirming how it functions. He even carefully clasped his hands in prayer, hoping for Dathian's indulgence. That respectful demeanor made Labina sigh helplessly, wondering how someone from an oppressed tribe could be so devout. But when she saw the large gun placed on the ship's railing, she couldn't help but admire it. His technique is truly ingenious. Just by grasping the theory of gunpowder, he was able to create this experimental product. Watching the hunchback walk away, she silently pondered, with that dwarf's craftsmanship, it will surely work well. If there's any trouble, I can just use magic to stop it. Labina looked into the distance with 1,000 thoughts. Though the alchemist's tower had disappeared, the knowledge remained and would surely change the landscape of the world completely. Under the clear blue sky filled with warm sunshine, she whispered with secret anxiety, Dathian, you are watching, aren't you? I want to ask in the name of Mool. Finally, unable to hide her restlessness, she questioned the cool breeze blowing past, where will this world go, and what do you truly desire? The next day, the coming of dusk gradually covered Sashoyan. The common people were still moving about nonchalantly, continuing their quiet habitual lives. In a tavern, Solon enthusiastically poured wine for the person opposite him. Hey, hurry up and drink. Basin was dizzy from the wine and tried to hold on to the last bit of sobriety to refuse. I should stop now. But the man quickly teased. Oh my, why are you so formal? He didn't hesitate to flatter. The prince visiting this dull village makes everyone here overflow with vitality. Seeing Basin's drunken state, Solon immediately expressed his wish. I hope you tell His Majesty that I am very dedicated. I have been the district chief in this small port for several years now, to which he replied while letting his spirit drift with the wind. I know. Amidst the chaos, Basin remained uncharacteristically composed and pressed for answers, most importantly regarding Astar Sidian, whom he had trusted and entrusted to that man. He had promised leniency if the man revealed his secrets, but Solon responded flusteredly to brush it off. Oh, well, yes, of course, those drifting pirates are hardly worth your concern, my lord. While pouring wine, he confidently asserted with certainty, this sort of thing hasn't just happened once or twice, has it? I will personally make sure to clear everything up neatly. Come now, please enjoy your meal. As the bitter taste of the wine touched his tongue, Basin silently calculated that, in truth, he very much wanted to deal severely with this sluggish and irresponsible local official. However, as the king's older brother, even the slightest move would cause the public to whisper about abuse of power. Just as the atmosphere had yet to calm down, a subordinate rushed in frantically. He whispered a few words into his ear which left Solon startled, his expression clearly revealing his astonishment. The sudden change in the two men's demeanor made Basin watch them for a moment before asking, what exactly is going on? Startled by that sharp gaze, Solon stammered in a hurried defense. Oh, no, it's nothing at all, just a trivial village matter. I will take care of it immediately, my lord. He hurriedly changed the subject as if to avoid it, adding, "Furthermore, there is this dish, please have a taste, Prince." Immediately after, Basin stood up and turned to leave, saying, "I must visit the latrine for a moment." Without bothering to care about anyone's expression at the time, he walked calmly and directly outside. Just waiting for the moment everything around turned quiet, Basin moved gracefully, appearing and disappearing across the roof tiles, where his trusted guard had been waiting for a long time. He bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." Basin wiped his hands and asked coldly, "What is the matter?" The other party did not hide it and honestly reported immediately, "The pirate Astor Sidian has escaped." The news was like a bolt from the blue, making it impossible for him to maintain his composure. "What?" The guard timidly reported the details in a small voice, though he was trembling inside. "He is holding a hostage and causing chaos everywhere." This situation made Basin bowl with rage. "That useless, incompetent magistrate. I will certainly punish him severely. Quickly, take me there at once." Amidst the suffocating and extremely tense atmosphere at the pier, Goran still clutched Labina tightly in his arms and roared, "Stay back, do not come any closer!" Opposite him, only Raven continuously grilled him. "That is Astar Sidian, right? You are Goran, aren't you? Your name is Goran, isn't it? Please calm down." His face suddenly turned pale and a burst of rage made his grip tighten so much that Labina had to struggle violently to escape. He screamed,
I've been deceived by Basin.
He said he would consider leniency if I provided information, but why is he demanding my head now? Goran's resentful voice echoed in every corner. "Basin, bring Basin here, until I can speak with him. I will absolutely not let this woman go." Raven was not one to be outdone and immediately retorted loudly, "What right does a pirate who only knows how to rob have to demand a promise?" This statement only made Goran more resentful.
He shouted, but he promised me.
His eyes suddenly looked wild, and while trying to suppress his anger, he looked at Labina with clear confusion and bewilderment. "Hey, you, I already told you not to move." "Hey, you, why do you keep fidgeting?" Hearing him say that, she could only sigh helplessly and retort, "I'm not the one moving on my own, it's you who are shaking my neck." Feeling deeply humiliated, he whispered into her ear,
"Oh, so?
"Is that so? I'm sorry." Labina's hand lightly brushed over the cold armor, and in her heart, she had a silent observation she couldn't utter. He is truly clumsy. It wouldn't be hard to take advantage of his muscle spasms to escape, but in the midst of the tension, Basin suddenly appeared from somewhere and spoke decisively, attracting everyone's attention. "You are looking for me, aren't you, Goran?" Goran even exclaimed in a daze, "Baya? Basin." The other man replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter at the market, "That's right, Goran, I have broken my promise." His voice was deep and warm, seemingly unconcerned with any reaction from his listeners. "But you have committed a serious crime." That abrupt statement left even Goran in a state of utter confusion. What did you say?" In the moment of silence that followed, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his words immediately shook everyone. "I will give you a new promise, and this time there can be no mistake. If you dare to harm that woman, I will surely finish you right here on the spot." At the same time, he did not stop reassuring him, causing Goran to freeze instantly. "But if you willingly accept being captured, I will grant you a chance to have a clear conversation. Answer me quickly, Goran, what exactly will you do?" Each cold word kept drilling into his mind, leaving Goran deeply agitated. Realizing he was at a total disadvantage, he finally had to let Labina go. "Go, human, I surrender." The soldiers rushed forward in unison, creating cheers that echoed everywhere. The hostage had been safely rescued. "Capture him." Labina couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly unexpected." Badan didn't quite grasp the hidden meaning. Labina deliberately avoided his gaze, but her reply was incredibly sincere. "I was always convinced that rulers preferred to use violence. Who knew you would choose persuasion first?" He sighed and explained that it was wisdom left behind by their ancestor Jagrath, which made Labina unable to hide her curiosity about trying it out. Badan clenched his fist, his voice dropping a few octaves. "It's not about trying, we will prioritize negotiation. If that doesn't work, then we'll consider resorting to force." Her face froze for a moment, as if her brain had just experienced a system error. Labina looked straight at the man in front of her. "Please don't act like a crown prince and give such a definitive answer." Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "You speak as if you've known me for a long time."
Who are you really?
Dam's voice suddenly interrupted the conversation.
Greetings, your royal highness.
As soon as he saw the other person, Badan hesitated. "You are." Although breathless from carrying a heavy load, his eyes were still bright.
What luck, you're here.
He felt a bit unsettled and wanted to clarify the matter. "You are Dam, the Minister of Engineering, aren't you?" Excluded from the conversation, Labina tried to interject, her face filled with an indescribable annoyance. "Do you two know each other?" He gave a faint, meaningful smile. "It's a long story, too much to tell." The group stood in the middle of the bustling market, arguing endlessly, oblivious to their surroundings. Badan pondered for a moment before making a guess. "Based on the current situation, our meeting in Sassien must be part of the king's plan." He carefully observed the two figures in front of him, reminding himself inwardly to be vigilant. "So our reunion here isn't a coincidence. What exactly is the king planning?" As soon as he saw the strange object on the man's shoulder, he spoke up. "Hey Dam, what are you carrying?" The man chuckled, stammering, "Oh, this is..." Dam slowly unwrapped the cloth. "I brought it along to verify if it could be of any use." He carefully lowered the item, revealing a heavy metal tube, his tone a mix of self-satisfaction and probing. "This is a weapon." Asen narrowed his eyes, observing meticulously, his face still full of confusion. "A weapon?" They silently moved towards a training ground hidden at the edge of the forest, making Labina exclaim in surprise, "This place." Badan looked around at the burly men and briefly introduced, "This is a secret armory." Dam, standing next to him, added that it was a restricted area and not to be made public. His gaze swept over the pile of equipment in the corner, and he asked lightly, "Is this the weapon?" He silently picked up the item, carefully examining each detail. After inspecting it, he asked rapidly with a hint of regret, "It's quite heavy and also oversized. Are these holes for reducing its weight?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, he took a deep breath to brace himself. Ba Dan placed the metal tube on the ground, which amused Dam, but he quickly had to intervene. "Haha, that's not how you use this item." He stepped forward, decisively picking up the firearm. "Let me show you." He then pointed his hand directly towards the opposite wall. "That wooden board over there will be our shooting target." Ba Dan watched, full of skepticism, his face contorted in a frown. "Long-range weapon. It doesn't look like one at all." As he arranged his belongings, Dam calmly explained, "It's a firearm that uses gunpowder created by alchemists." His already confused face grew even more bewildered upon hearing the words, alchemists and gunpowder. Before he could finish answering the previous questions, he turned to Labina and said that he had just noticed the woman with horns on her head. "Humans don't usually have horns," she lazily complimented Ba Dan, saying that he was indeed very observant. As he opened the cloth bag, he patiently explained the weapon inside, stating that gunpowder is a special powder that explodes when it comes into contact with fire. Every step of pouring the powder and loading the bullet was performed with extreme precision, as if he were giving a private demonstration for the esteemed guest. "At first, I tried making the gun barrel from wood and bamboo, but they were too weak. If I made it from ceramic, it would shatter." As he wiped his dirty hands clean, he continued to share that if the amount of gunpowder was reduced, the power would decrease accordingly. "Since it couldn't achieve its combat purpose, I had to use steel for durability, even though it's a bit heavy." He enthusiastically took out a round object and introduced it, saying that this was a bullet and it would be fired forwards. Without pausing, he continued to rub two flintstones together vigorously to create an electric spark. When finished, he carefully adjusted the bullet's direction and then lowered his voice, telling Ba Dan, "Your Highness, please step back. As soon as the fuse burns out, the bullet will fly out. I've designed it to be safer now, but..." A gunshot just rang out. The cannon barrel shook the ground throughout the training area. In an instant, the bullseye target was shattered and a large, smoking hole was blown through the wall behind it. Ba Dan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if he had just witnessed a miracle, his mouth whispering in disbelief about what purpose this deafening sound and thunderous power in the dead of night could possibly serve. Labina slowly lowered her hand, gently explaining that this was a tool for warfare. She calmly and thoroughly explained, "You came here due to the pirates' disgrace, didn't you? Your ship had to deviate its course to this unexpected location just to transport a secret item." Labina pointed to the weapon that had just fired, her tone of introduction sharp and discerning like an expert, saying, "This is it, the cannon." He showed great interest but tried to suppress his excitement. Indeed, this destructive power is terrifying, but how much can this thing actually change the tide of a battlefield? While observing, Ba Dan silently memorized the entire operation procedure. Pouring in gunpowder, using a ramrod to pack it tightly, then lighting the fuse. The preparation steps for firing indeed took quite some time. He contemplatively examined the cannon, quickly considering its weaknesses. Its immense weight made aiming it extremely difficult. In a chaotic battlefield, it might take down a few enemies, but the formation would easily fall apart. A satisfied smile briefly crossed his face as a bold idea flashed through his mind. But what if we had an entire army of cannons? In Ba Dan's mind, a vision appeared of it emerging amidst fierce battlefields. Just being able to curb enemy cavalry would be a huge victory. Even sturdy city walls couldn't withstand it. In sieges with fixed targets, it would certainly unleash even more terrifying destructive power. The scene of the naval front made him unable to suppress his anger. "I've placed on a ship, its mobility weaknesses would be eliminated. If only we had cannons on our ships during the last battle with the pirates." Thanks to his inherent profound wisdom, Ba Dan quickly grasped an undeniable truth: naval warfare was where the cannon's power would be maximized. He secretly rejoiced, believing that this thing would undoubtedly completely change the tide of battle. Observing everything silently from a distance, Nebula subtly nodded, complimenting him by saying, "You're thinking in the right direction, but there's still quite a way to go." Elda stood by eagerly listening. Loading cannons from the muzzle is quite impressive, but compared to later advanced weapons, it still has many limitations. Nebula listened silently and nodded in approval. As he watched, he unhurriedly analyzed each drawback in detail. The reloading speed is too slow, and the barrel must be cleaned after each shot. More importantly, it's too heavy, requiring multiple operators, and training to shoot accurately is not easy either. Elda then added that it was also very difficult to use in rainy and humid weather conditions. Nebula, standing next to him, maintained a calm tone and continued, "That's right, black powder will quickly clump if it absorbs moisture." She turned her eyes towards the three individuals discussing their plan. However, C8 was, in fact, a true genius. The dwarf DM also possessed admirable talent. It was predicted that he would soon successfully concoct a new generation of explosives. Nebula casually looked at the mortals below with indifferent eyes. Currently, everything was quite stable. It wasn't as if continuous technological advancement would immediately result in outstanding products. Nevertheless, he did not refute the opponent's assertion. Indeed, just as they said, that day was probably not far off when gunpowder became globally prevalent. A fierce arms race would erupt. Elda cast her gaze towards the distant horizon, her face tinged with a hint of sadness. "Are you certain about the prospect of war in the future?" Nebula replied swiftly, "Almost certainly so." He spoke decisively, yet his mind was troubled and uneasy. After all, wisdom's next move still made people wary. Hidden in a tranquil corner of the forest, a small sparrow perched on a branch, looking around as if anticipating something. Nebula silently observed every action of the group below. He was actively gathering resources with a determined look, intent on achieving great things. In the silent space, he quietly formulated a battle plan, certain he wouldn't stand by and watch everything unfold without action. Reflecting on every tremor on this ground, Nebula couldn't make any certain predictions. He couldn't help but sigh. The power governing the world was becoming increasingly formidable, meaning the scale of upcoming wars would far surpass those of the past. Just a month later, his heart grew restless as he realized the game was about to reach its critical stage. Whoever was more thoroughly prepared would soon reveal themselves. The sky was crystal clear, and the sea rippled with each gust of wind. Tigunai frowned uncomfortably, her face contorted as if she wanted to unleash a torrent of complaints. She fixed her gaze on the backs of Labina and Giem, who were conversing in the distance, then called out loudly, "Commander!" Badian stood next to her, looking at her curiously. "What's wrong? Why do you look so displeased? Is that horned person from that battle really that dangerous?" Knowing that Tivuni didn't have much sympathy for Labina, he quickly reassured her, "It's probably not a big threat, it's just our first meeting. Besides, I find elves and humans quite similar. Why do we always have to make such distinctions between people?" Tigunai raised her eyebrows and retorted, "Are you kidding me?" Hearing that was like saying lizardfolk and frogfolk were exactly the same. Upon hearing this, he could only feel helpless. "I already told you they are completely different." Tigunai stubbornly maintained her stance. Humans and elves are as different as heaven and earth. The two species can't even have common offspring. Considering many aspects, the differences are too obvious. Badian stubbornly stuck to his opinion. After all, Labina is a normal person. Even though she's under a curse, she hasn't lost her mind or anything. Tivuni pulled his collar down and whispered in a judgmental tone, "The horn isn't important. She simply doesn't believe in deities." Badian was speechless. What's so strange about not believing in gods? Looking at Labina's solitary back, he calmly defended her. "I think everyone has had moments of doubt in their lives." Hearing that, Tiguni's eyes widened in surprise. An alchemist doubting deities so casually. Badian's face remained calm and unperturbed. "Yes, I believe Dikyu will understand even when we lose our faith." Tiguni looked bewildered, not understanding anything. "What kind of talk is this? It's so hard to understand!" Just then, two rushed over, breathlessly announcing, interrupting their conversation, "Captain, some strange ships are approaching from behind." From a distance, a large fleet parted the waves and advanced. Badian quickly asked, "Are they warships?" The young man immediately shook his head. "No, they're not, but their speed is extremely fast." He clasped his hands in panic prayer, while the pirates were dejected and downcast. Then he screamed in terror that this ship's appearance was nothing like the typical weak pirates. It was definitely the main fleet from the southern continent. This caused Mo to strain his eyes for a long time and then swear, "Damn it all." Based on the current situation, she had clearly assessed the status. It looked like this time was for real, and they needed to be ready to engage in battle immediately. Contrary to everyone's tension and anxiety, Basun was unusually calm. She almost thought her commander had a short circuit. It turned out he had his own calculations for the heavy artillery. "I want to try using the cannons in this battle. What do you think?" This made Mo slap his forehead in helpless frustration. There was no other choice but to rely on it, as they had 12 ships, double our side's number. He fixed his gaze on the fleet rushing in like they were flying, his heart full of determination. Though their strength was unclear, there was no reason to fear, just move forward. The sailors scrambled, each lending a hand to busy themselves with weapon preparations for the battle. The 4 ships suddenly veered sideways, forming a horizontal line to face the fleet of warships. Merrick, full of belligerence, smirked and laughed loudly. "Heh, what luck, 4 ships for us to deal with as we please." His ship charged forward with intense momentum, believing that this time they would surely be generously rewarded by Lord Yabin. He bared his jagged teeth in mockery. "They don't dare stay close to each other. Are they scared to death already?" Then the overconfident fool just charged straight ahead without a second thought. "Get closer, whoever surrenders will lose their head." On this side, Basun waved the flag to command the artillery line to prepare for firing.
A decisive command rang out, "Fire!"
Immediately, the first round left the barrel, carrying horrific power aimed straight at the pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, it blew away the bow of Merrick's ship. His whole body was decimated as the shell crushed his head, to the horror of his comrades. What was that? What the hell just happened? Basun raised the signaling flag again to order, "Target the remaining ones, keep firing." The heavy fire sent the pirates scrambling for cover.
"Get out of the way! Fast!"
But there was no escape from the power of the cannons. Those with severed limbs shrieked in agony.
"Oh, I'm dying!"
On his end, he meticulously observed the situation. Have they stopped their attack? Believing that one shouldn't leave cowardly, Varek, with his arrogant attitude, stood up to encourage his trembling comrades. "Don't fear that strange weapon. They can't fire continuously. Close in on their ships quickly." He was surprised to see their resilience. "Hitting us was just a stroke of luck, wasn't it?" Just as he finished speaking, Basun waved the flag for the next round of fire while reloading, thinking to herself that these weren't just foolish pirates. Varek grinned from ear to ear in satisfaction and charged forward aggressively. As expected, I wasn't wrong. He immediately roared orders to steer the ship.
"Press close!
In hand-to-hand combat, victory is surely ours." Seeing this, Basun quickly issued the command for a counter-attack. "Second row,
Prepare to fire!"
That guy's face went blank, freezing for a few seconds as he didn't understand what was happening. He was stunned into silence by what he had just heard. The queen repeated her opponent's words, "Second row." The signal flag lowered, the order was given, "Fire." A barrage of heavy artillery rained down with a roar, causing them to panic and scramble to flee. Oh dear, the situation was not good at all. Ba Sun contentedly rolled up the flag neatly in his hand. The fatal weakness of these cannons was the too long reload time, so as long as they kept a safe distance and kept firing, they would definitely win, and he should have anticipated this sooner. With that, he turned to remind Tia Natamo to keep their distance from the enemy ship to allow enough time for reloading, and she immediately complied, saying, "Yes, sir, everything is fine," while the pirate ship in the distance blazed fiercely. Ba Sun paced around to inspect the situation, his mind filled with thoughts. Our primary mission is to keep these cannons and gunpowder completely safe. It is not absolutely necessary to completely wipe out the pirates, but if they recklessly rush our ship, we will have no choice but to fight. Varric struggled to pull himself up after the recent attack, still refusing to yield to the power of the cannons.
Damn it, the men are still alive!
Quickly adjust the damaged sails and advance. He frowned in fury. Admittedly, that weapon was indeed powerful, but it would not be so easy to break his ship. As long as they closed in, they still had a chance to turn the tables. Seeing the enemy ships persistently giving chase, Ba Sun could not help but admire them. Indeed, they were not foolish, and this type of cannon was hard-pressed to cause severe damage to the enemy warships. Making a firm decision to use a cannon with greater firepower, he acted immediately, shouting, "Quickly prepare the large caliber cannon for me." A cannon twice the size of the previous one was deployed to the ship's side, ready for battle. The barrel turned and pointed directly at the pirate fleet. Varric turned pale with shock, his body slumping like a deflated balloon. What on earth is that? The command echoed across the deck once more, "Fire!" The moment the words were spoken, the cannonball tore through the wind. It traveled in a straight line before crashing into the leading ship, triggering a horrific explosion. Unable to withstand the terrifying destructive force, the hull was breached with a gaping hole. As the hull shattered, the panicked pirates leaped into the sea, crying,
"The ship is ablaze! Abandon ship!"
From high above, Nebula quietly observed the entire battle. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, truly outstanding. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Luring the pirates into range to test the cannons was indeed a masterful move. He meticulously observed every detail of the battle through the screen and system panel before him. They had repelled the pirates with almost zero casualties, and with Labenna there, losing was practically impossible. His gaze turned to the commander of the battle with infinite admiration. Furthermore, Ba Sun had performed far beyond expectations, utilizing his skills in an absolutely magnificent way. Ancient memories returned to Nebula's mind, a time when military tactics were limited, and victory or defeat depended mostly on the individual strength and skill of the warriors. Looking back at the advanced cannons, the advent of firearms had leveled all personal advantages, making the role of the commander more crucial than ever. He smiled and continued to watch the events unfold. This battle promised to be highly entertaining. Afterward, Ba Sun received a secret order to completely wipe out the pirates. And in just a single short month, they had seized all of the southern islands. One evening on the peaceful island, the crystal-clear sea water reflected the deep blue of the early sky. Lights were strung up everywhere as everyone feasted so lavishly that they forgot their way home. Holding a wine cup, Ba Sun whispered intimately, "By His Majesty's decree, we have successfully defeated the Yabun pirate gang this month." He glanced at his drinking companions and let out a long, regretful sigh, though he seemed unable to leave the party just yet. Ba Sun went blank with a vacant look on his face before asking. Then Labenna, sitting next to him, explained that the southern archipelago was merely an occupied territory, so their true headquarters was likely located elsewhere. He relied on his knowledge to continue the story, saying he heard there were two small islands near the southern archipelago, one called Omer and the other Datang. Before he could finish, she interrupted immediately, "Isn't Omer the island located southwest of the southern archipelago? Since it's close to Daniel, it's highly likely the base for the pirates that frequently terrorize Daniel." Labenna also quickly demonstrated her knowledge, adding that Datang was located quite far to the south, and since it bordered the southern continent, it could very well be the main lair of the Yabun pirate crew. Basin's face darkened suddenly, and his tone became somber. "We have trained our soldiers thoroughly in northern tactics, but our forces aren't strong enough to split up, so we are forced to conquer one objective at a time." Just as they were engrossed in discussing strategy, someone chimed in, "Don't worry everyone, we have already taken control of Omer Island." As soon as she recognized the person who had spoken, Labenna jumped up from her chair in a rage. "It's you." She shouted the person's name loudly,
"Madari!"
Yet he replied casually as if nothing had happened, "Oh, long time no see, Labenna." The reaction from both of them left Ba Sun stunned for a few seconds. "You two know each other." Labenna nodded, about to explain, "Yes, that is..." But Madari was quicker, cutting her off. "I am an alchemist, Prince Bassoon." Hearing this, he kept a cold, scrutinizing expression. "An alchemist, eh? You know who I am, so what do you intend to do?" Ba Sun looked away, visibly annoyed. That group of people had arrived at the dock without anyone noticing, and were now walking toward him. It seemed they were this guy's accomplices. Ba Sun stood up immediately and loudly ordered General Ejin on the warship to prepare the soldiers post-haste and get ready for battle. He suddenly chuckled to reassure them, "Don't be so tense, we just want to wipe out the pirates as quickly as possible." Ba Sun lowered his guard slightly. "Humph, is that so?" Then he turned his gaze toward the strange ships. "Now that you mention it, you are traveling on Danyan merchant ships. How can we trust you when soldiers from Zeokmian are appearing on Danyan's ships?" Just then, Odo approached his companions and called out, "Madari, are you here?" Hearing the commotion, he gestured, "General, don't get too close, the great prince of Blackscale is right there." Yet, he still boldly stepped in front of his opponent and offered a polite smile. "Are you Prince Basin?" "I am General Odo Mayan from Seokmian." But he was met with indifference as the other man did not bother to shake his hand. "Are you the one responsible for these ships?" Odo put on a calculating expression to recount their journey, hoping to appease him. "That's right, don't be so harsh. We only borrowed Danyan ships because Seokmian lacked ships to mobilize to the south. We have absolutely no intention of provoking Black Scale." He rambled on without realizing he was being eavesdropped on. "We only decided to cooperate because Danyan is an ally being harassed by pirates. Wouldn't it be good for both sides to eliminate those criminals soon?" Basin gave a deep, probing look. "I understand. Recently, the pirates extended their reach to our Black Scale southern archipelago, but we just chased them out so you have no work left to do here." Odo's brows furrowed in annoyance. "Is that so? But I don't think Black Scale considers the southern archipelago their territory, as that place is full of nothing but savages." Seeing that attitude, he immediately stated his position clearly. "We have always respected the autonomy of the Astacydon people and have consistently received tribute from them. Furthermore, we both believe in the same god." Yet he still seemed dissatisfied, even skeptical. "Isn't the name of the god we worship different from Black Scale's? Here they call it the White Spider God." Basin calmly explained in detail. "That is the same deity as the one in Dacian. It won't be long before priests from the main branch arrive to confirm it clearly." Though he appeared cold on the outside, he had actually seen through the other's intentions. These people, if we are even one step too slow. The images of Krampus and Wisdom suddenly flashed through his mind. They claimed both lands. Amr and the southern archipelago belonged to them. Captain Mayan's appearance on Daniel's ship now shows that the two nations have allied, and it is highly likely that all 5 countries, including Jaguar, Mangoon and German, will participate together. Basun quickly considered his next plan, realizing that even without declaring full-scale war on Hackland, competition was inevitable. The ultimate goal was certainly the route to the southern continent, and there seemed to be no way to eliminate them at this moment. After thinking it over, he asked further, "So do you intend to go to Dutin Island?" Odo firmly asserted, "Yes, if necessary, we will go even further." Basun finally gave a sigh of relief with a smile, just as predicted. After careful consideration, he called everyone together. "Then just enjoy the festival until everything is in its place." Soon, the next day arrived. The rustling of the sails combined with the sound of the waves to create an echoing symphony. Looking down from above, dozens of ships could be seen drifting lazily across the vast expanse of the sea. Tio Nighty Moore stood with her chin in her hand, observing the scene. Mangoon's ship had also joined the fleet. She looked at the ships behind her and wondered, are they planning to assert their rights to Dutin after helping us destroy the pirates? But Basun only murmured, maybe they have reached some secret agreement. She felt exhausted. I thought they were exploring the eastern mountains. Why did things turn out like this? This was not in the contract, and the ultimate humiliation for us pirates is having to deal with these merchant ships. Only he maintained a pitiable level of optimism. There's no other way, that's the situation, and we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Basun even pointed to the sky. Furthermore, it seems Night Sky is watching everything here, making her feel increasingly helpless as she cried out,
"Oh, Night Sky!"
Suddenly, his abrupt appearance caught the attention of Tyanadamo, the leader of the pirates ahead. Hey, who is that over there? Before them was an incredibly dense fleet of ships, far too many to count. How many ships were there in total? Nebula, watching from afar, was also astonished. No, how could these pirates have so many ships? His screen suddenly malfunctioned for unknown reasons. With the map in this state, it will be very difficult to provide accurate information. To understand the situation thoroughly, we are forced to go directly to the southern continent. Suddenly, Nebula had a conspiracy theory idea. Or could this be a divine seal? If so, its level must be at least 19 or higher. He immediately looked at the two teams and analyzed the overall situation. Furthermore, the behavior of these pirates was truly bizarre. The distance between the two sides was inexplicably vast. Could it be? Back to Badan, he was deep in thought when a call startled him. Prince! A subordinate hurried over to report, Night Sky has spoken. His eyes widened in shock as he heard the report. He said to be careful. Badan immediately turned to another subordinate and quickly ordered, slow down the ship. The other person replied at once,
Yes, sir.
Elsewhere, a subordinate of the Troll clan monitoring the situation noticed something unusual. Wong, what's the matter? That person then hurried to report to the commander, General, the Hackland ships are slowing down. Adunian folded his arms without the slightest suspicion. He is just a well-raised prince. With such immature combat experience, it seems he is intimidated by the enemy's numbers and is trying to buy time to devise a plan. Seizing this golden opportunity, he shouted quickly, while we can advance, annihilate the pirates and demand more privileges. But before he could celebrate, Adunian stopped dead in his tracks. What? A massive ship, as large as a monster, suddenly appeared right in front of him and his entourage. Oh no, there's no time for regret. I could only mutter, Kraken. As soon as it finished speaking, it crashed straight into the side of his ship. Immediately, numerous other tentacles coiled tightly around the ship, pulling it down into Kraken's deep ocean. The sailors on the ship screamed in panic. Cut off those tentacles immediately, damn it. Only Nebula understood what was happening. Really is Kraken. It emerged from the deep sea, as if only waiting for this moment to engage in battle. He gazed at Kraken's entire colossal body in silent admiration. That gigantic stature alone must be around 500 meters. Nebula stared at the screen, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I realized everything in time, narrowly avoiding danger. Suddenly, the figure appearing on the screen stunned him for a moment. Could it be Krampus again? He was angry about his losses and questioned loudly, Nebula, did you know about this beforehand? I only did it out of necessity. I originally had no other choice. I only received the information, and I apologize for not informing you earlier. Even so, I couldn't just stand by, Unable to swallow his anger, he continued to question, is this a conspiracy orchestrated by you? Nebula gently shook his head in denial. No, there's no such thing. The image of Kraken, hidden beneath the deep blue water, preparing to emerge and attack, clearly appeared with each word he spoke. If I could use it, I would have used it a long time ago. You all can't control that Kraken either. It's very likely the creatures below have been up to mischief. As he spoke, he recalled the deep ones swimming among the tentacles without showing any fear. The creatures beneath the sea weren't attacked by Kraken at all. Have they tamed it, or is it? A sudden idea flashed in Nebula's mind. Kraken might also be related to that ancient monster. What if they had a symbiotic relationship? Thinking this, he softly spoke, Krampus. He turned his gaze to the people in front of him, not forgetting to warn them. Be careful of the second wave of attacks. The creatures underwater are emerging. They will use Kraken's tentacles to launch their attacks. This seemed to be within his expectations. That's why I warned you about the upcoming third wave of attacks. 2 pirate gangs are already on their way here. He quickly spoke before the other party could reply. Such trivial matters surely won't need my help, right? These words made Krampus hesitate for a moment. Sir. Pressing his advantage, he continued with a profound implication. Just using what you are keeping will be enough. The people on the ship, clung to by Kraken, began to panic.
Cut off the tentacles! Use axes to chop them off! Don't panic anymore!
The increasingly urgent situation made Odo act quickly. Whoever gets bitten, just leave them be. Seeing the tentacles had gripped the mainmast, the subordinate behind could only stammer, report, Commander. The mainmast, subjected to a considerable force, began to show cracks, making the people below even more terrified.
Pull up the sails.
As soon as he finished speaking, that massive mast was split in 2 just like that, and debris flew everywhere along with it. With just one gentle hand supporting the mast, he saved them from an imminent defeat. With just one hand, Madari could easily stop what was falling. He even felt annoyed. What a mess. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Aren't you afraid at all? He focused on the pen in his hand but didn't deny it at all. Somewhat? He quickly brushed aside his wandering thoughts to focus on the reality at hand, but the effort was entirely meaningless and only hindered the work that needed to be done. Madari quickly finished everything, put down his pen, and stood up, having completed all preparations. Just then, Outdoor hurriedly ran over to Madari's side. A fleeting smile appeared in his eyes, and a pale blue light began to emanate from beneath his feet. Commander Outdoor Mayan, this is the right moment. He was stunned by this scene, not understanding what was happening, and asked, what are you planning to use that thing for? Looking at the drawings he had just finished, he patiently explained, the reason is Madamalin, the king of Coc hired me and brought me to this southern sea region, which is also the reason those cultists are hunting me down. Still confused and not understanding the intent, he asked again, isn't it because of magic? How interesting those tentacles of Karakan. Before Outdoor could finish, Madari interrupted, within a 300-mile radius, how many ships are there currently? He didn't mind the attitude and obediently reported, about 10. As he turned back to work on the characters at his feet, his voice began to calculate. 10 ships. What kind of creatures are on them? He was asked and honestly replied, mostly weasels, but there are also Lena, elves, and Satarok. They are full of slaves, so also. Finding it incomplete, Madari turned to point at him, startling Outdoor. Oh, and there is one Garuda. Confirming that he had enough information, he began to chant, and a blue stream of light gradually rose. Thank you for what you just provided. If there are any errors, the fault will be entirely yours. That magical aura grew more and more blinding, reflecting on Madari's smug face. Now I need to concentrate intensely. Please leave this place. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was completely enveloped by a hazy blue hue. Following the surging power, a mysterious voice echoed in Madari's mind. Let's begin. He raised his hand to cast the spell and replied with a calm face.
Yes!
A mysterious stream of magic began to emanate from his palms with each incantation he spoke. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became, even flashing with blood-red streaks. Madari stood alone in the middle of the formation, with streaks of light surrounding his body, creating an extremely mystical scene. As time passed, a powerful aura that could be observed with the naked eye began to emanate from his eyes. Deep within Madari's eyes, a glowing seal was now clearly visible. I will. A powerful magical wave quickly spread throughout the area, embracing the ship in blinding blue light. Show you magic! Outdoor, standing outside, had to cover his eyes to avoid injury. After a long while, out of sheer curiosity, he slightly opened his eyes to peek at the situation. What met his eyes left him stunned, with every expression of astonishment clearly visible on his face. The tentacle that had been writhing incessantly just a moment ago was now completely frozen. Suddenly, cracks began to appear, running all along the length of the tentacle. In an instant, what had been a massive, formidable object transformed into dozens of fragments scattering through the air. Before Outdoor could understand what had happened, he blurted out, what is happening? Suddenly, a soldier shouted in a panic, Commander, over here! Without knowing when it started, all the seawater around them had turned into cold ice, causing the soldier to exclaim in surprise.
The ocean is freezing.
The other men were no less stunned, standing stiff as logs. Oh, my beloved Twisted Tie. He, standing on this side, was no better off, shaken by the recent scene, truly astonished. No wonder the one who gave the order so desperately wanted this person. Surprisingly, a fierce man holding weapons charged furiously, making him. Seeing the not bad effect, Madari was extremely satisfied. It was indeed lucky the magic had taken effect. Witnessing his ally frozen right before his eyes, he tried to shirk responsibility, thinking, if only those slaves had a bit of sense. Odo was choked by this sarcasm, unable to utter a word. Well, after saying that, he turned his profound gaze towards the horizon, his face showing deep thought. Following Midori's gaze, a small bird was soaring across the clear blue sky. The recent incident displayed on the screen made the person facing it doubt the possibility of time suspension. Nebula quietly put forth a hypothesis after a period of observation. That is the most suitable type of magic right now. Is this perhaps a display of power? This thought made him pensive, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. He scrutinized Midori once, seemingly seeing through the deep-seated ambition in his heart. It appeared this man was harboring a personal agenda. Not long after, the fleet of boats continued downstream, leisurely advancing as if nothing had happened. Watching each boat peacefully depart, one person couldn't help but exclaim that magic was truly wondrous, and the other also agreed in admiration. Basin gazed into the distance and then let out a sigh of relief. Besides the Karakans, the pirates were also extremely formidable. Without magic, our side would certainly have suffered heavy losses. As he looked at the boats, he secretly mused, the Karakans have been dealt with smoothly by magic, allowing Danium's and Mangon's ships to advance and eliminate the pirates. Otherwise, our fleet would surely have been fragmented and struggled to cope. He pondered carefully and then determined the move of the one behind everything. Since Chiron has clearly revealed their magical power, there will surely be a power struggle among the commanders here upon entering the new continent. Even after witnessing the fleet narrowly escape a perilous situation, Basin couldn't hide his anxiety. He feared the pirates wouldn't give up easily. Although they suffered significant losses in this battle, if the mastermind possessed a powerful force like an army, there would surely be many other malicious schemes. A sharp report echoed, making Tayanachimo instinctively turn his head. Commander, the patrol island has been sighted. But shadows darting beneath the water made the soldier pause for a moment before continuing his report. Something from the depths is approaching at an incredibly terrifying speed. Basin, already worried, now grew even more urgent.
What is it? Speak more clearly.
Although holding binoculars, Saren dared not confirm anything for sure. A fin clearly appeared beneath the water, making him suspect it was a fish. Suddenly, they shot out of the water, their majestic appearance under the ocean sun making him exclaim in alarm, they have wings, and there are people on their backs too. Countless unidentified objects rapidly hurtled towards the fleet, making the crew scream in panic. Something is approaching at lightning speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Basin quickly ordered General Ayan to be cautious of the enemy. Aim the cannons at it and stop the ship. The other two quickly obeyed. Then he reminded the entire fleet to concentrate fully. Everyone must maintain a vigilant spirit to fight. At this very moment, the fleet had come to a complete stop on the clear blue sea. Odo, the ship's navigator, noticed the unusual movement and shouted, General Hallan has stopped the ship. He immediately ordered to reduce speed and focus on observing the situation. Odo squinted into the distance. A series of dark shadows were surging forward. What exactly is that? With a pensive expression, a worry for the entire fleet suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be? Instantly, the mysterious objects from beneath the water stretched and soared into the air, their sparkling blue fins reflecting the brilliant sunlight. The sight was so fantastical that Odo gasped, flying fish. Raros rode the fish's back, his sharp spear held ready for battle. He thrust the spear through a sailor on the Odo ship. Hot blood immediately spurted out. What is this? Are those monsters galloping through the air on fish? The Deep One cavalry filled the sky surrounding the ship. The crew below screamed in panic, scrambling away from the sides and ducking down. Some fell into the sea, but the enemy showed no mercy. The sea's surface became a living hell as they continuously slaughtered their victims.
Save me!
Observing from a distance, but gradually witnessed the surprise landing of the fish cavalry. Maintaining the calm demeanor of a commander, he made an observation. After the knights throw our men off the deck, the creatures waiting below the water will finish them off. Yen became worried upon hearing this. What if all our forces retreat below deck? He immediately vetoed it, then pointed at the chaotic battle. No, look closely. Bai surveyed the Deep One swarming the ship's sides and warned, if we leave the deck unguarded, the creatures from the deep will climb aboard the moment we falter. He said in a stern voice, at this rate, we can't fire the cannons, and when their main force arrives, we'll be crushed. Yen was confused, unsure what to do. Then what should we do? This made Ba have to reassure him. Don't overthink it. He looked at the fish cavalry and explained the situation. We're on the sea, but they are still cavalry in nature. Just apply the same tactics you would use on land. The Deep One horde's rampage continued fiercely. Varus, riding his seahorse with smugness, thought, these humans surely have no plan to counter us. He looked at the ship and outlined his next move, just like before. Throw them off the deck and then let the infantry climb aboard to take the ship. The Deep One knights simultaneously roared, for our deep sea god. However, Varus was suddenly startled as he sensed something was wrong. It turned out the sailors had prepared a solid line of long spears to intercept the cavalry, causing him to curse, damn it. Varus was forced to maneuver his seahorse around the spear formation to avoid being impaled. Almost becoming a fish dish, he angrily snapped, good thing I dodged in time. These scoundrels were planning a cowardly move. At that very moment, a pair of sturdy legs stomped forcefully onto the deck, accompanied by a thunderous shout, hey, top navigator here! Hisa struck the enemy with a powerful blow, determined not to yield to the sea monsters. The immense force of the blow sent both him and the fish tumbling onto the deck. Not far away, the Deep One knights had not given up their plan to attack the crew. Bai gripped his spear, standing firm with the crew in formation. He muttered to himself, the time has come. Just as predicted, a fish took the initiative and became a sacrificial offering right under the sharp spearhead. They all tumbled headfirst onto the ship's deck at once. With lightning speed, he delivered a decisive strike to take down the enemy clinging to the side of the ship. He hurriedly shouted to warn the team not to waste effort aiming at their teeth. The real weapon is the spear, so do not bother chasing them down to stab. Basan ordered the soldiers to maintain their defensive positions and grip their spears tightly. They shouted in unison to follow the order. Yet another flying fish was easily skewered through its belly. Having just taken down a string of enemies, Basan felt extremely excited by this advantage. This new tactic was truly effective, even though it was essentially just a variation of an old move. He recalled an old battle. Fortunately, he already knew how to counter cavalry, which was even simpler here than on land. Gakkatu cavalry were flexible at dodging spear tips, but these fish cavalry were different. Once they had jumped, they couldn't change direction mid-air. Basan noticed that the Deep One army was still numerous. It seemed they had started to mimic their opponents, so this battle certainly wouldn't end here. From the observation tower of the flagship, the navigator called out the news, "There's a pirate fleet ahead." Basan, already well aware of the situation, calmly replied, "I know." Looking into the distance, he saw a massive pirate fleet approaching, estimated at more than 120 ships. Basan observed the incoming swarm and thought to himself that this battle would drag on. If the pirates closed in, the ships would become entangled, making it very difficult to use the cannons. He then shouted an order for Captain Tionatmo to advance. She quickly responded, "Understood." She immediately called out, urging the entire fleet to accelerate and head straight toward the enemy. Nevertheless, she still felt some hesitation. "But Commander, I want to confirm, are we going to charge in and face them all alone?" Basan calmly replied, "As long as we take the lead, the others will follow," prompting her to snap back, "Really?
But right now, we're still the only ones out here.
He carefully observed the situation and concluded that things might take longer than expected. They needed to find a way to buy some time. Suddenly, he saw a silhouette flying toward the deck. It was Madari, powerfully spreading his wings and slowly descending. He slightly turned his head to look in Basan's direction. The moment he touched the ground, he questioned immediately, "What is the meaning of this, Prince Basan?" Forcing him to reply in surprise, "What exactly do you mean, Garuda?" Madari gave sincere advice. "If you open fire while hundreds of pirate and naval ships are entangled, both sides will be blown to pieces." Basan still didn't understand and wondered if he was being accused of attacking his own side. Thinking the man had truly gone mad, Madari calmly explained, "Don't you still hold a grudge against the other nations? You could simply claim it was a necessary measure to stop the pirates." At this point, Basan breathed a sigh of relief, finding it strange to hear such words from him. He couldn't tell if it was out of curiosity or if Madari was genuinely hoping they would do it. Madari offered to help narrow down the options with magic, but Basan immediately cut him off. "There's no need. Even without you, I would have still made that decision." He turned away abruptly and declared, "The battle isn't over yet, and there's no guarantee that those 120 ships represent their full strength." Basan then began to offer counter-advice to Madari as the pirate fleet drew very close. "Only focusing on pursuing immediate benefits is not wise at all, Garuda." Madari remained silent with clear irritation for a long while. Then he continued, saying that after all, their followers and gods share some similarities, which left her bewildered and asking, "What did you just say?" He quickly denied it. "Oh, it's nothing. I came here because I think my power will be needed soon." He pointed slightly behind her and said, "You had better get ready." At the same time, a mysterious creature beneath the water was tightening a chain around the ship, rushing toward the command ship, while Madari only had time for a brief instruction. "Something dangerous is coming." A massive body 100 meters long was advancing with great force. Serpent swung its arm, dragging the heavy object while violent waves surged around it. Ayabun shouted from the boat, encouraging everyone to start the attack. He smirked maliciously, his sharp teeth constantly moving as he ordered, "Destroy their ship!" Upon receiving the order, Serpent obediently complied. It immediately lunged forward with grace, its body seemingly blending into the rhythm of the ocean. But inwardly, it cursed with hatred, "Damn you, Ayabun. After I send those people to their graves, you're next." Ayabun just sneered, "Go ahead and try. If you can resist the light from the deep sea, I will destroy you all, advance onto the continent, and become the pirate king." Meanwhile, Nebula closely monitored their every move on the screen, thinking, Serpent must be a sea god. Elda asked curiously, "Can those in the abyss handle that abomination?" He nodded slightly, "Yes, but I'm not sure how they did it." Nebula suddenly pondered the rules of the game. Abomination gods are the enemies that players must overcome. They are considered monsters that must be defeated to collect loot from the lands, so players will face many difficulties. He thought for a moment and conjectured, perhaps it is because they have their own evil gods, or something similar to Sasha's unique land. Nebula suddenly remembered, after defeating Jogubi, we obtained a completely new land, so that could be considered a special area. Elda realized the situation was becoming increasingly tense and instinctively exclaimed with concern, "Damn it, the pirate ship is about to catch up." She was a bit impatient, so she kept reminding him,
At this rate, we're going to collide.
"Aren't you going to do something?" Nebula replied calmly, "I only intervene when it is truly necessary." Saying that, he looked directly at Dari on the screen. However, Nebula gently reassured, "It seems we don't need to worry too much." The sea surface below exploded, both sides fired continuously with bright cannonballs tearing through the air, turning the ocean into a chaotic battlefield. Serpent gracefully circled amidst the sea of fire, its flexible body weaving through the barrage of shelling. Gamuk urgently reported the situation. Our cannons are not working. Basun was pensive, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Ayabun's side refused to back down and decided to charge straight ahead. Prepare the cannons, lower the barrels, and aim straight ahead. A flicker of hesitation crossed Darius' face. The chances of success were quite low. He heard those words and felt uneasy, not understanding what the other person was implying. He coolly analyzed, the monster won't stand still to be shot, and no one can be sure cannons will injure it. Basun sneered, according to Hukran military law, anyone who utters discouraging words in battle will pay with their life. Unconcerned by the threat, he calmly stepped forward. I will help you. Basun flinched and quickly pressed, are you planning to use magic? Madari frankly admitted, yes, but magic cannot be used arbitrarily, it requires strict conditions. He stared intently at the target, outlining the plan. First, I must approach and tie down the monster to immobilize it. He calmly continued, after that, I'll need some time to drink a cup of tea. Basun asked in astonishment, is that all? Madari became serious again and explained in detail, I will circle it and draw a magic circle on the ship's deck. Someone needs to guard it to protect that circle from being destroyed. He frowned and pressed, and is there anything else? He calmly suggested, casting the spell requires intense concentration, so someone must protect me throughout that time. Basun asked doubtfully, are you sure you can defeat the monster if the conditions are met? Madari replied concisely, it sounds easy, but it's not simple to execute. Madari then affirmed, I guarantee that if the conditions are met, the monster will fall. Basun agreed with satisfaction, then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode to the bow of the ship, raising a crimson flag high to flutter under the blazing sun, as if igniting an unyielding flame of passion. Basun decisively waved the flag, quickly transmitting a covert signal to his comrades on the opposite side of the ship. Timo was utterly stunned when he realized Basun's crazy intention. Leader, what's going on? You've gone mad, haven't you? Basun tilted his head and smiled cryptically. Of course not. He furiously shouted, if you're not mad, why are you letting yourself be rammed like this? What game are you playing? Witnessing the scene, Madari couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. You've truly lost your mind. Without further hesitation, Basun roared an order, Heza, tell everyone to be ready. Immediately he took a deep breath, his face turning crimson as if about to explode, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Heza's thunderous roar echoed intensely, shaking the entire space. Everyone to your positions. Basun quickly signaled Ram. He immediately took a ready stance. I understand. As if sensing imminent danger, Sopin cringed in fear. Like a stern declaration of war sent to the enemy, a shout rang out from the other side. Fire! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as cannons fired simultaneously, shaking the entire. As expected, streams of firepower whizzed straight towards the bow of the ship. The powerful impact made sparks blaze brightly throughout the space. Thick smoke billowed up. Basun collapsed, gasping for breath, but still yelled, directing the battle gunners, retreat. A series of boats suddenly halted in the vast open sea. Right before their eyes was the chaotic scene after the recent collision. Sopin erupted in rage, his eyes blazing with fierce anger as he cursed under his breath, you bastards. The ferocious monster rushed forward to devour an unfortunate soldier, its sharp teeth crushing through flesh as the victim screamed in agony. Witnessing his teammate in a precarious situation, Basun quickly shouted, everyone raise your bows! Use poisoned arrows to restrain it, don't let it move! At that moment, Madari reported the situation. Prince Bazan, I have finished drawing the magic circle. He hurriedly instructed 3 more circles must be completed in different locations, perhaps on the boats nearby. He nodded, yes, deploy them. He then decided to plunge into danger to aid his comrades. I will board the enemy's ship and open a path for everyone. He quickly grasped the other's intentions. I understand. Suddenly, Basun paused for a moment and explained, for many difficult reasons I apologize to you, Tion. Tion Edimo reassured him, it is all right, I understand. Go ahead with your mission lest Garuda start grumbling again. Upon hearing those words of encouragement, he resolutely jumped onto the enemy ship and said gratefully, thank you. At that very moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. The captain turned his head to look and was stunned to see a determined Gazi, the alchemist. Bazan hurriedly tried to stop her. It's dangerous here, go back. But Labina firmly refused. No, I came here specifically for this moment. A bad feeling flashed through him and he questioned suspiciously, what are you planning to do? Before the words could even leave his mouth, a large axe suddenly fell from above. It slammed into the space between the two, the sound of metal screeching against the floorboards making one's skin crawl. Wild laughter echoed. His instincts made him immediately look toward where the culprit was hiding. Ayabun laughed hysterically and arrogantly. So it's the leader, huh? I'm in luck today, you lizard. Basun's eyelids twitched incessantly as if meeting a sworn enemy. So it's you, Ayabun. That works out perfectly then. The bastard stood there as tall as a mountain, shouting provocatively, come at me. Without any hesitation, both of them immediately lunged at each other to engage in battle. Weapons clashed with sparks flying, creating sharp clanging sounds as the fierce combat became increasingly intense. Ayabun laughed mockingly, exposing Basun's plan. You fool, you're just trying to buy time to cast magic, aren't you? Ayabun lunged forward with a deadly strike at his opponent, resisting now is useless anyway. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the road to overcoming this tribulation was incredibly difficult. The man gave his opponent no chance to rest, swinging a powerful blow. Fortunately, Basun's reflexes were fast enough to dodge. He stepped back to maintain a safe distance, feeling wary inside. This guy is not simple. Basun began to worry as the opponent was too tough. A moment later, he questioned, what do you know about magic anyway? Ayabun glanced at the subordinates fighting Basun's faction and sneered, you mages are always the same, sacrificing others as stepping stones for your magic. He smirked with disdain. Don't you see the injustice in that? He showed no emotion and gave an ambiguous reply, not necessarily, we aren't that close. And the man snickered, not caring at all. I see Ayabun is acting with arrogant triumph unfortunately. Tell your mage that it's all too late. Bassoon shuddered in panic upon hearing those words. Zoraz, having just received the command, immediately swung his hand to cut the chain holding Supang. He gnashed his teeth when he saw his opponent was free. Damn it, at this rate, the precious seafood is about to slip through his fingers. Madari leisurely approached and offered comfort. Don't worry too much, Prince Bassoon. His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. There was still plenty of time. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant magic circle appeared, large enough to encompass all 4 ships in the open sea. Space and time seemed to freeze. It was so quiet all around that not a single sound could be heard. Ayabun looked up at the sky, his mouth agape in horror as he witnessed that gruesome sight. None of those 3 said a word to each other. They stared at each other as if waiting for an unexpected event to occur. After a moment of silence, he was clear-headed enough to realize the secret magic becomes ineffective if the circle is distorted. The formation gradually shrank as if about to fail. Ayabun, acting like an expert, began to ramble. Or if the mage misreads the incantation, how could such complex magic function in this melee? A second later, everything began to sway out of control, making the people on the ship unable to stand firmly. The henchmen standing near the magic formation could not withstand the terrible pressure and collapsed onto the deck all at once. Even Bassoon was no exception. He clutched his head in excruciating pain. Seeing things spiraling out of control, he turned to question Madari. What the hell did you do, Garuda? Now both enemy and ally are paralyzed. He suppressed the pain, his eyes burning with confidence. Wait a moment, the play has only just begun. Suddenly something struggled violently, flickering within the mystical light Madari had just created. Basin couldn't believe his eyes and screamed in panic. What on earth is that? He squinted to observe and speculated, a shadow perhaps, or maybe not. Suddenly, Talazin's hand rose from the summoning circle. Witnessing the scene before him, he stood frozen and cried out in fear, look, an arm. The sunlight streaming through the giant fingers highlighted its great majesty even more. Ayabun's subordinates clamored noisily as it approached. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Basin couldn't help but marvel. Is that a giant's hand? Madari proudly showed off his feet. You're sharp-eyed, this is indeed summoning magic. Hearing the strange term, he didn't hesitate to ask, what is summoning magic? He asserted firmly, that's right, this magic circle acts as a gate connecting worlds. He watched with satisfaction as it brutally swept through the minions. And I opened the portal to call forth what is called Talazin from ancient times, an entity from another dimension. Talazin's hands rose from every corner, sweeping away everything in sight. Seeing this, Basin quickly guessed, it seems like it's searching for something. Madari calmly replied, it's looking for me. Unable to achieve its goal, it flew into a rage and crushed everything. He remained calm and undaunted. The hand of Talazin is a type of magic that can drive Talazin mad. He turned around, painting a refreshing picture for Badan, as if imagining an autumn afternoon where you were dozing off peacefully on a sun-drenched hill. Madari added a few more vivid touches to the second character's scene. Then, suddenly, a giant ant crawled around your ear, forcing you to wake up with a start. It just stood there teasing you. You must be very annoyed, right? To think those tiny ants would dare to disturb your slumber. He gestured toward Badan while leading the engaging story, then suddenly stopped when he spotted an anthill right next to them. Talazin's hand gestures seemed to vividly depict Madari's narration, crushing the merfolk like tiny ants. Do you want to reach into that nest? He observed that sequence of actions and exclaimed that it was too dangerous, to which he only replied with a confirmation that magic is inherently filled with danger. Blood dripped from its hand, spreading everywhere. He watched the scene as if seeing his own future, but he added that he was well prepared, as magic always has its own operating laws. Madari looked at those hands struggling frantically and explained meticulously so that Badan could gradually understand the situation. The first rule, Talazin's hands only recognize those he hates to his core in this world. He turned to look at him, his tone of instruction mixed with a warning, and said, here is the second rule. Seeing the hands closing in, Serpent bared its fangs and whipped its tail in resistance. Talazin will attack anyone who opposes him, which means the summoner, like me, will be targeted first. He observed every movement of it, frozen in fear as he saw it poised to attack him. Ayabun was clinging tightly to the pillar, and seeing that Serpent was still sitting motionless, he shouted, you stupid snake, look and tear that monstrous hand to pieces. Serpent immediately woke up and followed his command, taking a powerful bite into that massive wrist. But he did not notice that countless other hands were still lurking around. The giant hands continued to close in on Serpent. Without hesitation, it grabbed him tightly by the neck as if catching a small chicken. They joined forces, each squeezing a section. Serpent was now like a tightly bound cylinder of sticky rice cake. With a resounding rip, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. With just one swift motion, his body was torn into shreds. The crew members on the ship witnessed the horrifying scene and were in total panic. Oh my god, the sea serpent. Oh no, it is truly terrifying. Badan sat to one side, commenting after witnessing the bloody spectacle. Now I understand how dangerous magic really is. And Dari, seeing that he had realized the issue, nodded in agreement. He continued to explain its range limitations. That is why you must not draw the magic circle too large. Not only hands, but who knows what else might crawl through that I would never be able to control. Badan narrowed his eyes and muttered, so they cannot be controlled. Afterward, he suggested that he still wanted to continue watching that hand. But they also had to take this opportunity to capture Ayabun. Madari granted his wish, saying, "I will keep an eye on that hand." Ba-Dan turned to say to him, "As for you, go ahead," and he looked up. He also could not help but exclaim when he saw Taliesin's hand continuously crushing the opponent's henchman. Wonderful, everything is going as smoothly as the predetermined plan. In just a moment, Taliesin's hands cut the guards into shreds. Seeing this, Ayabun panicked and fled, disappearing from sight. His tiny brain was frantically searching for the cause of the failure. Damn it, what went wrong? Was it strategy, tactics, or their new weapons? Observing the reality out there, the situation was currently extremely unfavorable for Ayabun. Before the Papal Knights could even act, they fell. With those additional soldiers, Vito would sooner or later be utterly crushed. He heaped blame on others for anything he could. If he hadn't been cast out to sea, he would have easily defeated them all. It was all because of this power struggle. Just then, a voice from behind called his name directly, "Pirate Ayabun." Badun approached while menacingly swinging his sword. "By order of Kyla Karan, the king of Black Scales, I am here to punish you." With his opponent closing in, he hurriedly grabbed an axe hanging on the wall as a weapon. "How ridiculous. Even if I die, it will be by the will of the god Them Kong. It is not for an inferior being like your king to interfere." Hearing the name just uttered, Badun couldn't help but frown. Sem Kong. Ayabun suddenly floundered like a fish out of water. "Who gave you permission to casually utter our god's name like that?" With those words, he aggressively lunged with his axe, but it was immediately blocked by that sharp sword. Yet the repeated attacks made Badun silently admit that he was indeed very strong, a battle-hardened warrior much more experienced than himself. Badun's heart began to waver with doubt, and he felt discouraged. Could his coming here in person have been a mistake? However, determination quickly swept away his worries, and he counterattacked fiercely, knowing he still couldn't eliminate them all. Badun's mind was now focused on a clear objective. He must finish off this leader no matter what. Because he was preoccupied with calculations, he left an opening for Ayabun to counterattack. He was truly careless. Fortunately, Badun's body was still very flexible, allowing him to quickly spin and tumble backward to create a safe distance. The only thing was, his sword had already been knocked far away. He quickly stepped on the weapon to prevent his opponent from retrieving it, then smirked with a sneer. "Is that all the measly talent you have?" At that moment, several members of the Thanlan tribe also rushed in to assist their master. Ayabun snorted coldly, silently regretting it. One more strike and his life would be mine, but those Thanlan people have appeared in too many numbers. The tide was turning, so he decisively turned to flee, temporarily retreating to save his life. Life is not that easy. Badun quietly drew a small dagger. "Ayabun, you are very strong, but at your core, you are still just a coward." With that thought, he hurled the knife directly into his opponent's back, causing Ayabun to scream in agony. Even though he had collapsed to the floor, he still refused to give up. Ayabun, clearly defiant, looked back and cursed, "Truly a despicable and vile creature." Now that Badun had the upper hand, he felt extremely complacent. Drawing another sword, he smirked and lectured, "Always have a backup weapon ready. That is the lesson our ancestors taught us." Not long after, Ayabun's bloody head was hung high as if to signal the end of this bloody battle. Seeing that their leader was gone, the henchmen panicked like a snake without a head, calling out to one another that their commander was finished, and that they should retreat and pull the ships back. Having settled everything, Basan climbed to the upper deck to get an update from his subordinates, asking if the situation was stable, while Revan quickly greeted him, "Welcome, Commander Basan." As was customary, he then reported that remnants of the enemy were still scattered about, and it seemed like things were far from over. He slowly paced toward the high platform to cast his gaze and observe the surroundings. Casually asking about magic, he brought up the subject, and the subordinate suddenly hesitated, unable to utter a word, pointing toward the other side. Suddenly, Basan caught sight of a horrifying scene that made his brows knit tightly together. Those monstrous hands were frantically drawing a large-scale summoning circle right on the ship's deck. The lines looked strange yet familiar. As it turned out, it was that thing. As if suddenly realizing something, Basan immediately spun around and shouted, "Garuda, Madari, where is everyone?" Looking around and seeing no one, he wondered, "Why is it so empty? Where have they gone? This is truly strange." Suddenly, a giant hand rose high, causing a wave of anxiety to surge within Basan. That thing was too dangerous. It nimbly touched the surface of the summoning circle to begin the activation. In this situation, he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he drew his sword from its scabbard, thinking, "Damn it, is it already too late?" That intention was immediately blocked by another hand pulling at him. Labina coldly stopped him, saying, "It is not necessary." Basan was extremely confused, noting that those hands were about to cast magic, but she calmly reassured him, "I have already foreseen it, so do not worry." After saying that, the two of them just stood there watching, ignoring the hands that were gradually completing the summoning magic. After waiting for a long time without hearing any screams, Basan found it strange, asking, "Why hasn't anything happened? Did Taliesin fail to cast the spell?" The frustrated slam of the other guy's hand confirmed Labina's suspicion. "That is exactly right," she explained briefly. "Magic always comes with strict rules and requires extremely precise, meticulously refined skills." Labina's voice dropped. "Just one small mistake and the magic will vanish into thin air immediately." At this point, she pointed her head and proudly declared, "With my knowledge and innate ability, causing a few small errors is very easy." Finishing her sentence, Labina urged Basan, "Let us hurry to the other ship." Knowing he had many questions, she explained further, "Madari set the rules so it would only attack enemies in the deep sea, but But if it flails blindly, our allies will also be in danger. Those hands with sharp, razor-like claws made everyone wary. They were creatures from another realm with their own thoughts and desires that we cannot comprehend. Hearing this, Basan frowned even more irritably, saying, "Moving ships is truly difficult. I find it even more dangerous than a sea storm." Contrary to her companion's attitude, Labina remained calm and interrupted, "No need, it is enough for me to stay here and observe." Basan seemed to have a dozen questions in his mind, repeatedly asking, "And what about Madari?" Mentioning that name, her soulless eyes finally flickered with a hint of emotion as she said, "Never trust him." Labina thoughtfully recounted the past. "He is not a traditional mage. When the Asbestos Knights raided the tower, the alchemists were killed or scattered everywhere." Memories of those arduous days came flooding back, though I was lucky enough to escape to Blackscale. Most of my friends couldn't escape Asbestos's clutches and were captured, then had all their knowledge squeezed out of them by him. Those of different species are often seen as eccentric, but since Madari was the only one who fully understood all that knowledge, it's clear he stabbed everyone else in the back. Labina once again proved her worth in this battle. That is why I am here, as my abilities and understanding are among the few capable of resisting magic. She was engrossed in explaining to enlightened Basin, saying that while calling forth the hand of Taladrin wasn't inherently wrong, it was extremely dangerous. You saw it use magic, and without me, we would all be dead. After hearing this, Basin became suspicious, wondering if this was indeed Madaria's scheme and whether such a judgment might be too hasty. As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out from right behind the two of them. "Aha!" Madaria appeared out of nowhere. Although one of his arms was injured, his words remained as firm as ever. "How disappointing, Labina." His voice reeked of sarcasm. "I never expected our deep bond to be this fragile and superficial." Feeling a bit let down, Labina immediately shot back, "Friendship? Since when did we have such a luxury as that?" "That over there," she said while pointing at the horn, "you and I are polar opposites, like a cow and a chicken, with no connection whatsoever." Those words made all his joints feel tightly bound, frozen so that he couldn't move at all. It took him a few seconds to process that strange language. "Wait a minute, why such an odd comparison? Truly a teacher's pet, aren't you? All my dedication to you was for nothing." She sharply questioned where that dedication was, while Basin, standing nearby, kept muttering those words back to himself. "Cull." Madari decided to take the initiative to back down first. "Anyway, let's move past that. It seems I've caused a disastrous misunderstanding, so let me explain in detail." He knew every bit of information clearly. The ancient magic regarding the hand of Taladrin was already in my master's books, which stated that if left alone, it would spread to this land. As soon as she heard the first sentence, Labina quickly concluded it was just as she had guessed, forcing the other to helplessly clarify. "No, it's not like that." Madari didn't bother explaining further and instead pushed the matter onto her. "Labina, I also guessed that you were capable of stopping it, though it was a reckless gamble. It ended up being a success." Then he flashed a sly, meaningful smile. "In fact, I did this for a very profound reason." Labina was extremely curious about the real motive behind it. What reason? But Madari suddenly shifted gears. "Prince Basin, how many spies do you think are on this Blackscale ship?" To Labina's astonishment, Basin calmly provided a figure. "Since our plan has been exposed and failed, there are probably about 10 of them." Madari skillfully led them both to delve back into the past matter. "Then, among them, after I used magic to defeat the sea monster, how many of them do you think saw Taladrin's hand trying to push through?" He even emphasized it with a questioning query. "In the end, how many people would have seen it, I wonder?" Basin frowned and thought carefully. "Perhaps only 1 or 2. Responding to that uncertain answer was a word of congratulation. Lucky. He couldn't understand the other's brain wavelength. How could having spies be lucky? Without any concealment, Madari openly shared the answer. "Because those double agents will report that I betrayed Blackscale and intentionally caused massive damage." He had vaguely guessed his opponent's cunning but still felt annoyed. "Ah, so you only acted to calculate what the spies would report." Then Basin gradually pieced everything together from the beginning until now. "You controlled this ship under orders to attack Blackscale and plotted to do so by letting Taladrin's hand use magic. Unfortunately, an unexpected variable appeared along the way. It was Labina who stopped it and caused you to fail." Now Madari's calculation was crystal clear. If reported exactly like that, everything would look as if you were a mage absolutely loyal to Asbestos. As soon as he clearly identified the opposition, he swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, leaving no other choice but to engage in combat. He did not back down, but boldly brandished his blade in defiance. For the plan had been exposed and crumbled, and now it was time for him to resort to interrogation and threats. His fierce hawk-like eyes were full of aggression despite the unfavorable situation, and a mage when cornered would become exceedingly dangerous. Before truly plunging into the fight, Basun still had a slight hesitation, wondering if this was indeed the scenario he longed to witness. At this point, Dari didn't even bother to keep his disguise mask on, knowing full well it was all just clumsy play, acting, but it would be truly perfect if the story were told in a way that I subdued you. Regardless of the method, the value remains the same. He completely changed his previously haughty tone, then snapped, "What are you babbling about, you mage?" Opposite him was a confident Basun, waving his hand provocatively at his opponent, saying, "It is we who are benevolent here, so we will grant you some leeway." As if receiving the signal for battle, he brandished his blade without a moment's hesitation and charged straight forward. If one were to look through a different lens, today's weather was truly strangely pleasant. The waves rhythmically lapped against the white sandy shore, blending with the leaning trees that exuded the very essence of a tropical summer. Nearby was the gathering place for a multitude of ships from two separate factions, and Ba Sun was already waiting to begin the exchange. As soon as the opposing side drew close enough, he took the initiative by speaking up, "We have returned the mage who attacked us. Don't you think your side's compensation is a bit meager?" Despite his side originally being in the wrong, his resolve remained unshaken. "I thought we had already compensated adequately. Consider that the Allied Navy possesses double the scale of the Black Scale." He sighed with a click of his tongue, with a look of compromise, then gestured for Madari to step forward towards the opposite side. He slowly advanced as ordered. The Black Scale agreed to return Madari in exchange for a few days of truce and control over several disputed islands. The final outcome was clear to everyone. It was a losing deal for the Allied Navy, not to mention that this mage was also owned by Asbestos. For that very reason, Asbestos would have to compensate the other Allied forces based on the damages they had inflicted upon the Black Scale. Odo remained optimistic, calculating subsequent moves. "It's all right. When the truce ends, we will reclaim those islands. With this mage in hand, we can win any battle." His formidable appearance and calm demeanor further strengthened his belief in future victory. The transaction proceeded swiftly and smoothly, thus completing the surrender of the Abun pirate crew perfectly. Time quietly passed, and as the sun set, darkness enveloped the ship and the tranquil space. Fenrir respectfully followed behind to report the itinerary. "Tomorrow we will dock at Babrin." Odo approved of the arrangement, saying, "We need to stockpile as many supplies as possible during the truce." His mind was still busy pondering the morning's events, thinking, perhaps the Black Scale faction will seek retaliation. It would be best to give Madari a warning. So, he didn't bother to knock but burst straight in and called out,
Madari!
He was deeply engrossed in research amidst a room full of magical incantations, so he was somewhat startled. The sudden appearance of his visitor did not make him lose his composure. A flicker of excitement even appeared in his eyes. "Odo, it's you? And you still have the presence of mind to joke around? I thought some cult priest had just broken in." He did not reply, as countless questions were currently lingering in his mind. What do these magical circles mean? What exactly are you up to? Why are you carelessly drawing spells right here on the ship? Madari did not rush to clarify but merely glossed over at these things. "Forgive me, but these are necessary incantations." Then he suddenly felt inclined to explain their theory. "For instance, this one has the ability to blind the gods' eyes. It helps prevent the attention of the gods for a short period." Furthermore, he appeared very thoughtful by making a close-to-home assumption. "Without it, it's uncertain whether Sakshayan would have agreed to stay on the sidelines while we were putting on a show with Ba Shin." Madari seemed to be lost in his own world, forgetting Hung's presence, or perhaps Yashin had meddled. But the fact that I am still alive is the clearest proof of success. If Odo still cannot sense anything unusual at this point, he might as well go and be reincarnated early. Who knows what the hell he is babbling about? He acts kindly but is of no use. And hey, look at the magic circle under that person's feet. Waiting for the opponent to show clear signs of haste, Madari signaled with a wave of his hand, triggering a powerful blast of fire magic. A pillar of fire erupted violently right beneath Odo's feet, catching him completely off guard. He calmly admired the scene and reassured everyone about tonight's barbecue, telling them not to worry because the magical flames would not harm the ship. Before long, the flames subsided, leaving behind only a pile of oddly shaped ashes. Mazma excitedly urged that the time had come. This was just the prelude to Madari's grand plan, and he only needed to finish this last one to be done. As the thought ended, the magic circle under his feet began to activate, emitting a haunting and eerie blood-red light. Similar circles simultaneously appeared on the ship's mast. They were also present at the end of the ship's corridors. They even appeared at the stairway, causing the rats scurrying for food to suddenly turn and flee. Grotesque and disgusting boils began to grow on their bodies, the creature spreading and taking over the rats as a zombie plague created by magic. While Odo's henchmen were long deep in slumber, it slowly crept toward the sleeping area. It then used its front teeth, as large as a hoe, to sink into the toes of the man lying below. Jarek instantly jolted awake and screamed loudly, causing a disturbance in the room.
"Oh, my foot!"
His companions quickly gathered to ask what happened. "What's wrong? What happened?" He held his wound, frustrated. "A rat just bit my foot." That night, cries of pain echoed across the deck. The next day, the scene was the same, but a strange, hazy mist that was visible to the naked eye suddenly emanated from the surroundings. On the deck, a series of crew members were dragging their feet heavily like zombies. Their eyes turned gray and soulless like creatures acting purely on instinct. Only one person remained unscathed, silently observing his own handiwork. Madari did not linger long. He hurriedly spread his wings and flew away, leaving the others to fend for themselves. He transferred to a small boat drifting at sea and observed the situation from a distance. His eyes, usually arrogant, became deep and silent as he was lost in thought. At the same time, in another place, Nebula witnessed everything and declared like a sage, just as predicted. All the origins of the new disaster were clearly displayed on the monitoring screen. He firmly reaffirmed it once again. Everything happened exactly as anticipated. The prophecy about the mage Madari betraying Asbestos has finally come true. Wisdom cast a distant gaze upon the silent chessboard, not expecting the other to take the initiative with a surprising invitation to play Go. Having just placed a stone down, Nebula nonchalantly spoke with words laced with hostility, saying that while players' bodies never tire, one shouldn't waste time because of it. Maintaining a mysterious aura, his illusion spoke after a brief silent truce, even though his mind had just skipped a beat inadvertently. Wisdom calmly placed a black piece on the table, his voice carrying a sharp mockery. Why don't you find Elda to test your skills? However, he only replied with an indifferent attitude, Ilda. How could she have the stature to sit at the same table as me? Nebula watched his opponent with bone-chilling eyes. I have faced them all, not just Elda. The image of the zombie girl biting into the chess piece still haunted his mind, making Nebula unable to stop himself from sighing dejectedly. As his fingers touched the tabletop, the words he uttered were low but carried enough weight to force the listener to focus. You are quite good yourself. Wisdom slightly shook his head and smirked faintly. I will take that as a sincere compliment. He continued to toil with slow moves, as if cornering his opponent into a game with no way out. The battle of wits between the two gods stretched on, making the already quiet atmosphere feel even more eerie. The decisive piece was placed at a key position, and Wisdom's voice rang out like a final judgment. I have won. Keeping his expression flat, Nebula did not show the slightest hint of emotional fluctuation. It took a long while before he reluctantly accepted defeat. Yes, you won. You truly live up to the name of the Go King of Grand Stack. Despite being triumphant, Wisdom maintained his elegant, gentlemanly demeanor. It is an honor to be recognized by the leader of the Lost World himself. Upon hearing this, he casually responded with some offhand words. It's nothing, I just feel like I no longer have a role to play. He hurriedly ended the conversation and quickly vanished, leaving Nebula with a lingering and perplexed gaze. Only when his voice faded into the void did the corner of his lips slightly curl into a mysterious, inscrutable smile. Observing the ever-changing chessboard, Nebula's eyes shone like someone who had just found the perfect script. Everything was going extremely smoothly. Projection screens rotated one after another in midair, exposing fragments of the chaos unfolding in the world below. Leaving only a faint line of text, the prophecy about the mage Madari betraying asbestos has been officially activated. A moment later, the association members also received the notice. After reading it, Elda spoke nonchalantly. I told you, there's nothing to worry about. She looked at that strange line of text with a mind full of questions. What kind of prophecy is this? Saying you'll eat an apple and then actually eating it. Does that even count as a prophecy? Hearing this, Nebula paused mid-action and replied hurriedly, saying that isn't wrong at all. Elda immediately interrupted, making the story even more complicated. When a prophecy creates its own result, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Overwhelming thoughts left Elda's mind in a jumble, and she could only sigh helplessly. Mages were unmanageable from the start. Using this tactic is truly a masterful move. He stared intently at the system panel and spoke leisurely. In this multitasking game, completely controlling a mage is impossible, so risks are inevitable. The screen displayed an image of a wooden boat drifting in the dark night. Nebula's voice lowered like the wind. I challenged him to a match just to distract him. He likely still knows nothing about Madari's betrayal. The face hidden behind the shadows now clearly showed amusement, but perhaps at this very moment he already knows. Vanda spoke up suddenly, like a cool breeze dispelling the stifling atmosphere. I must admit it's impressive that the prophecy has come true, but Madari isn't the only unique mage, is he? Seeing the situation beginning to shift, Elder did not hesitate to speak. Indeed, the stone face was fast, but Joman and Danya managed to capture the alchemists in time to extract all their knowledge. Even the Elven Encyclopedia rarely has to frown and wonder, not to mention that you turned some mortals into mages, so what are you planning for their fate? Nebula continued to watch the chessboard he had set up with his own hands, his cryptic reply sounding unpredictable. I never gave an order for Madari to betray them, did I? Naturally, those words left the two gods stunned in place, completely unable to grasp the hidden meaning within. Amidst a series of confused gazes directed at him, he slowly spoke as if to himself. I already have both the method and the opportunity, so why waste them? Two streams of prophetic sources slowly appeared before their eyes, and thus the prophecy that the mage Tali would betray Zerman had undeniably become a reality. Another prophecy that the mage Ian would betray Zerman also came true, enough to shake Nebula's mind. It turned out the mages of the third continent had already become independent. At a certain hollowed-out mountain peak, the outward tranquility could not hide the layers upon layers of darkness silently lurking beneath. Wisdom sat silently in the heart of the mountain, his lowered voice making the gloom on his face clearly visible. I've been tricked. Before the other gods, his usually arrogant back was now hunched in misery. I forgot the golden rule: never under any circumstances trust Nebula. He still tried to downplay his guilt by mentioning the Go game from days past. That game was so interesting that I didn't realize Nebula had other motives. Jungwon, sitting beside him, was seething with rage. Who cares if the game was fun or not? Once his anger subsided, he turned to look at Wisdom with a heavy expression. Now what? You've lost all your mages and have no weapons left to fight the Black Dragon. Vanda quickly seized the opportunity to interrupt the conversation. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but Nebula doesn't have any mages left either, so aren't we all in the same boat? She also cleverly used Labina as evidence for her argument. And as for that mortal girl with horns, Labina, she clearly isn't a mage, and there is no record in her history of her ever wanting to become one. Seeing Wisdom's spirit hit rock bottom, Krampus rarely opened his mouth to reveal a secret. Besides, it seems Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. This fortunately caught his attention: an anti-magic tactic. Anti-magic is a strategy that removes all magic from the Lost War gameplay, leaving only a single mage who holds the power of hundreds or even thousands of soldiers. A power strong enough to place that person above everyone else to claim all the glory. But with one moment of lost control, these mages can turn and attack the player's own race. Or worse, they can absorb a massive amount of faith resources, becoming a huge burden. In fact, Ian, Tali, and Madari, those elite members of the Five Nations Alliance, have all caused serious damage to the player's nation and then fled, regardless of whether they were of the divine race or heterogeneous blood. Suddenly remembering the late game from years ago, Zhang Wan spoke up to explain further so that all the gods could understand. If it truly is anti-magic, a state would have to take envy and fear as the guiding principles of its policy, but the Black Dragon is not like that. Even though magic is considered illegal, the king is still very tolerant of it. Krampus seized the chance to continue fluently. Although they have access to magic, they don't produce mages at all. Even Labina hasn't bothered to seek out the alchemists, which made the other person nod slightly in agreement. That is true. Amused for a moment and then suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, the content of the conversation shifted rapidly. By the way, has anyone found the missing mages yet? The gods looked at each other, bewildered, not understanding a thing, and had to remain silent like statues to see what would happen next. She suddenly lowered her voice, her gaze ambiguous as if deliberately revealing just enough so that the group would have to deduce it for themselves. In my experience, mages who go missing like this are truly very hard to find. There is no search function at all, so we are forced to check each one manually, and these mages even possess illusion magic. To add weight to her comment, A opened the system interface. Indeed, manual searching is a challenge. Dasamu appeared before the gods brilliantly as a 3D image on the screen. That is why I created a special creation myself. Looking at the bizarre shapeless creature, Krampus's face showed confusion. It should normally be a dog, right? Yet she confidently asserted that pigs have a more superb sense of smell than dogs, even being used to sniff out mushrooms. However, upon hearing the proud name A had given it, Dasamu, the two gods standing opposite could only cover their mouths and chuckle. It seemed this naming method was a bit too whimsical. As soon as the stat panel appeared, her eyes lit up because it possessed all the necessary tracking features, and fortunately, it also integrated a keen sense of smell. The situation began to turn positive. A hint of joy flashed in Wisdom's eyes. It seemed we had found a clue to locate them, even if it might take a little time. Having gathered enough knowledge, he immediately outlined a plan for the still unclear situation. Eliminating the escaped mages early would reduce unexpected variables, and if by chance they couldn't be completely wiped out, as Zonda said, there was no need to worry too much. Ever since Wisdom's status was restored as the one with decisive power, Nebula's tactics have shown some similarities to ours, but our army's scale is 5 times larger, and our ability to mobilize for combat is 8 times faster. Despite just quietly listening, John Won still harbored some doubts about those strong assertions. Should they not be a bit more cautious? Considering their national potential, they had no reason to form an alliance. His mind drifted among countless thoughts, and only after a while did he quietly respond, neither of our factions possesses magic. Our artillery forces are evenly matched, but our troop numbers are overwhelming, so our chances of winning are much higher. Of course, that doesn't mean we can afford to be negligent or overconfident. Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Wisdom revived their dwindling spirits. There's no need to worry about distant concerns. If we have a weakness, it might lie precisely there. Wanting to understand his intentions better, Vanda immediately asked, "What point is that?" As if he had been waiting, he immediately explained that when facing stronger enemies, Nebula always adhered to a consistent fighting strategy. As soon as he heard the answer, Zhangwan immediately interjected,
So that's it.
"You mean to divide the enemy's ranks, right?" Wisdom's tone deepened with gloom. "Yes, this time is no different." His attention focused deeply on the possibility of intervention from Nebula. His brief statement made the entire room fall silent. Nebula is waiting for us to divide so they can easily attack us individually, and they will certainly not hesitate to intervene. Zhangwan listened silently while he continued in an authoritative tone. "So, as long as our alliance maintains its unity, Wisdom's gaze swept around, each word slow and resolute, "then victory will surely be ours." While everyone was still debating very heatedly, Vanda merely smiled as if enjoying a prime-time comedy. A rain shower poured down on Chuabungok, shrouding the sacred retreat in a cold mist as if wandering spirits were lurking nearby. Beneath the pitch-black night, he stepped warily out of the cave, bringing a touch of human warmth to the biting cold space. As the mages quietly gathered around the fireplace, an echo resounded, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Has everyone arrived?" Her sharp gaze swept the room as she spoke in a cold tone with a hint of sorrow. "Only 3 people remain from that tower. What a pity." Listening in silence, I cautiously asked, "And what about Labina Mules?" Madari closed her eyes to calm her mind, then gently replied, "Labina was never very keen on the path of a mage." Under the flickering firelight, he pondered for a long time before finally confiding, "Indeed, one who has carried a curse since birth has no reason to suffer further torment. I only hope she soon finds her own path." She raised her hand, signaling to cut short the conversation. "Now that the mages have fully gathered, let us restore the tower that was destroyed by the deities. From now on, this place will no longer be the alchemist's tower, but the mage's tower. Let us grant those who are cursed the opportunity to access magic." Seeing no one object, she continued to present her plan. "As we spread our power and knowledge, talented people will flock here, and by then, even the gods will have to be wary." Listening intently, I hastily interrupted, having suddenly noticed something unusual. "What? Do you hear something?" Everyone turned toward the sound, perhaps because the sound was too faint or drowned out by other noise Jidin had misjudged. Derry pricked up his ears to listen, and then shook his head in denial. That wasn't the sound of rain. There was some other noise besides the falling rain. Just as he said, when they focused on listening, the sound became clearer. Each time that thing struck the ground, it sounded just like a battle drum beating incessantly in their chests. A dry impact resounded right at the door, making everyone jump and stand up immediately. Appearing behind the uninvited guest was the blood-stained carcass of a pig. Jiang hurriedly swung his staff back and forth, raising his voice an octave as he couldn't hide his unease. Who's there? The owner of the hurried footsteps approached them closely. Are you that group of sorcerers? Before they could answer, the mysterious figure identified them one by one. It seems that is indeed the case. After a moment's hesitation, the other party blurted out an unbelievable answer. A chicken. Making Derry unsure of how to react to such a joke. It is a Garuda. The mysterious figure didn't look any less mocking. Ah, a Garuda. Sorry, but I've never seen a living Garuda before. Surprise flashed through Derry's eyes, still alive, as a fire of anger quickly flared up. Who on earth are you? The figure gave an ambiguous answer. My name is not important, just consider me an emissary of the night heavens. Jen remained highly vigilant and continued to question. How did you find us? The other person quickly shook his head in denial while offering convincing evidence. I didn't labor to find you, I just happened to track this pig. He swiftly threw down the heavy object in his hands and explained. It is a creature sent by the gods to track you. If left alone, this place would have been exposed sooner or later. Those clues alone were enough for Derry to piece everything together and reach an accurate conclusion. Now I know who you are. One with more than enough strength to finish off a creature of the gods in the blink of an eye. An apostle of the night heavens in the form of a lizardman. He called out the other's name skeptically. Lockrak, have you descended from heaven to exterminate us? The one mentioned looked at him coldly and quickly denied. Of course not, I can't be bothered with that. You'll perish on your own eventually anyway. Telai asked in bewilderment, thanks for the help, but wouldn't killing that pig reveal our location? Lockrak immediately answered to soothe the growing anxiety in the man's heart. Don't worry, the night heavens has personally intervened. He nonchalantly recounted the whole process. I severed the connection between that god and his creature beforehand. After killing it, the night heavens also managed to create another creature to replace it, looking exactly like this pig. Explaining logically, Lockrak quickly summed up the result. Now that god is busy following the wrong pig. Still not fully trusting the other, Madari continued the inquiry. Then what did you come looking for us for? Lockrak tilted his head slightly and made a suggestion. Why don't we eat and talk leisurely? The glossy pig leg sizzled over the fire, giving off an incredibly enticing aroma. The group stared at the food being prepared on the fire with wary expressions. Feeling something was off, she turned and questioned. Is it okay to accept food and eat like this, or should we run away? To that question, Madari only silently closed his eyes. Despite his calm appearance, his heart was in turmoil. Could a sorcerer really face an apostle of the gods? Madari silently observed Lockrak tasting the piece of meat, thinking to himself that if he employed all his strategies, it might just be feasible. Even so, not being sure of victory, he chose to lay low and wait for the right moment. Yet now, the guy was just too close. If the old legends were true, he wouldn't even have a chance to swing his sword 3 times before all of their heads were separated from their necks. Lockrak offered an invitation. I've cooked it, so please help yourself. It looks like the meat of some creature, but it's nothing special. Since the other party was so hospitable, they felt there was no need to keep their guard up anymore. Madari asked curiously, now that I think of it, you're a plant-based being, so can you even eat meat? I was a bit surprised by the question at first, but quickly replied, actually, we don't usually touch this stuff. Sunlight and humidity are enough. But a part of my body is damaged, so I need the nutrients from the meat. Lockrak's sympathetic nod, as if to say, I understand, a balanced diet is better, made Madari drop his composure and gasp in astonishment. Suddenly, Lockrak dropped a heavy question. While we're at it, how long do you think you can keep hanging on? He didn't care about their reaction and continued to wonder. Maybe this time was just luck, but you can't rely on luck forever. Madari hung his head dejectedly and confessed truthfully, we know that survival right now is no different from gambling, because compared to the gods, we are just weak mortals. He continued bitterly. We are well aware that the gods only view mages as tools to be commanded, and we don't want to be sacrificial pawns on their chessboard. These painful revelations worried the group. Talay had to speak up to reassure them. If we must die at the hands of the gods, it is proof that they fear mages. No matter what, magic will remain immortal. Lockrak nodded in agreement. That's correct. Unprepared for such an answer, Madari exclaimed. What? Lockrak explained further. The fools are the ones who dare not do anything just because they lack gods, of course. The gods are still using us. Madari didn't hesitate to retort. If you know that clearly, then why do you? The other party interrupted quickly with an assertion. It is precisely because I know it clearly that I do so. Lockrak raised an eyebrow and suggested, if you realize you can stand on your own without gods, then even if we are on the chessboard, we will not be mere pawns. Madari remained skeptical. That sounds good, but you have to be capable of defying the will of the gods to prove it. Lockrak countered with a series of questions. What if the will of the gods coincides with mine? In that case, what does that evidence even matter? Unable to stand this stubbornness, Madari tried to wake him up. You are just deceiving yourself? To which Lockrak sadly admitted, yes, perhaps that is so. He suddenly smiled contentedly. Then this is truly a happy lie. The rain did not stop and poured down with a steady pitter-patter. Madari maintained his guarded attitude. You mean you will protect us from the other gods and then force us to believe in the night god? We are apostles and will not worship any god. Lockrak shook his head in denial. No, if you don't believe in the night god, I cannot protect you, but a standard covenant relationship is a different matter. He looked straight at the other party with sincerity. My blue type god only needs one thing, but I'm not sure if you can do it. Madari couldn't help but be curious about what that was. Beside the warm fire, Lokrak uttered a sentence as light as a feather but carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Survive, just that. The group of mages suddenly fell into a silence within the small space. Only the crackling of glowing embers could be heard. Madari broke the suffocating atmosphere. That covenant. Could it be that our very existence has become a threat to the gods, which is why we are so valuable? Lokrak waved his hands, feigning innocence and docility, but still feeling a bit uneasy. He pressed on, asking what would happen if it weren't that way. He didn't mind painting the worst-case scenario. Suppose they were ostracized for bearing a curse, wandering the world only to huddle with the wretched. Just imagining such a prospect was heartbreaking enough. Lacroix watched the dancing flames, his tone somber as if empathizing with the fate of those before him. A few survivors huddled in a cave, their bodies soaked from the cold rain and stomachs churning with hunger, yet they remained obsessed with discussing a bleak future. Lacroix's gaze remained fixed on them, each word uttered with caution. Could compassion not be the reason? Even the gods possess compassion, mage. These heartfelt words left the leader in silence, with many rebuttals stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. The person sitting next to him shared the same thoughts, and the group instinctively let the space fall into silence once again. Madari clearly felt the change in his companions, his mind spinning dizzily. It seemed they had relented, and the power to decide now rested firmly in his hands. He focused intently on the piece of pork bone he was chewing to convince himself, thinking, do people consider eating a part of the negotiation? By accepting this goodwill, we have already lost our upper hand. His train of thought sank into self-reproach. One who bore the title of apostle was actually using food as a lure. He let out a sigh and decided to give in. Fine, Lokrak, first apostle of the night sky. When Madari spoke his compromise and accepted the covenant, he wore a composed expression as if everything had been according to his plan. Outside the sealed tent, promises echoed, mingling with the sound of falling rain. We will survive at any cost. In another direction, Randa was busy adding accessories to her face, then thoughtfully asked Elder if she thought they had what it took to win this battle. Although she heard the question clearly, she blushed and hesitated, her lips slightly parted without being able to utter a word. When she could hold it no longer, Elder spoke up cautiously. Hey, are you wearing glasses to appear wise? Which immediately infuriated the other. That's right, I want to look smarter, happy. Now, what do you think about the previous question? Elder raised an eyebrow, weighing every word. This situation seems quite difficult, doesn't it? Randa, waiting for just that, seized the opportunity to confirm that it was indeed so. Strategic plans raced through her mind and sharp analyses poured out like a waterfall. The Allied forces currently possessed over 100,000 troops, while the Black Scale's numbers were only a quarter of that. Vanda looked at the glowing red territory on the map, unable to hide her hesitation. This is an alliance of 5 nations, encompassing almost the entire continent Danri, and that number isn't even their total force. Eldar was drawn into the serious atmosphere and rested her chin on her hand, remarking, but war cannot be judged simply by numbers. She shifted to analyzing the physical states of both sides, citing the cave dwellers Coben and Renardo as examples. 2/5 of the Allied army consisted of small-statured races. Vanda quickly countered that while the average height might be under 150 centimeters, there were still round tribe warriors standing as tall as 2 meters 30. Elder immediately pointed out their weakness without reservation. I admit the Black Scale is very formidable. If there are elite individuals on our side, perhaps we would have the advantage in defense, but now that firepower has entered the fray, they are no longer as overwhelming as before. Furthermore, she dropped a decisive piece of information. Lord Nebula holds the absolute advantage in holy power. Elder appeared very knowledgeable about the flaws of each side. Lord Nebula's holy power is at level 21, meanwhile, the one possessing the highest holy power on the Alliance side is only wisdom with level 19. The stronger the holy power, the easier it is to control many creations as one wishes. Vanda was still not convinced and stubbornly picked at another detail. But on the other side, they have 5 gods, you know. Eldar was still lost in her own reasoning. The Black Scale has an apostle too, doesn't it? Before she could finish her sentence, she grasped the point of the previous information. You said there are 5 people, leaving Vanda breathless with frustration. Yes, Wisdom, Zheng Yuan, Krampus, and me. Elder could not believe it and had to verify. Vanda, are you separating yourself from that faction? She replied firmly that, of course, that was the case. Elder seemed to have just grasped a certain truth, she stammered, asking if her companionship with Mr. Nebula all this time had really amounted to nothing more than that. Vanda immediately transformed on the spot without the slightest reserve, questioning with a sense of grievance that she was being blackmailed, honestly admitting she didn't know what to do either. She began her personal attacks. Elder, aren't you just a subordinate who has been subjugated, consumed, or completely merged with Hacklan? Elder trembled with anger but forced a smile to retort, your choice of words is a bit harsh, but not entirely wrong. She seized the opportunity to smooth things over, saying, I'm not that bad. I've always considered standing between 2 sides to be the wisest move. Elder softly reminded her, but what happens once war breaks out? Will your calculations still hold any value then? The image of being ganged up on by those 5 appeared, making her tremble. If I choose Nebula and he fails, will the others be willing to forgive someone who once shook hands with the enemy like me? Elder calmly laid out a different scenario for the stubborn one. And what if I choose the Alliance and they lose? Will Mr. Nebula spare me? Vanda immediately considered the feasibility of this hypothesis. If it's Mr. Nebula, he would certainly negotiate. Maybe I'd still have a chance to be spared. Elder replied in a dry tone, I suppose so, thinking to herself that she was no different from a machine that only knew how to calculate profit. After a long debate without finding common ground, Vanda currently stands at a crossroads, questioning herself. The winning odds of a 4-on-2 match if following Nebula are far more dire than betting on the Alliance's 5-on-1 match. Although still hesitant, she finally boldly expressed her ambition. I really just want to be on the winning side. Elder could not understand this pragmatic mindset and asked another question. Well, I understand what you mean, but if that's your strategy, just go ahead and do it. Why do you need to confide in me? Vanda analyzed it clearly. Because we are in the same situation. If you take this opportunity to stab Nebula in the back, the Alliance will certainly welcome you with open arms. Elder did not want the relationship between the two sides to become tense, so she hesitantly replied, I understand, but in her heart she vowed never to betray him. In truth, Elder had always held a special admiration for him. Mr. Nebula brought the feeling of a player who had spent his whole life attached to an old world and suddenly became lost in this reality. Especially his demeanor, which made her admire him completely, so even though he appeared obsessed with winning and losing, she felt that his way of playing held a greater purpose than that. Elder secretly reflected that she had not yet fully decoded those feelings, but she craved to understand everything she was intuiting. Even so, outwardly she did not want to offend Xanda. I will think about this offer, can you give me some more time? The other party immediately and happily agreed. As soon as the other person finished speaking, Elder hurriedly cut the connection. She sat blankly on the chair, her vacant eyes showing the storm raging in her mind. Finally, she decided to press the button to initiate a new video call. In the blink of an eye, Nebula's face appeared. Without waiting for her to speak, he went straight to the point. Eldar, what is so urgent? Her hand was faster than her brain, so when asked, she hesitated slightly. It seems like Xanda is calculating many things. When the initial barrier was removed, the story flowed more easily, as if Elder was recounting all the recent exchanges. After grasping the situation, he coldly concluded with one sentence.
What nonsense?
Even after hearing just a brief overview, Nebula saw through the heart of the person opposite. She is just luring you to her side. Xanda wants you to shed blood in a 6-on-1 battle. That is her true intention. Elder expressed surprise and asked back, do we have any chance to convince Xanda? He did not hesitate to reply, yes, but I have no intention of doing that. Nebula continued to explain, Xanda is misunderstanding the nature of this war. I have said it before, our advantage lies in the defensive battle. Elder nodded in agreement, yes, that is correct. He continued to outline the operational direction. We are forced to defend firmly so that the enemy must disperse their forces in many directions. She anxiously interrupted, but what if we just keep defending? Nebula seemed to have calculated every move for this dire situation. That is when we are pushed into isolation. They will take over and trade more extensively in these new lands, so to prevent that scenario, we will eventually be forced to take action sooner or later. Elder kept questioning like a curious student, and as for Xanda, since he understood her intentions all too well, he immediately answered. Xanda is inherently simple. She is just weighing the pros and cons but lacks decisiveness, so it is highly likely she will wait until the very last minute to give in. After listening, Elder posed a different hypothesis. What if Xanda sides with the Alliance and we fail? Nebula lost patience and called her by name Eldar. He wore a confident smile and offered a reassuring remark. Listen clearly, war is actually very simple. All careful calculations are ultimately insufficient regardless of which side has the advantage or how well prepared they are. Whoever is better at real combat will win. She understood some of his words but still gave a reluctant yes, as if she were compromising. That was also the final line that concluded the conversation between the two. Nebula quickly dropped his smile, his mind starting to question. Xanda is still acting according to the script, but why hasn't this elder betrayed us yet? Even as he stood up to leave, he felt uneasy and could only silently lament. This is truly hard to understand. Time passed as quickly as a shadow fleeting across a window. The entire valley maintained its tranquility for a whole month. Bodies were scattered everywhere amidst smoke and fire, signaling that the first battle between the Alliance and the Black Scale had officially erupted. 10,000 Black Scale soldiers entered the desert, all equipped with state-of-the-art weapons to the teeth. They crushed 30,000 enemy troops, the momentum suddenly shifting completely in favor of the army that was previously considered the underdog. Going back a month, a shocking event occurred at the Hukrin Horizon Palace. Voices echoed throughout the palace as Kelirak Oran just arrived. He sat down looking tired, saying, I'm busy, so let's skip the formalities. Has everyone received the news yet? Rabin answered timidly, you are referring to the mage Seokmyeon setting fire to the ships and escaping, aren't you? They are blaming everything on us. Kelirak continued, that's right, what do you intend to do? He expressed his opinion. First of all, although it is unclear why Prince Basan, who had arrived in the east, reappeared in the southern islands, we suspect it was His Majesty's intent. Rabin stated, they are demanding compensation and an apology from us, otherwise they will send their army. This is nothing more than a pretext to ignite a war. We believe we need to clarify the truth about Seokmyeon, and even if it is true, we have no reason to concede to their conditions. Everyone else silently agreed with Rabin. Kelirak shook his head warily. You haven't discussed the most important thing yet. His statement made everyone feel anxious. I need to prepare for a war starting now. The entire hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Kelirak proposed a solution. We will go to war against the 5 alliances. As our ancestor Lakrak once said, if you fight, you must win. Another courtier nervously intervened, but we do not have clear information. Let's avoid war at all costs to minimize damage, as countless innocent people will lose their lives. Kelirak sighed helplessly. I wish I could do that too. But then, the corners of his eyes narrowed with a look of resignation. Kellerak looked toward the brilliant sun. If the world is meant to turn this way and fate wills it, how can the small people walking on this land possibly stop it? Nebula was secretly observing everything through his screen. He reflected that Hukrin's strength was naturally equivalent to Zom's. The nobles were all warriors, so they had to shoulder the responsibility of leading the charge, and the quality of the military and equipment was very orderly. Nebula estimated that with a defense force for the capital and borders like Hukrin's regular army, the total troop count would be around 10 units. In his mind, a vision briefly flashed. But we cannot deploy all our military forces to the front lines. Holding the capital is still of paramount importance. If we exhaust all our troops, the internal stability of the army will crumble. In the end, we still need to recruit more new soldiers anyway. The corner of Nebula's mouth suddenly quirked up in satisfaction. He looked at Kyle's silhouette with pride. Having a brilliant mind was indeed the greatest advantage. After the discussion, Kyle divided the army into 2 blocks, central and local, where the central army consisted of elites specializing in foreign wars while the local army handled regional protection. All preparations were on track. The full number of new recruits had gathered for allocation into the 2 blocks, with the central force set to confront the enemy directly. Meanwhile, the local forces would focus on production to build up resources even while the war was ongoing. Thus, the central army would possess 4,000 soldiers and 8,000 new recruits, specifically including 4,000 logistical troops and 8,000 select troops, while the local army maintained 6,000 permanent troops. Nebula believed that obviously the longer the battle lasted, the more inevitable recruiting more new people would become. He felt that mobilizing the entire army at once would bring no benefit in the long run. This battle will certainly be long. Nebula, without anyone realizing, had quietly moved here. After much consideration, Cal decided to select 10,000 troops from the central block called the Territorial Army. This army would move toward northern Arizona to join the conflict. At that same time in western Sasoi, a place that no one had ever known about, Wisdom stood facing Jiangwan. He spoke first. Wisdom, in front of everyone you spoke as if you were certain of victory, but in reality, you didn't believe in it, did you? Wisdom nodded yes. It is currently hard to predict the chances of victory even with additional troops. Too many vulnerabilities still exist. He placed his hand on his chest. I have no desire to lose to Nebula, but in the end, this is still a game. If we have given our all and still lose, then so be it. Jiangwan closed his eyes tightly. As you said, it's just a game. But I bitterly hate Nebula and do not want him to rule this continent. He pointed at Wisdom. A traitor might be hiding within our ranks, so we need to prepare a counter-strategy now. The gap between us and Nebula is still huge and you understand that well. Wisdom looked slightly surprised upon hearing this. However, what Jiangwan received in return was only a shake of the head from his opponent. He recalled that for an apostle, no matter how thorough the plan, victory or defeat still lies with their decisions. Jiangwan pressed, can you turn any target into an apostle? Wisdom calmly replied that he could. Knowing the requirements to create an apostle, Wisdom searched his memory and explained to Jiangwan that the target must reach level 21, their story must be widely known, and most importantly, they must have faith in God. Jiangwan found this reasonable. Then I have no further questions. Have you selected any character yet? Wisdom pulled a card from his pocket. This is the face I have targeted. He began to introduce his chosen target. It was the 21st child of Dermandine, the current king of Siokmayan. According to historical records, the king of Siokmayan always sought ways to make royal power more stable. He personally burned his eldest son and his third son to death, the latter of whom was inherently extremely cruel. In other words, Wisdom had no intention of stopping that action, as if implicitly condoning this brutality. Wisdom understood perfectly well that fear and cruelty are the most effective tools for dominating others. This meant that a god who knows how to best utilize these elements would help strategies achieve exceptional results. Brutality does not go hand in hand with a powerful nation, because the largest kingdom on this continent remains Hukring. Wisdom questioned himself what was lacking in his approach, or what opportunities had he missed and not yet fully understood. He controls everyone like puppets in the palm of his hand. Perhaps I am simply lacking a bit of ruthlessness. Wisdom looked toward Nebula, thinking that even if their strategy was unclear, it would be fine for him to apply his own methods. He calculated carefully. As war approached and the king's ego was too large, he needed to turn him into a useful pawn. Ledin remained busy helping others, unaware that a dark conspiracy was waiting to envelop him. If the weakness of this world is its lack of control due to individual personalities, I just need to turn them into easy to manipulate chess pieces. That is the reason why Wisdom kept his eye on Ledin, a variant with red skin, the 21st son of the king. Through data, Wisdom saw that he was the son of a concubine, forced to live outside the palace because of his red skin, but his strength and intelligence were formidable. However, the fact that Ledin was satisfied with his simple life was exactly why Wisdom needed to push him forward. Wisdom slowly raised his hand, his demeanor full of calculation. He did not hesitate or feel any sorrow when he killed Ledin's own mother. A cruel irony awaited Ledin when he returned home. It was the cold body of his mother along with a dagger stained with fresh blood. Ledin gripped the dagger in fury, swearing that he would avenge this wrong at any cost. To make the plan even more perfect, Wisdom eliminated the owner of the dagger, causing Ledin to be framed and imprisoned at the scene. Every development in Ledin's life was orchestrated by Wisdom, from escaping his crimes to demonstrating his talent and winning over Demandin. Wisdom presented to Jiangwan the secrets that Ledin had accidentally uncovered during his investigation. He clearly understood that the bond between the princes was a fierce competition, the result of someone intentionally fueling the fire of conflict. However, the most surprising thing was his discovery of who benefited the most from these royal struggles. That was none other than the king, the biological father of the princes. Zhang Wang speculated that the man would kill his father, and Wisdom just smiled and confirmed that it was indeed so. He explained that as long as he had not found his mother's killer, the hatred in him would grow, pushing him to climb to the pinnacle of power to find the answer. Zhang Wang appeared satisfied and smiled, believing that the man's reputation had now spread far and wide. He offered praise for Wisdom, feeling that the effort put into this apostle was truly well deserved. Wisdom reminisced about Ledin. If that is what you think, then let him go through this final challenge. At the Abyssal Festival, the residents of the kingdom gathered in full force to prepare for the opening of the solemn ceremony. The presiding official stood at the center, hands clasped respectfully in front. He slowly opened his eyes, everything was under his control. Just as the gods predicted, a deep pit suddenly appeared in the ground. Ledin was all alone at this moment, without a single companion by his side. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if this was a trap. He was stuck in a pitch black tunnel where not a glimmer of light could be seen. Ledin found it strange that a foreign prince like him had been dragged into the bizarre ritual of the sacred Abyssal Festival. He recalled the detailed instructions after swallowing the mangrove herb and losing his sense of direction. He had to go deep into the earth, dig a tunnel upwards. What a nonsensical ritual, yet Ledin still followed the instructions strictly. He wondered why the cult forced him to do this, but the white-robed priest was too insistent for him to refuse. Though his mind was preoccupied, his hands kept digging. If a thin, pregnant woman could do it, then he, a robust young man, could surely do it more easily. Ledin dug fervently until he sank deep into the heart of Mother Earth. After a while, exhausted, he was still far from the surface. It was strange, for he had clearly been digging for a long time. Ledin looked back. Not only had he lost his sense of direction, but he also had no idea how much time had passed. A few hours or several days. He opened his palm to find only a little mangrove herb left, which clouded his mind, but he had to eat it to gain the strength to keep struggling. Ledin nearly collapsed in despair. All his necessary supplies had fallen down below. Dirt and rocks kept pouring down toward his feet. Since the earth fell toward his feet, it meant his head was facing upward. Ledin did not allow himself to rest for even a second and continued to dig. He longed to escape this place. The only path was to persist in digging upward. As he dug, Ledin told himself not to change direction, but he had to check again to be sure. Suddenly, for some reason, dirt and rocks poured straight onto his face. Ledin was stunned for a few moments. It was impossible. Why was the dirt falling onto his face? He reassured himself to stay alert and calm. This time it must be correct, so keep digging upward. What was happening? Why did the dirt keep falling onto his head? Ledin was confused, wondering why the direction of the falling earth had changed. He was clearly digging upward. These strange phenomena made him lose his sense of orientation. Could he be going down instead of up, even at this very moment? Desperately, Ledin used his bare hands to catch the chunks of dirt and sand falling down. He felt as if he were lost in an infinite space, no longer able to trust any of his own senses. Ledin's whole body seemed to be spinning uncontrollably in the darkness. He didn't even know if he was standing or lying down. If every effort only led to death, then what meaning did his willpower have left? He desperately closed his eyes. Is someone like me really meant to end my life in such a situation?
Oh God.
Suddenly, a sound pulled Ledin back to consciousness. Hey, you who are struggling, who are you? He asked aloud. My identity does not exist. If I must be called something, then I am an entity molded from both Sakshan and Changryu. A brilliantly shining star appeared before Ledin's eyes. From Sakshan I inherit the ability to link all things, and from Changryu I bear the power to expose all injustices. Ledin forced himself to sit up and replied. What exactly are you trying to imply? The star replied softly. I will lead your escape. If you have any shred of strength left, just follow my instructions. If you don't wish to, you can simply ignore me. Dig forward. Ledin tightly gripped the handle of the pickaxe in his hand. He continued to exert his strength, digging deep into the ground following the star's guidance. It guided him meticulously. Now immediately turn around. Even though he obeyed strictly, Ledin was still full of doubt. How ridiculous, can I really escape this way? He also thought to himself, isn't this just a series of hallucinations echoing in my mind? But now there was no other choice. He had to believe in that voice. Though his body was exhausted, Ledin's will remained incredibly tenacious. The echo from the star became clearer and clearer. Now, kneel down and place both your hands on the ground. Ledin quickly acted exactly as he was instructed. Instantly, a blinding light flared up beneath the palms of his hands. Indeed, just as the star had predicted, Ledin set foot on the surface again. Do you understand everything now? I understand. Observing the warm sunlight shining down, Ledin's tears flowed without stopping. He reached out to grasp the sun, his hatred for his mother, his rage at the king, his fear of death. All were merely illusions created by his confusion. Ledin's gaze became hollow. Even my emotions and perceptions are just illusions. The only truth is what the god has taught. The other group of people were already on standby waiting for his appearance. His tears rolled down upon seeing Ledin. Oh Lord on high. Every bit of the recent developments was watched by Zhang Wan and Wisdom without missing a single detail. It's done, Zhang Wan double-checked. This character was designed quite well, wasn't he? Wisdom couldn't help but speak up. Are you alright? I rather enjoy having a king to pull the strings like that. But this method drains too much of your power, so it can't be called complete. You understand that all too well yourself, Zhangwan sighed suddenly. He shared further, my deity level is currently too low, basically I can't help with anything. To create an apostle, a player needs to reach at least level 21. Zhangwan instructed Wisdom, don't let my hard work go down the drain. He was silent for a moment before replying, I know perfectly well. Zhangwan dove straight down to the position where the leader was standing. He acted like a hypnotized man. What a great honor, O Changri, the mysterious god. His pupils were no different from those of a mindless puppet. How amusing. May the god's sacrifice not be in vain. Wisdom is currently extremely smug about the puppet he molded with his own hands. Those noises kept buzzing in Leden's head now. Go ahead and happily take their lives. His eyes narrowed as he looked straight ahead. Surely, it could only be that. As if to please the heavens, Leden threw a punch right after finishing his sentence, sending the old man to the underworld instantly. The current scene was indeed incredibly brutal. Leden gasped for breath in exhaustion after sending them all to the afterlife. Looking up at the blue sky, he whispered to himself, Father, please wait for me patiently there. As if under a spell, Leden convinced himself that it was all because of the apotheosis process. The system notification flashed, your divinity level has been increased from 20 to 21. The player has finished choosing an apostle. Wisdom sat silently observing it. Growing impatient, Zhangwan spoke up, how is it? Are your plans going to be accurate? Wisdom slowly replied, my divine level just reached 21, and Leden is also qualified to become an apostle. Zhangwan clicked his tongue. Well, my level dropped drastically since descending as a high priest, but at least our side now has a trump card to fight Nebula. That's enough, Wisdom suddenly interrupted. Actually, I've always wondered about one thing. He turned to press Zhangwan, why do you hate that Nebula guy so much? Who holds a grudge against someone just because of a game? I'm curious to know the reason. You want to know why? Zhangwan reached up and clutched his head. It turns out that was just a mask. It's simple, really. It's because I know Nebula's true identity in real life. Zhangwan looked away. His real identity is Choi Sang-woon. In real life, that Nebula guy does nothing but bury his head in a computer all day. His eyes are always glued to the computer screen. Zhangwan had witnessed it all. A pathetic loser who did nothing but hide in his room playing games from morning till night and who was also my cousin, someone he only dared to watch from a distance. Zhangwan sprawled out. I used to think that both of us ending up here was just a silly coincidence. Wisdom guessed, so that's why at first I thought those were the first players to be chosen. He realized, but when I saw both the rank 1 and 2 players gathered here, I sensed something unusual. Wisdom recalled, Nebula once said that before he met us, there were only those ranked from 1 to 32. That arrogant, conceited guy. He turned to look at Zhangwan and continued, but after hearing your story, I'm thinking there must be another selection criterion. Wisdom suddenly came up with another hypothesis. It's not just a coincidence or a fluke. Clearly, someone deliberately handpicked every single person participating in this game. This game originated from a man named Aladdin giving us the choice to either participate or refuse. A total of 5 out of 32 people returned to reality, and no one has the right to judge their decision as wrong. Wisdom knew full well that no normal person would reject the real world to be trapped forever in this bizarre game. Yet, the ratio of 27 out of 32 people choosing to stay was inexplicably high. Zhangwan snapped out of it. It seemed the participants had been targeted from the very beginning. Wisdom reached a hand toward the other. Perhaps that is just a necessary condition, because I am the same and perhaps you are too. Zhangwan waved his hand to signal the other to stop pointing at him. It did make sense. Zhangwan speculated that if he was a chosen target, the other person was certainly in the crosshairs as well. For a boss like him, if no one interfered, wouldn't victory be well within his grasp? He looked down at the mortal world where hawks were hunting below. That was the motive that urged me to enter this game. Zhangwan's eyes burned with hatred. He swore to destroy the gamble that the other person had sacrificed their life to create. Wisdom helped him up. Asking any further would probably be going a bit too far, wouldn't it? Zhangwan replied briefly, of course. He suggested, let's discuss something more constructive. Zhangwan smirked, for example, how to use someone who only knows how to follow orders blindly like me for something useful. At that moment, in another corner of the lush blue sky, Krampus spoke up, I heard the Seok Mayan dynasty just got a new ruler. He looked skeptical. Would it really be all right for a son to murder his father to seize the throne? Wisdom calmly replied, that was part of my calculations, so there's nothing to worry about. Zhangwan remained silent and offered no opinion, hiding the reason why he had been demoted to an 8th rank god. He clenched his fist. Speaking out would only make it easier for Sang-woon to track him down. Since he was the last line of defense, it was best not to show himself. Zhangwan realized that possessing an apostle was far more advantageous than the price paid for being demoted, for an apostle is the soul of this world. Leden currently cannot match Lecrac's reputation, but I can certainly start building his status from now on. Lecrac was the first apostle to defeat many creatures, and even summon players. However, before the real war breaks out, I need to train Leden to the point where he is strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Lecrac. Wisdom showed concern. Krampus, are you alright? Guarding the border means having to face Nebula. Krampus frowned slightly. I have prepared thoroughly and have a large force, but honestly I'm not certain I can defeat 10,000 black-scale troops and Daniel's 30,000 soldiers. Hearing that, he followed up, Does that mean your plan has already accounted for the possibility of failure? Krampus was silent for a moment and then replied, though it sounds pessimistic, I don't want to be complacent in this situation. You all know very well the illustrious achievements he has accomplished until now. Even if we are defeated, while I am in high spirits, you all just go ahead and prepare the remaining troops. He activated his system so that we could absorb all the faith resources from Nebula. What? Jianda was stunned upon hearing that. What on earth had happened? Krampus saw something, it's unclear what, and suddenly panicked. Damn it, just wait there, I'll be back in a bit. After speaking, he vanished from in front of the group without a word of explanation. A pitch black night enveloped Daniel's capital Damyard. The kingdom's citizens were in total chaos. The enemy is closing in, quickly load the weapons and light the torches. The king was so terrified that his face turned white as a sheet. The cannons, quickly bring the cannons out here. However, before they could manage, an overwhelming voice echoed. Basan had successfully infiltrated this place, it's useless, don't waste your energy for nothing. Upon seeing him, everyone fled in horror.
It's the Apostle Lakrak, it's really him!
He stammered tremulously. I am the king, so I could not watch the hack land decline. I had no choice but to do this, though in my heart I harbor no hatred. Basan slowly stepped closer. I understand your feelings.
Really? Then that's great.
Before his joy could last long, a fatal strike was delivered. He was cold and showed no mercy. I don't have a personal grudge against you either. A familiar figure glided past the top of the castle. Nebula looked down with interest. You guys are thinking about me too much. However, the castle became sparkling amidst the dense dark night. Elder wondered, leaving the apostle alone in the enemy capital. Aren't you wasting your trump card? At that moment Nebula appeared. What are you talking about? He sighed. What's the point of keeping him? An apostle isn't bean paste to be fermented. Wait, bean paste. She thought, if Krampus hadn't come to the meeting today, you might have lost Lakrak if the opponent had used all their creations and faith resources. He realized, it truly was a risky move. Thanks to Randa, I knew the time of the meeting. Nebula guessed, there was a chance Krampus would be absent or the meeting would end early. That was exactly what happened. He observed the screen. Nevertheless, I got something extremely valuable in return. Hearing this, Eldar became curious. Is there something else I don't know yet? Nebula replied, a lot, but it proves that I also have unique tactics that itself is an advantage. He explained, this world operates on two main playstyles. The first is all or nothing. Alongside that, the other type focuses on safety with low risk and low profit. Which playstyle is superior? Elder reflected, low risk, I suppose. He explained that risky play usually yields much higher returns, simply because safe moves are already too easy to predict. Even so, everything needs a stopping point. Elda wondered about that limit of moderation, while Nebula replied based on experience that everyone is different, making it hard to define specifically. Receiving the answer, she fell silent. So in the end, what exactly did you do? He confidently asserted, exactly, we are on our way to a much more advantageous position. At the castle now, Batson had officially taken control of the place. Let us turn back time to the previous meeting. Wisdom broke the tense atmosphere. I didn't think Nebula would play this big, calculating so carefully for just a sacrificial pawn. We have completely fallen into his strategic trap. Krampus gritted his teeth in anger. However, he pointed out that the castle was not completely razed, and the throne could still be inherited by the royal family, as 30 people still remained. Krampus speculated, his goal is to weigh heavily on our minds. Although the physical damage is negligible, our internal unity is severely shaken. Agath, goal, my sovereign, is also panicked, so I have created an entity to act as a bodyguard to protect him. He suggested that to prevent similar incidents, they should not meet too often, only convening when an emergency arose. Wisdom immediately agreed, conquer. Let us monitor the situation in each kingdom along with the creations. Important matters will warrant emergency meetings, and as for the rest, we are the only ones who care. If meetings are a weakness, why not maintain a regular meeting schedule to keep the alliance strong? While they debated, she remained silent. The group's greatest concern was the rift in this alliance, but, for her, it was fine since she had few worries of her own. At another location, a formidable army was silently marching deep into the heart of the canyon. The troops were so numerous that their scale could only be fully realized when looking down from above. Daniel Hung looked on in confusion, wondering what trick the enemy was trying to pull. RNG reported, at the latest 3 days and at the earliest, they will arrive in just 2 days. He pointed at the map. They want to raise the alliance, so they will definitely target us. To attack, they must advance through this mountain pass. Based on the markers, we will intercept the enemy from inside the canyon and then launch an attack from both sides of the mountainside. Daniel asked, the current issue is whether we have identified the leader of the enemy forces yet. He quickly folded up the map. Well, that's not too important anyway. Victory or defeat on the battlefield is ultimately decided by numbers and supplies. Supplies from our allies are ready, and our forces outnumber the enemy 3-1. Furthermore, the gods are watching over us, so victory is surely ours. Is that clear? The crowd shouted in unison. Understood, sir. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. A figure slowly approached. What is the enemy's situation? Sure enough, it is just as I predicted. Is there any other information we haven't managed to gather yet? The subordinate respectfully replied, no, sir. Batson looked pleased and turned around. That's good then. Rest for a bit and then prepare for battle. Su and Un, sensing something was wrong, reported. But the apocalypse priest is still nowhere to be found. If we fight now, would it go against the will of the night god? He retorted. Do you want to sit around and wait for the gods to do everything for you? He might just take his sword and hit you on the head, isn't that so? Bassa observed the camp, realizing that the ideal time for combat was when the enemy was complacent, a lesson that heaven wanted them to understand for themselves. Han understood that the enemy would mistakenly believe their troops needed rest after the march, and that very negligence would become a fatal vulnerability for them to exploit. I understand, Bassa. He quickly corrected himself upon catching Bassa's warning glance. I apologize, General. It was unclear why the soldiers were whispering. It was rumored that Han had once saved Dao Du, earning him some respect, but they still doubted a prince's command. According to rumors, General Antada and His Majesty both held Han in high regard, and it was hoped that this position was granted due to genuine ability and not merely fraternal ties. Even Bassa found it hard to believe that he was returning to military command. He thought His Majesty's decision this time was truly reckless. Although Han was full of determination, Bassa would never accept being inferior. Bassa looked up at the clear sky, admitting that their side was currently at a disadvantage in terms of both position and numbers. However, that's merely a matter of quantity, Han said, sweeping his gaze across the troop formation arrayed for battle. Bassa calculated carefully if they launched an attack immediately upon arrival, the Danium forces would surely panic and break formation. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground from above. Lacrac's body seemed to be infused with new life. His gaze became sharper and more terrifying than ever. The soldiers who witnessed the sight were all struck dumb with astonishment. Lacrac, carrying a terrifying surge of power, bravely charged forward. His resounding might was so great that the enemy forces on the other side immediately sensed the danger. Danium shouted excitedly, I anticipated this. Our side also possesses a formidable trump card. Countless ferocious monsters appeared from unknown places. A mere glance was enough to understand that these were all bloodthirsty creatures. The entire horde of monsters quickly surrounded and trapped Lacrac. Krampus looked utterly triumphant. I've sent all these creatures to send you on your way. Apostle Lacrac will no longer be able to intervene in this battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than they simultaneously swung their sharp claws at Lacrac. The once tranquil space in the forest suddenly reverberated with resounding explosions echoing everywhere. Thanks to his extraordinary agility, Lacrac managed to timely evade the imminent danger. He launched himself into the air to escape the encirclement of the ferocious monsters. Seeing this, Daniel Hume cheered with delight. Success! Lacrac has left the front lines. We just need to deal with the remaining people, and victory is ours! Sir Horzel's army is dominating the battle. The advantage is now completely on our side. However, contrary to expectations, Bassa felt an unusual sense of relief. Hearing this, Sul couldn't help but wonder, relief? What do you mean? Hen calmly explained exactly. Why would Sir Lacrac ever agree to follow my instructions? She shook her head warily. Just thinking about that unpredictable situation makes my head spin, which is why I don't feel any sense of relief at all. He pressed further, but General, the enemy is not only more numerous but also holds a complete topographical advantage. Hearing that, she smiled and replied, they are just mere mortals and I have never tasted defeat against a human army before. That pack of monsters stubbornly clung to Lacrac without letting go. He maintained a calm composure, showing absolutely no fear in the face of the overwhelming enemy. Suddenly, something darted past, cutting a gash across Lacrac's face. He reached out his hand and activated his signature skill to craft a weapon. In the blink of an eye, Lacrac was gripping a sharp spear in his hand. He tightened his grip on the weapon and launched himself straight into the air. While the enemy was still dazed and confused, he spun around and delivered a surprise attack. The battle between the two sides was becoming increasingly fierce. Out of nowhere, a giant serpent lunged forward, baring its sharp fangs at Lacrac. It seemed as though he had lost his life, but by a hair's breadth, Lacrac managed to escape the peril. The atmosphere was so suffocatingly tense that the soldiers didn't dare make a single move. Suan looked at Bassin with trust. This man had never lost to humans before. He silently judged the new commander to be quite interesting. Perhaps it was because of his naval victories that he was so confident. Suan spoke up, but General, the current situation forces us to enter that mouth. We can't let the enemy strike first, especially since the satyrs are exceptional climbers. He assessed that advancing along that route carried far too many risks. Bassin pondered for a moment and then asked, is the formation still the same as the original plan? Yes. Suan reported, we are forming a perimeter around the canyon entrance as per your orders. This is a solid position, but it will be difficult to launch an effective attack. Look at the map. If we want to advance, wouldn't switching to a wedge formation right now be more optimal? He narrowed his eyes and said, Suhan, you compared this canyon to a mouth, didn't you? Bassin countered, in that case, let's just treat it like a dog. What happens if we poke its nose with some foxtail grass? Like a dog? He was full of confidence in his move, just wait patiently for the results. Currently, the opponent has bodies perfectly adapted to the mountainous terrain and is also equipped with new military hardware. Despite being tightly surrounded, they stubbornly insisted on using obsolete combat methods from the past. Having been equipped with advanced weaponry, they must certainly have a corresponding formation. Basin waved the command flag. All artillery units, pay attention! Aim directly at the cliffs and fire! Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately locked onto their targets and fired in unison. They truly concentrated all their firepower directly at the cliff walls. Screams echoed across the cliffs. The rock walls are already collapsing. Daniel roared in rage. What are you people doing? Our artillery must counterattack. The situation is extremely chaotic. The massive crowd of infantry has blocked the artillery's movement. Damn it! Then get the cannons up to the top of the canyon right now. Under fire, everyone is only concerned with fleeing for their lives, but doing so causes damage to both equipment and men. Furthermore, it takes too much time. Order a group from the west to turn back immediately. The general is losing control. Doing this will only destroy the soldiers' morale. Daniel was shaking with rage.
Curse it! What on earth is this? The flag is fluttering in the sky again! Charge forward!
Basan ordered the soldiers, if their artillery won't move forward, we must seize this intersection. Suan suddenly realized, so this is the bait and hook plan. If our side is artillery, even outside the canyon, this formation still holds the advantage, right? Basan nodded in confirmation. An encircling formation is very effective for concentrating firepower for destruction. Han looked toward the mountain range and continued, furthermore, it's very difficult for those inside the canyon to fire artillery outward. If they fire within that narrow space, their own troops will also be affected. It is not easy to fire down from the top of the canyon either, because the shells will spread, causing everyone to flee in panic. Based on calculated maps, they cannot use improvised weapons. Daniel should not have chosen such a perilous position. Suan asked anxiously, but what if the enemy manages to bring their artillery forward? Hearing that, Basan couldn't help but smirk. If they dare to do that, it will be an even better opportunity for us. We'll simply pound the cliffs incessantly with artillery. The enemy won't be able to fight back. They'll only be able to run for their lives. The situation is becoming worse than ever. They struggled to manage, trying to move the artillery back to open an escape route for the shield bearers. The spearmen quickly retreated and began transporting the artillery away. After a period of chaos, the formation finally began to stabilize. The opportunity is here. Basan and Suan shouted in unison. Charge cavalry, move out. Upon receiving the signal, the cavalry immediately surrounded the entire enemy force. Only now did the enemy realize it was a trap. So it was the cavalry? They called out to one another, gather the shield bearers and spearmen to protect the artillery. Get into formation quickly. Basan sighed warily at the sight. Even if the spearmen blocked the cavalry, it would only help slightly. In this situation, it is futile. Daniel felt that things were not going well. Now they had to fight whether they wanted to or not, but the soldiers discouraged him. General, we cannot abandon this advantageous position while we still have sufficient troops. He screamed in confusion. Where's the advantage? Where are your eyes that you see an advantage? Our forces are clearly superior in number, yet we haven't achieved anything. A few others agreed with the soldiers. While the enemy is already deployed and ready, charging out now would be no different from walking straight into a trap. He questioned him back, asking if he really wanted the whole group to flee. If we retreat now, the gateway to the capital will be wide open. Daniel was at a loss, then asked how this situation should be handled. His face was as pale as death, while our troops had already set up in formation waiting for the enemy to fall into the trap. How had things come to this? After the chaotic clash, Daniel realized there was no other choice but to charge forward. He clenched his fists in helplessness. In terms of strength and numbers, his side was still completely overwhelming. Daniel reassured himself that he must not allow the soldiers' morale to waver at this time. He swung his sword and ordered the wedge formation to advance straight ahead, making full use of their superior numbers. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers surged forward toward the enemy. Seeing no sign of an ambush, Daniel guessed they might have retreated from the previous battle, so he decided to go all in using sheer numbers. But Dan sneered and said, "Don't even dream of being able to do that." Without anyone noticing, he had galloped up and charged forward to block the enemy's left flank. Seeing this, the soldiers under Daniel's command shouted in panic, "What the hell is this? It's the cavalry!" The cavalry charged forward like a violent storm. Thanks to their war horses, they easily dominated the upper hand in the battle. His soldiers fell to the ground mercilessly. The commander's scream echoed, "Our forces have been cut through by the cavalry, the formation is completely scattered." He turned to report to Daniel that this group of cavalry was far more formidable than the last time. All efforts were in vain. The vanguard had been completely cut off and could no longer hold their ground. "General, give the order quickly." Daniel saw his troops being pressed to the point that their faces were pale with fear. He forced himself to regain his composure, then ordered a path opened for the allied cavalry to charge in and rescue the vanguard. They discussed it. Sending only cavalry up would be useless. "In my opinion, we should retreat to the canyon." He snapped that he was crazy. "The enemy is surrounding us on all sides. How could we turn back in time?" Daniel asserted that only with consistent orders would the soldiers have the strength to fight. "Keep the infantry formation tight and advance." A subordinate countered, "But what about the isolated vanguard?" Daniel fell silent for a moment, then grit his teeth and uttered ruthless words, "Leave them to their fate." "But General," he barked in a fit of rage, "shut up! Our forces still hold the initiative." But Dan stood aside observing the whole progression without missing any small details. He gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Badan ordered the exhausted or wounded soldiers to be withdrawn to the rear, while the reserves were to replace them immediately. Suan reported, "General, wouldn't it be better to save the reserve forces for later? Withdrawing to rest doesn't guarantee they will recover immediately." Badan had a different idea. "If the soldiers know I won't force them to fight to the death, they will feel much more at ease." He suddenly realized that while that made sense in normal times, was such peace of mind really necessary on the battlefield? Hanil Gayam smirked. Only while they were still breathing would they obey the next command. He gradually announced that the enemy vanguard had been obliterated, and now they would use artillery to create another new opening. Understood. The cannons continued to roar relentlessly. Daniel-Um's troops could only run for their lives in a desperate panic. He couldn't believe the reality, thinking the old scenario was repeating itself once again. Daniel-Um considered that if he deployed the infantry to both flanks for the artillery to open fire, the cavalry would seize the opportunity to charge in and crush them immediately. All sorts of strategies appeared in his mind. If he forced the infantry to advance closely, the enemy cavalry would flank them, turning their army into easy prey. The more he calculated, the more confused he became. If they just huddled together and advanced slowly, their troops would bear the full brunt of the artillery fire, making it truly difficult to make a decision at this moment. Meanwhile, Basin had assessed from the start that the enemy had chosen the wrong terrain. If it were them, they would rather suffer losses and retreat. Suddenly he noticed a strange object appearing before him. That sight made Basin feel curious. It seemed the enemy had just come up with a new trick. He quickly grasped their intention. They planned to fall back against the cliff to retreat and halt the cavalry's attack. However, their mistake became clear when the battlefield unexpectedly widened. Charge! Daniel-Um pulled himself together. Seeing the enemy's infantry closing in, he let out a grim laugh. Infantry against infantry, exactly as I intended. Avang hold the eastern flank with the heavy infantry unit and quickly changed direction. The soldiers, like chess pieces, obediently followed orders. The heavy infantry side arrows, renowned for its power to repel opponents, was Feda's ray of hope. Both sides plunged into a bloody and intense battle. They charged at each other without the slightest mercy, determined to take their opponent's life. However, the situation turned unexpectedly. The heavy infantry successfully pushed back the enemy. Indeed, that was the case. Capitalizing on their victory, the heavy formation continued to advance, gaining the upper hand. If their allies could escape the gorge, victory would be assured. It was then that Basin spoke up, full of sarcasm.
What a blunder!
For some reason, the soldiers froze and stopped in their tracks, losing their initial confidence.
Wait a minute!
Before them was an entire battery of cannons, already arranged and ready. As soon as the command to fire was given, terrifying explosions continuously tore through the air. Faced with the destructive power of the cannons, human strength became meaningless. Countless soldiers fell before they could even clash with the enemy. Daniel-Um witnessed that scene and gaped in horror. Oh my God, his entire military force was simply dying in this place. The outcome of the battle had been decided by the classic hammer and anvil strategy. To make it easier to visualize, this was the legendary tactic once used by Alexander the Great. The tactic we are currently using is the most classic one, holding the enemy with sturdy infantry at the front line, then deploying artillery and cavalry to sweep in from above and both flanks. Nebula realized that, because the enemy was trapped in the gorge, our side's casualties were not too substantial, yet her heart still couldn't be at peace. He still had some apprehension because everything depended on how they found a way to escape. Wisdom questioned the defeated party, asking why they lost when our side had provided full support. Krampus stammered an excuse, saying that he was only preoccupied with defeating Lakrak. It only dawned on him now that the core mission was, in fact, merely to prevent the monster Lakrak from falling into enemy hands. Krampus argued that the enemy had not yet been completely annihilated, but if they retreated now, their side would suffer heavy losses, so he requested reinforcements to turn the tide. After hearing the proposal, Wisdom could only silently turn off his mic. After that, Wisdom responded with an apology, and upon hearing it, Krampus's face turned pale and was covered in cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. Wisdom flatly refused all his requests for aid. Krampus could only helplessly accept that harsh refusal like a splash of cold water. Wisdom gave the reason that thorough preparation was needed for aid, and wasn't the capital demerit still a major concern? Deep down, he had other calculations. The truth was that Apostle Ledin was not currently ready for this. At this moment, Ledin was focusing all his efforts on preparing for the decisive battle against the rebels. He had to win to solidify his prestige and assert the Apostle's power through each victory. Krampus knew there was no hope left, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the retreat. He sighed wearily, thinking that Harkland couldn't possibly conquer Danem with just 10,000 troops. It would be better to return and defend Demerit to the death. Unexpectedly, an announcement rang out. Mujin from the Ubem side had ordered a troop withdrawal. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he immediately ordered a retreat. All soldiers, upon receiving the signal, frantically fled, abandoning their camp to return to the capital and reorganize their forces. Su-un immediately ordered a relentless pursuit to annihilate the enemy while they were in a chaotic retreat. If they could achieve that, the next battle would be much easier, so no matter where they fled, our side would stick close behind. The enemy troops were relentlessly pursued all the way to the cliff and still not given up on. Finally, the complete picture of the battle's outcome became clear. I sought out Ba-sun for a meeting. It was estimated that the enemy had lost about half of its forces. Su-un asserted that there would be many more deserters, while our side had lost about 1,000 troops. He enthusiastically claimed that the enemy, though 3 times their number, still suffered a disastrous defeat, and this battle at Linpui Gorge would certainly be a stain on Danielum's history. In contrast, Ba-sun thoughtfully wondered if Danielum would still be able to stand strong after this battle. Su-un remarked that even though Danielum was a powerful nation, it would be difficult to control all the provinces with the royal and noble factions in discord, and Ba-sun also nodded in agreement that they couldn't conquer everything. He slowly analyzed that Danielum's army of 30,000 was already overstretched, and Ba-sun also recalled Kyle's words about maintaining such a large force being too much. His Majesty believed that Danielum was sinking into an internal crisis, and those issues would certainly erupt after this bitter defeat. Su-un confusedly asked what was happening. Ba-sun slowly stood up. I will tell you about it. He exhaled a cloud of smoke into the air. Witnessing everything firsthand will be much more interesting. Just like that, a week had passed, and the Blackscale army finally reached Dameret, the capital of Danielum. Before long, they had approached the sturdy city gates. Suan suddenly understood Basan's hidden meaning when he saw a single female figure emerge from within. The young woman confidently spoke, "I am Aranju Delan, the beloved daughter of General Ubim Dilan." Suan exclaimed in surprise, "Ubim, is that the person holding the position of supreme commander in this battle?" "Exactly, it's him." Aranju brought shocking news. "As of yesterday, I have officially taken control of the capital Dameret and ascended to the throne as Queen of Danielum." She extended her hand with sincerity. Danielum pledges to lay down its arms and surrender to the Blackscale army. Meanwhile, Krampus was clutching his face and groaning, "This time it's over for us." He wondered where the mistake ultimately lay. The goal was to hold out until the alliance arrived, but our troops couldn't even engage the enemy. Just then a sudden message board appeared right before Krampus's eyes. He sighed in exasperation as he looked at the words. Unexpectedly, Nebula appeared and asked if he had considered surrendering yet. Krampus remained stubbornly silent, not bothering to reply to him even a word. Much later, he muttered, "Nebula, do you think I'm such a bad player?" He replied bluntly, "Not at all. I think you're just creating a mess." Krampus had no choice but to humble himself and ask for help. "Then, why don't you explain the whole situation to me?" Nebula effortlessly realized, "Your plan was to support the Prime Minister to ascend the throne after the king passed away, wasn't it?" He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, at that time I believed the Prime Minister was the most capable person." Krampus revealed that he had once been very ambitious, believing that the Prime Minister had enough power to quell domestic unrest. Nebula immediately pointed out, "That's why you falsely accused General Ubim of treason right after he returned. And you executed him immediately because with Ubim there, the Prime Minister could never seize power." Krampus was stunned to see his opponent read his mind. Yes, that was the most logical move. Who would have thought old Ubim's daughter, Aranju, would rise up for revenge? He commented, "You underestimated the power of an individual in adversity. Although it wasn't a terrible plan, it certainly created trouble for yourself." Krampus clutched his head in despair. "If I surrender now, can I ask one question? Why did I lose?" Nebula replied without hesitation, "Because I'm simply too good." But then he laughed loudly, "Just kidding. You can't win when you only look at immediate benefits and lack a strategic vision that encompasses all situations." Krampus asked again, "So you had foreseen all these developments in this way from the start?" "Actually, I thought the conflict between the Prime Minister and the General would drag on longer. Who knew it would end so quickly like this?" The actual results were even more promising than expected. Hearing him say that, he nodded in agreement, as it was indeed just about that much. Upon receiving the response, Krampus remained completely silent, not uttering a single word. Nebula grew impatient, feeling time slipping away, and asked, "How about it? Are you ready to surrender yet? If you yield now, I will offer you more lenient terms." Krampus lowered his head and let out a long, weary sigh. Suddenly, his expression changed strangely and he retorted, "Surrender right now. That is never going to happen." At that very moment, he hung up, and the video call came to an end. Elder appeared then, asking him to speculate on why Krampus had refused to surrender. Nebula conjectured that perhaps he wanted to witness every outcome to the very end. She blushed to the tips of her ears and said, "If it were me, I probably would have given up long ago. It's just a bit of a pity for the people who placed their full trust in me." Even so, he nodded in approval, noting that such a manner of conduct was not bad at all. Nebula knew it like the back of her hand. It was a capital city protected by high walls and deep moats, with vast fields and a river flowing through it. If the Danem side had been determined to hold their ground, our troops would certainly have suffered heavy losses. He stared thoughtfully at the castle ahead, remarking that the fact we captured the capital without shedding a drop of blood cannot be called mere luck. Everything has its causes and consequences. Meanwhile, Krampus remained hovering in mid-air. Full of hope, Nebula said, "Let's wait and see how they react." He himself was also trying his best to salvage the situation. After a period of discussion, everyone proceeded into the interior of the castle. Aranju spoke first. "General Basan, the Danem forces still outnumber yours. If we do not submit, the losses will be far more terrible." She expressed her wish, saying, "For that reason I want to negotiate terms that are more beneficial to both sides." Basan frankly revealed his feelings. "But the Danem army has already been disarmed. Who was it that opened the city gates to welcome us? Are you regretting it now?" Aranju analyzed the situation, stating that unreasonable demands would make the people lose their trust, and if rumors of Hakland's brutality spread, no other nation would ever want to submit. Could it be that Hakland still wants to continue this exhausting struggle? His silence showed that he no longer had the heart for war. Witnessing the scene, Nebula offered praise. "Quite impressive. Just a few days ago, this scene would have been unimaginable." But a moment later, he dismissed it, saying, "To be honest, these surrender negotiations don't hold much value." Hearing this, Elda couldn't help but be surprised. "What? You're saying surrender negotiations are not important?" Nebula understood that Dameret was still being controlled by Faith and Krampus. The top priority now was for Hakland to secure his position here. However, what he was most concerned about was the need to clarify Krampus's true purpose. He wanted to know which side he was really on. Days passed quietly, and the coronation of Arangel Dylan took place under the firm backing of Hakland. Arangel raised a glass in celebration. A Danem king friendly to Hakland had officially ascended the throne. Basan and his soldiers had silently observed all the developments from beginning to end. Even the people of the land gathered to witness the momentous occasion. However, during the coronation ceremony, Arangel's face clearly showed signs of wariness. The mirror reflecting her image suddenly shattered, as if it did not accept this person. The ceremony was far from smooth. Arangel could only cover her face. But this strange event stirred up the hearts of the people. They swarmed like a disturbed beehive, reverently discussing the newly shattered throne. Then someone unexpectedly stepped forward, declaring that Mujin did not recognize Arangel Delan as the legitimate queen. From above, he recounted to everyone that last night, Mujin had advised that even if they were to submit to Haklan, they must absolutely not yield to the night sky. Immediately, many who wished to rise up also appeared, saying, "That's right, we are not allowed to bow down. The country may surrender, but our faith will not." Elda looked at the scene with a heart full of worry. Could that event be about to happen already? Nebula merely nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the beginning of the schism between the church and the monarchy. According to what history records, this separation often occurs when monarchy and religion, which originally relied on each other to form a unified power, tend to separate as society develops. Nebula explained, on Earth this usually begins with politics severing ties with religion, but in this lost world the situation is reversed. Here religion has a much greater influence. Elda showed impatience. The separation of the church and monarchy at this moment will throw everything into chaos. He also offered praise. Clearly Krampus is no ordinary player in this game. Nebula looked at Arangel with sympathetic eyes, because the one suffering the biggest shock right now was undoubtedly Arangel Dylan. The people began to flock to where she resided, with more and more people wearing angry expressions. Arangel, though her face was still bandaged, showed no change in expression. In such circumstances, the only thing she could rely on was faith. She sincerely bowed before the statue. Arangel earnestly prayed, "O Lord, why do you remain silent? Could it be that you want to say I was wrong?" She knew clearly that the Prime Minister had been blinded by greed. Arangel tried to salvage the situation little by little, and this was the only way to protect the country. However, when she opened her eyes, she only saw despair encompassing her more than ever. Nebula noticed resilience in Arangel's eyes. Ever since the mirror shattered during the coronation, her patience had only grown. Elda was also puzzled. But why didn't Krampus just kill Arangel? Wouldn't it be easier to kill her and then deny her claim to the throne? He slowly explained, he wants Arangel to fall into despair to force us to act, and once Arangel starts trusting us, she will become a steadfast heretic, easier to overthrow. Nebula suddenly recalled the conversation. I presented the idea and he seemed to follow it. He held up 4 fingers. Krampus must have prepared 4 possible scenarios. Arangel revokes the decision to surrender, and then Arangel is assassinated. Arangel submits to the night sky, and finally, in the current situation, the night sky itself has protected Arangel. Elder broke into a sweat upon hearing this. A, B, and C all put Haklan at a disadvantage, and as for Deal, Nebula raised a hand as if to snatch its prey. This was indeed the outcome they most desired. They wanted us to expend more resources to protect Arangel, while simultaneously trapping us in Damarex even though we had already captured the place. The innocent girl looked up at him and asked, "Where should we go now?" Nebula smirked confidently again. We must show them that a few plans aren't enough. The second lesson always requires more cunning than the opponent. As night fell, Arangel tiredly lay down on the bed. Despite her best efforts, she still couldn't fall into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, startling Arangel awake. She quickly looked towards where the sound came from and quietly asked, "Is anyone there?" She removed her outer cloak. Arangel recognized a familiar figure, the Queen of Damrit. "I am Jan." Arangel seemed to recall something. "Jan the alchemist, right?" She nodded. "Not anymore. Now I am a sorceress." She cautiously drew her weapon. "A sorceress? Isn't that just a myth?" Jan leisurely approached. "It seems a young general has now become king." Her voice echoed in the quiet room. "Yet, there are still many things I don't understand. I entered here without the guards knowing, and I could easily put an end to this person walking so casually." Arangel burst into a sarcastic laugh.
You're just a dwarf goblin, Janua, Jan countered. Would you like to try it once?
"Then I won't hold back," Arangel replied, pulling out a dagger hidden in her clothes. She charged quickly towards her without hesitation. Surprisingly, Arangel's attack hit its mark, yet Jan was completely unharmed. This terrified her to the core. Her body still moved, but seemingly nothing had happened. "It seems you only believe what you see with your own eyes." Jan moved closer to Arangel. "Do you understand now, young king?" At this moment, she truly felt fear surge within her.
Why are you here?
Jan reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Arangel became more vigilant than ever. "And what is the price for this help?" Jan extended her hand like a savior, an independent nation free from divine intervention. Arangel looked at her and thought, that's impossible, for she understood its nature better than anyone. "Don't you know the history of races annihilated for not worshipping deities? Without the protection of the gods, a nation cannot exist." Jan persistently tried to convince her. What if there was another power that could replace the gods? Arangel's face showed clear skepticism. "That's impossible." She affirmed once more, "It is possible. We will use magic as the foundation for this nation." As Jun gently landed on the ground, Arangel immediately asked curiously, "If your magic is so powerful, why can't you push back the Black Scale Legion in the upcoming battle?" She immediately shook her head in denial. "Oh no, that's impossible. Even I myself would find it difficult to confront the Black Scale Legion at this moment. Besides, the night sky is always keeping a close watch on every mage, making it impossible for me to act arbitrarily." And Arangel then asked suspiciously, "Then what exactly can you do?" Jun answered frankly, "I can protect the people living on this land." She reminisced about a tragic past, that like my people, those who do not submit to the gods must spend their whole lives in suppression and oppression. Now that another god is ruling this land, do you believe that you and your descendants will be able to live in peace? Jun persisted in convincing Aranju that under the rule of the Black Scale Legion, even the name Danim could completely disappear, and no one can guarantee that your freedom of belief will be preserved. But the only thing truly worth protecting is not a nation or powerful gods, but the people themselves, something that gods often forget. We do not need to serve the gods because we possess the power to protect ourselves. If you accept my offer, I will grant you that power. And Aranju listened in contemplative silence. Jun looked toward the sorrowful moon and said, unfortunately, there is not much time left for you to make a decision. Choose before dawn breaks. Having to make a decision in such a short amount of time left Aranju constantly restless and troubled. Before long, the sun had gradually emerged, signaling that a bright new day had officially begun. That was also the moment Aranju made her final decision. All right, I have reached a decision. She agreed with Jun's bold idea. Let us build a nation together that does not depend on any god whatsoever. Just as expected, the private conversation between the two did not escape the watchful eyes. Nebula showed clear extreme satisfaction with Aranju's extremely wise decision. The warm, gentle sunlight shone everywhere. Dynan walked in carrying a stack of documents and said, it has been a long time, General Basin. He recognized the other person with just a glance and said, ah, is that Minister Zanban? It has indeed been a long time. The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. I never expected you to come here in person. Because of the intense war situation, we cannot hold parties or go hunting, so I had to come myself. Dynan began to report military information. I have successfully gathered 5,000 soldiers and brought them with me. He asked Basin, are you well informed about the current military situation?
I am well aware.
Based on what has transpired, after the Danim capital fell into the hands of the Black Scale Legion, armies from neighboring nations began to move rapidly. Everything happened extremely quickly. Jaqua, Danim's closest allied nation, has mobilized up to 20,000 troops. From Mangun Sasoy, there are 24,000 troops, and from Zaman, there are 18,000 troops. After totaling everything, there are 62,000 soldiers marching towards the capital of Damaret. Basin asked him, they will arrive within a month, and Siokmyong is still mired in civil war, right? Denon replied, that is correct, and the war will certainly end with victory belonging to that rebel. Dynan suddenly had a strange feeling as if he were blessed by the gods with an unstoppable, powerful momentum. According to Dynan, he even claimed to be the apostle of Soxian, so that's how it is. Dynan suddenly remembered, I also brought along some brand new weapons that I am certain will be extremely useful for this arduous battle. Badan was initially surprised. Artillery, huh? We can absolutely import this type from Dan Lim. He insists that this is the latest improved version. Dynan pointed and explained, the barrel of this model has been significantly lengthened, although it is slightly heavier. Its range is 50 paces further than the standard type. Badan listened in awe, 50 paces more, that is truly impressive. What about the second model? Dynan replied, the latter version features a much more groundbreaking design. Please see for yourself, he said, gesturing toward the route for Badan. Here, the technical team is conducting tests on a new and unique piece of equipment. Badan was surprised to hear no resounding explosion. Is the sound really that faint? Indeed it is. Dynan explained, this design is much more streamlined, it can even be operated by a single person. He described its construction. It has a mounting part similar to a Mangun crossbow, but it is actually a cannon that functions just like a powerful firearm. Badan picked up the new toy and examined it. So, what should we call this? Den replied, the engineers call this thing by a very direct name, a handheld cannon. It is already loaded and ready, feel free to fire it. Hearing this, Badan raised it to aim. This handheld cannon was quite strange. With his 10 out of 10 marksmanship skills, he easily hit the bullseye in the blink of an eye. Badan expressed his amazement at the power of this weapon. It is truly formidable. He turned to question Dynan, exactly how many have you managed to bring? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Randa sighed, looking full of weariness and boredom. She sat dejected and listless, thinking, how am I supposed to manage this? Randa cursed Nebula incessantly in her mind, that bastard, he is clearly trying to force me to betray my allies. Recalling their conversation the other day, but I am in an alliance with them. Aren't you working with me as well? Randa hesitated and explained, well, it's almost like that, just consider it an alliance, but being branded a traitor, he said with a sarcastic tone, so you are still worried about that? Nebula bowed his head low. Then I suppose I need to help you make the final decision. He made a proposal that sounded no different from a threat. Randa, if you refuse to cooperate, I will reveal all the information you have provided. Naturally, you can deny it, but would anyone trust someone who is isolated? And at that point I will crush you without mercy. Nebula's determination made Randa tremble. What do you mean? She screamed in anger and scolded him. If you do that, what do you think I will consider you? You despicable person. Nebula calmly reminded her, Randa, listen carefully. I believe you are someone who knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Consider carefully whose hands your life is in, then make your choice. Randa's face suddenly turned pale, drained of all color. She could only helplessly clutch her head, as she could not find any viable way out. Finally, Randa was forced to succumb to Nebula. In the end, what do you want me to do? He smiled, satisfied with her wise decision. Very good, here's what you need to do. Let's get back to that annoying Nebula guy. If you want to say something, say it clearly instead of being so ambiguous and confusing, but you'll find out soon enough. It's just insane. Hey everyone, look, the atmosphere around here has suddenly become very noisy and lively. Zhang Guan suddenly noticed something unusual. Nebula's actions were full of ambiguity. I disagree. I really don't feel that way at all. Everyone quickly look at the screen. Nebula is interfering with our progress while constantly increasing their own forces. Because they are the weaker side, that move seems quite reasonable. Zhang Guan nodded slightly. It sounds plausible, but this rigid strategy only works if the opponent plays fairly, which isn't the case with Nebula. When asked why not, and if it wasn't because Nebula is at the top, or if he meant they should use confusing tactics, he replied that he didn't mean that at all. Because in Zhang Guan's assessment, there was a misjudgment from the very first match, and the upcoming match will likely be a siege or a long-term strategy. He has calculated everything thoroughly. Siege battles always follow the same old formula. The side with more troops will have the advantage, and our win rate is about 80 to 95%. If you weigh it up, our total divine power level is clearly superior. We don't even need a fair trade. Just spending a few resources is more than enough to crush that trash. Krampus looked over the numbers and pondered. Logically, we should win, but if the enemy keeps making such predictable moves, they are clearly plotting something. Zhang Guan sat calmly in his chair and spoke up. That's right. There are a few things that make me feel quite uneasy. 3 images appeared in his mind. The first was the group of mages. We have determined Zhang's location among the 3 mages, but the whereabouts of Tali and Madari remain a mystery. Zhang Guan recalled how Nebula once played dirty using the mage trait, placing one of their own next to a king and then brazenly declaring that the nation was religiously neutral. Furthermore, with the other 2 still unaccounted for, we should guard against the possibility of 2 more similar incidents occurring. Krampus wondered if it was enough for us to just focus our vigilance on the mages. Zhang Guan firmly shook his head in denial. Not at all. He had a premonition that Nebula acting so mechanically might be because they are confident that it is enough to win. Surely there is something we have overlooked. Zhang Guan suddenly glanced behind him. It was just a hunch. But what if there is a traitor embedded in our ranks? I never expected him to be this perceptive. Krampus became anxious upon hearing this, not noticing Xanda's stiff expression. What, you are just speculating, there isn't actually a traitor, is there? Zhang Guan acted as if he had caught him off guard. But if it's Nebula, that is a perfectly logical move, don't you think? He scanned each person in the group. If there really is a Nebula spy among us, who is it? Xanda was so scared that her facial muscles stiffened strangely. She didn't expect things to go this far. She was panicked to the point of turning pale. No way. You don't intend to accuse me, do you? Zhang Guan stood up slowly and pointed his finger. The traitor is definitely... His finger pointed directly at the villains standing within their ranks. But to everyone's surprise, the person Zhang Guan targeted was not Xanda, but the one designated A126. She was bewildered, not understanding what was going on.
Do you mean me?
The 2 behind her had identical expressions. What strange thing did you just say? This is absurd. Even the traitor was astonished by this sharp turn of events. What words did you just utter? Xanda stammered, asking Zhang Guan if he had concrete evidence for this accusation. Zhang Guan nonchalantly replied that he didn't at all. Just as he'd said, it was all vague speculation. I was also curious. So what makes you so certain? And what is the basis for your reasoning? Zhang Guan quickly presented the evidence. It is this very thing. He had closely monitored how this guy named Nice frequently traveled between German and Haklong. He essentially had no important role. He was merely a merchant. Krampus wondered if they had tried to approach him. Zhang Guan replied that they had once sent messengers to capture him. But Nebula intervened and eliminated him despite being accused. A remained completely silent. She shrugged as if admitting it. Then I have no reason to explain. I have absolutely no idea who that guy is. However, Zhang Guan's mind was still full of confusing questions. Why was Nice associating with the lizards? And why did Nebula have to kill him? Krampus spoke up cautiously. This truly needs to be clarified. If he was eliminated before we could reach him, it means Nebula had been watching him for a long time. Randa felt confused. To be honest, this seems a bit forced to me. She tried to defend A. Perhaps this is just Nebula's psychological tactic to divide us, or part of some dark plan we don't know about yet. Both were talking animatedly. But even the smallest suspicion needs to be considered. How do you want me to explain when the witness is dead? Zhang Guan believed there was no need to overcomplicate things. The simplest way was for A to make all of her personal data public. How insolent! She had been patient all this time, but now she could no longer endure it. A stressed every word. Honestly, if I were the traitor, wouldn't this be the perfect way for you to frame me and take the credit? Zhang Guan was shocked to realize the underlying meaning. At the same time, Randa also realized the meaning of Nebula's words. So that's how it is. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. She said, "The time will come when you understand." This is exactly what she meant. Returning to when the conversation took place, Randa, your mission is to protect the traitor. He requested her that when someone boldly steps forward to protect the accused, others will find it hard to question them directly. They will start talking about trust and forget about verifying facts. Nebula had cleared the path for Randa. At that time, the accuser would not be able to completely shake off the initial suspicions. Everything was under his control, and others would gradually come to see the accuser as an extremist. In that situation, the one taking the final blow is not the person labeled as a traitor. She realized that and immediately raised her guard. Perhaps even Jiang Wan didn't expect the spear to be pointed back at him, making the accuser the center of attention. That is exactly what created cracks between them. If this happened, it alone would be enough to shake the entire alliance, and no one would suspect the real one anymore, Randa. While things were tense above, it was just as busy down below. Jangwon sat lost in thought, pondering. Everything was simply too suspicious. Nothing had gone quite as he had planned. I thought that with that much evidence, at least someone would believe me. It seems I was a bit too harsh on Soul. Wisdom pondered for a moment and then replied, there is still another hypothesis. He reasoned that if the suspicion among us was originally part of Choi Sung-un's plan, could it all just be a charade to divert attention to another target? Wisdom seemed to begin to understand. If that was truly the case, there must be another traitor emerging. Jangwon anxiously pressed, not Krampus, and certainly not you or me, while Randa doesn't seem to have anything suspicious about her at all. Wisdom suggested an option. Then let's try a hypothetical calculation. If Randa were the traitor, how severe would the consequences be? Hearing these words, he suddenly felt completely enlightened. Jangwon hastily jumped up and whipped around. Wait a minute. Then perhaps, he looked down anxiously at the crowd below. Right now, Randa has vanished into thin air. We are truly in big trouble. Jangwon searched frantically. Randa said she would observe so we arranged their accommodations next to each other. He was extremely worried. Krampus was there too, but their numbers were a mere 2,000, and Randa alone was more than capable of wiping out both sides. Wisdom, on the other hand, believed that everything was easier said than done. He argued that every entity in the lost world has its own will. If they were suddenly accused of betraying their allies, they would panic extremely, even if it were a message from the gods. However, deep down, Wisdom still thought that even so, a few rare exceptions existed. In another corner, Randa was staring intently at the information on the system. She felt pressured because she did not know where to start. Randa suddenly remembered why before, back when she played Lost World on Earth, she had seen an interesting post about how to be an excellent trader to increase one's win rate. It was just a gameplay guide written by someone for fun, based entirely on treacher's tactics. According to what remained in her memory, that post, titled The Villainous Playstyle, had never been taken seriously and had long been forgotten. Precisely because no one cared about it, yet for me personally, my win rate skyrocketed significantly. Thanks to that, even though my skills were only average, I could easily improve my winning probability significantly. Curiosity was clear in Randa's eyes. This time is the same. I have carefully gathered the core elements of that playstyle. She observed the images being displayed on the system interface. According to the data, the Lena race is an extremely slow and indecisive race when it comes to making choices. They often try to grasp both options, but it results in nothing useful. Therefore, despite suffering losses, they continue to hesitate endlessly. It is precisely because of this characteristic that they are rarely chosen as a main playable race. Tension was evident on Randa's face, but indeed the characteristics of the Lena race have made this a reality, a tactic relying on patience reserved for unskilled players like me. After careful consideration, Randa chose a flower as a religious symbol to confront her opponents. Its name was Mambingwa, the flower of 10,000 changes. In the knowledge about this flower, the most important part is its shelled fruit, because one cannot know whether it is ripe or not until it is peeled. In addition, the timing of its ripening is very hard to predict, which is why people use it to divine fortunes and call it Jaimun. Now the fruit was ripe, its outer peel flaking off to reveal the vibrant red flesh within. Toby couldn't believe his eyes. Had the Mambingwa fruit ripened right now? He turned and ordered the soldier next to him, go retrieve his Mambingwa fruit.
Yes, sir.
As soon as they saw the soldier's hand begin to tremble, everyone understood that this thing was indeed ripe. Toby cautiously asked, do you still remember what the prophecy about today's war said? He trembled as he looked at the leader. The prophecy said that if the fruit hadn't ripened, we should protect our allies, but if it has ripened, betraying them would truly be a cruel decision. Toby was utterly shocked and trembled when confronted with those prophetic words. He sighed and gazed into the distance. Right or wrong no longer matters now. Everything was predetermined since time immemorial. We only realize it when it's already done. Kobe was bewildered, not knowing what to do. Our slow comprehension in making choices is the barrier preventing us from escaping the will of the gods, oh divine spirits. Finally, he resigned himself. I will obey your will. The first rays of dawn marked the moment a new battle was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into breaking the alliance. Krampus didn't expect to be stabbed in the back at the last minute. The Fadic army has rebelled. They've assassinated General German and are attacking our camp. Jangwon frantically turned back to ask about Randa, but Krampus replied, I don't know where Han is anymore. All three panicked, not knowing how to handle it.
Call Wisdom. I will contact them immediately.
Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, the tide of battle gradually revealed its outcome. The long silence has also ended. I have no other choice but to admit the truth about Randa. Even if Jangwon realizes it now, it's too late. Randa is precisely the traitor who caused the unit to be ambushed and fall into such a tragic state. Han was furious.
General German has been assassinated. Send a gun entity to wipe them out.
Hearing that, Wisdom immediately intervened. No, you can't. Such an action is completely inappropriate right now. The Daymerit Gate is opened, and the Black Scale Legion is pouring out. Victory and defeat are already determined. Jangwon stubbornly insisted, I will send troops there at full speed if we confront them. Wisdom interrupted, we will lose. If you intervene as a deity, they will do the same. Do you think you will win? Hearing this, everyone was confused, not knowing what the right thing to do was. Though unwilling, Wisdom was forced to offer the optimal solution at this moment. Just order a retreat, we must step back. Jangwon was still stubborn.
It's not over yet.
I still have a chance in the second expedition. Nebula clearly wants a war, and the more time passes, the worse the Black Scales situation will get. Wisdom ordered them, tell the German army to retreat directly towards the border. I slowly approached. No, if I want my warriors to survive, I am forced to intervene. Grampers also agreed. Sorry, but I also have to intervene. The remaining 2,000 troops are all I have. It's better to try my best than to lose them all. No one wants this to happen. If Damaris collapses like this, I will have to abandon the strategy of focusing on the Satan clan. Failure is acceptable, but just standing by and watching is not. Both of them pressed Jangwon about his upcoming plans and who would be providing support, didn't they? At this moment, he found himself powerless as his personal divine power had dwindled significantly. I probably can't help at all. His answer left the other person speechless. Krampus understood that persistence wouldn't change the situation, so he clicked his tongue and let it go, as the other person's reasoning was quite convincing. He avoided his teammates' gazes, only shrinking back in unending remorse. In truth, Jangwon was keeping a secret. I couldn't explain the reason for my refusal because I suspected there was a traitor within the alliance. Instead of confiding in everyone, I chose to remain silent, secretly creating an apostle, which caused my own divine power to decrease significantly. Jangwon felt embarrassed for accidentally causing a misunderstanding about accusing A, thinking that if he had hidden it, he should have kept it secret until the very end. He considered and then said, if you retreat, the Black Scale cavalry will hunt you down. That is the least I can do. As for you, abandon your army and withdraw. Jangwon thought, even if you use the little faith you have left, it won't be effective for the upcoming battle, will it? I pondered for a long time before slowly speaking Jangwon's name. She confessed that German's internal situation was extremely unstable. Several nobles had begun to believe in I-Chun after falling into Lord Nebula's trap. German was originally a desolate land where the king had lost power. If they lost this battle, the opportunities for future expeditions would be completely closed off. Jangwon asked in surprise why she hadn't said it sooner. I bowed her head in apology, explaining that she didn't want to be a burden to him. The others still managed well against Lord Nebula's scheme, so I felt incredibly ashamed because I struggled so much. Krampus was speechless after hearing this. Only then did I finally admit the truth. If these internal troubles were exposed, I was afraid I would be suspected. Then she slowly removed the cloth that covered her face. Jangwon was stunned by her recent unexpected action. A's expression became awkward as she pleaded, could you please reconsider one more time? Although he didn't want it, Jangwon still had to shake his head and refuse, saying, I'm sorry. I bowed her head, not wanting to make things difficult for him any longer, and replied, I understand. At this moment, both of them held on to their own distinct unspoken feelings, unable to confide in each other. Although outwardly appearing as a cohesive alliance, invisible walls of separation still existed in reality. Jangwon fully understood that not only A, but also he himself, Wisdom, and that scoundrel Xanda were all hiding something. I turned around and smiled, saying, let bygones be bygones. Be careful and don't repeat silly mistakes like mine. Her words were nothing short of a farewell. Thank you for everything. If fate allows, we will surely meet again. While Jangwon and Krampus were still bewildered, not understanding what had happened, I quickly raised her hand and touched the system to confirm her command. In the blink of an eye, she had completely vanished before their very eyes. Only then did both of them realize her true intention in shock. Could it be that? They wondered. A silhouette suddenly loomed below. Her mysterious black robes were no longer intact, having been scorched by the fire. No one expected this move from her, a completely unfamiliar form of incarnation. However, this incarnation appearance looked truly horrific. The subjects below burst with excitement, cheering that the dark version had officially revealed itself. Jangwon was fuming with rage but could do nothing. It was insane that the entire German army was wiped out during her emergence. He let out a helpless roar, fearing that his soul was about to be sealed. Unfortunately, it could not hear the loud noises from above at that moment. Krampus was also anxious about her safety, because that was her final move when backed into a corner, so he had to stay calm and carry out his mission. He turned and told Jangwon to retreat, but the other person asked how he planned to manage if they did. Suddenly, a violent tremor forced both of them to focus their attention. Dark clouds had already covered the sky and finally misfortune struck. Krampus changed his mind immediately. He didn't want to manifest, but he had to do his best to assist A. He was determined to deal Nebula an unforgettable blow at all costs. At the same time, Xanda was frantic on the other side, not knowing what to do. Now that A had manifested, what should be done? Her expression baffled Nebula, as he couldn't understand why she was panicking while they had the upper hand. He explained that although the incarnation was tougher, A's divinity level was only 18, not much higher than Jogubi's. No matter what he said, Xanda's face remained deathly pale. How could Jogubi be compared to A when he didn't even know how to play the game properly? Nebula thought to himself that saying he didn't know how to play wasn't entirely true, but he understood what his companion was implying. He speculated that just by looking at A's incarnation physique, she was superior to Jogubi, as the core power still lay within the thresholds of faith and territory. However, the true ability of an incarnation form depends entirely on the playstyle. Jogubi's incarnation was inherently physical-based, but that playstyle was quite costly in terms of faith resources, so not many people favored it. Most players usually ignore physical strength. They gently raised her hand high. She controlled everything fluidly and then concentrated all resources into other steps. Toby noticed the unstable situation and shouted for the soldiers to retreat immediately. Just a point of her finger was enough to completely turn the tide of the battlefield. A system notification appeared showing that the enemy had lost 300 lives. Randa could not maintain her composure and cried out that everything was doomed. She panicked and shook Nebula, demanding that he calm down immediately. It wasn't too late yet as the system panel appeared again, announcing that the believer Lokrak had descended. A fierce bolt of lightning from the pitch black clouds struck straight down to the ground. Lokrak appeared, surrounded by a bright and radiant halo. Soon located where he was standing. Lokrak was no pushover. He immediately realized a danger was tracking him. She simply flicked a finger and pointed directly down at his location. Sensing danger, Lokrak vanished, quickly shifting into a defensive stance right beneath the ground. Thanks to his agility, he made a miraculous escape. However, A's sharp gaze remained fixed as she followed her opponent's every move. Despite numerous hops, Lokrak still dodged with unbelievable skill and fluidity. Will he be okay alone? Hearing Randa ask anxiously, Nebula firmly replied, he definitely needs backup. He gestured, pointing straight at her, implying that she was the chosen one. Quickly possess any mage and find a way to distract the enemy. Hearing the new task, Randa was terrified. She stammered, no, why me? No way you could go down there yourself. Nebula unhesitatingly asked back, now, who does A want to take down more, me or you? Randa indignantly replied,
That's exactly why I don't want to. Why even ask?
Continuously unleashed attacks with the aim of destroying Lokrak. However, Lokrak skillfully and ingeniously dodged time and time again. Lokrak understood with a single glance these were no ordinary thorns. Touching them would drain his vitality completely. He suspected that she intended to turn this entire ground into a massive field of thorns. So, without hesitation, Lokrak lunged into the sky and shouted, come here, Annex! He summoned the netherworld and countless strange creatures appeared instantly. He spoke commandingly to the creatures, go, Annex! Instantly, they all followed Lokrak's orders and flew toward A in unison. But just as his weapon reached her, she vanished without a trace. Lokrak was utterly stunned. Where has she gone? This is dangerous. He remained suspended in the air, deep in thought. Lokrak turned around and found that A had already reappeared right there. He observed his opponent with irritation. This was A's teleportation move. On her part, she also began summoning fierce beasts to confront him. The battle grew increasingly dramatic and breathtakingly intense. No one knew what the outcome would be. Meanwhile, in a far-off place, Krampus still harbored an undying grudge. Lokrak, I will definitely get you. The battle erupted violently as the two sides lunged at each other, tearing away madly. With agile movements, Lokrak easily dodged the attacks from his opponents. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, relentlessly unleashing strikes in an attempt to finish him off. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved like lightning, vaulting over every obstacle in his path. Just when he thought everything had gone smoothly, a razor-sharp claw suddenly lunged toward him. Lokrak scrambled to jump off the back of his flying mount immediately. As his feet touched the ground, he suddenly remembered that the terrain was riddled with sharp thorns. However, he waited and waited, but absolutely nothing happened. Surprised, Lokrak looked up at the sky. Were there really no thorns at all? Filled with questions, he wondered what A was so busy observing. Deep within the forest, something had captivated A. When his opponent turned her face, Lokrak ignored the swamp, looked into her pupils, and suddenly understood everything. He realized that the one who had stabbed him in the back was Randa, the despicable traitor. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lokrak leaped onto his flying mount as soon as he saw an opening. He immediately gave chase, tailing A closely without letting go. She was furious at this action. How could a lowly apostle dare to do such a thing? As a deity, she waved her hand lightly, plunging the space around him into pitch black darkness. Lokrak looked at the surrounding scene in shock, wondering in amazement what this was. Nebula watched it all through the screen, noting that the fatal weakness of the manifestation skill did not lie in its scale, but in its ability to reinforce territory. He clearly understood that if apostles possessed skills from reputation or deities, they could transform the land they held into a form of manifestation power. However, who was the player who established these skills, customizing everything from range to power to optimize resource consumption? Nebula observed the thorns from earlier. Perhaps they were created by combining metal sub-regions with vines, and then she teleported. Because of this, he believed that unleashing a wide area crowd control move earlier had been a logical move. Every event was well within Nebula's control. This was nothing unusual. He suddenly recalled having seemingly forgotten that Lokrak had once defeated an evil god. And what did this mean for an apostle? Even while pinned down by his opponent, Lokrak refused to give up. He charged straight out of the darkness and unleashed a barrage of attacks on her. After all, when fighting a god, all negative effects would be resisted. Nebula seemed to have foreseen this. Apostles are strong due to their reputation, so absolutely no mind control skill could shake him. The spear in Lokrak's hand slammed through A's circle. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as if he had realized a horrifying truth. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished without a trace. Lokrak still dared not let his guard down, straining his eyes to observe his surroundings. He vaguely guessed that she would not be in a hurry to strike right away. Lokrak thought she was likely stalling for time to let her wounds heal, but he was more than capable of anticipating her next move. Ganda climbed to the very top of a tall tree to look. Having always loathed traitors, he would certainly find a way to take down the apostle. Lokrak was also worried, but if she used the black thorns to attack, he would surely be able to pinpoint her location. He was engrossed in searching for her traces. Where on earth had that person hidden? Lokrak, a voice suddenly called out right beside his ear. Lokrak looked up at the sky, bewildered. Why was Nice Guy using that tone? Did he learn it from Elda, or was it some kind of stealth technique? The reminder kept lingering, so he decided to just ignore her. Lakrak thought, though every choice carried risks. Nebula said that was not very important to the decisions. Upon hearing this, he wondered, so, are we just going to abandon her? Nebula immediately denied. We need to do something else for her, she said, as she sat bandaging herself under the canopy. She looked at her wound. Despite her attempts to treat it, the opening remained jagged and kept widening. Yet she still mustered her remaining strength and took flight, thinking, the situation forces me to change my plans. While moving, she suddenly froze as if she had discovered something strange. It was exactly as she thought. The person blocking the path ahead was none other than Randa. She clutched her wound and lunged forward, thinking, did you really think you were strong enough to face me, Nebula? I will make that person regret it. Randa could only run for her life, not daring to look back even once. If she had been a moment slower, she might have met her end. Randa bared her sharp teeth and complained, why do you keep targeting only me? She did not bother to reply and continued to unleash a barrage of attacks. Finally, she was struck by a sharp thorn piercing directly into her shoulder. Randa gritted her teeth in pain and decisively pulled the hateful thorn out. She calmly walked step by slow step toward her opponent. When Randa looked up, their eyes truly met for the first time. She used her other hand to grab Randa by the throat and squeezed tightly, refusing to let go. She struggled in agony, but every effort to resist became meaningless. Only then did Randa speak up, hey, why don't we just make peace with each other? Upon hearing that, her anger flared even more. Are you trying to toy with me? Dealt a brutal blow, and then threw Randa's body onto the cold ground. Her gaze burned with hatred. I will surely take this person's life. Randa curled up on the ground, her face showing clear signs of unending pain. As soon as she hit the ground, she began coughing fitfully in misery. Even though her opponent was groaning, A had no intention of stopping. She stomped hard on Randa's chest, as if wanting to crush everything. Randa clung to her legs and pleaded, instead of torturing me, why don't you target Lakrak? She spoke with determination. To be honest, I've had quite enough of this. Randa struggled to turn the tables. Don't you think you've made a mistake? Lakrak will hunt you down, and I am just a useless person. My creation and Krampus must be holding him back, A said. Hearing this, Randa could only sneer, is that so? Sensing something was wrong, A immediately looked back. What are you implying? The distant forest remained deathly silent, no movement could be seen. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Its power was so immense that even gods would find it difficult to withstand. For ordinary creatures, this was truly an unavoidable fatal blow. Lakrak looked completely exhausted after the long, grueling battle. He had cleared all the enemies single-handedly. A player must reach a certain level of holy power to execute this move. To maintain that level, one must preserve their creation. Dazzling golden lightning bolts surrounded Lakrak. The nature of the creation, which was once an advantage, had now become a fatal weakness. A now showed clear signs of panic. If the creation were lost, all experience points would vanish. The system announced that the creation had been killed. Experience points were wiped, dropping the level from 19 to 13, and the prayer skill was disabled. Seizing the opportunity, Nebula immediately signaled Lakrak to attack. He lunged like an arrow toward A's position. She intended to flee, but it was already too late. The tide of the battle had now completely turned in a different direction. A tried to strike back, but the situation was no longer under her control. Her faith was insufficient to activate the skill. By the time she realized it, Lakrak was already standing right in front of her. With a single slash, he tore her body into two. A writhed in agony, her body curling up like a small kitten. To ensure his prey could not escape, Lakrak quickly blocked off all her paths of retreat. He raised his weapon high in a posture that was nothing less than a final finishing blow. The moment the spear thrust down, a brilliant aura suddenly radiated outward. Lakrak breathed a sigh of relief after successfully taking down A. With his work done, he turned to ask Xanda Mangian if she was alright, and startled, she replied that she was fine. Lakrak gentlemanly helped Xanda up and thanked her. The system screen announced that player Area 26 had been officially sealed as a soul. The contribution rate for defeating Area 26 recorded for player Nebula 64 was 3%. Xanda looked at the notification with a sad expression. A had finally turned into a soul. Contemplating the stats on the board, she realized Nebula's contribution was under 70%, meaning she had also played a part in this outcome. Suddenly, Nebula appeared right next to her, giving her a start. He wondered why she was still standing there dazed, telling her to move quickly. While she was still confused, Nebula explained that she was losing focus, asking why she kept praying for A when he had confirmed his death and the war was still ongoing. Xanda tiredly forced herself up and said, "Alright, I must leave this place immediately." Together, they walked out of the forest after the fierce battle, returning the peaceful atmosphere to Mother Nature. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed. After A's death and Xanda's betrayal, the state of the war had completely changed. Currently, Zhongguan was making every effort to rescue as many Mongol and German soldiers as possible. The main battlefield had now shifted all the way to Guna's hostile territory. Wisdom had deployed the Asbestos army, a force that had not yet entered the war due to internal instability, to capture and destroy the enemy's farms, mines, and trade routes. Putting himself in the enemy's shoes, Nebula figured this was retaliation for Xanda's betrayal, but from this perspective, their objective was still rather unclear. He thoughtfully pondered whether they intended to prolong this war. Suddenly, something caught Nebula's attention. He was surprised to see a video call request from Zhang Guan appear before him. Nebula tried to calm himself down, pressed the accept button, and asked what was going on. Zhang Guan replied in a tired voice, "I propose a surrender. They will hand over Daniel." He remained silent, listening closely to the next piece of information Krampus had already approved, and handing it over meant they would no longer have any way to restore it. He added that they would cede all of A's territory to the German side, along with returning the occupied lands. Nebula did not agree immediately, waving it off and saying, "Wait, is there anything else? Go ahead and state all the conditions." Zhang Guan listed further demands regarding a ceasefire, ending retaliation, sealing A's soul, and considering war reparations. Hearing that, he quickly cut him off and told him to forget it, rejecting the offer immediately, which angered Zhang Guan since he had not even finished hearing all the terms. Both sides understand the current situation all too well. There is no need to waste effort listening to those empty clichés. After hearing the answer, he nearly leaped out of the screen because he could not believe his ears. What on earth is this? Hey, wait a second. Nebula did not even care and pressed the button anyway. Oh my. Could it be true? Why would you reject it when it was the most optimal solution? A gentle voice whispered from behind. No one is debating anymore, so feel free to ask questions. Randa cautiously appeared from behind, taking one slow step at a time. She found it strange, accepting that surrender was not bad at all, as they had already agreed to offer everything to you. Nebula also nodded in agreement, admitting that the terms were indeed quite good. If accepted, we would surely hold the upper hand in every battle later on. Randa still would not let it go. If we accept, wouldn't we have already won? She was still completely puzzled. If we accept, it's considered a victory, so why are you behaving so strangely? He had a different perspective. It was not that they were hungry for victory or obsessed with taking over the continent. If it were beneficial and could stop the war, they would do it. The more Randa listened, the more frustrated she became. She said he had surrendered, and besides, he even wanted to seal A's soul. Nebula easily saw through the enemy's schemes. Their purpose was to resurrect A. He explained meticulously to her that if the seal were removed, they would preserve their overwhelming force while A would also maintain the old level. Of course, that ritual is extremely costly and time-consuming. Nebula's voice lowered with grave seriousness. But one thing is certain. They still intend to wage war, so there is no need to consider any further risks. The scene changed to a silent night at German castle. Cologne was sitting pensively with high tension in front of the magic orb. She could not hide her agitation. So much time had passed, yet the gods remained silent. Could it be that the rumors are true and Ambon has truly passed away? Cologne instinctively thought of the one who finished off that evil god Lacrac. In the midst of this, the news has saddened many. The king has also locked himself in his bedroom for many months. Cologne was helpless and did not know what to do. It is hardly surprising in a nation lacking divine protection. There is no hope left for tomorrow. The whole country seems to be slowly sinking into the dark mire. Cologne watched the soldiers outside. The Blackthorn faction keeps pressuring us to side with them, while the Mengwan allies demand we become a part of them. She worried secretly. The current situation is so awkward, Ambon, what should we do? Just then, there was a knock at the door, and then the door slowly opened. A pair of legs as stiff as logs were advancing into the room. As soon as she saw the strange guest, Cologne was stunned. That person was none other than N. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Chancellor of German and also a mage. He took the initiative to speak. I believe that I can help you resolve this difficulty. In another development deep within a castle, constant loud gossip arose. The country's destiny no longer allows us to maintain this vain arrogance. Or has the Chancellor lost his mind like that emperor? Surely that must be it. Another person sighed warily. No matter where they were, Mongolia, Helkin, or Seokmian, Zerman had no other choice but to rely on outsiders. Another voice said mockingly, Dinan, what a beautiful ending for you, traveling all the way from distant Helkin only to end up leaving empty-handed. Hearing this, Dine calmly replied, that is just the way of the world, so I see no reason to be disappointed. Saying this, he casually waved goodbye to the others. Then he strolled leisurely into the castle. However, as he passed a secluded corner, a deep voice suddenly spoke up, so you are indeed Dinan from the Helkin region. The speaker was none other than Tally, who asked dully, everything has been settled as agreed, have you verified it? Hearing this, Dinan smirked slightly. He then nodded in response. Then he said that everything was fine and went exactly as initially planned. Dinan believed that invasion was not necessarily the best strategy. Zerman was too far from Helkin, and as long as this place did not fall into enemy hands, the requirement was met. With that in mind, he slowly spoke. From now on, Helkin will stop hostilities with Zerman, and the forces supporting Helkin will also remain silent. Hearing this, Tally nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I will temporarily put my faith in your promise. Are you finally satisfied? Everything aligned with my calculations, right? Dinan shrugged slightly and muttered, satisfied. He once had a time when he blamed himself for being born different from the crowd, always feeling dissatisfied with the present, but now just being a part of Helkin brought relief to his heart. Meanwhile, Wisdom had just held a meeting. He scanned his eyes around and spoke coldly, so let us summarize the current situation. First is Danielum, the key superpower, where the rebel faction has seized the power of Mage Zhang and declared independence. The remaining territory has been fragmented by rebellions from ethnic minorities demanding autonomy, with everything shattered into small pieces. But Krampus was quick to seize the opportunity. He gathered fanatics and established his own nation. At this point, Wisdom continued in a solemn voice. Meanwhile, Zerman has also followed in the footsteps of Danialum by shaking hands with Mage Tally. As a result, we have lost military control there. He was certain Nebula was the mastermind orchestrating the entire affair, having used all kinds of tactics to blockade and prevent anyone from reaching the Zerman army. However, there was still an extremely unusual point in this sequence of events. Hearing this, Zhang Wang cried out in excitement, "Finally, we are beginning to counterattack." Wisdom shook his head slightly, pointed at the screen, and continued, "Krampus can still release his monsters into Danielum to show off his power, and geographically, Zerman is much closer to us than Helkin." Zhang Wang raised an eyebrow and muttered, "We used pressure to force Danielum and Zerman to cut off trade with Helkin, pushing Helkin into a state of total encirclement." Wisdom continued seriously, "They cannot produce saltpeter, an essential ingredient of gunpowder, on their own. Their weapon technology is surely hitting a dead end." However, what puzzled him was why Helkin had not yet made any demands or requests for aid. This question plunged the crowd into deep thought. No one knew how to respond. Seeing this, Wisdom continued, "Could it be that Nebula has transcended modern technical limits to find a way to refine saltpeter on his own?" Krampus frowned slightly and replied, "Wisdom, I don't see this as very promising. If you are too suspicious, you will fall into the psychological trap that Nebula is setting." However, Wisdom reminded him, "Remember that before the war broke out, Helkin had gathered a massive amount of saltpeter from Mongolia. Based on that detail, Helkin must still have a huge reserve of gunpowder, so perhaps Nebula is using blitzkrieg tactics to end the game early." Krampus pondered for a moment before speaking. "That makes sense. No wonder they didn't seem to flinch at all despite their supply lines being cut off." Hearing that, Wisdom thoughtfully interlaced his fingers. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice. "That sounds plausible, but a fierce battle cannot operate solely according to Nebula's unilateral wishes. We must not let him dictate the game." Even so, Krampus's analysis opened up a new direction for Wisdom. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed straight at a spot on the map. Krampus squinted to look and muttered, "Isn't that the coastal area of Mongolia?" Wisdom nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, that place is called An. That is the largest saltpeter mining hub in the Mongolian region." Wisdom calmly continued, "Nebula will certainly target An. They will use warships to attack and seize this saltpeter at all costs, so we must immediately reinforce the Coast Guard." Just as the Alliance predicted, 2 months later, Helking's fleet of 150 warships weighed anchor simultaneously and headed straight for the coast of An. It was truly a massive and extremely sudden landing operation. However, the Hell King's forces had no idea that an ambush was already waiting for them. Those were the 260 warships that the Alliance had rapidly mobilized. As a result, the victory swung decisively in favor of the Alliance army. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Wan sighed despondently, "A victory is a victory, but the losses we inflicted on them were negligible compared to the effort of mobilizing the fleet. It's a bitter victory." Krampus countered immediately, "A victory is enough. After this naval battle, Helking has surely exhausted almost all of their premium gunpowder reserves, making it difficult for them to use firepower in the future. Therefore, even if the tactics had some flaws in the grand scheme of things, this is still a very impressive achievement." Zhang Wan frowned and asked, "Will Helking recklessly fight another battle to seize saltpeter?" Wisdom shook his head. "I think that possibility is very low." He believed that Nebula would now focus on defensive clusters, because they only had mediocre gunpowder left in their possession. Zhang Wan was still uneasy. "But if the war continues to drag on, will the advantage still remain on our side?" Wisdom nodded slightly. "Precisely for that reason, I predict they will seek a way to attack another location. They might attack the neutral nation of Daniel to expand their borders, or somewhere similar." Saying this, he paused and glanced at Krampus, causing him to mutter in shock, "Do you mean attacking me?" Wisdom stood up calmly. "That's right. Based on the terrain, there is a high probability they will target the independent nation you have just established in Daniel." He believed that if they could wipe out this weak point, the final victory would soon be theirs. Wisdom's calculations were never off. Krampus's Daniel Autonomous Region was located on the land in Akhmian that Wisdom had mentioned, and it sat right next to the territory of Jokwa, a close ally of Helkin. As expected, Helkin mobilized 20,000 troops to cross Jokwa territory for a surprise raid on the city of Sasian, the heart of this fledgling nation. However, this time the events deviated from the Alliance's script. It was the 5th day of the siege of Sasian. Helkin's army continued their frenzied assault without ceasing. The sound of cannons firing sharply echoed throughout the space as if to tear the sky apart. Thick black smoke billowed upward as the Sasian castle gate was being battered by relentless bombardment. Nebula stood a short distance away, quietly observing every development. Just then an unexpected message arrived and he leisurely opened it for inspection. Krampus could be heard screaming frantically about where they had obtained such a weapon. Nebula raised an eyebrow and asked what he was babbling about. Krampus irritably replied that it was gunpowder. At this, Nebula nodded in understanding, realizing the opponent had mistakenly thought his gunpowder reserves were depleted from the start of the game. Those words left Krampus frozen in shock. Nebula calmly told him to look closely at the map, for the answer lay right there. Krampus complied, but then grumbled that it was only a map of the 3rd continent, telling him not to beat around the bush. However, just a moment later his pupils constricted in fear. He trembled, muttering under his breath, "Wait a minute." On the map, Krampus was stunned to discover an entirely new continent. He could not believe his eyes and cried out, "Have you already established trade with the 4th continent?" Nebula admitted it without hesitation, believing that players were naturally far apart and thus rarely interacted in this game. The 4th continent specifically was different because its proximity and numerous small islands were convenient for trade. Krampus's face turned pale as he muttered that the player there was Sasha. a member of the insectoid race who was full of dangerous toxicity. Nebula snorted and asked if he meant Sasha was also an evil god just like Jiangubi had been. Krampus shouted furiously, asking how he could trade with him. Nebula only pouted and replied that he didn't even understand why he thought it was impossible. They possessed intelligence and could speak human languages. The Aban pirates had only become outlaws because they were exiled. Weren't they also striving to build a decent civilization right there on that continent? In the case of Jiangubi, because he belonged to the insectoid race, he simply chose the strategy most beneficial to himself. Even if the evil god's identity was unknown, Nebula believed that if the playstyle matched, there was no reason for them to refuse to cooperate. All of Nebula's calculations proved correct when the Hackland merchant ship successfully reached the insectoid trade caravan and closed the deal. On that day, Nebula received the long-awaited notification and smiled with satisfaction because everything went exactly as predicted. Regarding the proposal for a private matter, Nebula did not hesitate and accepted immediately. Very quickly, the image of a face appeared clearly on the screen. Seeing that sight, Nebula frowned and wondered to himself if this was a child. The person on the other end did not say a word, leaving him confused as the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. After a long period of silence, the mysterious character on the other side finally spoke. What was that? A vague statement with no clear head or tail left Nebula extremely confused. He suspiciously questioned if it was out of pity, but the opponent chose to remain dead silent. Believing that the other's meaning was indeed so, Nebula slowly replied, obviously, because this transaction brings benefits to both sides. Yet as he finished speaking, the other person suddenly moved their lips. I will destroy all of you. Even though they only interacted through a screen, Nebula still clearly felt the murderous intent and violence emanating from this person. He could only let out a helpless sigh. It seemed this person wasn't much different from Jiangubi. Thinking for a moment, Nebula spoke up calmly again, but surely not right now, right? Because the geographical distance between the continents is too great and the technology level is still unclear. This statement once again plunged the opponent into a state of silence. Seeing this, Nebula continued to suggest, I don't know which faction will be the first to deploy troops, but before that point, let's just exchange what is necessary. Surely you are also longing for something. The person on the other side remained silent, not uttering a single word. Immediately after, the image on the screen gradually faded and then shut off completely. The other's figure also disappeared entirely. The fleet of the Deep Abyss Poison faction did not make any aggressive moves either. Seeing this scene, Nebula finally set down his burden. Not attacking meant they had agreed. It seemed it was only because of immense hatred, but his strategy did not lack logic. After the first transaction was a complete success, Nebula began to buy saltpeter. Despite the long distance, the fourth continent had not yet mastered gunpowder technology, so the price was a bargain. Returning to reality, Nebula smirked. While I was testing warship construction, I saw you all reinforcing defenses in the Ankung area. One look was enough for me to understand what scheme you were plotting. This statement made Grampus so furious that he ground his teeth. Nevertheless, Nebula did not care at all. He raised an eyebrow and asked further, so any more questions? Grampus clenched his fists, calculated for a long time, and then blurted out, is there any flaw in my gameplay this time? Nebula replied calmly, indeed, the move wasn't that bad. It's just that you have not yet understood the rules of the game. In other words, he meant that he was lacking the necessary sharpness. Just then, Wisdom suddenly appeared right in front of Nebula, giving him quite a start. He shouted aggressively, do you think you have secured victory, Nebula? He also warned him in advance that this war is still far from over. I know that well, Nebula replied with a calm nod, not flinching at all. At that exact moment, a source of extremely powerful energy suddenly erupted. Cracks appeared on the back of a lunging beast. He roared powerfully, who dares to stand and oppose the strength of Yatian? Wisdom observed the entire scene from a high vantage point. He thought to himself, this time will not be like before, Nebula, because I have already prepared for all the most unexpected situations. At the same time, a giant creature appeared next to him. That was the creation Ocho. It pounded its chest violently with both hands, then tilted its head back and howled aggressively. From behind the screen, Nebula frowned and muttered, a massive creature nearly 45 meters tall, yet it possesses destructive power similar to Stratus. Its power likely isn't much different from Stratus. Surely, this isn't the final trump card that will decide the outcome. At that very moment, in the heart of the fierce battlefield, a bizarre creature suddenly emerged from the thick bushes. It silently watched the group of people on horseback moving toward it. This was the Holy Knight Order of Speed, an extremely powerful force, but essentially not formidable. Through the transmitted footage, Nebula saw through it all and thought to herself that the real threat lay with the leader. It was indeed the commander of that Holy Knight army. He suddenly shouted out, asking if they were terrified of the False Heaven army. The knights responded in unison without hesitation, saying they had no fear. Hearing this, the commander smirked with satisfaction, arrogantly declaring himself an apostle of speed and that nothing was worthy of making him wary. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout cut him off, commanding them to open fire. Instantly, billowing plumes of fire and smoke began to erupt violently. Within moments, the entire sky was shrouded in thick, dense dust. Nevertheless, the commander of the Holy Knight Order remained standing tall and bellowed that only speed was worthy of worship. Finishing his words, the entire order of Holy Knights immediately charged straight ahead. The commander continued to lead the formation with an extremely aggressive momentum. Witnessing the scene, Nebula couldn't help but widen her eyes in horror, wondering how on earth Wisdom could possess an apostle.